Chapter 123, Hold for a day and a half, and the army group will arrive. Just as Andrei's troops finished sending their telegram and began a forced march towards the factory, inside the first heavy walking machine factory in Luga. No, don't shoot. We are just civilians. Please don't. A plump man wearing glasses, who seemed to be the factory supervisor, was pleading bitterly with a soldier in iron armor in front of him. Hearing his plea, the Fear Knight, who had been about to dispatch him with a submachine gun on his arm, suddenly changed his expression and then lowered his gun. Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking his plea had finally worked, but to his surprise, the Fear Knight backhanded a great sword, and with a gentle swing, chopped off his head. Hey! I said, don't forget our headquarters orders. All the skilled workers here must be left behind, they are treasures. Seeing his companion's act of killing, another Fear Knight said with some dissatisfaction, but this Fear Knight merely laughed nonchalantly. Ha ha ha, Brunson, you are too cautious. Besides, I didn't kill a skilled worker, I merely killed the factory owner here. A factory like this cannot operate without workers, cannot operate without engineers, and cannot operate without experienced workshop supervisors, but without a factory owner, its operation will not be affected at all. Furthermore, these cowardly and numb Cambrians have a natural reverence for authority, and by chopping off their factory owner's head, we will instantly become a greater authority, and our words will carry more weight. After a brief explanation, this Fear Knight tossed the freshly severed head towards the huddled workers in the distance, then switched to the Cambrians' language and said. You all saw it, didn't you? This foolish factory owner tried to mobilize the armed department to resist earlier, and this is his fate. If any of you disobey orders, your fate will also be death. You should know, we even dare to kill the factory owner, so why would we hesitate to kill a few small fry like you? How could a group of workers understand the thoughts of these Fear Knight? Facing these 2-meter-tall, immensely burly cans from whom steam was rising, they quickly nodded repeatedly, not daring to utter a single word of dissent. Not only their factory owner, but all the workers who had previously tried to resist these individuals were already dead. The rifles they took from the armory were completely ineffective against these guys, while they, with just a burst of speed, could easily cleave dozens of people into pieces with their great swords. After controlling the situation, that Fear Knight said to his companion beside him. That's about it. I believe they won't dare to resist for a short while. Let's quickly get the weapons we brought down ready and immediately establish defenses here. Theoretically, the army group led by General Rowe won't arrive here until at least tomorrow afternoon, which means we need to hold out here for a day and a half. As for holding out for a day and a half, these Fear Knight present, as well as the other paratroopers who landed with them, all thought nothing of it. In their view, given the quality of these Cambrian troops, as long as they defended by relying on the sturdy factory buildings, holding out here for a day and a half was no problem at all. Especially since, although their unit couldn't carry overly heavy weapons, they did bring down quite a few good things. Through the Empire's newly developed rocket drop pods, they could now transport power armor, modified humans and light mechs. With such a configuration, ordinary Cambrian Empire troops were simply not worth worrying about. As long as the enemy wasn't insane enough to immediately use heavy artillery to bombard the factory, they wouldn't have any problems. As for whether they would really use heavy artillery to bombard the area right away? Are these Cambrians people not thinking about the future? They wouldn't seriously believe they could just conjure up equipment with their bare hands if they lost the factory, would they? This Black Eagle Empire unit, rapidly occupying the factory area, had no idea that an independent regiment was rapidly advancing towards their location. And they knew even less that when the two sides began to engage, both would give each other a huge surprise. Andrei was still leading his troops forward at the fastest possible speed, but because most of the soldier in this unit had limited training, even with a forced march, their speed wasn't much faster. At least compared to the forced marches Andrei envisioned for elite World War II units, and the forced marches of the Iron Army during the Korean War, these guys trotting along couldn't be called a forced march at all. Damn it, our soldier really need to practice marching more often. Did they only train how to form ranks and shoot guns during their training in the rear? Watching the line of troops stretch longer and longer, Andrei couldn't help but complain. Beside him, Lieutenant Colonel Yuri sighed and said. There's nothing we can do. Those gentlemen above us, to save money, allocate limited military rations. If we were to practice forced marches every day like this, the rations consumed by the soldier would at least double. In comparison, practicing how to form ranks and how to gesture with rifles every day is much cheaper. Hearing this, Andrei couldn't help but roll his eyes. Please, are we really short on food now? What time is it already? How can they still be reluctant to consume a little military ration? Hearing Andrei's words, Lieutenant Colonel Yuri also sneered. Short on food? How is that possible? Our Cambrian Empire is the largest grain-producing country on the entire continent. But for some reason, no matter how much grain the quartermasters tally, they always end up showing a shortage of food. This is a perplexing statistical problem. After Lieutenant Colonel Yuri's hint, how could Andrei not know what was going on? Good heavens, these quartermasters were still thinking of profiting from the national crisis even at a time like this. Despite his anger, Andrei himself, for some reason, wasn't surprised at all. There are always people who profit from national crises, and the Russian corruption hasn't been a 1 or 2 day affair. Back during the siege of Leningrad, the entire city's food supply was rationed, everyone could only get a small piece of bread, yet some people could still hold banquets every day at home. In a feudal country like this, if there were truly no losses, Andrei would be surprised. Forget it, since that's the case, you lead the remaining troops at a slow pace, and I'll take my guards assault team to scout ahead first. If we're lucky, perhaps by the time you bring your troops over, my assault team will have already taken care of the enemy. Chapter 124, Drop Pods? Still saying you're not Astartes. Side quest, Forced March. Recapture the Heavy Walker factory, which has been captured by paratroopers, as quickly as possible. Quest reward, 5,000 commendation points. Participants, unlimited. As a side quest was issued, Andrei and all the players rushed forward at top speed, their running postures incredibly captivating. It was his first time issuing a quest with such a large commendation point reward. Compared to before, this wave was a big expenditure. However, the main reason for this was that Andrei had summoned more players, and the original commendation points were not enough to distribute. After becoming a colonel, Andrei could now summon 300 players, and he naturally filled this summoning quota immediately. By now, he no longer lacked the commendation points for summoning, reviving players, or maintaining players' minor skills. These were just small expenses in the war. The real major expenditures of commendation points were for arming elite soldiers and various research and development, which were the truly money-burning things. Amidst a earth-shattering era, Andrei and the other players charged forward, along with the 15 armored vehicles in the team. Among these armored vehicles, 10 captured armored vehicles were all operated by players. As for the remaining 5 dreadnought mechs that were added as compensation, although they had their dedicated drivers, seeing their comrades already charging, they naturally felt embarrassed to stay put. Seeing the running posture of Andrei's team, Lieutenant Colonel Yuri sighed with emotion for a moment. Andrei was still exactly the same as when he fought battles before. He had come to realize that Andrei seemed particularly adept at leading an elite assault team from the front. Although such a fighting style should absolutely not appear on a company commander, considering that Andrei had previously led such a force and achieved astonishing results, he didn't want to say anything at this moment. However, if there was an opportunity in the future, he felt he should thoroughly consult Andrei on his troop training methods. He wondered how the elite assault team around that fellow was trained to become such a fierce force. Watching Andrei's receding figure, Yelena behind him stomped her foot in frustration. She wondered what was wrong with that guy. He was completely different now than before, fighting with such abandon. Why had she never seen Andrei possess such courage before? All the players felt very relaxed about this battle, because in their opinion, this battle should have been without difficulty. The opponents were paratroopers, after all, with no heavy weapons. If they only had individual weapons, how could they fight against them? Just as Andrei thought, the players also felt this battle would be easy, because in theory, using armored units against paratroopers was almost indistinguishable from a complete rout. Take Operation Market Garden for example. It was the largest airborne operation in history, but they happened to land right next to a German armored division, and then a group of elite paratroopers met their end. So, all the players were ready, just waiting to use the dreadnought mechs to beat up the little kids. Until, strange, what is that thing? That large iron box stuck in the ground, is it some kind of transformer? Peering through his binoculars, Andrei suddenly saw a strange iron box stuck in the ground in the distance. Before he could figure out what this large box was for, a series of bursting machine gun sounds erupted. The powerful, large-caliber machine gun immediately mowed down several players charging at the very front. The most unfortunate unlucky fellow was even blasted into a pile of fragments by a hail of bullets, beyond recovery. Lord's High Woe, Tisk. Why am I the one who's out again? Chang Fencat, wait, do you guys feel that thing looks a bit like a Space Marine drop pod? When this player posted that sentence in the comment section, the entire comment section paused. In the next instant, the comment section exploded. Gujenran, holy crap. No. I don't want to fight Space Marines. Bulbasaur, are you kidding me? What happened to the World War II paratroopers? How did it suddenly become Astartes? Although the players were noisy and full of complaints, their actions were not slow at all. Immediately, some players set up mortars and began to bombard the drop pod in the distance, but compared to the slow bombardment of mortars, the main cannon of the dreadnought mech seemed more effective. At a distance of about 800 meters, a player aimed at the distant target and fired a shot with a boom. The long-barreled 75mm cannon was precise and deadly at this moment. Almost instantly, the drop pod on the opposite side was pierced by the shell. Only the soldier inside the drop pod, who had been operating the heavy machine gun and continuously sweeping the outside, looked in astonishment at the dreadnought mech behind him before he died, not understanding how the Empire's equipment could appear in the enemy's ranks. Everyone, we'd better be careful. The enemy's paratroopers might be stronger than we imagined. Looking at the scattered debris on the ground in front of him, Andrei shouted to the other players while silently switching to his previous trench raider set. To be honest, he felt he might have been a bit too naive. He didn't expect the paratroopers in this world to be different from what he had imagined. Damn it, shouldn't paratroopers just land honestly with parachutes or gliders? Where did these inexplicable rocket drop pods come from? Andrei was a bit flustered for a moment. When he realized that the enemy had actually come up with Astartes-like tactics, he instantly felt terrible. Good heavens, he knew airships had bombing capabilities, and he also knew that artillery could indeed be mounted on airships, but the accuracy of those things for ground bombardment was almost zero. But it was his first time knowing that airships could even be used as combat barges. So, what kind of monstrous existence is the Black Eagle Empire in this world? Andrei was somewhat suspicious for a moment. Could the Emperor of the Black Eagle Empire be the Emperor from the Unification Wars on Terra? So, their current Cambrian Empire is actually the technological warlords of yesteryear? Just as Andrei was complaining incessantly, the enemies in the factory also learned that a unit was launching an attack towards them. No way, how could the Cambrian Empire's army move so quickly? How long have we just been here? Adolf Miller, who was leading this paratrooper unit, looked at the distant explosions with disbelief, feeling that the Cambrian Empire's reaction speed this time was simply unscientific. But in the next moment, he cast such minor issues aside. Chapter 125, Get me up, get me up. Holy cow, a quack. It's all right. Though our enemies arrived a bit quickly and unexpectedly, we will crush them with ease. To the soldiers in the factory, André Miller simply raised his arm and shouted. Knights, let us shatter them with a fierce counterattack and bury them here completely. It's time to show those weak Cambrians what hell looks like. No sooner had he finished speaking than all the soldiers in the factory cheered loudly. Hiss hi. Although the previous attack was sudden, the unfortunate players who had died were once again revived next to André's military banner. Compared to the initial dauntless charge, the players' actions seemed more cautious this time. At least, they didn't all charge with bayonets, mindlessly going all in without a care. Next to André, soldiers constantly surrounded him, carefully guarding their superior. On one hand, they considered André to be an important NPC, on the other hand, there were no other revival points nearby, so they could only revive under André's flag. If André, the flag bearer, fell, then this wave would be tragic for them. Who knew where they would revive? Tat tat tat. Tat tat tat. A series of dense single-shot sounds suddenly rang out, and a charging player fell to the ground in response. But in the next moment, another player immediately pulled out the newly launched carrot launcher, aimed it at the window from which shots were being fired in the distance, and fired a grenade into it without hesitation. Boom. With a loud explosion, the soldier operating the machine gun instantly fell silent, and the player who had fallen earlier was pulled up by a medic who followed closely behind, suffering no casualties whatsoever. André nodded, it seemed this wave of medics was quite reliable. After all, in battlefield, a medic's secondary duty is to save lives and tend to the wounded, their primary duty is to enjoy the fight first. If they truly encountered someone who was too engrossed in fighting, even if he passed right by you, he wouldn't think of giving you a shot with a small needle. Everyone, you go left, I'll take another group and attack from the right. Pay attention to the railway on your left, enemies might ambush you there using the mine carts. After arranging the combat order, André, regardless of whether these players would listen, led a group of people to the right. Both the left and right sides seemed difficult to attack. The left had a large open railway area, making it easy for enemies to ambush using mine carts as cover, and also had large, exposed open areas. Meanwhile, the right side had an unusually large number of buildings, various factory buildings and pipelines, and countless towering chimneys. All of these would serve as excellent ambush locations. But since the previous urban combat had already been fought, what did he have to worry about when facing such complex terrain? Especially within 300 meters, every enemy position was already displayed on the minimap. André casually pointed to the side, and a player immediately understood, picked up a sniper rifle, and eliminated an enemy shooter on the chimney. That unlucky fellow had just climbed up, preparing to pick a high ground to take a few pot shots, and then quickly hide behind the chimney by circling around the central platform. However, he never expected that the officer in the enemy team would discover him instantly, as if he had precognition. At the same time, the sound of gunfire on the other side suddenly intensified. André didn't know what the players over there had encountered, but it seemed they were now fully engaged, with even the sound of cannons appearing. On André's side, some players had also set up mortars in advance and fired 2 shots at several unclear areas ahead. Although they couldn't see what was behind those obstacles, when they fired, they would automatically switch to an overhead view. At this point, they could naturally see clearly what enemies were behind those obstacles. Several consecutive mortar shells failed to hit the enemy, but the shelling on this side seemed to have also angered the enemy's precision shooters in the distance. With a bang, a player's head was instantly blown open by a bullet, and he fell to the ground without a sound. However, next to him, a medic who happened to be passing by completely ignored him, just holding an M1916 marksman, aiming down sights, and engaging in a direct gunfight with the enemy opposite. Doctor, hurry and save me. Holy cow. Damn it, it's a battlefield quack. Seeing his hope running further and further away, the player who had been constantly adding in the comment section instantly felt life had lost its meaning. But just then, he saw another medic running towards him. Big shot, hurry and get me up, holy cow, are you kidding me? This time, that unlucky player's mentality completely collapsed. Because the medic running towards him originally wanted to revive him, but unexpectedly, a dreadnought mech that happened to rumble by lifted its steel foot and sent that medic player flying. Pfft! What kind of useless teammates are these? Don't they know how to look where they're going when driving an armored vehicle? That's strange, why do I feel like I just stepped on something? A driver asked the gunner above him with a puzzled look, but the gunner was simply nonchalant. Who knows, maybe it was a speed bump. Don't think so much, hurry up and fire a shot at that sharpshooter over there, or else that guy will run away. Boom! With a huge cannon roar, a 75mm shell instantly penetrated the factory wall in the distance, blowing a large hole in it. However, André's binoculars did not show any enemy corpses. It seemed that the precision shooter had already escaped beforehand. Meanwhile, inside a factory building, several Fear Knights hiding in a corner looked on with anger and surprise at the dreadnought mech striding towards them in the distance. Although the Black Eagle emblem on the front of this dreadnought mech had been repainted into a completely different golden double-headed eagle with a red star hanging below it. How could they not recognize this classic design as their own dreadnought mech? Damn it! These despicable thieves! The Empire's precious assets have fallen into enemy hands. After cursing twice, Lieutenant Colonel Miller asked a nearby Fear Knight. Jaeger, do you have the confidence to penetrate that mech? That thing is too suppressive, continuously shelling like this isn't a solution. Jaeger nodded, pulled out a pile of parts from the huge backpack on his armored back, and quickly assembled a 2-meter-long large gun, or rather, a cannon. After all, a normal large gun would never have a caliber of 37 millimeters. An anti-armor gun like this could not be used by ordinary soldiers, but as a Fear Knight, he was wearing the Empire's power armor. With the power armor's cushioning, he was fully capable of using such super equipment that a single soldier could not use at all. Chapter 126, Lieutenant Colonel, are you sure I really hit it? I never thought that one day, I would use this equipment to deal with the Empire's own armored vehicles. Looking at the dreadnought mech in the distance that was still continuously firing its cannon, Jaeger couldn't help but complain. Although he was dealing with his own armored vehicles, he was more adept at attacking them because he was familiar with various parameters and understood their structure and weaknesses. But deep down, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Pushing a sub-caliber tungsten core armor-piercing round into the cannon, Jaeger carefully aimed at the joint of the armored vehicle in the distance, specifically at one of its thighs. He did not intend to attack the front armor of this armored vehicle, as its front armor was 40 millimeters thick. Even with a tungsten core armor-piercing round, the anti-armor rifle he was using had a penetration depth of only about 35 millimeters at 500 meters, making it almost impossible to penetrate the dreadnought's front armor at 800 meters. So he aimed at the relatively weaker leg joint on the side of the armored vehicle. If he could shatter or jam this joint, the armored vehicle would be instantly paralyzed. This was similar to hitting the tracks of an enemy tank on the battlefield. Once the tracks were broken, even if the tank wasn't severely damaged, it couldn't continue fighting. Bang! A huge explosion suddenly occurred, and as a large plume of muzzle flash erupted, an armor-piercing round flew directly towards the leg of the dreadnought mech in the distance. It must be said that this Fear Knight's marksmanship was quite accurate, especially since, as an anti-armor soldier, his power armor also had specialized aiming goggles. Therefore, this armor-piercing round accurately hit the leg joint of the dreadnought mech in the distance, firmly lodging itself at the base of its thigh. Damn it, I've been hit. This broken thing can't move now. After pushing a few times, the player controlling the dreadnought mech realized the situation was dire and immediately shouted in the chat area. Within 3 seconds of the message being sent, repair soldiers carrying large wrenches rushed over. It must be said that these players were truly hoarders. When they discovered that picking up large wrenches from outside could directly turn them into repair soldiers, many players specifically ran out to search for wrenches. As a result, many players now carried a wrench in their backpacks. While they might not always use it, they absolutely had to have one. Of course, because of this, Andrei's team inexplicably earned the nickname Wrench Thieves, and many people who found their wrenches mysteriously stolen couldn't help but wonder what Andrei needed so many wrenches for. Unfortunately, even now, Andrei himself didn't know that his team had inexplicably acquired such a strange infamous reputation. As a repair soldier quickly hid behind the dreadnought mech and forcefully twisted a few times with a wrench, the thigh, which had been jammed by the armor-piercing round, miraculously recovered. Nice shot, Jaeger. You are indeed the best marksman. Seeing the armored vehicle in the distance jammed, Miller, who was observing from the other end, excitedly shouted to Jaeger, who had just jumped down. Is that so? It seems my marksmanship hasn't gotten rusty after more than half a year. Jaeger wasn't sure if he had achieved a result, because the moment he fired, he unhesitatingly jumped out of the window and hid behind the thick wall. This was already their standard tactical procedure in training, because the sound of this anti-armor rifle firing was simply too loud. As a result, almost the instant they fired, the anti-armor soldier's position would immediately be exposed to the enemy's eyes. So during training, they were explicitly emphasized. Don't look at your results, don't think about taking a second shot. As soon as you fire one shot, regardless of whether it hits, immediately leave your current position and proceed to the next firing point. Miller clearly saw a burst of fire erupt from the dreadnought mech's thigh area in the distance as that armor-piercing round hit. He was certain that this armor-piercing round had definitely hit the enemy and severely damaged its joint. However, just after Miller excitedly reported the result, he suddenly saw that the dreadnought mech, which had been smoking earlier, had completely recovered in the blink of an eye. What a joke, how could the dreadnought mech, which had just had a leg broken, be running again so soon? At the same time, Jaeger had also switched to another position, preparing to harvest the enemy's next armored vehicle. Wait, Lieutenant Colonel, what's going on? Didn't you just say I hit that armored vehicle? How is this thing running again? Lieutenant Colonel Miller was a bit flustered, because he also didn't know what was going on. He had heard other soldiers say that after fighting many battles, one would encounter all sorts of strange and mysterious phenomena on the battlefield. Could this be the legendary encounter with a mysterious phenomenon? I don't know what's going on either. Why don't you try shooting it again? Hearing Miller's words, Jaeger couldn't help but sigh and could only shoulder his rifle to aim again. If he wasn't afraid of being locked onto by the enemy's mech, he would really want to see with his own eyes if he had hit it. Bang! There was another crisp sound. This time, his luck was good, an armor-piercing round hit almost the same spot as before, firmly jamming the root leg joint of this armored vehicle. Damn it, again? So it's targeting me. The player inside the dreadnought cursed as he quickly told the repair soldiers to repair it again. As the player behind him twisted the wrench with a clanking sound, the previously broken leg was once again restored to its original state. Lieutenant Colonel, so I hit it this time too, and it had no effect. Looking at the mech that was once again lively and charging towards them with big strides, Jaeger looked at Lieutenant Colonel Miller standing in the distance with a face full of black lines. Damn it, let's retreat first, don't stay here anymore, the other side has already noticed us. I suspect there might be a metal elementalist in the enemy's team, otherwise they couldn't repair the mech so quickly. Next, we'd best observe carefully and try to kill their elementalist with one strike. Lieutenant Colonel Miller gave orders while muttering to himself. Logically speaking, Cambrian Empire's elementalist resources were very scarce, most Cambrian Empire troops couldn't receive elementalist support, and the size of this enemy team in front of them seemed to be only a battalion. So, were they just unlucky this time, happening to encounter the enemy's elite? But what kind of elite uses such a mixed assortment of mechs, even including mechs captured from their Black Eagle Empire? He had never seen an elite force whose weapons were all such a motley collection. Chapter 127, The enemy's wrench is very likely some kind of magic conducting equipment. Hey, slow down, slow down. Are you trying to shake me off? The repairman, who had himself completely hanging on the back of the dreadnought mech, couldn't help but shout at the player who was charging forward with huge strides. Why care so much? You're in climbing mode right now, as long as you don't let go, it's impossible for you to fall off. Damn it, that bastard broke my leg twice in a row. If I don't kill him, I won't feel at ease. Not only was Jaeger's mentality a bit unbalanced when he saw that his two shots clearly hit but had no effect, even the player's mentality was a bit unbalanced. He was driving his mech perfectly fine, but someone kept breaking its leg. Wasn't this targeting him? And after 2 consecutive shots, he had roughly pinpointed the enemy's location, the factory buildings in the distance. With the dreadnought mech's large strides, he could cover 800 meters in less than a minute. Thump thump thump. The dreadnought mech, charging forward with a bayonet, looked incredibly imposing. However, the Black Eagle Empire paratroopers defending various positions in the factory area paid no mind to it. This mech pilot was definitely an idiot, shaking off the accompanying soldiers behind him. Were they really planning to fight so many of them with just one vehicle crew? A soldier quickly prepared a cluster grenade. Seeing the mech approaching, he immediately threw the grenade out of the window. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. Because the dreadnought mech took large strides while charging, this wave of explosions only detonated at its feet and did not directly hit it. But even so, the huge explosion impact and shrapnel damaged the dreadnought mech's transmission system. The movement of one leg clearly couldn't keep up with the other. No problem. The repairman, holding a large wrench, hung on the back. After 2 quick twists, the previously malfunctioning transmission system was immediately fixed. At the same time, the pilot operating the mech spun around with astonishing speed and blasted the soldier who couldn't escape in time with one shot. Careful, it seems we've pushed a bit too far. Looking at the enemies around him, it was only then that the somewhat hot-headed player realized his situation was not good. But then, he only hesitated for a moment before deciding to continue charging forward. Are you kidding? He had already charged this far, could he really run back? Keep charging forward. If he died, he died. A few seconds later, he would revive near the military flag, and they would be good men again. Andrei, who was holding the flag behind but hiding behind other armored vehicles, couldn't help but cover his head, feeling a headache coming on, as he looked at the player in the distance who was recklessly charging forward. Players were good in every other aspect, but this one point was truly not good, they were too uncontrollable. At least for now, armored units were precious weapons in his hands, the kind where each one lost meant one less. Thinking of this, Andrei quickly issued a mission to cover the armored vehicles, having more players cooperate and charge forward together. Cluster grenades, occasionally thrown from certain corners, kept the dreadnought mech in a very dangerous situation, but the repairman, constantly repairing the mech from the rear, desperately tried to save it. He felt like he was about to make his wrench smoke. Taking such an item in the first place, and then volunteering to be a repairman, he was absolutely screwed. He originally thought he would be on the battlefield, engaging the enemy head-on, fully enjoying the shock of gunfire and flames, but in the end, he felt like a plumber. Meanwhile, the Black Hawk soldiers in the vicinity were also all numb. Several Fear Knights, who had hidden behind buildings and didn't charge out immediately, looked at the dreadnought mech at the intersection with disbelief. They were also puzzled. Was the Empire's military-industrial quality really that good? How many cluster grenades had this mech taken consecutively? Not 10, but at least 8, right? After taking so many cluster grenades in a row, this mech remained incredibly resilient. Was this still the dreadnought mech they remembered, with high attack and low defense? By the way, did you notice that there seems to be a person hanging on the back of this mech? One Fear Knight had sharper eyes and saw the repairman hanging on the back of the mech, swinging back and forth but unable to be shaken off. Although he admired this guy's arm strength and courage, what he truly focused on was the wrench in this guy's hand. What an interesting item. This is the first time I've seen a product that can restore mech damage by just twisting it a few times. The Cambrian Empire's magic conducting craftsmanship is stronger than we imagined. After casually saying a few words, he suddenly turned to look at his companion next to him and pointed at the still hanging repairman. Shoot him down, and try to seize that wrench. The Empire needs such new weapons. The Fear Knight next to him nodded silently and ran forward stealthily. Then, he suddenly raised one of his arms, and 2 parallel submachine guns immediately spewed out fierce tongues of fire. Damn! Where did this submachine gun soldier come from? The unlucky repairman was busy twisting his wrench when he was suddenly hit by bullets from the side. After dying, he looked at the kill replay and found that, at some point, an enemy Fear Knight was hiding on the side. What the heck, how dare you kill my repairman? Discovering their teammate had died, the two vehicle crew players were both shocked and furious. They raised their cannon and prepared to blast the Fear Knight to death. But just then, a shattering loud noise suddenly came from above his head. Wait, what just landed on our heads? The gunner had just managed to ask a question when a sudden sharp blade, with a whoosh, pierced through the top steel plate and then plunged fiercely into his body. The dreadnought mech basically had no protection on its top, only an 8mm thick layer of armor, because, normally speaking, almost nothing could hit the top of the mech unless it encountered bombing from an airship. However, a Blade Warrior, a modified human unit, suddenly leaped down from the top of the adjacent factory building, landing precisely on this mech. And the opponent's giant blade, which had an added coating specifically designed to cause armor-piercing damage to enemies, then easily pierced through the dreadnought mech's weak top, killing the gunner player inside and effectively opening this can. When the other players rushed over, they only saw that the dreadnought mech was already standing still. The top armor, which had been completely cut open, was casually thrown aside like a lid, and a Blade Warrior they had encountered before just crawled out from inside the mech. Chapter 128, Elites. We're fighting elites. Rat-a-tat-tat. Seeing such a strange thing suddenly crawl out of the mech, the player was quick-witted and, without hesitation, opened fire on it. Even though the modified soldier had strong vitality, suddenly encountering so many guns firing at him naturally meant he couldn't hold on. If someone were to perform an autopsy on this thing now, the conclusion would surely be that a small amount of human tissue was found among a large amount of metal. Some players also charged into a nearby alley with bayonets, attempting to pursue the previous Fear Knight. However, in the narrow alley combat, the Fear Knight was quite agile. His power armor granted him extreme speed, and after just a few steps, he disappeared, his hiding place unknown. On the contrary, a pursuing player accidentally took a series of submachine gun bullets and immediately fell to the ground, only able to call for a medic. But it didn't matter, that group of Fear Knights wouldn't get far. Andre, who had brought more players to pursue, glanced at the huge factory building in front of him. After a brief thought, he said to the other players. Flank them. We'll split into two teams and go around from the sides. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the military flag and ran off to the left. As they went around, a Fear Knight poked his body out of a window and used a submachine gun to spray bullets at the players passing below. It must be said that the submachine guns they used had truly fierce firepower, almost indistinguishable from a submachine gun sentry. A volley of shots would take down several players below. But at the same time, the players were not to be trifled with. The Fear Knights who showed their heads, except for the first few who were caught by surprise and managed to escape unscathed. For the remaining Fear Knights who showed their heads again, players who had already laid down and set up their tubes on the ground sent them to their doom with a single shot. Although the Fear Knights' armor protection was good, this set of power armor was practically a human armored vehicle. However, against a 40mm rapid-fire cannon, their armor was no different from paper. The tube truly lived up to its reputation as a divine weapon capable of countering everything. In the hands of players, this rapid-fire cannon was especially effective against anything, just like now against the Fear Knight. Ordinary bullets couldn't penetrate the Fear Knight's front armor at all, having no effect on the Fear Knight's body, but an tube could easily take down a Fear Knight with just one shot. After taking several consecutive shots, these Fear Knights also learned their lesson and no longer dared to casually show their heads and shoot from the windows. It was their first time seeing such a single-person anti-armor weapon. In previous training, Fear Knights were trained to be brave and aggressive. Their primary requirement was to kill as many enemies as possible in the shortest amount of time. The reason for such training was that most individual weapons could not penetrate the Fear Knight's power armor, and those large anti-armor weapons were often particularly sluggish and could not keep up with the agility of these power-armored soldiers. However, the tubes used by the players in front of them truly shattered their perceptions. Many Fear Knights recalled the news they had received not long ago and immediately recognized this unit. Damn it, I know. I know which unit we're facing. One Fear Knight said to his companions with a pale and extremely grim expression. If nothing goes wrong, we are currently encountering the unit known as the Coldwater Town Beasts. I didn't expect it, but we actually ran into that beast legion, those fiends in the smoke. Andre didn't know that many people in the Cambrian Empire had given him the title of Fiend in the Smoke. But at the same time, the Black Eagle Empire also had vivid memories of Andre's smoke grenades and bayonets. Of course, what left the deepest impression on them was not this, but the extremely desperate fighting style of this unit. A few veterans who had participated in that battle and ultimately survived, or rather, had found a place to escape or hide midway, were all found by others in extreme terror, suffering from severe psychological trauma. Recalling those relentless, almost bayonet-charging tough guys who flattened all opponents, they felt a lingering fear even now. Those people were simply devils who had crawled out of the ice hell in the legends of the Cambrian Empire. And regarding the characteristics of this unit, in addition to the soldiers' fearlessness of death and the abundance of automatic weapons, there was another characteristic that left a very deep impression on survivors: they used a very peculiar hand cannon. That flexible but powerful hand cannon was very effective whether used for anti-armor or against special infantry. When this news was sent back, many engineers racked their brains but couldn't understand how the enemy managed to shrink a cannon so small that a soldier could use it like a rifle. In their opinion, since the opponent could easily carry and use this cannon individually, it meant that its weight must be extremely light, certainly not much heavier than a gun. Of course, if they knew that the actual weight of this cannon was a full 40 kilograms, they would quickly stop being troubled. Enough. Shut up, all of you. So what if we ran into an elite enemy unit? In this factory building, Captain Meyer, who led this Fear Knight squad, angrily shouted at the somewhat flustered soldiers around him. Don't forget what we are. We are the Empire's famous Black Lightning. Elites? We're fighting elites. It's time to make this elite unit suffer a crushing defeat. We will prove with our actions that their proud bayonet charge is useless in the face of technology. Of course, despite his words, Captain Meyer was no fool. Although he had never seen the player's instant kill bayonet charge, he knew that these Cambrian soldiers, with their peculiar hand cannons, must have strong anti-armor capabilities. Therefore, the best way for them to achieve a breakthrough was to strike first. Get ready, the enemy is approaching in 2 groups, left and right. The left flank is weaker, so let's deal with the people on the left first. Now, listen to my command, the Guardian mech will lead the way, the Fear Knights will charge with it, and the remaining people will cover the rear. We will crush their left flank within 3 minutes. For the Empire, we must hold this place. Hail hey! Andrei and his group made a large detour and finally reached the site of the factory building. It was unknown who built this dilapidated factory, it was like a fortress. Ordinary weapons simply couldn't penetrate its thick walls. And if explosives were used, Andrei was worried about damaging the equipment inside the factory, so he could only slowly go around. Otherwise, he would have blown a large hole in the wall and charged straight in. Careful, it sounds like there's something around the corner. Listening carefully for a moment, Andrei turned and roared. Quick, throw smoke grenades. Fix bayonets and deal with them. Chapter 129, Strange, why are the enemies charging with plungers? Through the mini-map, Andrei knew that the enemies had ambushed many people behind the wall, especially a group of Fear Knights. Therefore, what he wanted was to catch the enemies off guard. Under the cover of smoke grenades, he directly had the players charge forward blindly with bayonets. No matter how well prepared these Fear Knights were, Andrei believed that they would inevitably be stabbed to death by the players' bayonets. The players' bayonet charge was truly worthy of its reputation, a great weapon that killed gods and demons when dealing with humanoid units at close range. As soon as Andrei finished speaking, a volley of smoke grenades was thrown out, followed by a group of players who had been eager to unleash a fierce charge. Ural. Watching a group of players roar and rush into the smoke, a smile appeared at the corner of Andrei's mouth. He felt that this wave should be stable. But in the next moment, the intense gunfire that suddenly erupted from behind the corner of the wall startled Andrei. Intense gunfire was nothing, with so many Fear Knights ambushed, it would be strange if the gunfire wasn't intense. However, amidst this intense gunfire, Andrei not only heard the sound of submachine guns but also heard the explosive sound of some kind of machine gun, which was much louder than a submachine gun. Immediately after, he also heard a player curse, "Holy crap! What a scam!" And then, for some reason, there was no more sound. Realizing that something was wrong, Andrei quickly checked the chat area and found that some players had actually encountered the enemy's mech units. Wait a minute, are you kidding me? Isn't this enemy unit paratroopers? Although Andrei had seen the large rocket drop pods before, the space in such rocket drop pods was limited. It seemed that each pod could only transport 3 to 4 Fear Knights at a time. So, how did such a large item as a mech get transported down? Could it be that the Black Eagle Empire had specially researched airdropped mechs? Brother Hunan, damn, I'm screwed. This thing is clearly not much bigger than a Fear Knight, and not even as tall as a Fear Knight, so why is it classified as a mech unit? Brave New, perhaps it's because this thing is driven by a person, not worn by a person. After looking at the screenshot in the chat area, Andrei finally understood. It turned out that the enemy had indeed deployed mech units, but they were not the mech units he had imagined. Compared to a normal large iron can, the mech unit he saw this time looked somewhat like a pacifier mech, but it was a severely shrunken version. Compared to the pacifier, this thing was even less than 2 meters tall. It was unclear how thick the armor was, but there was only one machine gun on the top of the mech. So what is this thing? A miniature pacemaker? If compared, this mech, compared to other mechs, is roughly equivalent to Italy's World War II CV-33 miniature tank, a small tank weighing less than 3 tons, just like the comparison between it and other tanks. Andrei did not know that this mech, named Guardian, was actually one of the earliest mechs developed by the Black Eagle Empire. However, after a batch of these were developed and manufactured, they were consistently rejected by the military because they felt that these things were simply too much of a stopgap. The production department felt that the military's demand for mech production was too difficult and believed that using such stopgap mechs could also fight. However, the military felt that these things could not fight the armored battles they envisioned and could at most only support infantry. Therefore, this miniature mech, named Guardian, was once left to gather dust in the warehouse. Even if armored soldiers had no armored units to pilot, they were unwilling to operate this broken thing. However, with the invention of rocket drop pods and the further development of paratroopers, this thing surprisingly found a second life. Although this thing is small and lacks firepower and protection, it is precisely because it is small enough that it can be stuffed into a rocket drop pod for airdropping. With this advantage, this thing was immediately equipped to paratrooper units, becoming an important fire support unit for paratroopers. After all, no matter what, this thing is still a mech, at least equipped with a heavy machine gun, and it can also be fitted with rockets. In terms of firepower output, this thing, both in terms of intensity and sustainability, is much stronger than the submachine guns carried by the Fear Knights. And the Black Eagle Empire's side did not expect that their mech unit would even trick the players. Although strictly speaking, the difference between this thing and power armor is not that great, its weight is just a little heavier than power armor. However, in the judgment, power armor was judged as an infantry unit, while this thing was judged as an armored vehicle, making the players' bayonet charges completely ineffective against it, just like stabbing a tank. Immediately after, the players who had crashed into it here hadn't even figured out what was going on before they were all cut down by the Fear Knights who followed closely behind, wielding great swords. Ha ha ha, they are just a bunch of bayonet brutes. Keep charging, don't stop. Use our mechs to clear the way, charge straight down in one go, and crush them. We must show the might of the Imperial armored soldiers. Captain Meyer was ecstatic at this sight, feeling that the so-called elites were nothing more than this. That armored battalion that collapsed and was even completely annihilated by the enemy was truly useless. How could they be beaten like that while operating proper mechs? They were even worse than their own mechs. It was time to show the combat power that Imperial elites should possess, otherwise, if the combat power of the Imperial army was always dragged down by such useless people, how would they ever be able to hold their heads high in the future? Two Guardian mechs aggressively climbed over the corner of the wall, their heavy machine guns continuously sweeping. Several players who had just charged forward were swept down again, as if all charges were futile. But these two mechs did not expect that the players charging at the very front were only clearing the way for their companions behind, or rather, they were unlucky ones who happened to be caught in the middle and had no choice but to charge. Serves them right. Regarding the sacrifice of their companions, the players who followed closely behind showed no sadness. Instead, they couldn't help but gloat in the chat area. These poor guys, who had just come online not long ago and didn't have many points, clearly had no anti-armor weapons, yet they were still crouching here, hoping to pick off a few enemies with their bayonets. But by blocking the front like this, they just happened to block their attack route, preventing them from charging. The Black Hawk armored soldiers easily swept down several Cambrian soldiers in front and were about to operate their machine guns for further sweeping when they suddenly noticed. From behind these soldiers, more Cambrian soldiers were rushing towards them, some of them holding something that looked like a plunger. What is this thing? Is it some kind of strange new weapon again? Before they could react, with a battle cry of Ural, this plunger-like object was directly thrust into their front armor. Chapter 130 Damn it, they're devils in human skin. Q Barbie Mother Pinch Cow. Mother Pinch Cow. As they charged, some players excitedly voiced themselves. Although the sound effects they played were the Eula war cry of Cambrian soldiers charging, for these veteran battlefield players, the sound they made themselves felt more familiar. Rare, truly rare. They didn't expect that after a train ride, this game would not only update with skins but even update with the Tage Unhappy Stick. Although this thing couldn't be considered the best anti-armor weapon, and most serious players didn't really like using it. It had to be said, though, that this thing's ability to create chaos was truly maxed out, and using it brought immense joy. When the Tage Unhappy Stick successfully plunged into the enemy's frontal armor, a huge explosion roared. Just like in Battlefield, the players operating this weapon here were also thrown backward by the impact of the explosion, appearing to fall heavily to the ground, almost as if they could be killed by the fall. At the same time, the metal jet that erupted from the front of the spike mine easily blasted a small hole in the front of the Guardian's armor. The scorching hot metal instantly killed the single driver inside. Looking at the chaotic scene before him, Andrei couldn't help but cover his eyes. The sight was truly too beautiful, making him unable to bear to look. These players were truly too much. Those two armored vehicles weren't heavy armor, their frontal armor was only about 10 mm thick. They could have easily dealt with those two armored vehicles using an IT launcher. But it seemed, perhaps because their previous bayonet charge had been for nothing, leading to an imbalance in the players' mindset, they had directly swapped their bayonets for spike mines this time, using the Tage Unhappy Stick to continue their charge. Although Andrei couldn't help but complain, from the perspective of the Black Hawk soldiers, they were utterly terrified by the scene before them. The Fear Knights, who were originally preparing to charge with the mechs, now had blank minds. Even now, they hadn't reacted. What weapon did the enemy use to blow up these mechs? Damn it, are they charging with shells tied to spears? One Fear Knight couldn't help but ask. He didn't even notice that his voice was trembling, and his mouth was dry. They're crazy, they're absolutely crazy. Aren't they afraid of blowing themselves up too? Seeing such a desperate fighting style for the first time, these Fear Knights had to admit they were scared. Especially when they saw with horror that the soldiers who had charged forward earlier and were subsequently blown several meters away, actually struggled to get back up, picked up their guns covered in blood, roared, and continued their bayonet charge towards them. At this moment, they truly understood what a beastly warband was. These soldiers were simply devils crawled out of hell. Retreat, fall back. Captain Meyer backhanded a charging fellow with his greatsword, then shouted to his companions beside him. His voice involuntarily trembled, and his heart pounded. He only felt that the enemies he was fighting were definitely not humans, but some kind of devil in human skin, some unspeakable entity. Tat tat tat. Tat tat tat. Upon receiving the order to retreat, the Fear Knights immediately began to run backward without hesitation, showing no awareness of being heavily armored. They covered each other with submachine guns while slowly retreating. Although they knew they shouldn't retreat, as their space would only be continuously compressed by the enemy, the fear in their hearts made them subconsciously not want to stay there any longer. Bang! A player lay on the ground, setting up an IT launcher and firing at a Fear Knight, immediately taking him down. But then, he was also riddled with bullets by another Fear Knight's submachine gun. Some players also continued their fierce bayonet charge, displaying a rather fearless posture. Although the enemy's firepower was fierce, the sense of accomplishment from bayoneting such a heavily armored soldier to death was quite satisfying. Moreover, bayonets were free and could be obtained without spending any merit, which was much better than using anti-armor weapons. Even if they didn't kill the enemy and were counter-killed, they didn't lose out. If they killed one, it was a pure profit. But the players' continuous bayonet charges had already made the enemy somewhat neurotic. They once dismissed it, thinking that the so-called elites were nothing special, at most just a bunch of reckless brutes who liked to bayonet charge. But fighting to this point, they realized how wrong they had been. How were these brutes? These were clearly suicidal madmen. Facing such madmen, a rational army simply couldn't fight them. Only equally crazy madmen could fight them desperately. They even suspected whether these guys would choose to tie grenades all over themselves and directly pull the pins when they rushed in front of them. Indeed, as the battle progressed, some players had actually thought of using this tactic. However, when players used grenades, there didn't seem to be an option for this, no way to tie all the grenades to their bodies and pull the pins directly, which prevented them from using the suicide bomber tactic. Otherwise, given these players' love for creating chaos, they would never have missed such a fighting style. The Fear Knights retreated again and again, quickly reaching the factory entrance. They also knew that they shouldn't retreat into such a building, otherwise, in such a narrow, enclosed space, the enemy could simply rely on throwing grenades to eliminate them. But they couldn't control the fear in their hearts. Faced with the constant charging of those guys, they seemed to have no choice but to keep retreating. No, we can't retreat any further. Everyone hold the line. If we keep retreating like this, all of us will die. From now on, let our enemies know that it's not just them who dare to risk their lives, we do too. Captain Meyer swung his two-handed greatsword, roaring at the other Fear Knights, hitting a few of them hard with the flat of his blade. Only then did he awaken as if from a dream, feeling utterly ashamed of his previous performance. Damn it, he was an Imperial elite. How could he be scared off by such guys? As long as they utilized the advantage of crossfire, the enemy would never be able to charge forward, victory would surely belong to them. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly heard an extremely heavy footsteps from behind him. Seeing that the situation was bad, he turned around to look, and his mouth involuntarily dropped open. Because at some point, a hunter mech, which belonged to their Black Eagle Empire, had rumbled over to their location. And this Black Hawk armored vehicle, with the Cambrian Empire's emblem on its chest, now extended two massive mechanical arms towards them, aiming its guns at them. Chapter 131, Head Dogs Always Bring a Big Haul. Oh my god! Seeing the hunter mech that had driven over at some unknown time, the group of Fear Knights, completely cornered, instantly fell into despair. They had never in their wildest dreams imagined that one day, their final fate would be to die under an armored vehicle produced by their own empire. But before they could say anything, the player operating the hunter mech made their move. A large volley of metal spikes, fired from an electromagnetic railgun, rained down like a storm of armor-piercing rounds, completely overwhelming the Fear Knights' power armor. Although neither the players nor Andre understood how the Black Eagle Empire's technology tree had developed to the point of even producing electromagnetic weapons, it didn't stop them from finding the weapon effective. While the large metal spikes suffered from significant drop and didn't have a very long range, their power at close range was truly immense. In an instant, the Fear Knights were all buried in a terrifying storm of metal, with no room to counterattack. Only a few Fear Knights, whose reaction speeds were extraordinary, managed to make a desperate dive at the last moment, taking cover inside the factory building and barely avoiding a fatal blow. Even so, their legs and bodies were hit by more than one metal spike, instantly putting them in a severely wounded state. Although they wore power armor and used rocket drop pods for aerial combat, they were ultimately not Astartes. Each of them was an elite soldier carefully selected by the Black Eagle Empire, powerful individuals of imposing stature, but they were still only flesh and blood. A metal spike embedded in a thigh was enough to put them out of commission for at least half a year, and possibly even cripple them for life. Ha ha ha, we're rich, we're rich. We're truly rich now. The two players inside the hunter mech roared with excitement, feeling their spirits soaring to the extreme. With this volley, although they weren't entirely sure how many Fear Knights they had eliminated, they had definitely killed a large number of the enemy's elite soldiers. Now this was good, one elite soldier was worth several ordinary enemy soldiers they might kill, and wiping out so many at once meant they had practically become instantly wealthy. Unfortunately, when they turned their muzzles, intending to further harvest the enemies lying in the factory building, several other players had already rushed in and used bayonets to finish off the fallen Fear Knights. Damn it, head dogs. Report. There's a snitch. Their impending kills vanished, and the mech piloting player couldn't help but wail in despair, though no one else seemed to care much about it. The plaza was full of enemies, and they had plenty more opponents to deal with. After several players charged in, Andre led his men inside as well, taking advantage of the situation to occupy the factory building and convert it into his first resurrection point in the area. With a resurrection point, Andre no longer had to worry about players constantly appearing beside him, as having them all gathered around him would only make him a larger target. For example, during the previous split force operation, the number of players on both paths should have been roughly equal, but because players on the other path were constantly being killed and then resurrecting by Andre, his side ended up with more and more people. It was precisely because of this that Andre's location always became the player's main attack direction, while the other side unconsciously became a supporting attack. After all, as the battle progressed, one side was almost wiped out, while the other side actually grew in numbers, naturally locking in the main attack direction. After occupying the factory, Andre surveyed its layout and immediately felt a surge of joy. With just a quick glance, he had already spotted 2 massive production lines, as well as several mechanical leg chassis, seemingly not yet fully assembled, laid out in the factory building. So this is what a walking machine is. Andre looked at these chassis with mechanical legs and the strange parts on them for a long time, but still couldn't understand their principle. However, he generally figured out that these chassis seemed to be cast with engines or power units, rather than having separate engine assembly. Because each chassis had a strange large box on top, with a large number of wires connecting to the bottom, it was completely integrated. In addition to these production lines, Andre and his team also found a large number of workers with their hands tied in the adjacent rest area. Upon seeing Andre and his arrival, these workers were first stunned, then instantly burst into cheers. Before this, they had already heard the sounds of fighting outside, but they truly hadn't believed that the army outside could defeat the Black Hawk army here. It wasn't that they lacked confidence in their own army, but rather that they simply didn't believe that a regular Cambrian army could defeat such power-armored soldiers, let alone that these guys had a group of modified humans and miniature mechs in their ranks. However, when the workers were rescued and followed Andre out of the room, they saw the huge mech standing at the factory entrance and immediately understood. No wonder these people could defeat the Black Hawk army guarding this place, it was because they had armored units. Wait a moment, isn't that mech a Black Eagle Empire Hunter mech? You captured this thing. Just then, a knowledgeable worker suddenly exclaimed, then looked at Andre with astonished eyes. He would never mistake the model of this mech, but looking at the markings on the mech, it was clear that this thing had already been captured by their own side. So. Wait, are you the legendary miracle creator? Did you annihilate an entire enemy armored division? As if realizing something, a group of workers instantly looked at Andre with immense reverence, and hearing their words, Andre scratched his head, unsure when he had acquired another nickname. Rumors, all rumors. I only annihilated an enemy armored battalion, annihilating an armored division would be too exaggerated. Andre gave a wry laugh twice, indicating that everyone should not believe or spread rumors. He did want to find an opportunity to annihilate an enemy armored division, but he also had to consider his current strength. If he had to deal with an armored division now, how would he even begin to do it? Fellow villagers, please hide in the room for now and don't run around, the battle isn't over yet. Also, help us out by telling us what enemy equipment you've seen? Where are the remaining enemies now? Chapter 132, finally able to produce armored vehicles. Perhaps it was because they had been living in fear here, and upon seeing their own army finally break through, they at last had a backbone to support them. Or perhaps it was simply because they recognized Andre as a battle hero. In any case, at this moment, not a single troublemaker defied Andre's orders. All the workers were incredibly obedient, stating that they would definitely stay hidden here and absolutely not run around. They weren't foolish, a chaotic battle was raging outside. Why would they run around? Moreover, after witnessing the intensity of the war between the two sides, they also lost any desire to rush out and help. On one side were fearless elite soldiers and large armored vehicles scurrying about, while on the other were Black Eagle Empire's top paratroopers equipped with power armor. With their meager skills, even if they charged forward, they would only increase casualties and, incidentally, cause trouble for their own allied forces. After occupying this area, the players did not stop there but rushed towards the next factory building at an extremely fast pace. The factory building in front was a key defensive area for the enemy and one of the most robust structures here. Once it was taken, the remaining areas would be much easier to conquer. But Andre did not rush out, because he was currently researching the issue of summoning armored vehicles. According to the system display, he could now choose to summon different types of armored vehicles by consuming a certain amount of merit points, and the cost in merit points was not as expensive as Andre had imagined. Even the most expensive Saint Shaman tank was only slightly more expensive than purchasing an elite soldier set. However, summoning armored vehicles all required a waiting time. Summoning a chrysanthemum car took 10 minutes, and summoning a Saint Shaman required 30 minutes. Upon seeing this, Andre couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. From the perspective of tank production, such a production speed was simply too fast, unbelievably fast. One tank every 30 minutes meant 48 tanks a day. Staying here for a few more days, an armored division would be produced. But from the perspective of player combat, such deployment speed seemed a bit slow. Especially considering the player's bold and unrestrained way of driving armored vehicles, if they were given an armored vehicle to drive, it wouldn't be long before they rendered it useless. But it didn't matter, from the overall perspective of the war, this was already good enough. The only thing Andre was relatively dissatisfied with was that if he wanted to maintain this deployment speed for armored vehicles, he had to stay near the factory. Once this factory left the combat zone determined by the system, Andre would not be able to produce tanks out of thin air from these factories. Because of this, his original idea of mass-producing armored units was immediately dispelled. As it stood, unless he remained stationed in the factory without leaving, it would be almost impossible to maintain the Cambrian Empire's armored vehicle production through this method. Ignoring all that, Andre stayed here and quickly issued a system announcement to the players, informing them that armored vehicles could now be summoned here and telling them to make their own arrangements quickly. Upon hearing this news, players who didn't have armored vehicles on hand immediately cheered. They had long wanted to drive some armored vehicles, but in this game, it was quite difficult to acquire them. The Cambrian Empire had only a limited number of armored vehicles, and they were often driven by NPCs. As for capturing enemy vehicles, such opportunities weren't always available. Therefore, even when players secretly arranged to take turns driving, armored vehicles remained a valuable resource. Many players were calling out in the comment section, hoping the game would quickly open up regular means of acquiring armored vehicles. In just a blink of an eye, Andrei's armored vehicle orders were fully booked. It must be said that after fighting their way through, many players had a truly generous amount of merit points on hand. Especially when it came to Andrei, it was impossible for a single person to drive an armored vehicle alone. There was no other way, because the game's control methods were different. So, a tank that could be driven by just one player in the original battlefield now required multiple players to operate. Although Andrei's side didn't require every single position to be filled like in real driving, a driver and the gunners responsible for operating the cannons and machine guns were essential. It was precisely because no player could drive an armored vehicle alone, even the simplest chrysanthemum car required several people to operate together. Therefore, when summoning armored vehicles, players simply found a few well-playing companions and did a carpool, pooling their funds to summon a tank together. Looking at the current orders, Andrei's eyes suddenly lit up, because he realized he had been wrong about something earlier. Before this, he had thought that the deployment waiting times for these armored vehicles were sequential, meaning the factory would slowly produce tanks one after another. But in fact, as long as players purchased these tanks, the production time consumed for each tank was independent of the others, there was no production line queuing issue. In other words, whether a player bought 1 tank or 10 tanks simultaneously, the waiting time for production was exactly the same. Good, this is truly excellent. I thought I would really have to stay in the factory from now on, stuck here unable to move. Andrei couldn't help but laugh excitedly. If this was the case, then he wouldn't have to worry about the armored vehicle output not keeping up with player consumption. As long as players made predictions in advance at the start of the battle, they could completely afford to wait this short amount of time. Of course, all of this depended on ensuring the factory wasn't destroyed, otherwise, if the factory was destroyed halfway through tank production, then all the points paid by the players and Andrei would be wasted. Meanwhile, upon seeing that their purchased armored vehicles also had a deployment countdown, many players couldn't help but start cursing. Brave new, dog planner, isn't this a scam? Producing a tank actually takes so long. Changfen Cat, something's not right. Logically, the game shouldn't set the production time this long, otherwise, by the time the tank is produced, a quick battle should already be over. I strongly suspect that this game most likely has something that can reduce production time, but it requires us to spend money, or it requires additional conditions to trigger. Chapter 133, the chat area always has suggestions ripe for the picking. Upon seeing a player's message in the chat area, Andrei's eyes lit up. Nice, browsing the chat area from time to time always yields some good suggestions. Paying to shorten deployment time, that's a really good suggestion. Referencing this suggestion, Andrei pondered his system and realized he could indeed find a way to exploit a bug. Players purchasing vehicles was one thing, they only needed to operate on the purchase interface he set up. But for Andrei himself, he had another interface exclusive to the planner. So, even if no players clicked to buy, as long as he was willing to spend his influence points, he could completely produce tanks himself. As long as he didn't click deploy, the tanks he produced himself seemed to be able to remain in the system indefinitely, waiting for him to summon them when he wanted to click deploy. This way, as long as I produce a batch of tanks in advance and stock them up, then create a manufacturing accelerator for players that requires a certain amount of merit to purchase, wouldn't that allow players to spend more to instantly deploy tanks? Realizing that he might be able to reap a harvest with this operation, Andrei's mood instantly improved. It was just a pity that he didn't have any armored vehicle inventory yet, so he could only slowly produce and stock them himself for now. At least he had to wait until he had a batch of inventory on hand before he could use this trick, and then he would also have to put a purchase limit on the accelerator. Otherwise, if all the inventory on hand was used up, and then players bought the accelerator only to find it still couldn't speed up, wouldn't that be equivalent to a bug? Thinking of this, Andrei quickly clicked to produce several more armored vehicles, preparing to get a batch of each for himself first. Originally, he had planned to save the influence points harvested from this battle and then use them to research new things. But from the current perspective, he should first get more armored units for himself. Although the long wait for rescue production made many players feel cheated, they still complained while continuing to engage in fierce firefights with enemies in other factories. Although they had taken down the toughest front line, the remaining close quarters combat was still quite brutal. Indeed, players could take out Fear Knights in one wave with their desperate bayonet charges, but the Black Eagle Empire's Fear Knights were not to be trifled with either. Compared to ordinary soldiers, Fear Knights not only had an advantage in firepower but also in reaction speed, especially the great swords in their hands, which had explosive output in close combat. Many players originally wanted to bayonet charge Fear Knights, but before they could even clearly see where the enemy was, they just felt a black shadow flash beside them. In the next moment, these players were either beheaded by a Fear Knight's sword or instantly split in half by a great sword. And unfortunately, if a medic wanted to revive a player, a sufficient degree of corpse intactness was required here. Without sufficient corpse intactness, even a field medic with extremely unscientific abilities couldn't revive these players. Because of this, even if there was no setting in this world that close combat deaths could not be revived, many players who died in close combat still could not be revived by medics. This further increased the difficulty for players to fight against Fear Knights, making these Fear Knights appear even more terrifying. In contrast, some modified human units seemed less formidable and were easily killed by players. The Blade Warriors, which were extremely agile and could jump around on rooftops, certainly posed a threat to players, but against armored vehicles, these things weren't very effective. The heavy machine guns on armored vehicles only needed a burst of fire to easily shred these modified humans, far less difficult than when they fought Fear Knights. Even players' automatic fire could cause great damage to Blade Warriors, completely unlike when they fought Fear Knights, where nothing but armor-piercing weapons could harm them. As for the other giant artillery, that thing didn't appear here, and even if it did, it would be a relatively easy target for players to deal with. Giant artillery required a lot of space and weight due to its large size, so it seemed that this unit had not been included in the Black Eagle Empire's airborne troop roster. And for players, this thing might have very high health, and simply shooting it with bullets might not kill it quickly, but this thing could be dealt with by a single bayonet charge. As long as they withstood the initial artillery fire and rushed towards it, the instant kill damage of the bayonet against infantry units would immediately trigger. And according to Andrei's observations, in the chaotic battles before him, aside from the Fear Knights, which were essentially a combination of trench raider and machine gun sentries and had defenses comparable to armored units, it was actually the skull bombs that were the most difficult to deal with. Explosive drones like these were very easy to deal with in open areas. As long as players observed carefully and calmed down a bit, they could easily detonate these things with ordinary bullets. However, in complex terrains like factories and urban combat, these skull bombs, which were small in size and particularly liked to fly close to corners, posed an exceptionally great threat. Throughout this chaotic battle, who knows how many players fell victim to these things, causing many players to deeply detest them. Even one captured dreadnought mech and 2 reindeer mechs were accidentally blown up by skull bombs that suddenly flew out from corners. As of now, the number of armored vehicle units Andrei had lost was not very high, totaling only 4. Initially, one dreadnought was pierced by a Blade Warrior, and even the crew inside was killed on the spot, but that armored vehicle was not scrapped because of it. After all, the innermost core part of this armor was not damaged, only the top cover was lifted. The repairman just needed to twist a wrench twice, and the top cover automatically recovered. As for the crew inside being gone, just let other players drive it. Do you know how far the queue of players waiting to drive armored vehicles has already stretched? They're even hoping for the unfortunate dead to quickly vacate their spots. However, this dreadnought mech, whether it charged too far forward or was simply unlucky, its luck was ultimately not good. The new driver had just started operating it when an anti-armor rifle, whose wielder had somehow gotten behind it, shot it down. And this time, the armor-piercing round happened to hit the mech's ammunition compartment, causing the entire mech to explode into pieces with a loud bang, giving the repairman no chance to fix it. Chapter 134, The enemy's Fear Knights are also growing. Being hit in a critical spot by the enemy, the ammunition rack exploded directly, which was very frustrating. There was no way to save it. As for the remaining 3 that were destroyed by skull bombs, it was purely because the instantaneous explosive power of these things was too strong. The Black Hawk soldiers operating the skull bombs never let these things act alone, they often sent several or even dozens of bombs rushing forward at once. Because of this, these things have become the #1 armor killer that Andrei and his men need to face in street combat. This thing's explosive power is too strong, even stronger than a player's Tage unhappy stick. Of course, while players were thoroughly shocked by the enemy's diverse skull bombs, the enemy was equally shocked by the players' fearless bayonet charges and Tage unhappy sticks. They had been fighting for so long and had never seen such a fierce bayonet charge. Especially one thing, which they completely couldn't understand. They had no idea what black technology these Cambrian soldiers' bayonets were equipped with, that they could actually pierce their power armor and achieve a one-shot kill against a Fear Knight. They never expected that they, as Fear Knights, would encounter close combat weapons that could break through their armor. They had been fighting for so long, and before this, the only close combat weapons they had encountered that could penetrate their power armor were the plated greatswords and other similar special weapons in their own hands. Therefore, many Fear Knights suspected that the Cambrian Empire might have mastered some new plating technology, making this difficult to manufacture an extremely expensive weapon widespread among common soldiers. This message had already been sent back via radio. They believed the nearby Black Hawk army should have already received this outrageous intelligence. As for how much effort and painstaking work they would put into this outrageous intelligence, the Cambrian soldiers had no way of knowing. In the most intense parts of the battle, a single house or even a corner could change hands several times within 10 minutes, with both sides constantly pulling back and forth on the front lines, both bleeding profusely. To complete the mission of delaying time and holding the enemy here as much as possible, they were fighting for their lives. They had never imagined that the mission of holding out for a day and a half, which they had previously thought would be easy to complete, would now be reduced to such a state under the fierce assault of a crazy unit. At the same time, players also constantly wanted to completely drive the enemy out of the factory or simply annihilate them, but these guys were indeed fighting very tenaciously. Gradually mastering the rhythm, the Black Eagle Empire's Fear Knights were also rapidly growing. In the beginning, because the Black Hawk's Fear Knights were almost unrivaled in terms of infantry, most Fear Knights tended to fight alone and liked to deal damage by themselves. However, after multiple rounds of engagement with players, they gradually realized that dealing damage alone was not advisable. If they truly fought the enemy alone, they would be taught a lesson by that terrifying bayonet charge just a few steps after rushing out. Brothers, hold on. Form into 3-person squads and provide mutual fire support. Assault troops in front, fire support in the rear. Always keep one eye on your back. Lieutenant Colonel Miller, covered in dirt and grime, disregarded his current disheveled state and spoke fiercely to the remaining Fear Knights beside him. He had never thought this battle would turn out like this. More than half of the Fear Knights he had brought were now lost, and the occupied factory area was even less than 1/3. He had to admit, he was truly intimidated by the legendary Beast Regiment. Rumors said these soldiers fought like beasts. In the past, he had dismissed it, but now, he deeply agreed. No, to be precise, even beasts wouldn't fight so brutally and recklessly, the enemies they were facing now were truly no different from the demons of legend. Elites of the Empire, let us launch one last charge and reclaim the factory building on the flank that the enemy has occupied. Everyone, charge with me. If you don't want to be surrounded and killed here, then charge out with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lieutenant Colonel Miller, along with his nearby guard squad, took the lead and charged out. However, as soon as they charged out, 2 Fear Knights fell with crisp explosive sounds. Initially, to pursue speed, players also liked to attack fiercely with bayonet charges, but when they found that Fear Knights were becoming increasingly difficult to deal with, and the enemy even understood formation coordination, they also changed their strategy. This time, player bayonet charges became a feint to distract the enemy, while the players holding it launchers were truly responsible for dealing damage to the enemy. Damn it! It's those small cannons again. Lieutenant Colonel Miller absolutely hated the enemy's small cannons. If it weren't for these things, they wouldn't have been beaten so badly. It was truly baffling. When did individual anti-armor become so easy? He had never heard before that the Cambrian Empire would possess such an advanced anti-armor weapon. This thing was unreasonably powerful. For those Cambrian soldiers hiding in corners in the distance, busy using small cannons to ambush them, Fear Knights immediately used mortars to retaliate against them. As the war progressed, the Black Eagle Empire had modified the Fear Knights into 3 modes: assault type equipped with submachine guns and great swords, anti-armor type equipped with anti-armor cannons, and support type equipped with mortars on their backs. At this moment, all the support type Fear Knights set up their mortars, doing their best to cover the charging soldiers in front with their shells. But at the same time, this batch of support type Fear Knights also continuously suffered blows. Their mortar fire was ultimately too loud, so they were quickly discovered by players. Some players used mortars to bomb them in return, although general shrapnel damage could not penetrate their power armor. Close-range explosions and impacts were enough to cause internal injuries to the Fear Knights inside. However, fortunately, this support-type Fear Knight of the Black Eagle Empire has a major advantage: their firing is particularly flexible. Unlike ordinary soldiers who need to set up tripods and carry mortars around. These mortars are all locked onto the Fear Knights' backs, so they only need to squat down to immediately fire at the enemy, and they only need to stand up and run a few steps to immediately reposition. At this moment, mortar-wielding players who fired and moved to a new location, and the armored artillery on the opposite side who could also reposition in 1 second, could be considered evenly matched. Chapter 135, Oh no, I died from talking too much. Charge, brothers, charge with me again. Hold on, don't die. Led by a hunter mech, a small team of players followed behind, launching a fierce assault on the factory building occupied by the enemy from the flank. At this moment, this mech seemed to embody everyone's hopes. Through continuous charges and tug-of-war, players had already sacrificed countless lives on this path. Although the widespread blood and wreckage only made the players more excited, frankly, constantly fighting on the same stretch of road had eventually made them somewhat weary. Taking advantage of the enemy's Fear Knights pouring out, they seized this opportunity to raid the enemy's base. Although losing such a mech and a large group of experienced players' support meant that the factory they had just captured was very likely to be lost, it didn't matter. The players believed that if they traded bases, these Black Eagle Empire paratroopers would definitely be in a more difficult situation. Such a massive mech rumbling towards them naturally did not go unnoticed by the Black Hawk soldiers guarding the factory. But even if they noticed, there was nothing they could do now. Damn it, that armored battalion of ours that was annihilated by the enemy is truly useless. I also don't understand how a perfectly fine Imperial armored unit could be beaten into such a state by a bunch of rooted soldiers. Although the paratrooper unit led by Lieutenant Colonel Miller was also brutally beaten by the current enemy, this did not prevent him from deeply despising another friendly unit that had already been wiped out. To be honest, that unit had now completely become a disgrace to the Black Eagle Empire. An armored battalion ended up being annihilated by enemy infantry, and even a large number of their armored vehicles fell into enemy hands. It was only because that unit's commander died on the spot. Otherwise, if he had performed like that, he would definitely have been shot by a military tribunal upon his return. If it weren't for a large number of friendly armored vehicles being captured by the enemy, how could their paratrooper unit have fought so difficultly? Although they had some anti-armor capabilities, it had to be said that it was still too difficult for their unit to fight enemy armored units, especially since what they were facing now were their own finely produced armored vehicles. Lieutenant Colonel Miller didn't even need to shout. Jaeger, the anti-armor soldier who remained behind, once again set up his cannon-like anti-armor gun and began to heavily shell the approaching vehicle. Facing a thick infantry support mech like the Hunter mech, he didn't expect to be able to penetrate it. He only aimed to break the enemy's leg. But he despairingly discovered that no matter how he jammed its leg, in just the blink of an eye, it would completely recover again. He was almost certain now that the type of soldier on the other side, wielding a large wrench, was definitely some kind of special magic conducting soldier. He wondered how the Cambrian Empire, with its meager magical resources, managed to cultivate such a metal element magic conducting unit. Thinking of this, he ordered the radio operator to quickly report this matter, emphasizing that the headquarters in the rear must prioritize the training of metal element mages. Their armored units urgently needed such an emergency repair soldier on the battlefield. If they could have such a magic conducting unit accompanying them, then their armored units would be unstoppable. Although its joints were constantly being jammed by the enemy, the Hunter mech still steadfastly charged towards the distant factory building. Looking at the thick walls of the factory, the player controlling the mech suddenly thought that this thing seemed to have a special use. Help me adjust it, tell this mech to lie down. I'll fire a shot with the harpoon from behind. Shouting down to the driver, the gunner player immediately pulled out a special control lever and moved his hand to the red button. Immediately after, with the driver roughly aiming in a direction, the hunter mech, already in a four-limbed stance, let out a booming roar as it fired the huge harpoon from its back. Damn it! Jaeger, who had just climbed through a window and was about to continue his leg-breaking operation, watched in horror as the giant harpoon shot towards him. In the next moment, this harpoon, a full 3 meters long, pierced through his chest and abdomen as if it had struck a salted fish, pinning him heavily against the wall. Intense pain accompanied by massive blood loss made his vision blur, and his hands dropped powerlessly. But an astonishing willpower, coming from who knows where, made him clutch a red button in his hand, refusing to let go. Rumble. After eliminating the troublesome anti-armor soldier, the hunter mech cleared the last obstacle on its path, charging in with the player squad behind it. As for the soldiers left inside, the hunter mech swept them with a volley of metal spikes, turning them all into a bloody mess. Even a blade warrior who climbed onto the rafters, hoping to launch another aerial can opening attack, was shot into minced meat by the metal spikes that followed closely from the hunter mech. Looking at the Fear Knight, who was impaled on the harpoon, in a dying state, but still slightly trembling, the player controlling this hunter mech was furious. Ah, so it was you, kid, who kept breaking my legs. Do you know how hard it was for me to get them fixed? Looking at this NPC who was already half dead, the player controlling the mech couldn't help but complain. And accompanying his complaints, with even greater resentment, was the repair soldier player who had been constantly following him, helping him repair with a wrench. Sigh, why do you NPCs fight so fiercely? Just get your lunchbox already. You made us go through so much trouble. I really don't know how much the developers paid you when programming, to make you fight so desperately for the Black Eagle Empire. Jaeger, in a dying state, his life like a flickering candle in the wind, naturally couldn't quite understand what the players were saying. But he merely raised his head slightly and gave the large mech in front of him a scornful smile. Fools! Despicable serfs, you don't understand what loyalty is. As he said this, he immediately pressed the button he was still clutching, and then, having completed this, his arm and head completely drooped, losing all signs of life. The player didn't pay attention to what the NPC said to him. After all, the NPCs in this game seemed quite intelligent. At this moment, his attention was entirely focused on the button that fell from the Fear Knight's hand. Holy crap! Oh no, this is truly a villain dying from talking too much, and I've become the clown. The hunter mech quickly retreated, and the player couldn't help but complain about himself, but it was already too late. With a huge roar, the explosives preset by the Black Hawk soldiers in that factory building were all detonated, and the hunter mech that had crashed inside was also blown to smithereens. Chapter 136. Players can be dead, but they can't be boring. Hearing the huge explosion behind them, the Fear Knights led by Lieutenant Colonel Miller did not look back, but only further intensified their attack, becoming more desperate. They knew that the troops they had left behind were finished, and now only their team remained. And how long could their team last? Heh, Lieutenant Colonel Miller certainly didn't think they could last a day and a half. Watching the constant absurd firepower shooting from the front, and seeing his comrades fall one after another, Lieutenant Colonel Miller felt a wave of despair. Damn it! The strength of this troop absolutely far exceeded any Cambrian army he had ever seen. He couldn't help but wonder if this troop was even a Cambrian Empire army. He had never heard of the Cambrian Empire having such an elite troop. In his impression, the Cambrian Empire seemed to always be a country that specialized in human wave tactics, but had backward equipment and did not value technological progress. But the troop in front of him had absolutely nothing to do with backward equipment or not valuing technological progress. He was completely fed up with those damned small cannons. He couldn't figure out how the Cambrian Empire managed to produce such a light and lethal small artillery. During the charge, most of the Fear Knights around him fell under that weapon. Compared to anti-armor rifles, this thing seemed lighter and more flexible. And besides that, what he couldn't understand was the enemy's bayonets. He had even specifically captured an enemy bayonet from the battlefield before and studied it in his hand, only to find that this bayonet was not a coded weapon as he had imagined at all. This bayonet did not have that absurd hardness at all. Instead, it would crack with a little force from him. It looked no different from an ordinary bayonet, and it was even one of the relatively inferior metal bayonets from the Cambrian Empire. Because of this, he couldn't for the life of him figure out how the enemy managed to pierce their power armor with such bayonets. What kind of evil magic was this? Push harder, charge. Close the distance and engage them in close combat. Lieutenant Colonel Miller roared at the remaining Fear Knights beside him, then charged forward first, holding a comrade's corpse in his hand. There was no other way. To charge forward, he could only resort to this last resort. If he had any other choice, he wouldn't want to desecrate his comrade's body, but now the only suitable shields he had were the power-armored soldiers who had already fallen. If they didn't use their comrades' corpses as shields, they wouldn't be able to charge forward at all. The continuous small-caliber artillery fire would be enough to kill every single one of them on the way. Hearing Lieutenant Colonel Miller's roar, the other surviving soldiers followed suit, crawling out from behind their cover and holding their comrades' bodies in front of them. Although they might also be stabbed to death by bayonets if they engaged the enemy in close combat, relatively speaking, their chances of survival were higher in close combat. At least with their power armor, they still had a speed advantage, and their great swords were brutal for cutting people. They might not lose to the enemy in a bayonet fight. If they fought from a distance, the enemy not only had those incredibly lethal small caliber cannons, but also constantly falling mortar shells, and even armored vehicles firing at them. So, they thought that as long as they charged into the enemy's front and got into a chaotic melee, they wouldn't use these heavy firepowers against themselves, right? If they still used artillery in this situation, wouldn't they also blow up their own people? Clearly, Lieutenant Colonel Miller overestimated the players' integrity. In a normal army, they would never casually fire on their own people, because doing so would severely damage morale. No one wants to be shot in the back on the battlefield. But unfortunately, players are not normal at all. For players, what does it mean to accidentally injure one's comrades? This is clearly eliminating the kill stealers who were competing for kills with them, it's eliminating their competitors in advance. So when Lieutenant Colonel Miller and his men charged forward, using their comrades' corpses as cover, they were completely stunned, because the situation was completely different from what they had imagined. They had thought that once they charged forward, the surrounding mechs and soldiers would be hesitant and wouldn't dare to fire at them casually. But to their side, a hunter mech that was continuously sweeping them with metal nails showed no intention of stopping its fire at all. 3 unlucky Fear Knights had just gotten into a chaotic fight with 3 players who had rushed towards them. Before they could even chop or stab the opponents to death, a large spray of metal nails shot out. The nail gun, firing like a metal storm, not only mercilessly shattered the power armor on the Fear Knights, but also shredded several players who were still cursing. And in other places, a Fear Knight had just managed to charge forward, preparing to hack the guy opposite him to death with a sword, when suddenly that guy pulled out a poop scooper from who knows where and stabbed him in the chest. Boom! A huge explosion erupted, sending the player, the Fear Knight, and 2 unlucky people caught in the blast flying, resulting in a clean mutual destruction. Damn it! They're crazy, they're completely crazy. I don't understand, what did we do to make them this crazy? Lieutenant Colonel Miller's adjutant took over command, roaring in despair. He watched his superior charge forward bravely and fearlessly, only to be stabbed to death by the enemy's exploding landmines. Damn it, that's absurd. Is that guy sick? Is this a weapon to be used in a crowd? Does he have to self-destruct and die with the enemy to feel comfortable? Isn't living better? Not only was he questioning his soul, but even the other 2 players who were also affected couldn't help but curse him in the chat area. Blue-haired white-bellied mountain boar, damn it. Can't we stab with something else? Isn't it better to stab people with a bayonet? Tun tun xiao shu, tui. I'm really fed up with you, old 6. Isn't it good to live well? You just had to die with the enemy and waste one of my lives. Shenjing xixi, as we all know, players can be dead, but they can't be boring. Lieutenant Colonel Miller's hard-won fearless charge was thus broken by even more fearless players. When the remaining Black Hawk Fear Knights realized that the enemy didn't even care about their own lives or the lives of their comrades, their morale completely collapsed. At this moment, they were no longer the Empire's top elite. They were just a group of confused and bewildered rooted soldiers. Chapter 137, Farewell, Warrior. This is ridiculous. Which brain-dead idiot built this place? How could a warehouse be built into a fortress? Looking at the stone building in front of them, several players who had just charged, but were beaten black and blue, and had barely managed to revive, couldn't help but complain about the building marked as a warehouse. All the remaining Black Hawk Fear Knights had retreated into this warehouse, but only when they attacked did they realize that this place was clearly a solid fortress. Mortar shells exploded, but couldn't break it. Artillery couldn't penetrate its walls. Some players tried to charge, but were mowed down by intense submachine gun fire. Especially one player who charged earlier was a flame trooper. Unexpectedly, his teammates didn't cooperate with him at all and showed no intention of covering him. He was killed by the enemy before he even had a chance to throw his incendiary bomb. Looking at the scene, Andre also couldn't help but complain, because he also really wanted to know which brain-dead person insisted on making a warehouse as sturdy as a fortress. However, Andre didn't know that this place was originally a fortress, or rather, this factory area was built within an existing fortress complex. To save costs, a previously useless abandoned fortress area was thus converted into a factory. It also conveniently added extra bomb resistance, leading to the awkward scene before them. Otherwise, why would normal factory buildings and warehouses need to be built so sturdy? A player drove a newly produced chrysanthemum car up, but after firing 2 consecutive shots with the 76mm cannon equipped on the chrysanthemum car, they still couldn't penetrate the fortress. Lords Hai Wo, if you ask me, we should all just charge together. Just rush in with bayonets. I don't believe they can kill us all. Chang Fen Cat, good point, brave French fry man, this arduous task is yours. Are you kidding? How many people would they have to sacrifice to solve this by charging head-on? Do they really think reviving doesn't cost merit points? Lords Hai Wo thought about it and realized that what he had just blurted out seemed indeed unreliable. However, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately thought of a tactic to deal with this situation. He ran to the nearest resurrection point and mall at the fastest speed and got himself a 3-wheeled motorcycle vehicle. Immediately after, he had other players hang bombs all over his small motorcycle, and then he drove the motorcycle and charged forward. Warriors, farewell. I am returning to the embrace of Mother Cambrian. Before crashing, Lords Hai Wo originally wanted to make a dramatic speech, but he suddenly realized that other players had also thought of this cunning tactic and were also busy redeeming motorcycles. Realizing this, he quickly stopped talking and then drove the motorcycle up at the fastest speed. Please, this kind of kill-stealing tactic absolutely cannot be snatched by others, or he'd have nowhere to cry. There were at least 10 Fear Knights hidden in that warehouse. With this explosion, his merit points would directly skyrocket. Damn it. Lunatics, they are a bunch of lunatics. No, I want to go home, I never want to come here again. A fear knight saw the guy desperately hanging bombs on the motorcycle and immediately realized what he was trying to do. Seeing these enemies willing to die together to kill them, and even turning mutual destruction into a series of tactics, his mind instantly broke down. To be honest, the Black Eagle Empire's undead troops weren't this crazy when fighting. While the Cambrian Empire didn't use necromancy, they were clearly treating their own soldiers as undead. For a moment, he couldn't distinguish who was truly evil, nor could he tell whether they, who summoned undead as cannon fodder, were evil, or these guys who used living people as undead were evil. However, the other Black Hawk soldiers had no time to bother with their collapsing comrade. They were all desperately firing outside. At this moment, if you don't want to die, then shoot. If that motorcycle laden with explosives truly crashed in, they didn't believe this fortress could withstand a whole vehicle of explosives. They desperately tried to shoot the explosives hanging on the motorcycle, but the speed at which this three-wheeled motorcycle emerged was beyond their imagination. They had never seen anyone drive a motorcycle so fast. Seriously, this wasn't driving a motorcycle at all, this was clearly a low-flying aircraft. And Lord Haiwo naturally guessed that the enemy would try to blow up his explosives, so when he had people load the explosives, he stuck them all on one side of the motorcycle, then tried his best to face the other side towards the enemy, rather than exposing the explosives' location. With a loud bang, a huge explosion mixed with a shockwave came. The sky full of fire instantly engulfed the entire warehouse. Only a wheel, blown away, fell from the sky and bounced playfully several times on the ground. Without a doubt, the fear knights inside couldn't withstand this wave of motorcycle bombs. In Andre's minimap, they were all dead. Warrior. Farewell. The independent regiment soldiers who arrived one after another had just reached the location when they witnessed such a tragic scene. To eliminate the last enemies, a warrior fearlessly loaded a motorcycle with explosive packs, then rode the bomb-laden motorcycle and charged forward. Without a doubt, this warrior sacrificed himself, but his sacrifice saved others, allowing everyone to avoid paying more lives to assault such a fortress. Facing this warrior, all the soldiers unanimously took off their hats in salute, their expressions solemn, and some even shed tears of emotion. And when other players saw the scene, they thought it was some kind of Easter egg and followed suit, taking off their hats and saluting, while frantically adding the gloriously sacrificed Lords Haiwo in the chat group. What the heck? So I've become a hero. Revived at the resurrection point, Lords Haiwo, who had just run over with his gun, saw this tragic and solemn scene at a glance. When he saw the screen-filling messages of Jiwo, farewell. In the chat area, he was amused by these unscrupulous teammates. After a minute of solemn silence, Andre looked at the other soldiers who had just arrived, then said to the telegraph operator inside. Everyone, good news. After a fierce battle, we have successfully recaptured the factory. Immediately send a telegram to headquarters, report this news to them, and tell them that we have successfully completed the mission. Upon hearing Andre's words, the telegraph operator quickly pulled out the telegraph machine and began operating it. The excitement on his face was uncontrollable. Was this the Vorontsov independent regiment he had joined? Although he didn't know which enemy force had occupied this factory, he knew that they had just annihilated another group of elite enemy paratroopers as a complete unit. Chapter 138, General Vorontsov's difficult choice. Ha ha ha, good, truly excellent. I never thought this kid would amount to something. Another total annihilation, and the annihilated force was an enemy armored airborne battalion, an elite unit from the Western Front. Splendid, truly splendid. Looking at the battle report he had just received, General Vorontsov, commander of the Petrograd Front, and also Andrei's adoptive father, couldn't help but burst into laughter. If the previous battle might have been attributed by some to a miracle or luck, blaming it on irreplicable special factors, then the current battle would completely establish Andrei's reputation. Damn it. After this battle, if anyone dares to call his son a good-for-nothing again, he'll have to teach them a harsh lesson with his iron fists. They said his son was just coasting through the military academy, he'd like to ask how those so-called top students are faring now. He doesn't need them to annihilate an enemy elite unit, just annihilate one enemy battalion, and he'll consider them courageous. General Vorontsov, feeling vindicated, felt his mood was excellent, and even the various bad news from other battle reports were cast aside. But then, a new battle report handed to him by his adjutant instantly sent a chill down his spine. Damn it. What were the officers guarding that bridge doing? Execute them, they must be executed. General Vorontsov slammed the telegram in his hand onto the ground, even stomping on it twice, his furious roar echoing throughout the headquarters, causing the other officers to involuntarily shrink their necks. From the start of the war until now, they had never seen General Vorontsov this angry. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but wonder. What kind of battle report came from the front that could make the general so furious? Could it be that another unlucky living saint had died? They didn't know that if given the choice, General Vorontsov would rather a living saint had died than see the current battle report. Because this battle report clearly stated that the bridge over the Luga River had been captured by the enemy, and a Black Eagle Empire armored army group was currently crossing the river. What a joke. How could a perfectly good bridge be so easily captured by the enemy? What were the soldiers responsible for guarding the bridge doing? He didn't expect those people to hold off an enemy armored army group, that in itself was ridiculous. But seriously, before the enemy's armored units arrived, they could have activated the explosives and blown up the bridge, right? They had already laid a large number of explosives on the bridge precisely to destroy it as quickly as possible at a critical moment. How could the bridge still be captured intact by the enemy even with that? Just as General Vorontsov was busy raging, another telegram arrived. After reading this telegram, he was so angry he almost laughed. This telegram seemed to be from the remaining defenders who retreated from the bridge, essentially explaining how they lost the bridge. At dawn, they suddenly saw a convoy flying the Cambrian military flag approaching, carrying only wounded soldiers, and even a Cambrian Empire baron. Because the convoy was moving very quickly, and they also recognized the baron, they didn't think much of it at the time and let them pass. But they didn't know that all the wounded soldiers in this convoy were disguised elite soldiers of the Black Eagle Empire, and the baron acting as a guide was captured and coerced by the enemy. With careful planning against an unsuspecting target, the elite soldiers in this convoy instantly dealt with the defenders around the bridge, forcibly seizing control of the bridgehead. Although the soldiers stationed in the nearby barracks tried their best to counterattack, they were never able to break through the enemy's defensive line. Until a large number of enemy armored units arrived, the bridge was completely lost. He didn't have time to dwell on the farce these guys had created, that damned baron would naturally be dealt with by others later. He quickly looked at the map. The more he looked, the more General Vorontsov felt alarmed, because he realized that with this bridge captured, his previously established defensive line was completely useless. According to his previous plan, he intended to rely on the Luga River for defense, organizing a sufficiently strong defensive line to delay the enemy as much as possible there. But if this bridge was captured by the enemy, they could completely bypass his defensive line, continuously cross the Luga River, and reach the rear of Luga city. In this way, not only would his previously established defensive line here be useless, but his garrison left here could very likely be encircled by the enemy. So, all they could do now was probably try their best to repel this army group, prevent more enemy troops from crossing the river, and then find a way to destroy the bridge here. If this bridge were destroyed, their troops on the other side of the river would be completely unable to cross, but there was no time to think about that now. Only by destroying this bridge could their remaining troops continue to organize defenses based on the defensive line. Otherwise, if the enemy advanced unimpeded and captured Luga, not only would there more than 100,000 garrison troops here be wiped out, but the enemy could also directly advance on Petrograd, completely breaching Petrograd's southern gateway. After roughly calculating the enemy's attack route, General Vorontsov found that at this time, the only forces capable of resisting the enemy's attack in Luga, besides 2 infantry divisions and 1 artillery division, were Andrei's troops located at the factory. That factory was actually a previously abandoned old defensive line. The buildings themselves were numerous strongholds. If used properly, they might actually be able to temporarily delay the enemy's advance there. But to have Andrei's troops, who had just dealt with an enemy elite airborne battalion, immediately turn around and face the brunt of an armored army group, wasn't that sending them to their deaths? Even with other units assisting, and even if current intelligence indicated that this enemy armored army group was rapidly spreading out and only one armored corps would be responsible for attacking Luga. Even so, Andrei's troops would inevitably bear immense pressure, and trying to hold off an armored corps' attack under such conditions, even with the cooperation of several surrounding units, was an almost impossible task. However, General Vorontsov only hesitated for a few seconds before his resolve hardened. Now was not the time to worry about that kid Andrei's safety, they had to stop the enemy. Compared to the safety of over 100,000 people, Andrei, even if he couldn't hold them, had to endure. He had to make the right choice. Chapter 139 What the hell, is this mission to send people to their deaths? Chapter 139, What the hell? Is this a suicide mission? Heh, not bad, not bad. I didn't expect them to leave us a portion of the production lines, and even with only a portion of the production lines, this function can still operate normally. Watching the convoy arrive to transport various equipment and workers, Andrei chatted with the escorting officer while subtly glancing at his system interface. He had been worried that if these guys moved some important production equipment, he wouldn't be able to continue manufacturing tanks. However, it seemed that only this factory had heavy production lines, and no matter what heavy production lines were left, the system seemed to determine that this factory had production capabilities. Due to limited transport capacity, the arriving convoy could only take the workers in a few of the most advanced production lines. As for the remaining few sets of old production lines, which had undergone countless modifications and could only be used grudgingly, they decided to leave them here and let Andrei destroy them when he evacuated. Destruction was a certainty, even if these things were just junk, they couldn't leave them to the Black Eagle Empire. Although the Black Eagle Empire most likely wouldn't care for such junk, they would never aid the enemy in any form. As for where Andrei's unit was going next, he still didn't know. When he had just sent the battle report, the message from the command center was to let them rest in place and be ready at any time. Resting was necessary. After such a chaotic battle, Andrei felt that he indeed needed to let his army rest. After all, the ordinary soldiers in his unit had marched rapidly and participated in the final battle, so they were quite tired. But as for the next battle, Andrei really didn't know where they would fight next. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to leave this factory. Because by staying here, he could continuously produce armored vehicles. It wouldn't take long before he could organize his unit into a purely mechanized armored force. Although, in practical application, it couldn't be said that an armored force was the ultimate power, if given a choice, compared to a motley infantry unit. Andrei would naturally prefer to command an armored force. Just as Andrei was thinking this, the radio operator from his independent regiment ran over, handing Andrei a telegram and saying, "Regimental Commander, telegram from the command center." Andrei took the telegram and his expression immediately twitched. Good heavens, he had really been tricked. Good news, their regiment indeed didn't need to leave this factory and could continue to be stationed here, giving him more time to leisurely produce tanks. But bad news, the mission they received was to hold this factory, specifically to guard the northwestern gate of Luga City. They absolutely could not let it fall, otherwise, all the units in Luga City would be encircled by the enemy. And as for the enemy forces, they needed to resist. Are they kidding me? Asking us to block an armored corps? Isn't that ridiculous? What do they take my unit for? After reading the telegram, Andrei couldn't help but curse, feeling like he didn't want to do it anymore. He was truly fed up. How could these guys think of letting them block an enemy armored corps? An armored corps of the Black Eagle Empire had at least 30,000 people, all of them the most elite soldiers of the Black Eagle Empire, possessing the best weapons and equipment. According to the information Andrei had previously gathered, their armored corps configuration was not as abnormal as the World War II German armored corps. It could only be considered a weakened version of an armored corps. On the Black Eagle Empire's side, their armored corps had a total of 3 divisions, 1 armored division and 2 motorized divisions, totaling about 30,000 to 40,000 people. But even so, such an armored corps was not something his single independent regiment could contend with. Are they kidding? Their independent regiment had less than 1,000 people in total, and only 11 armored vehicles remained. Asking them to fight an armored corps of approximately 30,000 to 40,000 people with at least 300 armored vehicles was no different from suicide. However, looking at the telegram, Andrei found that in addition to his unit, it seemed 2 infantry divisions and 1 artillery division would also assist them in defense. After seeing this, Andrei breathed a slight sigh of relief. Alright, the command center wasn't so crazy as to make their single regiment block an enemy corps. The true main force for this resistance should actually be those 2 infantry divisions and 1 artillery division. But even so, Andrei knew that this battle would undoubtedly be an earth-shattering fierce battle. So, fight. He couldn't choose not to fight. Not fighting would be equivalent to disobeying military orders and deserting in the face of the enemy, and this wave might not necessarily be unwinnable. Although the enemy's numbers were vast, by relying on the manufacturing factory, he could continuously obtain tanks. At worst, he would fight an armored battle with the enemy. As long as the operation was proper and the players performed normally, his side would only grow stronger as the battle progressed. Plus, with the surrounding friendly forces, if everything cooperated well, it might actually be possible to hold off the enemy's armored division. Of course, if they really couldn't hold them off, he would just take advantage of the time to build more armored vehicles and then take the remaining people and escape in the armored vehicles. He didn't believe that if he fully motorized his unit, even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't at least be able to run away. Thinking of this, Andrei quickly created a new mission for the players and set this mission to hold the position for as long as possible. He held no hope of completely annihilating the Black Eagle Empire's armored corps, heavily damaging them would already be a fluke. Moreover, their mission for this wave was to delay and defend for as long as possible. Therefore, Andrei directly set the mission: for every hour players defended this position, all players would share 3,000 merit points based on their contribution. If the defense time exceeded 24 hours, the hourly merit points would increase to 5,000 points. He also knew that he was spending a large amount of merit points this time, but it didn't matter. After all, this mission was worth such a high price, and by distributing more merit points, he could also allow players to purchase more tanks. Andrei was now consciously beginning to control himself, not giving players free equipment casually, otherwise, it would be inconvenient for him to incentivize players to spend money later. At worst, he would set more missions for players normally and give out more merit points, making players a bit wealthier. As long as this system could be maintained, players would be self-sufficient in the future, and Andrei could even quickly become rich by players spending money. Chapter 140, This is our steel flood. Are they kidding? Have those old men in the command post gone mad? Oh my god, do they know what this means? We're going up against an entire enemy armored corps. When Andrei told his soldiers the news, everyone was immediately in an uproar. The players, on the other hand, seemed eager, their eyes gleaming with the desire to fight the approaching enemy armored forces. But for ordinary soldiers, this news was no different from the sky falling. To draw a comparison, it was roughly equivalent to: excellent, you are now an outstanding Imperial Guard. So the opponent you need to face next is Abaddon the Despoiler, who is currently attacking Cadia. Pfft. Andrei frowned slightly as he observed the soldiers' reactions, but he could understand their fear. After all, even he found this mission outrageous when he heard it, let alone ordinary soldiers who didn't understand the mysterious nature of his unit. In their eyes, although their unit could be considered an ace unit of the Cambrian Empire, at least they were confident in themselves. But no matter what, sending one regiment to deal with an entire corps was still too outrageous. However, although Andrei knew they would be afraid of this news, he still had no intention of concealing it. Instead, he truthfully told the soldiers in front of him. Besides himself, the telegraph operator and some other officers also knew about this news. Andrei couldn't guarantee how long they could keep such news a secret. Rather than waiting for the battle to start, and then the news suddenly spreading inexplicably throughout the army, potentially causing a collapse, Andrei felt it was better to be upfront about it now. At the very least, it would allow his soldiers to be mentally prepared in advance, so they wouldn't panic when truly facing a large-scale enemy armored force. Enough, quiet down, everyone listen to me. Andrei suddenly shouted, and hearing his words, the soldiers, who had been arguing, immediately fell silent. As the war progressed, through continuous victories, Andrei had established his own prestige. Although he considered his own command level to be terrible, purely relying on ordinary players to fight with their lives. But in the eyes of others, the reason their unit could fight so fiercely was absolutely inseparable from Andrei and his personal guard unit. Moreover, their regimental commander usually performed well enough. He showed no signs of being an arrogant noble, never oppressed ordinary soldiers, and always led by example in battle. Expecting a group of ordinary soldiers to discern how excellent their regimental commander's command level was, they truly couldn't. The quality of the Cambrian Empire's troops was truly worrying, and the literacy rate was shockingly low. But ordinary soldiers could tell which officer treated them well and which did not. Because of this, Andrei generally treated them well, and coupled with his ability to lead them to continuous victories, they were very willing to support Andrei. Seeing everyone instantly quiet down, Andrei nodded with satisfaction. It seemed his standing was quite good. Everyone, I know what you are worried about, but don't panic, we are not alone. Besides our unit, there will be 3 divisions assisting us in combat, and the enemy we need to face also has 3 divisions. We are not at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Brothers, remember this, only the brave can survive on the battlefield. The reason we are fighting the Black Eagle Empire here is to protect our motherland behind us, to protect our fellow countrymen. If we cannot hold, then all the civilians and troops in Luga city will be surrounded by the enemy, and the enemy will surely carry out brutal massacres against them. Only if we hold will these people be able to evacuate in time. So no matter what, we absolutely cannot retreat, because behind us rests the hope of millions of civilians, and our relatives and friends are watching us. Hearing Andrei's words, the soldiers, who had been somewhat restless, gradually quieted down. They didn't know if the Black Eagle Empire would come to massacre the city, but from the start of the war until now, they had seen many scenes of slaughter. Recalling the piles of corpses and the vicious necromancers of the enemy, a flash of hatred and determination instantly appeared in their eyes. Regimental commander, we'll fight with you. Let's repel the Black Hawk Devils together. One soldier raised his gun and roared first, followed by others echoing him, shouts rising and falling. Seeing the scene before him, Andrei breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that morale had been temporarily maintained. As for the remaining morale, he wasn't too worried. Humans are social creatures, if someone can provide sufficient leadership, others will naturally be willing to fight with all their might, and the player's leading effect has always been excellent. Once on the battlefield, with such a group of players fighting to the death as the backbone, Andrei believed that the morale of others should also be maintained, not to mention he still had that basic leadership skill. Thinking of this skill, Andrei couldn't help but sigh that he had truly stumbled upon a great treasure back then. If it weren't for this buff, he didn't think they would have been able to endure so many dangerous battles with him leading the army. Not all soldiers are Iron Men, they also know fear. Seizing the current atmosphere, Andrei then shouted to them. Excellent, you are indeed the pride of the motherland. Besides that, I also have good news to tell you. The command post has issued an order. As a condition for our defense of the factory, we can use all the weapons in the factory, including a batch of the latest weapons produced in the manufacturing plant. At this point, Andrei had the soldiers behind him push open the factory gates, then pointed to the Saint Chaman tanks lined up inside, and passionately said. Do you see? These armored vehicles are the weapons we can use next. The Cambrian Empire has produced a new batch of steel beasts to contend with the enemy. The enemy has their armored forces, but we also have our own armored forces. Since it's an armored confrontation, will we Cambrians be inferior to them? It's time to let them witness this steel flood that belongs to us. Chapter 141, Armored units must be accompanied by infantry. As Andrei's impassioned words echoed, a long line of Saint Chaman tanks, parked in the warehouse, made a dazzling appearance, instantly blinding the other soldiers. It wasn't that the Saint Chaman tanks looked particularly exaggerated, but rather that their design seemed completely different from the armored vehicles they had known before. All the armored vehicles they had seen before had legs under their chassis, why did this thing not have a single leg, but instead had wheels? And furthermore, what was that layer of iron wrapped around the wheels? They were very curious, did this thing have sufficient off-road capability? It wouldn't be like those unreliable troop transport trucks, getting stuck directly in the battlefield after running for a bit, would it? To be honest, Cambrian Empire soldiers deeply detested their domestic trucks, for no other reason than the extremely poor quality of their domestically produced trucks. It was unclear if it was the curse of the Soviet gas trucks, inexplicably brought to another world, or if the Russians were simply not good at producing trucks, but this had become a kind of causality-like law. Before this, Andrei had specifically inquired about truck-related issues, and as expected, he learned that the Cambrian Empire's self-produced trucks were quite poor to use. The factory that produced this type of truck in the Cambrian Empire proudly named it the Boatman, but in reality, this truck was not reliable at all compared to the Boatman on the Volga River. Not only was its braking performance particularly poor, requiring one to stand up and press down on the brake pedal with their whole body to barely stop when encountering a downhill slope, but it also ran slowly and constantly got stuck in pits. Perhaps the most exasperating issue was that due to the Cambrian Empire's inadequate industrial level, the parts produced had excessive tolerances, leading to an extremely high failure rate for the engines equipped in these trucks. When driving, not only was the engine very noisy, but it also inexplicably stalled suddenly, and even experienced old drivers didn't know how to fix it immediately because there were too many possible causes for the malfunction. In addition, this thing frequently had issues with oil leaks from the chassis, and every now and then, it would spontaneously combust, leading many units to detest this truck and avoid equipping it whenever possible. When Andrei learned of this news, his first action was to have his soldiers quickly guard all the captured military vehicles, making sure no one stole them. Although he couldn't guarantee how strong the Black Eagle Empire's truck performance truly was, at the very least, based on his riding experience along the way, the Black Eagle Empire's trucks were much better than their own domestically produced ones. Regimental Commander, what exactly are these combat vehicles of ours? Are they reliable? This thing won't suddenly break down on the battlefield, will it? Patting the combat vehicle beside him, Andrei proudly told the soldiers. Don't worry, this thing is very reliable. This thing is called a tank, a brand new type of armored vehicle developed by the Empire. It abandons the traditional walking mechanism structure and instead uses tracks, which are easier to manufacture. Since our defensive mission this time is quite arduous, we have gained permission to use this batch of new weapons. We can take advantage of the upcoming battle to test how well this thing works. After all, practice makes perfect. Whatever weapons engineers boast about are all nonsense. Only those that are reliable for killing enemies on the battlefield are truly good. Andrei's final words made his soldiers nod in agreement, expressing deep approval. Having fought for so long, they no longer believed the things their instructors boasted about during training. As for what was good or bad, those officials hiding in the back simply didn't understand, they only knew whether something looked good or not. Next, Andrei also introduced to his soldiers how to coordinate infantry and tanks in combat, how to use tanks as cover to counterattack the enemy, and how to protect the tanks. In fact, Andrei had already explained these things to his soldiers when he first acquired armored vehicles, but at that time, only his core veteran soldiers, whom he had brought out earliest, listened to him explain these contents. Infantry-tank coordination is very important. Based on Andrei's experience from World War I and World War II, once a tank is without infantry, it's just a large iron coffin. But at the same time, the role of tanks on the battlefield should be for assault, and definitely not to accompany infantry. It must be infantry following tanks, not tanks following infantry, the priorities cannot be reversed. Early World War II Britain and France were typical examples of reversed priorities in this regard. Their infantry tanks, to put it bluntly, were still mobile fortresses, simply to enhance the infantry's assault capability. During the Franco-German War, despite the Gauls having quite a few tanks, these tanks ultimately did not perform, and were all encircled by the Germans, truly failing to demonstrate the mobility advantage of armored forces. As for the Soviet Union in early World War II, in Andrei's view, they actually went to another extreme. When the Soviet-German War first broke out, the Soviet Union had several times more tanks than the Germans, and even if they were caught off guard, they shouldn't have lost all their tanks right away. The reason why so many Soviet tank divisions couldn't fight effectively was largely because their tank divisions only had tanks. An entire tank division, yet only one battalion of accompanying infantry, wasn't that a joke? Not to mention anything else, if the tracks of their tanks were broken on the battlefield, there wouldn't even be repairmen to keep up and fix them in time. Therefore, Andrei always emphasized that tanks must be accompanied by infantry, otherwise tanks and other armored vehicles are just scrap metal. He had to admit that, for now, the mechanical-legged armored vehicles in this world were indeed quite flexible, they could even kick approaching infantry with their long legs. However, overall, this type of armored vehicle was still relatively afraid of close-quarters infantry engagement. If not accompanied by infantry, even ordinary Cambrian soldiers could find a way to destroy it. Andrei simultaneously explained the issue of armored accompaniment to his soldiers and also briefly explained the performance of the Saint-Chamond tank. If placed in the context of real World War I, the performance of this tank was actually very average, because its chassis was too small and its hull was too large. Therefore, crossing trenches was incredibly difficult, it couldn't even manage a slight slope. Moreover, this tank's mobility was also average, or rather, in World War I, no tank had particularly good mobility. However, if considering battlefield games, the Saint-Chamond tank from the game was actually quite good. Chapter 142, Actively Attack, Ambush their vanguard. Weapons from games and weapons in reality always have significant differences. Not to mention the various strange skills different types of tanks possess in games, just from the perspective of mobility, tanks in battlefield games are completely different from those in reality. In reality, even on a paved road, a Saint-Chamond tank can only reach a speed of 8.5 km per hour, let alone in off-road combat. However, in the game, although the Saint-Chamond tank's mobility isn't exceptionally strong, it can at least execute armored assaults, it's far from crawling at a snail's pace like a walking person. With this mobility advantage, the Saint-Chamond tank's combat effectiveness can be greatly enhanced, not to mention that this tank also has a 75mm main gun and a relatively low chassis. Of course, if we're talking about tanks, the Saint-Chamond tank is definitely not considered low. But for these two-legged walking armored vehicles, the Saint-Chamond tank can truly be considered very low, which means it can be easily concealed in specific positions. Considering that this thing also doesn't have a rotatable turret, Andrei rubbed his chin. He suddenly realized, no matter how he looked at it, it felt like a tank destroyer. Alright, everyone, we have a large batch of armored vehicles at hand, which is our current advantage. Staying here and waiting for death is not my style. We might as well gather these armored forces, cooperate with a group of elite infantry, and take the initiative to strike first, giving the enemy a heavy blow. After dismissing the soldiers and telling them to go to the factory area to rest in their barracks, Andrei gathered the military officers he had. He spread out the map and spoke to them. Lieutenant Colonel Yuri nodded, he also agreed with Andrei's words. Their biggest advantage right now was this batch of armored units. In a sense, their current independent regiment could already be regarded as an armored regiment. However, he was also concerned about one thing now. Regimental Commander, are you sure this batch of new armored vehicles will be reliable? It's not that I want to question, but I just feel that this thing looks a bit strange. Lieutenant Colonel Yuri asked Andrei. On the other side, Chief of Staff Nikolaev, though silent, had the same expression in his eyes. Seeing the looks in their eyes, Andrei was slightly stunned, but then he immediately understood what these two were worried about. Don't worry, although these weapons are newly produced experimental products, our young men have studied them before. This thing seems to be quite good in terms of both driving difficulty and performance. After some thought, Andrei then gave an analogy, saying, if you compare it, the driving method of this thing is actually no different from a tractor. You can completely treat this thing as a tractor with a cannon. As Andrei said this, the skepticism in their eyes became even more apparent. There was nothing they could do. In Andrei's view, tanks were definitely very useful armored units, and strange walking mechs were unorthodox. But in their understanding, armored units should have legs. Could this legless armored unit run properly? Would it get stuck in a pit halfway through an off-road journey and be unable to move? Andrei tried his best to explain and finally managed to barely convince them, making them believe that this thing should be relatively easy to use. Following that, they studied the map and finally found a relatively reliable ambush location. Good, right here. We can rely on this village to ambush the enemy's vanguard first. Andrei held a pen and drew a circle on the map, saying, unless they don't plan to follow the road and instead plan to take a big detour, this village is pretty much their only way through. This village is located by the road. We can have a small number of tanks enter the village first to hide, using the buildings for concealment, and then ambush the enemy forces passing on the road. If nothing unexpected happens, given the arrogant nature of these Black Hawk people, after encountering our ambush, they will most likely choose to send troops into the village, and that's where our opportunity comes. Andrei didn't verbally explain how to operate next, but he drew a couple of lines on the map with his pen, and the two people beside him understood. Once the enemy's armored units entered the village, they could completely use the small number of infantry remaining in the village to hold the enemy, and then have the main armored force quickly relocate, outflanking the enemy. This way, the enemy forces that had just entered the village would inevitably be attacked from both front and back, and would certainly be in a state of chaos. The two nodded in agreement with Andrei's deployment, and then they went off to attend to their respective tasks. Andrei, meanwhile, looked at the map, his mind slightly lost in thought. The reason he chose this particular village as an ambush location was not only because there were indeed enough hiding places, but more importantly, because he thought of some of the players' abilities. In a sense, the engagement distance for most players in Battlefield was very close. They were best at urban combat and trench warfare in complex terrain. If they were made to fight on plains, they would be less reliable. Therefore, Andrei decided to take advantage of the terrain here to find a suitable place for the players to excel. Large areas of building cover, coupled with the players' extremely flexible movements, would be enough to make the enemy forces who delved into the village lose their bearings, and at the same time, these buildings could serve as player spawn points. As soon as he thought about how the enemy's armored units would enter the village, unable to completely eliminate the infantry inside, and even occasionally being counter-killed on the spot by these infantry with absurd maneuvers, a smile immediately appeared on Andrei's lips. After some selection, Andrei chose over 250 players this time to drive tanks or accompany the armored forces, following him to fight this ambush battle. In addition, he also brought 200 ordinary soldiers. Although these 200 ordinary soldiers might not be of much use in combat, as they severely lacked anti-tank weapons and could only use their rifles to deal with enemy infantry. But no matter what, it's always good for them to experience the battlefield, they also needed to grow. The remaining less than 50 players were left behind by Andrei to dig positions, having them stay there to construct defensive fortifications, dig trenches, and build shelters and such. Although in Andrei's view, trench warfare of this period seemed a bit outdated, facing the enemy's fierce attack, having trenches for protection was always much better than having none. Chapter 143, How to Motivate Players to Take Missions Seriously. Hehe, luckily I'm super clever and thought of assigning them a task to build defensive fortifications first. Otherwise, these guys would probably all run off to fight with me. Andrei couldn't help but laugh smugly as he read the various laments from players in the comment section. Players were fine with other things, but when it came to controllability, they were really not good. For a normal army, it's impossible for everyone to run to the front lines to fight. A considerable number of people definitely need to handle logistics and various tasks in the rear. But for players, digging trenches in the back is nowhere near as interesting as blowing up tanks on the front lines. To have fun, you naturally have to go with the main force to blow up tanks. Although Andrei understood this principle, he was too envious of the players' incredible speed in building defensive fortifications. If he simply let the ordinary soldiers remaining here slowly dig trenches, by the time he withdrew with his troops, it's estimated that only a few trenches would have been dug, making them useless. But if he let players build defensive fortifications, they could dig a large number of trenches in minutes, and even set up barbed wire, bury landmines, and arrange all sorts of strange things. It was precisely because he coveted the players' ability to rapidly deploy defensive fortifications that Andrei specifically spent a lot of merits to arrange a mission for them to stay here and set up positions. For every position they completed, they could earn a small amount of merits. Accumulating it, as long as they honestly dug more trenches and buried more landmines and barbed wire here, they would quickly gain a large amount of merits. To facilitate players in building defensive fortifications and to diversify the effects of the defensive positions, Andrei also specifically unlocked the anti-air series, bringing out the crushing cannon from Battlefield 1. The prototype of that thing was the British's famous QF-1, a 37mm anti-aircraft gun. Because of the distinctive sound it made when firing. It was also called the bang cannon. Its effectiveness for anti-air defense goes without saying, as it was designed specifically for that purpose. But in battlefield, players could also use it as a machine gun point to spray other players. And in reality, this 37mm anti-aircraft gun also has a certain anti-armor capability. While it might not penetrate the enemy's heavily armored vehicles, it's definitely effective against units with thin armor and large targets. With this, plus the trenches players could dig, the barbed wire they could deploy, and the landmines and various bombs they could bury, Andre wouldn't claim that players could make the defensive positions impregnable, but at the very least, the positions they created would be enough to give the enemy a hard time. Of course, Andre naturally wouldn't completely let players have free rein in setting up these defensive positions. For the defensive positions, he assigned the task to Lieutenant Colonel Nikolaev, letting the old man arrange the missions for the players. Only if the old man indicated on the map how the positions should be arranged, and the trenches dug by the players matched the specified locations, would the players receive merits, otherwise, randomly digging trenches would not earn merits. Of course, Andre couldn't expect players to understand maps, or to have the patience to look at them. So, whenever the old man gave instructions in a certain place, in the players' eyes, they would automatically receive an arrow prompt, indicating exactly where they should dig trenches. Although Andre had issued this mission in advance, and then further issued the ambush mission. Even so, there were still a few players who took on this mission but preferred to not complete it, simply abandoning the mission to go and fight tanks with them. Fortunately, Andrei's military rank had increased previously, so a large number of new players joined. Many players were not exactly poor in terms of merits, but they were close. Therefore, many players chose to stay and do this mission in order to quickly accumulate merits. Thinking of this, Andre felt that he still needed to impose some restrictions on players, such as how to supervise them after they accepted a mission. Otherwise, for missions like setting up defensive positions, once these players gradually become more affluent, the number of people willing to do such tedious tasks will only decrease. Even if they receive the mission, they might very well lose patience halfway through and automatically abandon it. At first, Andre considered deducting a portion of merits if players abandoned a mission as a penalty to urge them to complete it. However, he reconsidered and found that this was difficult to judge, because some players might accept a mission but not want to do it. But also not click to abandon it, just leaving it hanging. In such cases, it couldn't be said that they abandoned the mission, but obviously, they effectively did. So, after a moment of hesitation, Andre decided to set a mission completion ratio. If the mission completion ratio was too low, it would lower his displayed favorability. At the same time, he felt that when setting rewards, he also needed to make the content richer. How to encourage players to grind missions? One good way is to set some unique content in the mission rewards, such as some out-of-print equipment. This way, to obtain these items, players would naturally be willing to do some relatively tedious tasks. So Andre thought about it and decided that he would have to take the time to create some special weapons and equipment. Whether as Easter eggs or to attract people, some flashy gadgets would always be very useful. Moreover, he felt that he might have an opportunity to introduce things like treasure chests, and then have some equipment draws, item draws, and so on. How to attract players to spend money? How to attract players to do missions? Very simple, various treasure chest events. These are the main ways to attract players to spend money and do missions. Thinking of this, Andre couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. At the same time, many players suddenly inexplicably sneezed, always feeling as if someone was plotting against them. Andrei's armored unit set off. This time, in addition to the 11 walking armored vehicles remaining in his team, there were also a full 20 Saint Jamin tanks and more than 50 chrysanthemum cars that also set off together. With so many armored vehicles, traveling on the road was quite a large convoy, especially since all these armored vehicles were emblazoned with the Cambrian Empire's insignia. Along the way, soldiers and passing civilians who saw this convoy couldn't help but open their mouths in surprise, then excitedly cheered. Great! The Cambrian Empire also has high-tech weapons. Who said they didn't have an armored force? Chapter 144, an armored force that will never suffer mechanical failure. Quick, 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 get out of the vehicles. Everyone, get ready, don't just stand there. Those who need to enter the village, enter the village. Those who need to ambush by the roadside, get into position. The remaining armored vehicles, drive into the nearby woods and circle around from the other end of the road. Under Andrei's command, the armored force that had just arrived at the village was in a flurry, with large numbers of soldiers scattering like a tide. During the journey, the group of soldiers Andre brought had fully experienced what a motorized unit was like. Of course, Andre couldn't afford to be so extravagant as to use all his military vehicles for troop transport, his trucks still needed to be kept for transporting various supplies and casualties. So, during the march, all the infantry rode on top of the tanks, moving together with them. While traveling in this manner wasn't exactly comfortable. It was fine on the road, but if they were driving through muddy fields, the soldiers sitting on top of the tanks would all get splattered with mud. Regardless, this was a method of mechanized march. Otherwise, they couldn't possibly expect to keep up with the tanks on foot. Under normal circumstances, or rather, in reality, the Saint Jamin tank's mobility wasn't very strong. However, the Saint Jamin tank from the battlefield could match World War II tanks in speed on the road. Andre estimated it could reach at least 30 km per hour. Such a speed, in World War II, wouldn't be considered fast. It wouldn't even compare to the famous T-34, and it would struggle against many heavy tanks. But for the current situation, such mobility was already quite strong. At the very least, a normal infantry unit could absolutely not achieve this speed. This speed was already sufficient for a blitzkrieg. Besides speed, Andrei also discovered a major advantage of his tanks: they wouldn't suffer from inexplicable malfunctions. It's well known that in World War II, the Tiger tank's biggest killer wasn't the enemy, but itself. Most Tiger tanks were abandoned due to various messy mechanical failures. There was no avoiding it. Tanks inherently had a high failure rate, and with limited technological conditions, tanks from any country had a host of malfunction issues. Not to mention the German Tigers, even the Soviet Union's T-34s would malfunction when they were supposed to, and their failure frequency was by no means small, just not as problematic as the Tiger. However, in Andrei's team, their entire convoy drove on the road for nearly an hour, yet not a single tank experienced a mechanical failure. Everything went extremely smoothly. After witnessing the performance of these tanks, many officers under Andrei's command initially approved of these strange war machines. At the very least, these things proved their stability during the march. They seemed much stronger than their trucks. If these seemingly clumsy war machines had a failure rate comparable to their broken trucks, then they would be in trouble. But at the same time, what surprised Andrei was that he found the multi-legged armored vehicles produced in this world seemed to have a very low failure rate. Previously, Andrei hadn't paid much attention to these issues. He had thought that such precise walking machine structures should have a very high failure rate. But in fact, throughout their entire journey, only one reindeer tank in Andrei's team inexplicably had a hydraulic leak, causing it to break down halfway. The other armored vehicles seemed to be functioning normally, without any inexplicable malfunctions. Andrei hadn't paid much attention before, thinking it was because players were driving these armored vehicles, and thus some special power of the players was affecting the armored vehicles. After all, for players, the vehicles they drive would never break down inexplicably on their own, they would definitely have to be attacked or perform some crazy maneuver to damage their own vehicles. But while players might have such abilities, besides players, even the reindeer mech driven by ordinary soldiers didn't show any malfunction issues on the road. Having driven for so long since getting off the train, with only one armored vehicle malfunctioning in total, this was already a very good performance. Andrei didn't understand what was going on, and he felt he had an opportunity to research it. As for now, he was amazed by the repairmen's abilities. Under normal circumstances, if an armored vehicle suddenly broke down, the repairmen would definitely have to overhaul it to fix the problem. For example, if a World War II Tiger tank suddenly broke down on the road, the repairmen wouldn't have to do anything else, simply removing the interleaved road wheels would keep them busy for an entire day. But with Andrei, the players acting as repairmen only needed to take a wrench and twist a few times, and the malfunctioning armored vehicle would immediately return to normal. Due to cognitive distortion, the drivers of the patrol mechs didn't feel anything, only thinking that the mechanics in Andrei's team were truly skilled. But Andrei was truly shocked, because this also meant that as long as there were players, his armored force would not have to worry about mechanical failures at all. On the surface, this might not seem like a big advantage, but considering how many Tiger tanks broke down due to mechanical failures during World War II, and how many tanks that could have been repaired were forced to be abandoned halfway. Thinking about it this way, Andrei's armored force was practically doubling its utilization rate. When others made long-distance marches, a bunch of tanks would break down along the way, but Andrei wouldn't lose a single one on the road, and 100% of them could be put into combat. Such a huge advantage could no longer be described as merely heaven-defying. During the ambush arrangements, Andrei placed several St. Jamin tanks in all the reindeer mechs in the village. As for the other armored units, he moved them all to the other end, far away. There was no alternative. These multi-legged armored vehicles were ultimately different from tanks, they were simply too tall. He had originally complained that the reindeer mech's design was already tall enough, but when he was preparing for the ambush and suddenly noticed the height of the dreadnought mech, he finally understood. Compared to a long-legged, slenderkin like the dreadnought mech, the reindeer mech was nothing. At the very least, the reindeer mech could hide behind houses without being discovered, but the dreadnought mech would probably need to find a building to hide in. Chapter 145, The Black Eagle Empire's Forced March Spell. Keep up, guys, keep up. Everyone, put in more effort. We're almost there. There's a village nearby that can serve as our temporary base. Once we reach that village, we can rest. On the highway, an officer standing on the back of a jeep shouted loudly at the soldiers behind him, cheering them on. A Black Eagle Empire army, accompanied by multi-legged armored vehicles, was moving forward at an extremely high speed, with military vehicles emblazoned with black eagles driving one after another on the highway. This leading armored unit was an armored battalion and a mechanized infantry battalion of the Black Eagle Empire. Overall, their unit was to scout ahead for the main force. Throughout the entire unit, all the Black Hawk soldiers looked incredibly fatigued, their eyes bloodshot, and veins throbbing on their foreheads, as if they were on the verge of being pushed to their limits. However, in reality, their current performance was spirited. Despite being so tired, not a single one of them yawned. Their bodies, seated in the military vehicles, remained steady, and the sentries, sticking their heads out to keep watch, were meticulous. Under normal circumstances, if a unit had been continuously fighting like this for an entire day, or even a whole night without closing their eyes, their morale, if not completely collapsed, should at least be pushed to its limit. However, in reality, their current mental state was far stronger than imagined, simply because the mages in their team had cast some spells on them. They had not been subjected to mind-altering spells. It was naturally impossible for combat teams like theirs to be equipped with rare species like mind mages. Even if they were, most people would be unwilling to deal with mind mages, as no one wants their thoughts to be seen through at a glance, especially when that individual can not only see through others' thoughts but also manipulate them, making them extremely dangerous. Fortunately, such special mages were only found among the Black Eagle Empire's secret police. Normal units would not be equipped with such mages. However, while they didn't have mind mages, it was no problem to have a few abyss mages. In their team, there was an abyss mage whose specialized spell, studied in the academy, was the very unique soul ascension spell. This spell had no other purpose, its only ability was to greatly enhance a person's mental power by stimulating the soul. If placed on the path of traditional mages, this would only be considered a very niche spell, because most mages do not need to use this method to enhance mental power. This spell has very troublesome side effects. In a short period, the mental power of those affected by this spell could indeed be greatly enhanced, and both their attention and thinking could become more agile. But in reality, this spell actually increases mental power by overdrawing the soul, so if used for a long time, the affected person often develops various mental problems, such as neurasthenia or even outright schizophrenia. Under normal circumstances, their unit would naturally not casually use a spell with such significant side effects. However, this time they were launching a rapid assault and had to quickly consolidate their current advantage. Therefore, in this battle, both the soldiers and the abyss mage in the team were giving their all. At this moment, the soldiers, in a state of enhanced mental power, were incredibly spirited, feeling clearer than ever before, and even their eyes seemed brighter. But at the same time, they did not notice that their mental state was becoming increasingly sensitive and fragile, and everyone appeared restless. Even a glance from a comrade would make them feel offended, and they felt an urgent urge to fight. Fortunately, their strict military discipline prevented them from fighting among themselves during the march, but precisely because of this, everyone's mood was so poor that they all remained silent, appearing extremely quiet. Just then, a sudden gunshot broke the silence. No one saw where the bullet came from, but they were surprised to find that the officer driving the jeep at the very front had been shot in the head. Seeing this, many people exclaimed in surprise. They never expected that the chief of staff of this motorized infantry battalion would be inexplicably assassinated by the enemy. After firing that shot, the sniper did not seem to stop but continued to shoot at them. Bullet after bullet flew in, precise and deadly, like death calling out names. In just a few short seconds, 7 or 8 soldiers were inexplicably killed by the enemy, while the remaining soldiers were terrified, quickly retreating into their military vehicles, not daring to show their heads. However, the player acting as the sniper was clearly not experienced enough, or perhaps underestimated the enemy's reaction speed. Because when he was shooting, he was always lying in the grass, firing from the same spot. As a result, after some observation, Black Hawk soldiers quickly noticed him. A dreadnought mech set up its cannon, roughly aimed into the distance, and then fired a shot with a boom, a 75mm high explosive shell exploding in a flash of fire in the distance. After firing that shot, the dreadnought mech put away its heavy cannon, seemingly confident in its shot. Damn it, I never thought we'd encounter a sharpshooter from the guerrillas in a place like this. I don't know how that guy practiced his marksmanship, he can kill so many of us from this far away. Over the radio, an armored soldier couldn't help but curse, but the gunner who had just fired the shot didn't care at all. Don't worry, that guy is dead now. I have full confidence in my gunnery. Just as he said that, he suddenly noticed with surprise that the guy who should have been blown to bits by his cannon had actually climbed out from near the shell crater again. Before he could reload and fire again, that bastard took off running, heading straight for a horse parked not far away, and galloped off into the distance on it. Who knows what kind of fine horse that was, to be able to run so fast and be so resilient. Facing simultaneous fire from several machine guns behind them, the cavalryman actually managed to ride his warhorse out, disappearing in just a few seconds. Watching the cavalryman turn a distant corner and quickly disappear, all the Black Hawk soldiers on the highway were stunned for a moment. But then, each of them erupted with astonishing killing intent. Chapter 146, What the hell? What kind of monster is that cavalryman? You bastards, what kind of joke is this? This is an utter disgrace. Where are our sharpshooters? What are they good for? What were they busy with just now? Watching that cavalryman brazenly ride away, the officer in this unit immediately flew into a rage. What a joke. That guy was all alone, yet he not only shot and killed one of their leading officers but also brazenly killed a bunch of their soldiers. Most importantly, that guy actually managed to escape under such circumstances, and they hadn't even killed that cavalryman, they just let him ride away arrogantly on his horse. This was truly a great humiliation. If this news got out, their entire unit would probably be disciplined. And most critically, where were the reconnaissance soldiers they had sent out earlier? Why hadn't their reconnaissance soldier returned to report? Hearing the officer's furious roar, a look of embarrassment appeared on the faces of the soldiers present, but they also felt very wronged. That guy's gun was simply too fast, plus he was quite far away. Even if they reacted quickly, it was difficult to locate the enemy's exact position for a while, and their current mental state wasn't very good, which further reduced their reaction speed. As for what happened later, that was truly outrageous. They completely couldn't understand how that guy managed it. He was hit by a dreadnought mech's cannon and didn't die, and even after getting on his horse, even machine gun fire couldn't take him down. They were certain that with their machine gunner's skill, such dense machine gun fire absolutely couldn't be dodged by that guy, he would have to take at least 2 bullets. But that ruthless person just didn't die and swaggered off. The Black Hawk soldiers present didn't know that they had coincidentally encountered a highly skilled reconnaissance soldier player, otherwise, if it were a normal player, his marksmanship wouldn't have been so fast. And their cannon shot was because it wasn't a direct hit, so it only caused splash damage to the player and didn't clear his health bar immediately. Once the player got on his horse, his health was greatly boosted, and a few machine gun bullets couldn't kill him, they could only reduce him to critical health. But for a player's health bar, what meaning could critical health have? Even if they were at critical health, they wouldn't show any outward signs, even if their health was down to the last bit, they would still be as lively as normal people. Without time to ponder what had happened with the absurd situation earlier, at the officer's command, several motorcycles and 2 of the fastest dreadnought mechs immediately pursued. In their opinion, these few 3-wheeled motorcycles carrying elite veterans, plus 2 dreadnought mechs, should definitely be able to catch up to that guy. No matter how fast a cavalryman's horse ran, it couldn't outrun a motorcycle, especially since a warhorse's stamina is limited and it couldn't maintain top speed indefinitely. A selected group of soldiers confidently pursued the enemy, but as they chased, they realized something was wrong. Not to mention they had never seen a warhorse run so fast, just the fact that this warhorse could maintain such a high speed continuously without any sign of slowing down surprised them. What the hell? What kind of monster is that cavalryman? I don't know, but he's definitely not a normal cavalryman, that guy is strange. At the same time, the player was still shooting back with his carbine while riding his horse. Just by looking at how that guy could turn around and shoot while on horseback, it was enough to tell that he was an elite cavalryman, and his carbine marksmanship was simply masterful. Normally, mounted archery has always been a very technical operation because the horseback is very bumpy. Even experienced veterans found it difficult to steady a gun on a bumpy horse, let alone aim while coordinating with the rhythm of the bumps. So, theoretically, cavalrymen using carbines to shoot would generally only fire when the distance was relatively close, or they would simply stop the horse before shooting. Few cavalrymen could run around on horseback like this while firing hundreds of meters away. At such a distance, even with the player's skill, his accuracy was still not that strong. Yet, the Black Hawk soldiers driving the motorcycles were still occasionally killed by the carbine, and in a blink of an eye, 3 soldiers fell, and 2 motorcycles even lost control and overturned as a result. At the same time, the dreadnought mechs were also continuously firing cannons into the distance, and the machine guns on the mechs were desperately sweeping. Unfortunately, all players who play cavalry know one thing: cavalrymen must have flashy movements when riding a horse. If their movements were poor, then a cavalryman was just a large, living target, easily taken out with a single shot if someone set up a cannon. And clearly, as a vehicle in the battlefield, the warhorse's flexibility completely exceeded the limits of a normal warhorse. The famous nuclear-powered warhorse in the battlefield truly lived up to its name. It could not only maintain extremely high speeds and rampage but also turn freely at the player's command. A group of Black Hawk soldiers expressed that they were truly uncultured. This was the first time in their lives they had seen someone drift on a horse. If it were a normal warhorse, turning around so much like this would have confused it long ago, and it would accidentally stumble and fall to the ground. But the cavalryman in front of them, while maintaining incredibly high-speed movement, could actually control the warhorse to turn around, jump back and forth, and his dodging ability was terrifyingly exaggerated. And besides that, they found that their bullets and shells exploding on the enemy didn't seem to be able to kill him instantly, as if their bullets had lost their effect. For a moment, many Black Hawk soldiers felt as if they had seen a ghost, and some suspected that this might be some kind of bioengineered human created by the Cambrian Empire. Otherwise, if he wasn't a bioengineered human, how could he have such powerful vitality? After chasing for a long time, they suddenly discovered a small village ahead, and that cavalryman happened to be heading towards this small village. At the same time, they found that there were other Cambrian soldiers on the outskirts of the village, and these guys seemed to have been prepared. As soon as the distant Black Hawk army showed their heads, they launched an ambush. 2 mortar shells were fired, just overturning a motorcycle, and at the same time, a peculiar small caliber shell also flew over, hitting the front armor of a dreadnought mech with a doon sound. However, fortunately, the dreadnought mech's front armor was quite sturdy. This shell seemed unable to penetrate, but it still scared the driver inside into a sweat. Chapter 147, Air Force? Those guys are always unreliable. No good, the enemy has an ambush in this village. We retreat. Over the radio, a tank commander shouted to another dreadnought mech, then turned around and ran back on his own. Hearing his comrade's words, the mech charging at the very front hesitated, but still chose not to continue the charge. As for the other motorcycle soldiers, they naturally could not push forward at such a time, especially since they had suffered heavy losses along the way. Although they knew that their current operation was truly terrible, being played by an enemy cavalryman like that, and even falling into an ambush. But at this moment, they absolutely could not act impulsively. They had to quickly report the intelligence from the front to the main force, and let their battalion commander decide what to do this time. Because the distance was not far, the convoy arrived and departed quickly, soon successfully linking up with the forces in the rear. On their way back, they also noticed 2 bodies lying by the roadside, but there was no sign of a motorcycle. Clearly, these 2 bodies were the reconnaissance soldiers they had sent out earlier. It was just that these 2 unlucky fellows had now been killed by the enemy, which was why they couldn't send back a message in time. Without time to collect their comrades' bodies, they quickly ran back at top speed. I'm very sorry, Battalion Commander, we failed. There's an enemy ambush ahead. Hearing these words, and seeing the 3 missing motorcycles from the team, the battalion commander of this mechanized infantry battalion immediately became furious. Damn it! Are you guys out of sorts, or have you been playing with women too much before, turning yourselves into soft-legged shrimps? 6 motorcycles, plus 2 dreadnought mechs, just chasing an enemy cavalryman, and you still suffered such heavy losses. However, he also knew that now was not the time to scold people, so after a brief reprimand, he quickly inquired about the ambush they encountered ahead. Very good, I understand. The enemy has mortars, machine guns, and a small caliber artillery piece that seems to be an anti-armor weapon. If there are no surprises, it's highly likely that a relatively elite Cambrian Empire infantry unit is ambushing us in this village, and their objective should be to block us. After some thought, the officer pulled out a map and roughly measured the location on it. Before the war, they had already sent out many spies to draw maps, so the Black Eagle Empire's maps of the Cambrian Empire were not bad at all. In fact, they might even be more accurate than those drawn by the Cambrian Empire's general staff itself. Of course, no matter how precise their maps were, they wouldn't mark every single house in the entire village. At most, they would just indicate that there was a village here and roughly what shape it was. Well, this village is quite large. If they wanted to, they could set up quite a few ambushers here. No sooner had the battalion commander finished speaking than an officer beside him inquired. Sir, should we have the troops halt their advance here and rest, and also wait for our air force and artillery support? Since there's an ambush in this village, we can totally call in the air force to solve the problem. However, regarding the dissuading words of the officer beside him, their battalion commander merely shook his head. Air Force? No thanks. I truly don't trust those gentlemen who fly around in the sky all day. They previously claimed to have inflicted heavy damage on the enemy during bombing, and even destroyed the enemy's command post, but I haven't felt that the enemy suffered any significant damage. Even the paratrooper operation, which the headquarters had placed high hopes on, seems to have completely failed. If they're going to put such elite troops into the Air Force, they might as well transfer these soldiers to our army. It was evident that the battalion commander had a very poor impression of the Air Force, expressing no trust in them in his words. However, this was normal. Most army personnel did not place much trust in the Air Force, as in their eyes, the Air Force was unreliable far too often. Especially since there were considerable disputes between the Black Eagle Empire's Air Force, Army, and Navy, and their Air Force commander, Grand Marshal Herman, had been too assertive in his usual conduct, which affected many of their interests. Therefore, this battalion commander had no intention of calling for air support, but instead stated decisively. Enough, advance immediately. We don't have time to wait for air support. We need to be as fast as possible right now. If the Air Force's timing is delayed, all our previous efforts will be in vain. What's more, I'm hoping to use this village as our foothold. If we really let the Air Force bomb it, where will we sleep tonight? Seeing their superior make the decision, the officer no longer tried to dissuade him, but immediately gathered the soldiers and told them to get ready. One soldier after another jumped out of the troop transport trucks, coordinating with the surrounding trucks and armored vehicles, forming combat formations, and the machine guns mounted on the truck tops were also set up. In just a blink of an eye, the column that had been in marching formation quickly transformed into a massive assault front, with armored vehicles and infantry charging across the open field towards the distant village. Hee, they're coming, they're coming. What a pity, I thought they would keep advancing in an armored column. Then we could have ambushed them from both ends. A player observed the approaching enemies in the distance and said excitedly, but his teammate mercilessly poured cold water on him. You must be a rookie, right? You've clearly watched too many anti-Japanese dramas. Normally, what proper unit would continue advancing in a column after encountering an ambush? Besides, this isn't a bridge, the enemy can leave the road at any time. Even if you destroy the vehicles in front and behind them, you can't block them completely, can you? Just as several infantry players hiding in foxholes were discussing amongst themselves, a crisp cannon shot suddenly rang out. Behind a house, a reindeer mech, operated by a Cambrian Empire mech pilot, seemed to be trying to achieve a long-range first hit. Unfortunately, the Cambrian Empire's aiming optics were truly subpar, and the training of this batch of pilots was also insufficient. As a result, this shot missed any target entirely, and instead, it startled the enemy. Damn it, where did this idiot come from? Seeing the guy who suddenly popped out, André, who was observing everything through binoculars from the dense forest, was momentarily speechless with anger. He had originally thought that only players would be undisciplined and not follow orders, but he never expected that before he even gave the command, another Cambrian Empire soldier had fired first. And what was even funnier was that the shot this guy fired was off by a mile, it didn't hit at all. In the very next moment, a dreadnought mech that was advancing also stopped, paused for barely a second, and then returned fire with a shot. Chapter 148, Are you kidding? How can there be such a fast cannon in this world? With that shot, the reckless guy who had suddenly popped his head out was directly hit. His entire front armor was penetrated from front to back, and flames instantly erupted. Seeing this, André couldn't help but cover his eyes, feeling that this teammate was incredibly weak. He was numb. He regretted not having properly inquired earlier. He didn't know where these rookies, who were driving the reindeer mechs in his team, came from. Honestly, he thought that during an ambush, players would be the ones to lack patience. However, he never expected that the first to expose themselves would be his own native soldiers, and that these guys would also be the ones to give away kills. He couldn't help but wonder. How long had these guys been training in the rear? What did they even train? They looked even more green than fresh recruits. Everyone, don't act rashly. Wait a little longer. Do not expose yourselves. Anyone who acts without orders again, I will immediately enforce battlefield discipline. Without time to bother with the officers commanding from inside the village, André, hidden in the dense forest, angrily spoke to the soldiers beside him, pulling out the number 3 revolver from his waist. Compared to the sidearm he initially used, the number 3 revolver used by the trench raider looked more powerful. No need to say anything else, just its caliber alone was enough to demonstrate its power. Seeing their commander's stern expression and also witnessing the clumsy performance of the troublemaker earlier, the other soldiers immediately stood still. At the same time, they couldn't help but curse inwardly, wondering how that idiot was driving his mech. Ha ha ha, it looks like there's an ambush in this village, but the ambushing guys are clearly a bunch of rookies. Meanwhile, in the Black Hawk army slowly approaching this side, the Black Hawk soldiers were roaring with laughter in the radio communication channels of their mechs. To be honest, at first, they were indeed startled when they suddenly saw a mech dart out of the village. But then, when they saw the mech's ridiculously poor gunnery, their hearts immediately settled. That idiot, neither the timing of his shot nor the timing of his sudden appearance, matched the optimal moment. It was clear at a glance that he was a rookie. They had hunted countless such rookies since the beginning of the war. Don't worry about the ambush in the village, advance immediately and eliminate them. All mechs, cooperate and provide cover for each other. Keep your eyes peeled. As soon as an enemy pops out of a house, open fire. Upon hearing their battalion commander's order, these mechs all readied their cannons, focusing their attention on the largest buildings in the village. Based on the reindeer mech they had seen earlier, they knew there weren't many houses in this village that could hide a mech. Aside from those few slightly taller buildings, the remaining houses simply couldn't hide a mech. If a mech was hiding behind them, a part of it would inevitably be exposed. Boom. Boom. Several mechs advanced while shelling these buildings. Since they suspected enemy mechs might be hidden behind these buildings, they naturally wouldn't be stingy with shells at this moment. It had already been confirmed that there were enemies in this village, firing a few more shells might just hit some targets. The 3 reindeer mechs, hidden behind the houses and originally preparing to find an opportunity to rush out and ambush, were having a tough time at this moment. Facing the enemy's continuous firepower, they didn't know what to do for a while. If they continued to hide behind the houses, they were very likely to be hit. But if they charged out at this moment, their ambush would be completely ruined. Especially after the previous battle, they had seen the fate of their comrade. If they suddenly showed themselves at this time, they wouldn't survive for 3 seconds, they would be hit by enemy shells in the next moment. But just then, a booming explosion suddenly came from a distance. A dreadnought, fully focused on aiming at the houses ahead, ready to unleash a thunderous blow at any moment, suddenly felt as if it had stepped on something. Before the pilot inside the dreadnought could ponder, an explosion instantly detonated beneath the mech's foot, and the massive blast immediately blew off one of the mech's legs, causing the entire mech to roll over. Oh no, there are landmines here. Everyone, be careful around this area. The sudden explosion instantly froze these dreadnought mechs. They realized they had underestimated the enemies ambushing here, they hadn't expected them to have set up landmines in advance. What puzzled them even more was when these enemies had set up landmines here. Why hadn't they noticed? Just as they were wondering when the enemies had laid landmines here, a sudden cannon shot once again disrupted the Black Hawk Army's attack rhythm. An unlucky dreadnought mech was hit directly in the front by a main gun, followed by a violent secondary explosion. The shell fired earlier had directly hit the dreadnought mech's ammunition depot. Oh no, watch out for those low-lying houses. There are enemy anti-tank guns in those houses. A Black Hawk soldier let out a sharp cry, urgently warning the armored soldiers next to him. He had just seen that the previous shot came directly from the wall of a small house. He never expected that the enemy had not only ambushed mechs here. Due to their previous ingrained thinking, they had focused all their attention on the tall buildings in the village, overlooking the low-lying houses instead. Coupled with the sudden landmine earlier, their attention wasn't focused, and they were hit by artillery fire in an instant. The player, who had driven the St. Chaman tank into the wooden house with only its cannon barrel sticking out, excitedly clapped his hands. Beautiful. I knew it, they can't see us hiding here. Quick, keep firing. Their mechs are even more fragile than we imagined. Just a few seconds passed, and the St. Chaman tank's main gun was reloaded. Immediately after, another shell was fired, instantly hitting another dreadnought mech. This shot was also fatal. Although it failed to successfully blow up the enemy's ammunition depot, it was clear that this shell also instantly killed the enemy's pilot, causing the mech to shudder and then stop moving. How is this possible? How many cannons did they hide in that house? Seeing several shells fired consecutively from that house in just a few seconds, the other Black Eagle Empire soldiers were instantly stunned. Are you kidding? How can there be an anti-tank gun with such a fast reloading speed in this world? Chapter 149, What is that running tin coffin? The Black Hawk soldiers didn't know that the St. Chaman tank, controlled by the players, had a much faster reload speed in the game than in reality. In reality, even if the St. Chaman tank used the famous Mademoiselle 75 main gun, it couldn't fire a shell every few seconds. But in the game, these tanks could naturally achieve such a fast rate of fire. It's simple, in the game, players are focused on rapid offense, with a plethora of anti-tank methods, so where would they find the time for slow reloads? If they truly followed the real-life reload speeds, then battles between two tanks would become an extreme torment. One side would just fire a shot, and the repairman on the other side would have already fixed the tank. In that case, it would be better to just let the assault soldier charge forward for anti-tank operations. Assault soldier throwing a few grenades and anti-tank mines, then firing a few rounds from an net launcher, the anti-tank efficiency would be beyond imagination, instantly performing a health bar vanishing act. Despite the shock in their hearts, the Black Hawk armored soldiers' counterattack came instantly. A shell suddenly roared in, puncturing the house in front with a bang, then immediately penetrating the Saint Chaman tank's armor. The Saint Chaman tank's frontal armor was less than 20 mm thick, so it naturally couldn't withstand the enemy's 75 mm long barreled gun. Fortunately, this shell didn't hit a critical part, merely passing straight through the tank. Before the player could even shout, the repairman had already started twisting his wrench. As the repairman twisted his wrench a few times, the frontal armor, which had a large hole, instantly returned to its original state. Not bad, looks like that guy should be taken out by me. After estimating the hit location, the crew of that dauntless mech smiled and said to his companions, but before he could finish his sentence, another shell fired from the original position. Another successful hit. Although this shell didn't hit a critical part of the enemy mech, it instantly killed the driver inside and simultaneously severed the upper gunner's 2 legs. Hearing the shrill screams from the communication channel, the remaining mech crews all turned pale, sensing that the situation was not good. I never thought such a strange armored vehicle could be so powerful. Behind them, a Cambrian soldier looked at the Saint Chaman tank in front, unable to resist whispering. At first, they thought this large monster, which looked like a tin box, seemed unreliable no matter how they looked at it, appearing very clumsy. But after the battle began, they discovered that this thing's anti-armor capability was truly strong. Quick, quick, retreat. Flank them. Everyone focus fire on that house, blow up the anti-tank gun inside. Realizing that the enemy's frontal firepower was a bit too fierce, the armored battalion commander quickly issued an order to turn. However, he didn't need to give the order, others had already started focusing fire on that house, with a series of shells continuously heading towards it. But accompanied by a thunderous roar, facing the constantly incoming shells, a strangely shaped steel war vehicle suddenly drove out of that house, looking just like an iron coffin on wheels. Realizing he was exposed, the player had no intention of hiding, but instead charged directly at the enemy head-on. Staying put was a dead end, charging out might allow him to take a few more with him. Bang! A shell flew over, but it didn't hit a vital part of the Saint Chaman tank, instead, it grazed the top of the tank and ricocheted away. Seeing this, the Black Hawk armored soldier who had just fired instinctively frowned. He suddenly realized that the armored vehicle that had just rushed out was too short. Compared to the mechs he was familiar with, this thing was at least half as tall. His previous aim was instinctively fired according to the usual method of aiming at mechs. If he didn't aim high when targeting a mech, the shell might pass between the enemy's 2 legs. But precisely because of this, his shell, which should have hit, didn't hit the enemy, at least not with a fatal blow. But it didn't matter, his companion's other shell had done the trick. A new shell came, hitting the Saint Chaman tank's track below, instantly breaking the tank's track. Seeing the enemy's shattered track, with even a wheel rolling out, the dauntless mech that fired continued to reload and re-aim. It was now determined to destroy this strange armored vehicle in front of him. If this thing kept running, it might cause them some trouble, but its legs were already broken, so what was there to worry about? But just then, something that greatly surprised him happened. The broken track, as if acted upon by some mysterious force, instantly restored itself, like time flowing backward. Immediately after, the tank, which had stopped halfway, started moving again. The huge tin box charged towards them like a wild bull. Damn it, this is impossible. The Black Hawk armored soldier on the other side couldn't help but exclaim. He truly couldn't understand how that tin monster did it, instantly repairing its broken legs below. But he had no time to think of anything else, because a new shell had already hit him, successfully hitting his mech's ammo rack again. Wow, speaking of which, I didn't expect the enemy's armored vehicles in this game to be so squishy. They can be taken out by our main gun in one shot. When did the big silly cute, dauntless, actually have such strong output? A player looked surprised, but then he suddenly realized. This game doesn't calculate damage based on health bars like in Battlefield, but rather according to the War Thunder model, calculating armor and penetration values. Clearly, their tank's 75mm main gun had decent penetration, and hitting the opposing dauntless mech was basically a guaranteed hit. However, just as he was about to press his advantage and continue to take out more enemy tanks, a shell fired from the side hit his tank's ammunition box. With a huge flash of fire, his Saint Chaman tank instantly exploded, and the player inside was also destroyed along with it, even implicating a repairman behind him. Repairman? Splat! Damn it, we've been tricked. The enemies here are probably not as weak as we thought. Looking at the smoking armored vehicles around him, the armored battalion commander didn't know what to say for a moment. The enemy who initially rushed out was clearly a reckless noob, so why was this new strange monster's artillery so powerful? Chapter 150 Saint Chaman vs. Dreadnought. Boom. With another sudden explosion, an unlucky dreadnought mech had one of its mechanical legs blown off by a landmine, collapsing to the ground and completely losing its combat capability. Upon seeing the second mech trigger a landmine, everyone else realized one thing. This broken place was not safe. The enemy had buried an unknown number of landmines here before, and they had already stepped on 2 of them. When the players were preparing for an ambush here, they naturally took the opportunity to throw a lot of landmines. They didn't know if the landmines they threw would hit, but what if the enemy had poor eyesight or bad luck and accidentally stepped on one? From the current situation, their decision to throw landmines was absolutely a wise move. Because after continuously triggering 2 landmines, the enemy's remaining armored vehicles didn't dare to move recklessly. Damn it, they didn't know how large a minefield the enemy had laid out here, but they certainly didn't dare to move casually at this moment. Perhaps they could charge through without stepping on too many landmines, and the losses might not be significant, but no one dared to do so. Compared to directly inflicting casualties, the greatest effect of such things was actually to restrict the enemy's movement. Not everyone was so reckless as to charge directly into a minefield. When they didn't dare to move around, it already provided an opportunity for other defending forces. Now, charge! Seeing all the enemy's armored vehicles stop, Andrei suddenly shouted to the soldiers around him. Immediately after, as a red flare suddenly rose, Saint Jamin tanks emerged from the woods one after another, roaring as they drove towards the distant enemy forces. Tat tat tat. Tat tat tat. Continuous machine gun fire swept down a group of enemy infantry accompanying the mechs in an instant. At the same time, several 75mm shells once again eliminated 2 more enemy mechs. This sudden ambush startled the Black Eagle Empire's armored forces, who were still in a stalemate. Many armored vehicles wanted to move, but then they suddenly remembered the unknown number of landmines buried nearby. Return fire! Quick, return fire! There's an ambush here! The armored battalion commander roared orders to the others in the communication channel, while another mechanized infantry battalion commander had already begun urging his soldiers to pick up anti-armor rifles. They didn't know how thick the armor of the enemy's armored vehicles was, but they believed their own artillery could definitely penetrate it, as long as they adapted to its low chassis. This was truly bizarre. Could this be the secret weapon the Cambrian Empire had been hiding all along? This was their first time seeing armored vehicles without mechanical legs, and they were momentarily stunned by these moving iron coffins, unsure of the enemy's situation. In the continuous shelling, both sides suffered losses, with Black Eagle Empire armored vehicles being blown up from time to time, and Saint Jamin tanks also being destroyed by the enemy. However, overall, Andrei's side still had the advantage. Their exchange ratio was quite good, with roughly 1 Saint Jamin tank lost for every 3 enemy armored vehicles destroyed. In terms of actual performance, Andrei felt that the Dreadnought mech was not inferior to the Saint Jamin tank at all, and was even slightly stronger. From the perspective of frontal armor, the Dreadnought mech's frontal armor was thicker, and in terms of main guns, the Dreadnought mech also had the advantage. Its exaggerated long-barreled 75mm gun ultimately had stronger penetration than the Saint Jamin's 75mm. As for mobility, in previous wars, the Dreadnought mech had already fully demonstrated its powerful mobility. Its 2 long legs could run at an astonishing speed. However, the current situation was very awkward for the Black Eagle Empire's armored forces, because they couldn't utilize these advantages. Although their armor and firepower had an advantage on paper, it was a different story in actual combat. They could both penetrate each other's armor, so this advantage was effectively cancelled out. In contrast, the Saint Jamin's main gun had an astonishingly fast reload speed. As for mobility, although the Saint Jamin's mobility couldn't compare to the Dreadnought, their mobility was restricted due to the landmines, forcing them to remain stationary and output fire. At least until they decided to risk it, these guys didn't dare to run around recklessly. Who knew if taking 2 steps to the side would result in being destroyed by a landmine before being taken out by the enemy's main gun? But all of this was not the biggest reason for the disparity between the 2 sides. The biggest difference lay in their respective survivability. The Dreadnought mech was a mech that could be operated by 2 people. Compared to the Saint Jamin, it was smaller and more compact, but this also meant that once it was penetrated by an enemy's main gun, it was basically done for. Not to mention the probability of hitting the ammunition rack, simply the dense arrangement of personnel inside made it difficult for the Dreadnought mech to survive once penetrated. However, for players, when they rode in a tank, it seemed there were no such problems. Several players could ride inside a Saint Jamin tank, and even if some players were eliminated, as long as one person survived, the tank's operation would not be affected. They could instantly switch to the main position. Furthermore, the larger space also made it more difficult for the Saint Jamin tank to be hit in its ammunition compartment, engine, and other critical parts by the enemy, making it difficult to be instantly destroyed even if hit by a shell. Coupled with the mechanics tirelessly working on repairs behind the tank, the Saint Jamin tank's survivability at this moment was extremely strong, even unbelievably so. More than one Black Eagle Empire tank soldier had noticed that they had clearly hit the enemy's tank with a shell, yet that iron monster had miraculously restored itself in an instant. Damn it! The enemy's armored vehicles were like living beings, even capable of self-healing. How were they supposed to fight these things? They simply couldn't be killed. Retreat, retreat immediately. Return along the original path, do not take any other routes. Their armored vehicles are strange, we must retreat quickly. Seeing the mechs in his armored battalion being destroyed one after another by the enemy, the commander's expression grew increasingly grim. Finally, he couldn't hold back and issued the order to retreat, because in his opinion, there was not much chance of victory left. If they didn't retreat now, all of them would probably be wiped out here. But just then, a new shell suddenly shot from behind them. Chapter 151, they're closing in. Release the doves. What's going on? What's the situation? We have enemies behind us. Upon seeing a Dreadnought mech slowly collapsing, spewing black smoke, the battalion commander's face instantly turned incredibly grim. He turned his head and discovered dozens of strange armored vehicles appearing behind them. They couldn't describe why these armored vehicles were strange, they just felt that no matter how they looked at them, they were awkward. They couldn't see where the front of the vehicle was, but instead, they saw a huge, protruding rotating turret at the front. So what kind of design was this? Was this some new type of anti-armor vehicle from the Cambrian Empire? Why was it a vehicle? Perhaps it was because they felt that using walking mechs was more convenient, or perhaps for some other reason. Andre had studied it for a long time and hadn't found any wheeled armored vehicles in this world. Perhaps it was because their off-road performance wasn't strong enough. The biggest problem with wheeled armored vehicles is that they generally can only run on roads. Their off-road performance in complex terrain is very poor, and they often break down on the road. In contrast, those walking mechs seemed not to have these problems. At least, if Andre had to choose, an ordinary armored vehicle certainly couldn't compare to a peacemaker mech. But it didn't matter, the armored vehicles operated by the players would not be limited by terrain, at least not so severely limited. For players, as long as they didn't intentionally drive into rugged terrain, even if they drove these armored vehicles off the road, at most, their movement speed would just be a bit slower. Even during long-distance assaults, their armored vehicles would not break down halfway, there was no need to consider such issues at all. According to the previous plan, these more mobile chrysanthemum cars were tasked with circling around from behind to completely surround the enemy's armored forces in the village after they entered it. Their primary mission should have been to cooperate with the tanks Andre left in the dense forest to block the enemy. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Andre hadn't even managed to lure the enemy's armored vehicles into the village when a reckless soldier ruined the operation, which truly made him furious. The NPCs had already opened fire, and the players, who were already eager to fight, naturally couldn't hold back and also wanted to open fire quickly. Seeing this, Andre also abandoned the idea of an ambush and simply let the remaining players charge out together. Hearing the commotion here and seeing the dialogue in the chat area, the armored vehicle players who had originally planned to make a wide detour from behind to outflank the enemy's retreat naturally couldn't hold back. Oh, what's going on? So we made such a big detour, and we almost missed the hot action of the engagement? What a joke, isn't this a trap? When dozens of chrysanthemum cars also joined the battlefield, the situation completely turned one-sided. Although these chrysanthemum cars were certainly not as tough as tanks, at this moment, the disadvantages of the chrysanthemum car were not particularly obvious. After all, the Saint Jamin tank's armor couldn't block the enemy's main gun, and the chrysanthemum car's armor also couldn't block the enemy's main gun. Compared like this, there didn't seem to be much difference between the two sides. In contrast, the chrysanthemum car also had an advantage in mobility, both its speed and flexibility were much faster than the Saint Jamin tank. Coupled with the chrysanthemum car's own 76mm cannon, which had excellent penetration and was not weaker than the Saint Jamin's main gun in power, at this moment, the chrysanthemum car simply transformed into a tank hunter. Carefully retreating a distance, the Black Hawk armored unit, which had finally exited the minefield, looked at the burning armored vehicle wreckage smoking everywhere around them, and their eyes instantly turned red. Damn it, if they hadn't been bothered by the minefield before, why would so many people have to die? And where did all these weapons come from? When did the Cambrian Empire hide so many strange weapons? Charge! Charge for me! Let them witness the speed of the Dreadnought mech. With the battalion commander's command, the Dreadnought mech, which had just exited the minefield, once again strode forward with its long legs, charging directly towards the tanks and chrysanthemums in the distance. Because the Dreadnought mech was extremely unstable during its run, after firing the shell from its cannon, the armored soldier operating the mech no longer continued firing. Instead, he prepared for a direct bayonet charge. A bayonet nearly 3 meters long, still using an indestructible coated metal, I ask you, are you afraid? Although in their tactical manuals, many people felt that bayonets were truly useless, and it was better to use long-range shelling and kite the enemy with artillery. But at this moment, they only wanted to quickly operate their mechs and run a couple of laps freely, they were truly fed up with the feeling of being trapped by landmines. Holy cow, they're charging at us. Good heavens, they've got guts. Get ready, release their doves. Inside a Saint Jamin tank, several players looked at the mech charging towards them with a fixed bayonet, getting closer and closer, and their faces instantly showed expressions of excitement. The doves they were driving this time were silly and cute, shmng, adorable and silly, and one of the tactics was to engage the enemy up close. They hadn't even driven up yet, and the enemy was actually actively approaching them. You little rascal, come on. Boom. With the player's sharp shout, facing the huge iron coffin charging towards him, the Dreadnought mech veered to the side at the critical moment. Just managing to dodge the impact of the iron coffin, and at the same time, thrust its bayonet in heavily. He didn't know what critical part of the vehicle his bayonet had hit, but he was sure that he must have at least stabbed several drivers inside. Because when the bayonet was pulled out, it was still dripping with blood and bits of flesh. But just then, he suddenly noticed that a small hatch opened at the back of this iron coffin, and then a dove was released. A dove? What are they doing? Are they calling for reinforcements? The armored soldier inside the Dreadnought mech asked, somewhat puzzled, but his companion simply maneuvered the mech while saying, "Who cares, get ready to stab him again from behind. I've figured it out, this iron coffin might be formidable from a distance, but up close, it's completely useless. It has no ability to resist us at all. If it were other mechs, even if they weren't equipped with such an exaggerated bayonet, once an enemy mech got close, they could at least throw a combination of punches to counterattack slightly. But an iron coffin like this had very inflexible turning, couldn't get around them at all, and its only means of counterattack was its main gun. So what could this thing do to them now? It could only be slaughtered at will." These thoughts flashed through the armored soldier's mind in an instant, but just as he was about to cooperate with his companion to continue thrusting the bayonet, a familiar but incredible whistling sound came from the sky. Chapter 152. So, was this vehicle driving in reverse the whole time? The roaring sound was all too familiar to the armored soldiers, it was clearly the sound of a shell cutting through the air before impact. But where was this shelling coming from? How had they not discovered any artillery nearby? Before they could figure it out, a barrage of shells landed around the tank, causing successive explosions. Although it seemed these explosions were all from howitzers, such dense explosions, even from howitzers, were enough to destroy a dreadnought mech. Though not directly hit, the people inside the mech were still disoriented by the explosions, and even the mech lost its balance, crashing to the ground with a thud. No sooner had it fallen than a howitzer shell landed directly behind the mech, and with a huge explosion, the entire dreadnought mech was instantly blown to pieces. What was surprising was that, amidst the rain of shells that had fallen earlier, the Saint Jamin tank had not been destroyed and could still move. The reason was simple, not a single shell had landed directly on the Saint Jamin tank, all the shells seemed to have precisely avoided the tank, hitting the ground beside it. Although the shell explosions and flying shrapnel caused some damage to the tank, overall, these damages were not fatal. Unfortunately, the repairman who had been busy repairing them on top of the tank was killed by this sudden wave of shelling. At this moment, the repairman was busy resurrecting from a nearby spawn point, while in the chat area, he was cursing their unsportsmanlike shelling, feeling that these teammates were truly terrible. Well, we're driving a Saint Jamin tank after all, shouldn't we have expected this? One player scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. The few of them had specifically chosen the Saint Jamin tank, so driving this tank was definitely for the purpose of artillery bombardment, otherwise, why would they choose this model of Saint Jamin tank? Not good, quickly take cover, watch out for enemy artillery. The other dreadnought mechs nearby had not seen the tank release the pigeon, and even if they had, they would never believe that the shelling was brought by a pigeon. According to the Battlefield CG story, this pigeon was used to transmit the tank's coordinates to the rear artillery positions, thereby perishing with the enemy. However, in game operation, as soon as this pigeon was released, an instantaneous subspace shelling would arrive, with no idea where these shells appeared from thin air. It could only be described as a significant subspace effect. If calculated by time, even if the artillery fired the moment the pigeon flew out, these shells could not arrive so quickly, as shells still take some time to fly through the air. They didn't know where the shelling came from, but they certainly didn't want to be hit by this overwhelming howitzer fire. Especially seeing the number of shells that exploded around that iron coffin just now, they knew that this artillery fire must be very dense, probably at least a regiment of artillery nearby was firing at them. However, after they stopped their mechs and froze for a few seconds, they suddenly realized that this shelling was wrong. Was the enemy's artillery too accurate, or were they crazy? Who would fire artillery to cover just one spot like this? Normally, shouldn't a large number of shells fall continuously, then push the firepower forward like a wave? Unable to understand what was going on with this sudden shelling, one dreadnought mech kept an eye on the surrounding movements while continuing to charge the enemy. Then he once again encountered the enemy's pigeon release and fire tactic. As soon as the pigeon was released, he was blasted by shells. At the same time, on the other side, the dreadnought mech's pursuit of the chrysanthemum car was also very unsuccessful. They initially didn't understand the design of this armored vehicle, thinking that the rotating turret in front was the front of the car, and they didn't know how the driver inside could drive and operate the artillery at the same time. But when they caught up with bayonets drawn, ready to pierce through this armored vehicle, they realized something was wrong. What was going on? How could this armored vehicle reverse faster than it drove forward? They originally thought this armored vehicle shouldn't run very fast, but in fact, they found that their mechs couldn't catch up with this car. Just this small difference in speed was a miss by a hair, a mile by a miss. The chrysanthemum car drove forward, constantly dodging the pursuit from behind, while using its rear turret to continuously fire at the enemy, just like a horse archer retreating while shooting backward. Under such kiting tactics, one chrysanthemum car actually took out 3 of the enemy's dreadnought mechs in a row. No, we can't keep chasing like this, these armored vehicles are poisonous. Stop playing with bayonets, I knew these bayonets were unreliable. Besides charging at some slower enemies, what else can they do? Damn it, how did these drivers practice their driving skills? So they've been driving in reverse this whole time. Only then did the other Black Eagle Empire armored soldiers realize that the chrysanthemum car in front of them actually had its turret on its rear. It was normal for the turret to be on the rear, but the opponent's operation mode was very abnormal. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't this type of vehicle quickly drive over, then quickly turn sideways, and rotate the turret to fire from the side? So how did they drive this car backwards the whole way and still manage to drive it so flexibly? Clearly, they didn't understand what a player was. For a normal veteran driver, driving a car so flexibly in reverse would definitely not be so easy, but for players, such operations were already second nature. Realizing that the bayonets on their mechs were truly unreliable, the Black Eagle Empire armored soldiers once again switched to their main cannons and began engaging the enemy in artillery duels. Unfortunately, even in an artillery duel, they didn't have any advantage. Especially when they were busy with the artillery duel, there were also sudden small shells, or strange shells shaped like radishes, that blasted towards them, inexplicably penetrating their armor. During the chaotic battle with the enemy, it wasn't just the tanks that charged out, the infantry also charged forward. Whether using tubes or radish launchers, the players' anti-armor capabilities were first class. Perhaps the tube couldn't penetrate the front armor of the enemy's dreadnought mech, but in such a chaotic battle, the enemy had long since stopped caring about what was front or not. Once the enemy exposed their weaker side armor, the tube could immediately become a deadly weapon. Chapter 153, Wait, why is that cavalryman holding a plunger? Uraha. Facing such a high-pitched battle cry, the Black Hawk soldiers, in a state of panic, felt their hearts pound, holding their guns but unsure what to do. Charging alongside the enemy's armored vehicles were, of course, a large number of infantry, but no matter how they looked, they couldn't understand the method behind these infantry charges. Some of the infantry seemed rather cautious when charging, preferring to fight around those iron coffins, but they quickly couldn't keep up with the speed of these iron coffins. Many players felt that these NPCs, who were supposed to be coordinating infantry and tanks with them, were truly a hindrance and had no interest in fighting alongside them. The main reason was that the intelligence of these NPCs was too low. When charging, they always liked to hide behind their tanks, making them afraid of accidentally running over a couple. And most importantly, these guys always liked to gather behind their tanks, so what about their pigeon releasing tactic? They were still planning to charge into a crowd, then release a flock of pigeons to blow up the enemies, but these NPCs standing by were a real nuisance. Despite the annoyance, no player casually attacked friendly NPCs at this time, because Andre had suddenly thought of some additional operations before this and patched the game while on the train. Casually killing friendly NPCs, in addition to the possibility of an account ban, would also result in a deduction of merit points in Andre's favorability. Compared to killing enemies, killing friendly forces deducted 50 times the merit points. The punishment was incredibly severe, beyond imagination. It was precisely because of such severity that they had to be somewhat cautious when fighting, not daring to casually kill friendly NPCs, not even daring to accidentally injure them. Otherwise, not to mention the favorability that was so difficult to accumulate, just the deducted merit points alone would be enough to make a battle pointless for him. Some players couldn't help but complain, saying that the game designer might as well have set up friendly fire immunity or something. Since there was no friendly fire immunity, why were there such harsh restrictions? Regarding this, Andre also wanted to ask why his system couldn't set up a friendly fire immunity effect. Unfortunately, his broken system didn't answer him, but all in all, it seemed impossible for him to set up friendly fire immunity. There were no operations for it at all. Compared to the ordinary Cambrian soldiers who were timid when charging and always liked to hide behind tanks due to their lack of experience with infantry-tank coordination, the players' charges were much bolder. Some experienced players knew to hide behind tanks, using them as cover, occasionally peeking out to fire a few shots and then retreating, operating very flexibly. But most players still charged independently, not caring about their teammates next to them. So, in the eyes of the Black Hawk army, this Cambrian army before them was truly bizarre. After fighting for so long, they still couldn't understand any strategy in this army. They just felt that these guys fought in a complete mess, but the weapons and equipment they used were truly good, and there was a group of people who were truly not afraid of death. From the very beginning, there were also motorized infantry driving trucks to charge forward, while the machine gunners on the trucks continuously strafed the enemy. But not to mention a group of extremely skilled veteran gunners in the enemy ranks who could instantly kill their truck drivers. Those cavalrymen also disgusted them. Before this, they suspected that there might be some kind of specially modified cavalry in the enemy ranks, and now they saw these cavalry again. They didn't know what these cavalrymen's bodies were made of. They looked incredibly tough, unable to be killed even after several shots. Moreover, the movements of this group of cavalrymen when running were too smooth. Their movements didn't look like they were riding horses at all. Even performing stunts on a motorcycle wouldn't be this smooth. One truck was loaded with explosives, and the driver looked insane, seemingly ready to crash directly into a distant tank to perish together with it. But at this moment, a cavalryman suddenly darted out from beside the truck and casually threw a grenade onto it. With a loud boom, the truck instantly burst into flames, exploding into a mess of scattered parts. But immediately after, that cavalryman not only smoothly dodged the explosion but also turned around and charged towards another armored vehicle, continuing to throw grenades. Tat tat tat. Tat tat tat. A Black Eagle Empire machine gun team temporarily found a hidden spot and set up, unleashing fierce bursts of fire on the enemy's charging infantry. But they hadn't been firing for more than a few seconds when a cavalryman suddenly discovered the position of their machine gun team, and then that guy rushed over, carrying a long spear. Fire, fire, kill that reckless fool. Hearing the observer frantically shouting, the machine gunner quickly adjusted his aim and fired fiercely at the cavalryman charging towards him. However, to his surprise, this cavalryman jumped all over the place, moving in a curve that could no longer be described as an S shape. Even a snake couldn't coil like that. And even though that guy had clearly been hit by many bullets, his charging momentum still didn't stop. He just pushed forward, enduring his rain of bullets. In the machine gunner's desperate gaze, a long spear suddenly thrust out, instantly piercing his chest, lifting him high, and then casually flinging him aside. Boom. However, that cavalryman was also unlucky. A dreadnought mech discovered the area and suddenly fired a shot at the cavalryman. If it were farther away, the mech's gunnery wouldn't be good enough to hit a cavalryman scurrying around like a jumping monkey. But this cavalryman was too close to the dreadnought mech, so he was hit by one shot, and both he and his horse were finished. Having dealt with one cavalryman, the dreadnought mech had just breathed a sigh of relief and was about to aim its cannon at the next cavalryman to mess with, but then he noticed another cavalryman running over from behind. However, the weapon this cavalryman was holding looked a bit strange. It didn't seem to be a normal long spear, but rather something that looked a bit like a plunger. Before he could figure out what this thing was, that cavalryman had already circled around behind him, and at the same time, thrust a shot, directly stabbing the plunger in his hand into the side wall of his mech. Rumble. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the cavalryman, having used up a plunger, charged out of the smoke, coldly replacing his carbine, and began firing at other enemies. But at the same time, his complaints in the chat area had already started to flood the screen. Chapter 154, the battlefield version of Creek Death Riders. Changfen Cat, 666, buddies. Look what I found. This game actually has an Easter egg. You can use the Tage Unhappy Stick normally while on a warhorse. Cavalry plus the Tage Unhappy Stick, what exactly is this combination? Answer me loudly. As soon as this message was sent, a large number of Creek Death Riders flooded the comments below. Sure enough, Warhammer fans were everywhere. This operation was just too similar to Krieg cavalry. In the Warhammer world, the famous Death Riders of the Krieg Corps are known for silently charging the enemy with a hot melt lance in hand. As long as you were hit by that lance, which was equipped with a hot melt warhead, whether you were a tank or an Astartes wearing power armor, you would be killed in one hit, making it an anti-everything weapon. The players never expected that this world would also have similar operations, or perhaps this was an Easter egg specifically created by the game's official team. Battlefield V had no cavalry, and Battlefield I had no Tage Unhappy Stick, so in this game, the two combined to form a rather incongruous Krieg Death Rider. For players, playing games is naturally for entertainment, and entertainment requires creating excitement, especially since someone just created a great spectacle with this operation. Immediately, other players began to imitate it. Other Black Hawk armored soldiers hadn't yet figured out how their comrade was impaled by a cavalryman with a long spear when they saw a long line of cavalry suddenly gathering in the distance. All these cavalrymen held strange-looking long spears, topped with a head resembling a plunger, which seemed to possess a deadly killing intent. Arriving in front of this team, Changfen Cat, who had just completed a wave of anti-tank mine charges, gestured to the others, then took the lead and charged out. Seeing this, the other players also followed suit and charged up. Although with the players' lax discipline, they certainly couldn't form a wall charge. Such a group of a dozen or so cavalry launching a dreadnought charge against the armored units in the distance still looked terrifying. Oh no, I know now. The long spears in their hands have explosives on them. That thing can pierce through mechs. Quick, focus fire. Don't let those cavalry charge over. A Black Hawk armored soldier who realized the situation was bad shouted to the other vehicle crews while quickly aiming their cannons at the distant cavalry. Having fought this far, they also realized that these cavalrymen had incredibly strong vitality, and simply using machine guns made it difficult to guarantee an instant kill. Only artillery seemed to be the best choice for killing these cavalrymen. Hitting a cavalryman with it would guarantee a kill. However, with the battle having progressed this far, how many mechs could be gathered here to resist the current cavalry charge? After a chaotic battle, the Black Eagle Empire's armored soldiers were already severely weakened, with an unknown number of them having been destroyed, and the remaining armored vehicles were scattered. Especially in front of these mechs, one iron coffin after another was charging at them while firing cannons. Damn it, the combat power of these iron coffins was just ridiculous. They also couldn't understand how this thing could be hit by their cannon and still not be destroyed. Every armored soldier driving a dreadnought mech had extreme confidence in their mech, not for any other reason, but because of the large cannon on that mech. This cannon was too powerful, proving effective against armored vehicles. Until now, they had not encountered any conventional armored vehicle that could withstand this cannon. Any enemy armor facing this cannon was basically pierced with one shot. But now, they had encountered a strange exception and completely failed to understand how these tin coffins were being pierced, only to recover to their original state in a blink of an eye. Clearly, they did not understand the value of battlefield armored vehicle vitality. Even if this armored vehicle had undergone some changes, it still possessed powerful vitality. Unless all the drivers inside could be killed with one shot, or the engine and ammunition rack inside were blown up, there was no way to kill this Saint Chaman tank with a single shot. Because of the Saint Chaman's distraction, in the end, only 2 dreadnought mechs were able to deal with these cavalrymen. But the firepower of 2 dreadnought mechs simply couldn't stop the relentless charge of these cavalrymen. Boom. Boom. 2 shells were fired consecutively, and an unlucky cavalryman was hit, falling on the path of the charge. But the other cavalrymen did not care about their comrades' casualties, they simply continued to charge head-on, with a deathly silence accompanying their advance. To perfectly cosplay as Krieg, these players spontaneously remained silent during the charge, not a single person spoke. There was no sound, no shouting, combined with the players' lifeless expressions and the explosive long spears in their hands, which were clearly meant for mutual destruction. The armored soldiers inside the 2 dreadnoughts were also stunned at this moment. They couldn't understand what belief was supporting these cavalrymen in battle. Using such weapons, even if they could destroy the dreadnought mechs, they themselves would be affected by the explosion and would also die. So why were these guys willing to die themselves just to take down their mechs? There was no time to think too much, because this group of cavalry had already charged. Under the desperate gaze of the 2 mech drivers, several anti-tank mines instantly pierced their mechs, followed by a massive explosion. Due to the shaped charge, a scorching jet of molten metal instantly pierced the dreadnought's frontal armor. High-temperature liquid metal and large amounts of metal fragments all sprayed onto the armored soldiers inside, practically cooking them. At the same time, the huge explosion caused the players riding on the warhorses to feel a tremor in their bodies, and their health also dropped by a segment. But they were pleasantly surprised to discover that by riding on these warhorses, they could actually be immune to the explosion's knockback effect. And this meant that this time, when using anti-tank mines, they wouldn't be violently blown away in return. Furthermore, cavalry in battlefield have always been tough, so with the cavalry's health, as long as they kept their health at a sufficiently safe level, they could use this weapon casually. Good heavens! After all this, anti-tank mines combined with cavalry were simply a perfect match. With the cavalry's bonus, the various disadvantages of using anti-tank mines were almost instantly erased or weakened, leaving only incredibly powerful impact and exciting gameplay that strongly enticed players. Chapter 155, Special Treatment for Obedient Players. Surrender. We surrender. Stop. Ah. When it became clear that the battle was lost and irreversible, many Black Hawk soldiers on the battlefield chose to raise their hands and surrender. Unfortunately, Andrei's soldiers had no intention of accepting their surrender. Even when faced with surrendering enemies, the players continued to kill without hesitation. Even the other ordinary soldiers, after seeing the players' actions, hesitated for a moment and then joined the ranks of those refusing surrenders and continuing the pursuit. Many other Black Hawk soldiers, realizing that this Cambrian army refused to accept their surrender, quickly got into trucks and sped off in the opposite direction, trying to escape from there. Unfortunately, their escape attempt quickly caught the players' attention. Naturally, players in armored vehicles or on war horses pursued them and began to hunt them down. Beside Andrei, Major Petrov, a company commander who had come with him, watched the scene unfolding before them, frowned slightly, and said, "Regimental commander, should we take some prisoners? Killing prisoners like this might not be good, might it?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Lieutenant Colonel Nikolaev, serving as chief of staff, smoked his pipe, silently watching the battlefield before him, his thoughts unknown. Hearing this, Andrei glanced at Major Petrov, then shook his head and said, "No, it's much better to eliminate these guys than to take them in. Especially now, even if we were to take them, it's already too late. We still have a big battle ahead. If we take prisoners, how will we deal with them? Do we need to treat their wounded, or send people to guard them? We don't have many hands, we only have this many soldiers in total, all of whom must be reserved for the upcoming war. We simply don't have the energy to guard these unstable elements, but we can't just let them go. Considering all that, killing them is actually the best option." As he spoke, Andrei's expression was quite cold, making Major Petrov's heart involuntarily shiver. It was the first time he had felt his regimental commander's ruthlessness. He truly was a formidable person who had emerged from such a hellish battlefield. But he had to admit that what Andrei said made sense. If they really took these prisoners back, they wouldn't know how to handle them. Sending these guys to a prisoner of war camp was clearly impossible. The war had been ongoing, and the Cambrian Empire was in a state of continuous retreat. Where would they find the time to build a prisoner of war camp? And if they released them, these experienced veterans could not only bring intelligence about their unit back but also quickly rearm and rejoin the fight. In war, what is the most valuable asset? Different people have different opinions, but from Andrei's perspective, he believed the most valuable asset was these experienced, battle-hardened veterans. The best weapons and equipment still ultimately need to be operated by people. Without experienced veterans, an army's combat effectiveness simply cannot be fully utilized. Because it was not suitable to take prisoners, and considering the previous atrocities of these guys, Lieutenant Colonel Yuri was quickly persuaded by Andrei. As for Lieutenant Colonel Nikolaev, his view on the matter was indifference. He would follow the regimental commander's orders in everything. Hearing his statement, Andrei couldn't help but glance at the old fellow, feeling that he truly was an old fox. Everything follows the regimental commander's orders, so when accountability is needed, it won't be his responsibility, it will all fall on the regimental commander. But it didn't matter, Andrei hadn't heard of any place requiring good treatment of prisoners anyway. The Cambrian Empire, having suffered invasion, was now extremely angry with the Black Eagle Empire. This great northern nation was rapidly awakening and becoming increasingly ruthless. After dealing with this batch of prisoners, Andrei observed the players still in pursuit in the distance, planning to wait a few more minutes. If they still hadn't returned, he would immediately issue a recall order. After this battle, this place was a dangerous spot and not suitable for prolonged stay. Andrei did not intend to remain here. At this moment, he was summarizing the battle in his mind. Overall, although the outcome of this battle was quite good, the process could be said to be quite imperfect. The imperfect battle process was partly because some soldiers did not obey orders, and partly because the players were too undisciplined. He hadn't felt it much before, but now Andrei realized that to successfully carry out an ambush, army discipline is extremely important. Without sufficient discipline, even a slight movement could lead to the failure of the entire ambush. The discipline of ordinary soldiers was manageable. Andrei could specifically address this, go back, find a few typical examples, severely reprimand them, confine them, or even execute them, all of which could rectify the unit's discipline. But for players, expecting them to be disciplined, how could that be possible? Although the players Andrei had acquired seemed to have relatively long playtimes, with not many rookies, these players were mostly free agents and lacked discipline. Moreover, players play games for relaxation and entertainment, not to be overworked in the game. If one constantly emphasizes discipline to players, it will only be counterproductive. Thinking this, Andrei felt that he would have to pay special attention to players in the future, looking for those who were more obedient. When conducting ambushes in the future, his main force would still have to rely on the regular army, and then he would use these more obedient players as a vanguard force under his command, giving them more exclusive missions and providing them with some special treatment to nurture them. He now had more players, and at the same time, he also had to select the best among these players, choosing a batch of more reliable individuals. Just as players were Andrei's core strength in his army, he also had to find a group of sufficiently obedient and willing to follow orders individuals among the players to serve as his core strength. As for the other players, Andrei glanced at the players still happily chasing enemies in the distance and thought that instead of having these guys participate in ambushes, it would be better to give them more room for free play. For players, if too many restrictions are placed on them, they often don't perform well. However, if the objective is set, and they are allowed to handle the rest themselves, these players often bring many surprises to Andre. Thinking of this, Andre suddenly remembered something else: how much had his player's activity range expanded now? This aspect was very important. If the activity range of his surrounding players was large enough, he would have room to maneuver for many things. Chapter 156, finally, it's the invader's turn to shine. Andre quickly spread out the map, comparing the distance between his original position and this village. Overall, he had run approximately 15 kilometers, and even now, there was still no movement from the players at his original position. He had to admit, he had been a bit careless before. What if his current player activity range wasn't large enough? Perhaps as soon as he brought people over, the players busy digging trenches on the other side would suddenly show as being out of the activity zone, and then count down to their demise. If that were the case, he could only explain it as a game bug. But fortunately, until now, the other half of the players hadn't encountered any issues, which confirmed to Andre that his current player activity range had reached at least 15 kilometers, and possibly even more. This was truly good news, meaning Andre could set up more than one position, allowing player activity to be more dispersed. Thinking of this, Andre casually set a new mission, leaving 100 players here to defend the village. The mission time was unlimited. The longer they held out, the more points players would earn. The standard for holding out was whether there were still resurrection points in the village. Andre had set up a total of 5 resurrection points throughout the village. If all 5 of these resurrection points fell, the mission would end, otherwise, the mission would continue indefinitely. After all, for players, as long as they had resurrection points, they essentially had countless lives. Even if they stayed here and kept wearing down the enemy, they could wear them all down to death. It's just a pity that players must have resurrection points to truly demonstrate their power. Otherwise, without resurrection points, with the players' fighting style, they could at best be considered consumables. If it weren't for this, Andre would have really wanted to set a guerrilla warfare mission, letting these players run behind the enemy and harass them extensively. He was certain that with the players' ability to constantly resurrect and their never-ending nature, plus how smoothly these guys could infiltrate, it would definitely cause the enemy's rear to be so harassed they couldn't function normally. Unfortunately, both the limitation of resurrection points and the distance limitation between players and himself made it impossible for his longed-for tactics to be realized. But resurrection points. Wait a minute, Andre suddenly thought of something. He suddenly realized that he could actually create mobile resurrection points. On one hand, in his system, the location of the military flag could also be set as a resurrection point. So, as long as he selected a player as the flag bearer to carry the flag around, players would essentially have a mobile resurrection point. Besides this, players also had another option, using the elite soldier set the invader. The invader elite soldier is very special. Their combat ability is only average, but this unit has 2 major specialties. One specialty is the signal flare. Firing a signal flare can immediately call in a barrage of subspace artillery fire. With just a slight mistake, the invader can blast the enemy into excruciating pain. The other specialty is that the invader can set up beacons. Although beacons have a limited duration, players can constantly resurrect around the beacon. It is these 2 skills that give the invader his title. If an invader accidentally infiltrates the rear, whether it's the terrifying subspace artillery bombardment or the constantly refreshing resurrection points, it's enough to cause the enemy to be easily surrounded and their rear thrown into chaos on the spot. Thinking of this, Andre quickly unlocked the invader set. Before this, the reason he hadn't unlocked the invader set was because he was afraid of the invader's subspace artillery bombardment. These guys' artillery was too fierce, they were practically human artillery companies. Who knew if they accidentally fired a shell at their own position, it would make Andre experience that artillery trajectory he felt when he first transmigrated. But now, looking at the village, a smile appeared on Andre's lips. The mission he issued would only be completed by players remaining here, and under his command, other troops would withdraw. At that time, he would let the players mess around on their own. Even if players blew themselves up, Andre wouldn't feel bad, they would be good as new after resurrecting anyway. He wondered what kind of torment the players in this village would inflict on the enemy. For some reason, Andre suddenly felt a bit of anticipation. When Andre issued the order and simultaneously announced the mission to the players, they immediately burst into cheers. However, at the same time, several officers around Andre frowned, feeling that this order was truly meaningless. Regimental commander, with all due respect, I don't understand why you are leaving 100 common soldiers here to defend. You are completely sending them to their deaths. As an old soldier, Nikolaev, at this moment, no longer maintained his usual lazy state. Instead, he unceremoniously stepped forward and questioned Andre. Although the other officers did not speak, they also looked at Andre with confused eyes. Clearly, they also could not understand Andre's approach. Facing their doubts, Andre sighed inwardly. He naturally understood why these people were questioning him. He wasn't an idiot. If it were a regular army, leaving 100 men here would truly be useless. If they were left here to block, they might not last 10 minutes before all of them were wiped out. Moreover, there was no need for them to stay here to block, it was as if he was deliberately sending them to their deaths. These officers in front of him did not know the player's characteristics, so they naturally questioned Andre's order. Regarding their confusion, Andre simply said, I know what you are worried about, but these 100 soldiers I have chosen are tasked with a special mission. Due to a particular reason, I cannot tell you the details of their mission. But you can rest assured, they are definitely not staying here to die. They will certainly be of great use in the coming battle. Hearing Andrei say this, the officers present all frowned. Although they were very puzzled, and even couldn't help but feel some doubt, they ultimately chose to trust their regimental commander. After all, their regimental commander had a very good reputation in battle. Especially before this, they had annihilated an enemy armored unit, which was quite a splendid victory. So in the end, they still obeyed Andrei's order. After all, Andrei was their superior. Chapter 157, We must annihilate the Cambrian Empire's elites. Ugh, this is troublesome. Although the system has distorted perception as much as possible, there are still some things that are too abnormal, and it seems that perception cannot be completely distorted. On the way back, Andrei sat in the back of a truck, sighing, feeling a headache coming on. He couldn't blame the officers who had come to refute his orders earlier. From a normal perspective, his order was simply outrageous. However, Andrei knew that in many cases, giving orders to players couldn't follow normal military combat modes because players and normal soldiers were completely different types of beings. For ordinary soldiers, a battle like this would absolutely send them to a certain death. Even if Andrei said that he was just letting them stay here as guerrillas, seizing opportunities to harass the enemy's logistics, this mission was still quite dangerous and seemed to have little necessity. But for players, such a mission was exactly what allowed them to unleash their full potential. Although they would eventually be unable to stop the endless stream of enemies, it was unimaginable how many enemies they could eliminate and how long they could hold back the enemy before being overwhelmed. Sometimes, when players were separated, the combat power they erupted with was even stronger than when they were part of a large force. Thinking about this, Andrei felt that he would have to specially organize a special operations team composed entirely of players in the future. At that time, whether this unit was disguised as guerrillas or any other unit, they could not be classified into the regular army ranks under his name. Otherwise, if he always commanded them to do some illogical tasks, it would look too conspicuous. It's not that these people could see anything wrong with the players, but at that time, Andrei would either be labeled a brain-dead commander or a cold-blooded beast. No one wants their superior officer to be a scumbag who disregards human lives. If Andrei gained such a title, the morale of his troops would easily drop. However, the correct way to use players was indeed to treat human lives as expendable, otherwise, how could the player's revival characteristic be utilized effectively? Forget it, forget it. When I go back, I'll establish a special company and give them another name. After understanding this, Andrei's mood instantly improved significantly. Indeed, players still had to be released independently to maximize their advantages. Although some players were pursuing the defeated enemy forces earlier, due to the sheer number of retreating enemies and the limited range of the players' pursuit, quite a few stragglers still managed to escape. These stragglers who escaped immediately reported their previous encounter of their 2 battalions, and as expected, they were immediately severely reprimanded. What? What are you saying? Say it again. What a joke. You've truly disgraced me. A Black Eagle Empire colonel looked at these returning fellows, his face contorted with rage, wishing he could pull out his pistol and shoot them all. The 2 battalions he sent to scout, combined, had at least 1,000 men. In the end, they inexplicably encountered the enemy in a battle and were then beaten to such a state. A full 1,000 men, and less than 200 returned, with only a few mechs escaping. It was almost a complete annihilation by the enemy. Realizing this, he couldn't understand for a moment what kind of enemy unit these guys had encountered in front that they would be beaten so miserably. Through the scattered reports of the deserters, he quickly figured out that these guys must have encountered an armored regiment of the Cambrian Empire ahead. It must be said that their luck was very bad. From the start of the war until now, how many armored units the Cambrian Empire still had left has always been an unsolved mystery. However, everyone knew that the Cambrian Empire's armored forces had basically collapsed by now. The Cambrian Empire was not a country that valued advanced arms, and coupled with the issue of traditional noble horse administration within the country, they had always suppressed various things that consumed fuel instead of fodder. Therefore, although the Cambrian Empire was large, their armored forces were originally only a fraction of the Black Eagle Empire's, not to mention the astonishing losses they suffered at the beginning of the war. Thinking about this, it didn't seem like a bad thing that they encountered an enemy armored regiment ahead, did it? Judging by this, didn't they accidentally catch a big fish of the enemy? Otherwise, a regular unit wouldn't have an armored regiment formation. So, this colonel strongly suspected that there was a highly probable elite mixed division of the Cambrian Empire in front of them. This news was quickly reported by the colonel to the rear. Although the unexpected appearance of an enemy elite unit here surprised them, it also made the command headquarters in the rear take it very seriously. General Roan personally approved, demanding that their armored army must completely devour the enemy's elite unit and never let this unit escape. From the start of the war until now, new generation generals like General Roan have always believed that compared to the loss or gain of positions, annihilating enemy personnel and technical arms was the most important thing. To eliminate this unit, General Roan even stated that he would contact the Air Force and request air support from them. Of course, General Roan, who hung up the communication, did not know that when he went to request air support, he inadvertently met with a rebuff. After all, the Air Force here had inexplicably lost an elite paratrooper battalion, and the general in charge of commanding the Air Force in this area, to avoid taking responsibility, naturally shifted the blame to General Roan. When General Roan heard that they lost an elite armored paratrooper battalion because his troops did not arrive in time, he was so angry that his nose was crooked. What a joke. His troops had already pushed their speed to the limit all the way, how could they be any faster? On the contrary, these idiots in the Air Force, who didn't even scout properly beforehand, actually dropped a paratrooper unit right in front of the enemy's armored regiment. If they weren't annihilated by the enemy, that would be truly unbelievable. The frontline officer was unaware of the fierce quarrel between General Roan and the Air Force, as he had now focused all his attention on breaking through the enemy's front line. Chapter 158, Pincer Attack, Air Force leads the way. According to the current reconnaissance, the enemy seems to have set up 2 lines of defense ahead. Among the Black Hawk Army, several officers were discussing the enemy situation they had discovered. One line of defense should be the factory that caused our airborne battalion to be completely wiped out. According to what we've learned, that factory has a large number of buildings that can be used as defensive fortifications, and there are also railways. Although it's unclear whether our Air Force really blew up the railways, those defensive fortifications are certainly real. I think they'll most likely utilize these defensive fortifications. And besides that, the other line of defense is very likely this village. When speaking of this village, the officer tapped the map twice, saying with some uncertainty. To be honest, I'm not sure if the enemy has set up a defensive line in this village, but they at least fought an ambush here before. From a topographical perspective, there's a dense forest near this village, which seems to be a relatively suitable place for an ambush. But at the same time, there are also large open areas here, very suitable for armor to deploy. If it were me, I might leave a small number of soldiers in the dense forest for an ambush, or set up some landmines or similar things, to delay our army's advance as much as possible, but I probably wouldn't leave a large force to defend here. Hearing what the officer said, the others nodded in agreement. The terrain here was flat, suitable for the deployment of armored units, which also meant it was suitable for their operations. In previous battles, large numbers of Cambrian soldiers had already proven with their own experiences the consequences of encountering the Black Eagle Empire's organized armored units on the plains. As long as they weren't crazy, they shouldn't choose to set up defensive lines on the plains, because defensive lines set up on the plains simply couldn't withstand the attacks of their armored units. As for this dense forest, there might indeed be some ambushes within it, but they should only cause some hindrance. This forest wasn't very large, so the enemy couldn't set up too many troops here. Moreover, if they simply bypassed it from the side and enveloped the other end of the dense forest, then the troops hiding in the forest would be like turtles in a jar. Just a few incendiary bombs or similar, set the forest on fire, and all the troops in the forest would be finished. Gentlemen, so how do we plan to fight next? Directly to the factory, or deal with the village ahead first? After listening to the officer's analysis, the leading officer asked the others. The others thought for a moment, and their final answer was almost unanimous. Launch a pincer attack on the factory ahead, make a large circle from both sides, sandwiching the factory from left and right, completely encircling it. Meanwhile, they would send out a unit to attack from the front, attracting the enemy's attention. This pincer attack launched by the Black Eagle Empire's armored units naturally wasn't solely aimed at Andrei's forces. Andrei's unit wasn't that valuable yet. Their current attack was intended to completely annihilate the 2 infantry divisions and 1 artillery division located in this area, and at the same time, take down this factory fortress area. As long as they took this place, they could cut off Pskov's retreat, and thus cooperate with armored units in other areas to encircle the forces in Pskov city. From the beginning of the war until now, the Black Eagle Empire had always particularly liked using pincer attacks, almost treating this method as a panacea tactic. However, it must be said that with a mobility advantage, this tactic indeed proved to be very effective. The rigid and inflexible Cambrian army often found themselves surrounded by the enemy before they even understood what was happening. And once surrounded, these Cambrian soldiers, facing attacks from both front and back, would quickly be unable to hold on, leading to a rout. This round of pincer attacks primarily featured large offensives nested with smaller offensives, one set of offensives after another, ultimately completely severing the enemy's defensive line. For example, when they attacked Andrei's factory area, it was actually just one claw of a small pincer. By taking down this factory area, they could cut off communication between the 2 infantry divisions, completely separating them. But at the same time, to take down Andrei's factory area, they also adopted a strategy of flanking from both sides. However, before the flanking, their air force first launched a large-scale bombardment of the enemy. Blue-haired white-bellied mountain boar, oh my goodness. The Black Eagle Empire's air force is here again. Changfen Cat, Don T just stand there. Where are the engineers? Hurry up and build anti-aircraft positions. Watching large numbers of small airships dive from the sky, beginning intense strafing and bombing of the ground, the players remaining in the village immediately shouted. It was a trap. They hadn't anticipated the enemy's air force earlier. As a result, they now had almost no means of counterattacking against the enemy's air force. Engineer players with entrenching tools quickly ran to build positions. Before running over, they had laughed at the miserable noobs behind them who could only obediently be civil engineers. But unexpectedly, it was now their turn to be civil engineers. While the engineers were busy building anti-aircraft positions, the other players tried every means to cover these engineers, preventing them from being accidentally bombed to death by the enemy. Glancing at the village below, several small airships of the Black Eagle Empire paid no mind. They had already seen that some enemy soldiers in the village seemed to be busy, and were rapidly digging into the ground with shovels. But what good would that do? Could they really dig an air raid shelter in a few seconds? For wooden villages like this, they only needed to drop a few incendiary bombs to easily burn them down. At that time, no matter how many enemy soldiers were hiding in these villages, not a single one of them would survive. Boom! When the bomb landed, a fireball immediately shot into the sky, and the scattering flames instantly ignited the fields ahead, forming a raging inferno. At the same time, in the village, some houses were also ignited by another incendiary bomb, and there were even unlucky players with flames on their bodies. Damn it! You bombed me and now you want to run. A player, engulfed in flames, was rapidly losing health, but just before dying, he quickly raised his sniper rifle and fired a shot at the airship's pilot in the sky. You think it's that easy to kill him? Even if he died on the spot, he had to take one down with him. Just as this player aimed, the small airship that had dropped an incendiary bomb did not immediately pull up, because the pilot inside the airship still wanted to personally witness the miserable struggle of the Cambrian soldiers on the ground. Chapter 159, When Carpet Bombing Swept Through the Factory. Ha ha ha, inferior race, turned to ash in the flames. Looking at the soldiers engulfed in raging flames, the pilot couldn't help but let out a contemptuous laugh. Just like most officers and soldiers of the Black Eagle Empire, especially the new military faction, they were all staunch supporters of the Emperor's racial theories, firmly believing themselves to be the world's most superior race. After all, under the Emperor's leadership, they had created one miracle after another. They revitalized the declining empire, achieved the most brilliant industrial accomplishments, and in just a few decades, transformed themselves from a poor and fragmented nation into the powerful country it was now. All of this further fueled their ambitions and caused their confidence to swell immensely. But just as he was looking down, he suddenly noticed that a man, still burning with flames, was raising a gun at him. From such a high distance, how could that guy possibly hit him? It was just a futile struggle before death. Just as he thought this, a bullet suddenly pierced through the glass in front of the cockpit, instantly blowing his head open. Having lost its pilot, the diving airship failed to pull up and slowly plummeted towards the ground, eventually crashing onto a nearby plane and exploding into a ball of fire. Hee, wanting my life? Not so easy. This wave was worth it. Before being completely burned to death, the player looked at the large amount of merit points credited to his account and couldn't help but laugh excitedly. However, when he chose a respawn point, his smile instantly vanished. Chichi King, what the hell, are you kidding me? The enemy actually blew up one of our respawn points. Seeing only 4 respawn markers left in the village, the players who hadn't yet RESPwned began to complain in the chat area. When other players saw that one of their respawn points was missing, their expressions instantly turned grim. What an unlucky start. They hadn't even encountered the enemy's ground forces yet, and a respawn point had already been destroyed. They knew that their mission was to defend all respawn points, and if they lost all of them, their mission would be a complete failure. Cold Crow, speaking of which, why don't we have Air Force vehicles? When can we get planes or similar things to fly? Changfen Cat, besides that, I'd really like to pilot those multi-legged mechs. It would be great if we could build and deploy these vehicles ourselves, otherwise, relying on captured ones is too inefficient. Andre looked at the comments section, knowing that the players on that side seemed to have lost a respawn point to enemy bombing. There was nothing that could be done, it was their own oversight for not setting up proper anti-air defenses. Not just the players in the village, Andre had just retreated to the factory side and was also facing immense anti-air pressure. Compared to the other side, the number of Air Force units the enemy used to bomb this factory was far greater. It was unclear whether it was because the enemy knew an armored unit was stationed here, so they gave up on sending paratroopers for a forceful takeover. Or if they were enraged by the failure of their previous operation. This time, they had no plans to continue sending paratroopers to seize the factory, instead, they directly launched a large-scale bombing campaign with their air force. Judging by this stance, they clearly intended to completely flatten this entire factory. A Brandenburg-class large airship slowly approached, continuously dropping countless bombs along its path. Each bomb that fell created a massive crater on the ground, and the almost continuous bombs quickly stirred up enormous amounts of dust, looking from afar as if a carpet was being lifted. Are you kidding me? Since when did the Germans start doing carpet bombing? Hiding in an underground workshop, feeling the massive bombing overhead and reading the players' conversations in the chat, Andre couldn't help but complain. Although he had realized the enemy's strategic bombing capability when he first saw the Brandenburg-class airship, he truly felt a massive headache after experiencing the terrifying power of carpet bombing. In his opinion, what was the biggest problem with the German Air Force during World War II? The biggest problem was the lack of strategic bombing capability. Whether it was the Battle of Britain or the subsequent Soviet-German War, the German Army's tactical air force was very strong, but their strategic air force was basically non-existent. Dive bombing was indeed effective, with very high precision for ground strikes, but strategic bombing could hit enemy factories in the rear, bombing enemy cities and military bases in the rear. Of course, if an atomic bomb could be developed, strategic bombing would become utterly godlike. Dropping an atomic bomb would be like the sky falling and the earth rending, no one could endure an atomic bomb falling on their head. In addition to the massive, almost indestructible Brandenburg-class airship, the enemy also dispatched over a dozen other smaller airships. Using these airships for precise ground strikes. But honestly, those smaller airships were basically useless. Andrei's players were either hiding or staying at the anti-air positions, busy bombarding the enemy, so the smaller airships basically had no targets to attack. After all, besides the anti-air positions, the only other targets they could attack were the factory buildings. However, the factory buildings here were all constructed like fortress strongholds, and the small bombs carried by ordinary small airships simply couldn't penetrate such fortresses. As for the anti-air positions they were attacking, it was fine, they could attack them however they wanted. Once they finished bombing these anti-air positions, the engineers could immediately build a new batch of them. Although this stuff consumed far more influence points than digging trenches, Compared to that, the price of an anti-air position was less than what a player spent to buy a tricycle. For such a small amount of money, Andrei didn't care at all. Shooting down one small airship could exchange for 10 anti-air positions. However, Andrei had never understood what those medium-sized artillery airships were for. Honestly, from the start of the war until now, he hadn't seen any use for these airships. These airships had very limited bombing capabilities because they carried a large amount of artillery, which prevented them from carrying many bombs. At the same time, the precision of these artillery pieces for ground attacks was also very low, unless they dared to perform low-altitude dives. But given the size and speed of these things, if they really did a low-altitude dive, there was no doubt they would just be serving themselves up to the ground anti-air positions. Chapter 160, Alright, now I know what the artillery airship is for. After the last battle, Andrei realized that although this medium-sized airship was indeed equipped with a layer of void shield, this void shield was not decisive in terms of protection. As long as a few more players were found to concentrate fire on that thing, this thin void shield would quickly be breached, far weaker than the void shield of the large Brandenburg-class airship. Because of this, Andrei really couldn't understand what the purpose of this thing was. Given the effort, they either simply unloaded the artillery from this airship and used it all to carry bombs, or they simply made this airship a bit smaller and used it directly for ground strafing. Wouldn't that be better? After watching for a long time, this thing could neither perform strafing nor effective bombing, making its specific function completely unclear. Just as Andrei was feeling puzzled, he suddenly heard a cheer from a nearby soldier. What's going on? What happened? Andrei asked while moving closer to the observer, and then he heard the soldier excitedly shout. Commander, it's great. Look. Our Air Force is here. Hearing this, Andrei quickly moved to the periscope and, using this perspective, aimed the observation mirror at the sky, where he happened to see the scene in the sky. While the Black Eagle Empire's aerial fleet was still bombing below, another aerial fleet with completely different markings slowly approached their direction. Compared to the Black Eagle Empire's airships, which were entirely painted black, the Cambrian Empire's airships looked much more festive, all painted red with huge golden double-headed eagle patterns on them. Wait, golden double-headed eagle? Hiss. He hadn't paid much attention before, but Andrei now looked at the overwhelming golden double-headed eagles and inexplicably took a deep breath. He didn't know why, but he always felt that the Cambrian Empire's aerial formation looked a bit too much like a certain human empire's style, making him instinctively want to perform an Aquila salute and shout loyalty. Compared to the Black Eagle Empire's massive aerial formation, the Cambrian Empire's formation, although much smaller in scale, also seemed equally strong. The most significant difference was that the weaponry of the Cambrian Empire's aerial formation was completely different from the enemy's weapons. In this formation, the Cambrian Empire also centered around a large airship. Compared to the Black Eagle Empire's large airship, the Cambrian Empire's airship seemed even larger. What Andrei found exaggerated was that this large airship did not seem to carry any bombing devices. Instead, it was equipped with two huge triple-barreled turrets located below the airship's cabin. Triple-barreled turrets? What the heck? Andrei felt a bit dizzy for a moment. He never expected that the Cambrian Empire would actually use airships as aerial battleships. He didn't know what caliber those triple-barreled artillery pieces were, but at least judging by the appearance of these turrets, Andrei felt that the caliber of these guns should not be small. And speaking of which, he had wanted to ask before. Whether it was the Black Eagle Empire's airships or the Cambrian Empire's airships, their carrying capacity seemed to be very large. He wondered what black technology this world's airships used to have such a large carrying capacity. Even operations like mounting armored turrets on airships had already appeared. How many tons must these airships carry? The sudden appearance of the Cambrian Empire's airship formation was naturally discovered by the Black Eagle Empire long ago. Upon seeing this approaching aerial fleet, the Black Eagle Empire quickly changed formation. Several medium-sized artillery airships blocked in front of the large airship, then turned around, pointing their flanks towards the distance. Wait, what kind of maneuver is this? Are they trying to cross the T? Under Andrei's bewildered gaze, he finally saw the purpose of these artillery airships. These things were actually used as gunships to exchange fire with the enemy. With a series of cannon shots, the Black Eagle Empire's artillery airships launched a fierce bombardment first. Large numbers of shells occasionally fell on the Cambrian Empire's airships, then dissipated into nothingness. It seems that the Cambrian Empire's airships also seemed to be equipped with that kind of void shield. Andrei thought about it and then felt that there was nothing strange about it. Generally speaking, for such very important key technologies, as long as the strength difference is not very large, both sides should be able to develop them. Just like most major belligerents in World War II, they all had the ability to manufacture tanks and aircraft, and most of them also had the ability to manufacture warships. Although the performance of different weapons and equipment manufactured by different countries would naturally vary, overall, their levels were still on the same starting line, and there would not be certain generational gaps. So, thinking this way, Andrei was not surprised at all that the Cambrian Empire could also manufacture void shields. The only thing he found strange now was where the Cambrian Empire's air force units had been before. When those medium-sized artillery airships began to fiercely attack the Cambrian Empire's large airship, the Cambrian Empire's aerial fleet also launched a fierce counterattack. A large airship carrying two triple-barreled turrets, paired with several artillery airships that appeared slightly smaller in size. From a visual perspective, Andrei felt that such firepower seemed much stronger than the Black Eagle Empire's simple few artillery airships. Under Andrei's stunned gaze, the two aerial fleets, much like space naval battles during the age of sailing battleships, almost face-to-face, launched a fierce bombardment at each other. At the same time, these airships were constantly adjusting their positions while firing, which could be considered a dogfight between airships. Goodness, this was truly an eye-opener. Andrei felt that his transmigration to another world didn't seem to be a bad thing. Putting aside everything else, just this scene in front of him had broadened his strange knowledge immensely. In this underground bunker, the other soldiers were still busy cheering excitedly, but no idiot ran outside to cheer. It seemed they also considered the enemy's bombing and no one wanted to run outside and become a target at such a time. When the large airships began to exchange fire like warships, the small airships acted as fighters, also dogfighting each other, trying their best to prevent the enemy from approaching their large airships. For some reason, as Andrei watched this aerial combat routine, he increasingly felt it resembled the space naval battles of the Imperial fleet in the warmer world. Goodness, is this the World War I version of the warmer world? Chapter 161, No way? Cambrian Air Force is so weak. Commander, speaking of which, can our Air Force defeat the enemy's Air Force? Next to Andrei, a soldier excitedly squeezed through, taking turns with his companions to watch the activity outside, while curiously asking Andrei. Hearing this question, Andrei looked utterly bewildered. How would he know if his side's Air Force could defeat the enemy's? Honestly, when it came to this, he was completely clueless. After all, his mind was a blank slate regarding the theories of such strange aerial combat. It was his first time witnessing such absurd air combat maneuvers. Thinking of this, Andrei glanced at Yelena, who was silently praying nearby, and quietly leaned over to ask. Yelena, I say, who do you think will win between us and the enemy? Yelena opened her eyes, a determined look on her face, and said to Andrei. Of course, it's us. I believe the Cambrian Empire's army will surely win. Andrei blinked. Well, he had asked for nothing. He had hoped Yelena could analyze the advantages and disadvantages of both sides' air combat from a professional perspective. But then again, Yelena was a medical sister, not some ace aerial combat pilot, so why should she necessarily understand the Air Force? Moreover, from the start of the war until now, it was debatable whether the Cambrian Empire's army even knew how to use its Air Force. If they truly understood how to use the Air Force, they wouldn't have been beaten into such a state by the enemy, would they? Just then, the soldiers on the other side erupted in another cheer. Listening to the commotion outside, Andrei was anxious. There was only one temporarily set up observation mirror in the entire underground workshop, leaving him completely unaware of what was happening outside. Thinking of this, Andrei suddenly became curious. He wondered if he could transfer his perspective to a player's body. In many games, after a soldier dies, they can see how other teammates operate. If he also had such a function, then he wouldn't have to rely solely on the player's chat area to analyze the battle situation. He quickly opened the menu and searched through the redeemable items, and indeed, he found one. Player perspective. After redemption, the planner can transfer their perspective to any player within the minimap range, gaining that player's perspective. Oh, this item is good. Although it could only transfer to players within the minimap range, which was 300 meters, even so, Andrei wouldn't be completely blind like he was now. At least on the battlefield, his field of vision would expand significantly. Especially if he utilized it well, he could even have players act as human scouts, letting them help him with a human wave scouting charge. The redemption price wasn't cheap, but it wasn't particularly expensive either, 10,000 influence points. For Andrei now, it was basically something he could buy freely. After redeeming it, he immediately shifted his perspective to the nearest anti-air position and then saw what was happening. It must be said that the Cambrian Empire's large airships truly had strong firepower. Those things were practically aerial battleships. Hitting the enemy's medium-sized airships, a few shots could knock out their void shields, and basically, one volley could take down a medium-sized airship. As of now, 2 medium-sized airships had already burst into a large fireball in the air and were slowly falling towards the ground. Of course, the falling airships also crushed 2 unlucky players to death and incidentally toppled an anti-air position, causing those inadvertently affected to curse profusely. After seeing this, a relaxed smile appeared on Andrei's face. Although he couldn't guarantee that the final outcome would be as he predicted, from the current situation, the enemy's medium-sized airships seemed to have little power to retaliate. Following this trend, wouldn't a few more shots mean all those medium-sized airships on the other side would be finished? But just then, something unexpected happened. Andrei had been smiling moments before, but in the next second, his smile froze. Because he suddenly discovered that the Cambrian Empire's airship's void shield flickered a few times and then disappeared. What a joke. This airship had only taken a few hits, how could it not hold up so quickly? Compared to the Black Eagle Empire's void shields, the Cambrian Empire's void shields were simply too inferior in quality, weren't they? But Andrei didn't know that the difference between the Black Eagle Empires and the Cambrian Empire's void shields came from their respective methods of use. The Black Eagle Empire had been cultivating a large number of battle mages and developing magic-driven technology, so their void shields were actually created by mages who pre-engraved deflection shield runes onto array plates, then powered them with pre-prepared magic crystals. To put it simply, the Black Eagle Empire's version was purely battery-powered and didn't require mages to drive it. Mechanization combined with batteries made this thing extremely durable. As long as the magic power wasn't exhausted, the Black Eagle Empire's void shields could be maintained indefinitely. In contrast, the Cambrian Empire's void shields seemed much simpler and cruder, because their void shields were entirely driven by mages personally. Leaving aside how many mages the Cambrian Empire actually had, how many understood this spell, and how many were willing to participate in combat. Simply speaking of a mage's endurance, it was far inferior to mechanical devices. When mages used this shield and continuously took cannon fire, not only would their magic power be greatly consumed, but their mental energy would also be constantly depleted. Even if they quickly consumed potions, they couldn't last long and would soon be defeated. So, even though this large airship of the Cambrian Empire was massive, its defensive performance wasn't actually that strong. And when such a large airship lost the protection of its void shield, it basically had no defense whatsoever. The Black Eagle Empire's airships just fired a few consecutive shots, turning the Cambrian Empire's airship into a burning fireball. Watching a giant airship nearly 200 meters long fall from the sky, Andrei, through the player's perspective, fully understood what it felt like for the sky to fall at that moment. Not only did Andrei feel like the sky was falling, but other Cambrian soldiers felt the same way. What a joke. The situation had been so favorable just moments ago, how could the enemy have destroyed their main battleship in an instant? When this large airship was destroyed, the remaining Cambrian Empire airships retreated without hesitation, showing no indecision. It seemed they felt they had no chance of winning at all, and if they didn't retreat now, they might not even be able to escape. After seeing this, Andrei felt that this battle truly couldn't be fought. The gap between the two sides was simply too vast, wasn't it? No, he felt he needed to unlock the air force as soon as possible. Once he got the players' planes out, he would directly have players fly them for kamikaze charges. He refused to believe it. Could that kind of void shield really withstand a plane crashing into it with full force? Chapter 162 I really want an air force base. Hehehe, the Cambrian Empire's aircraft are nothing special. These idiots tried to imitate the Black Eagle Empire's technology, but they didn't grasp the key core, so they just ended up with a pile of scrap metal. Looking at the airship slowly falling in the distance, eventually smashing directly into the factory area below, the Black Eagle Empire's Air Force commander on the Brandenburg airship sneered. Lieutenant Colonel Eichmann, we have annihilated the enemy's aerial fleet, but our ground bombardment seems to be going rather poorly. Just as Lieutenant Colonel Eichmann was sneering, a report suddenly came from behind him. This ill-timed report instantly shattered his good mood, causing his face to turn cold. What's going on? Is there something wrong with this factory? The soldier who ran over to report saluted, then explained. Sir. The factory below is too heavily fortified, our bombs can't penetrate their roof at all. Neither our carpet bombing nor our dive bombing seems to have had any effect. The cunning enemy has hidden in their shelters, leaving only the external anti-aircraft positions to engage us. Hearing this, Lieutenant Colonel Eichmann, whose attention had previously been focused on the enemy's aerial fleet, finally refocused on the bombing target below. Just one glance at the situation below, and his expression turned grim. There were more than 20 anti-aircraft positions continuously firing into the sky, with large numbers of shells occasionally shooting up and hitting the void shields of his airships. Of the small airships previously responsible for dive bombing, at least half had now been destroyed by the enemy. Of nearly 20 small airships, fewer than 10 remained, a truly heavy casualty count. As for the bombing results they had just achieved, to put it bluntly, after bombing for so long, the damage caused by their bombing was less than the damage caused by the enemy's airship crashing into the factory area. Their bombs couldn't penetrate the factory buildings, but a 200-meter-long large airship crashing down was enough to completely turn a factory building into dust and smoke. Never mind them, order our troops to withdraw immediately. When we come back, we'll request a Grand Slam bomb to strike their factory. After giving the order, Lieutenant Colonel Eichmann couldn't help but curse. He had no idea what was wrong with these people from the Cambrian Empire, to actually convert abandoned fortresses into factory buildings. Didn't they think that the narrow passages inside these fortresses were really unsuitable for transporting large machinery? It seemed like converting these buildings could save costs, but considering the subsequent production efficiency, doing so was actually only lowering their own production capacity. However, Lieutenant Colonel Eichmann didn't know that a decline in production capacity had nothing to do with the officials responsible for building the factory. For the officials responsible for building the factory, doing so could effectively save the budget, thereby putting the saved money into their own pockets. As for the factory's production capacity declining later due to this reason, that was the factory owner's own problem. If they had the guts, they wouldn't buy this factory. It was precisely because of this way of thinking that the Cambrian Empire carried out these operations that seemed incomprehensible to them. But at the same time, it was precisely these sturdy factory buildings that saved some of Andrei's armored units previously stored there. Otherwise, if those tanks and combat vehicles were just parked in ordinary factory buildings, it would be a miracle if they survived after such a bombardment from the enemy. Only after the enemy's air force had completely left did Andrei and his group crawl out of the underground space and then run to the outside positions. Looking at the surrounding scene of raging fires, Andrei's expression was extremely grim. Damn it! These Black Hawk Devils really aren't holding back. Although the important factory areas were not destroyed, these fires also caused them considerable trouble, and the players had to specifically go and put out the fires. Fortunately, in such a large factory, there were naturally many firefighting facilities, especially since these firefighting facilities, when in the hands of players, seemed to have gained a buff of infinite water sources. So, a group of players immediately volunteered to act as firefighters, starting to extinguish the raging fires around them. As for the positions completely destroyed by the airship crash and enemy bombardment, Andrei just felt a little heartache because the influence points he had invested there were all wasted. But other than that, the players didn't feel much heartache. If the positions were bombed away, they could just rebuild them. At most, they just felt a burst of annoyance, feeling that the enemy's air force didn't respect their labor results at all. Watching the players gradually put out the fire and begin to redig the bombed trenches, Andrei's expression relaxed. Although he really wanted to say that the Cambrian Empire's air force was truly unreliable, it didn't matter, his players were still very reliable. With these players around, it didn't matter if his teammates were unreliable. Once he got his air force up and running, he would definitely let the Black Eagle Empire experience a little player shock. At that time, he would perform an operation, have the players set up a platform in advance, drive tanks onto it, and then he would directly order the aircraft to fly upwards carrying the tanks. Tanks riding on planes are simply invincible. Thinking of this, Andrei quickly checked his air force and found that the conditions for unlocking the air force were similar to unlocking tanks. Both required influence points to unlock the project first. After research was completed, unlike tanks, he needed to find an air force base to produce air force units. But then again, where was there an air force base nearby? Even if there was an air force base, it seemed it wouldn't be his troops' turn to be stationed there. Forget it, there will be a way when the time comes. At worst, I'll see if I can pull some strings and get an air force base assigned to us. Andrei shrugged, suddenly thinking of his cheap father whom he had never met, and couldn't help but drool. That father seemed to be a military big shot in the Cambrian Empire. If he could pull some strings, he wondered if he could get a small air force base for his troops. If General Vorontsov knew his son's thoughts, he would undoubtedly spray Andrei with a mouthful of salty soda. As an army officer, wanting a chance to command the air force was out of the question unless one became a front commander. And what was the concept of a front commander? He, a general, was only the Petrograd front commander, so how could he possibly enable Andrei to command the air force? Even if he were the Tsar, it would be impossible for him to promote Andrei to general with just a word. Chapter 163, Oh no, too many landmines were buried, blocking the enemy. Engineers, speed up. Why haven't you finished clearing the mines yet? Damn it. Are we, such a large force, going to be stopped by a few small landmines? On the road, an officer looked at a group of busy engineers in the distance and couldn't help but complain to them. The engineers were lying on the ground, carefully digging up the buried landmines. Hearing the officer's complaints from behind, they were filled with countless thoughts they didn't know how to express. Damn it, it's easy for him to talk when he's standing. Asking why they haven't finished digging up the landmines? It sounds so easy. This vast field and road were full of landmines everywhere. If he's so capable, why doesn't he come and dig them himself? They had no idea how these Cambrians managed to embed landmines into the hard asphalt road, making it incredibly difficult for them to dig them up. I'm sorry, sir, there are too many landmines buried here by the enemy. We'll need a little more time to clear a path. An engineer ran over, panting and covered in sweat, to report. But clearly, the officer was not pleased. Damn it, why do you still need a little more time? You told me the same thing 2 hours ago, and now you're still saying you need a little more time, and then a little more time. I think we can just eat dinner right here. To be honest, this wave was originally meant to be a swift assault. However, these landmines completely ruined their assault plan, to the point where their mages stopped maintaining spells for the soldiers, allowing them to get some rest. After saying a few words, the officer was still somewhat annoyed and continued. Honestly, I don't understand why Cambrian soldiers can bury landmines so quickly, but you dig them up so slowly. Even at full speed, they only had a few hours to bury landmines, but in those few hours, they practically covered this road with landmines, yet you've only cleared this small distance so far. Hearing the officer's questioning, the engineer, who had been thoroughly scolded, couldn't help but roll his eyes. He still wanted to ask how the Cambrian soldiers managed to bury landmines so quickly. It was truly bizarre, this broken place was full of landmines everywhere, and the burial method seemed extremely complex. For example, an engineer previously thought the enemy had only buried one anti-tank landmine, but when he went to disarm it, he had just squatted down when he tripped over a wire. Immediately after, a landmine exploded next to him, taking that anti-tank landmine with it, instantly blowing him to pieces. Another example, they saw a sign that said caution, landmines in some places, but as soon as they got closer to read the sign, they accidentally tripped over another wire. And then, another unlucky fellow was sent flying. As of now, they had dug up countless landmines, and over a dozen engineers had been killed by explosions. The deeper they dug, the more surprised they were by the enemy's mine-laying techniques. It must be said that some of the landmines here were buried very cleverly, one trap leading to another, with multiple layers of traps. However, some landmines in other places seemed to be openly displayed, just sitting there, as if afraid of not being noticeable enough. They initially thought there was a trap here and carefully studied it for a long time, only to find that it was just a landmine thrown in the middle of the road. Even an idiot could see it. There were even places where a seemingly insignificant chair leg was buried with several landmines. Leaving aside whether anyone would take such a long detour to pass through there, the sheer density of the burial already meant the landmines were wasted. At such close range, if someone stepped on one landmine, the other nearby landmines would also be detonated, resulting in completely excessive killing, which seemed meaningless. Seeing the efficiency of these engineers in digging up landmines, the officer decided not to continue the attack. He would patiently wait here for the landmines to be cleared and let his soldiers rest. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly sacrifice a large number of his own soldiers just to clear a path through the minefield, could he? Just as the officer lit a cigarette, preparing to take a few puffs, he didn't notice. In a distant field, several individuals in grey military uniforms quietly approached and set up a mortar there. Oh no, did we bury too many landmines? We've been waiting for so long, and no enemies have come. I thought the game had suddenly bugged out, but it turns out they were stopped by our landmines. A player curiously asked, while also sharing the situation here with the players behind him. Frozen Pear Emperor, come quick, the enemies are all stuck on the road here. We buried too many landmines, they can't clear them all. Although the slower the enemies arrived, the longer they could hold the village, and the more merit points they would ultimately earn. But waiting around like this was truly boring for them. Anyway, it looked like these guys weren't going to advance until they cleared a path through the minefield, so why shouldn't they push the front line forward? After sending the message, Frozen Pear Emperor controlled the mortar and fired a shell towards a distant truck. Such a large vehicle was parked in the middle of the road, with a pile of soldiers standing on it. It was practically a perfect living target. Wouldn't firing this one shot be a huge gain? At the same time, a reconnaissance soldier player set up a rifle and aimed at the enemy officer. To maintain concealment, he did not carry any scope, but instead used iron sights directly. Although iron sights were more difficult, for true experts, they still preferred to use them because there wouldn't be the game's damned glare mechanism to expose them. Bang! A cold shot was fired, and the officer, who was busy smoking, immediately had his head blown off and fell to the ground without a sound. At the same time, a mortar shell flying into the sky landed precisely, directly exploding on that extremely conspicuous truck. Boom! Rumble! First, the mortar exploded, creating a fireball on the truck and blowing several soldiers away, but in the next moment, the entire truck exploded. Holy cow! Good heavens, it seems this truck was carrying ammunition? Did I just blow up their ammo truck? Looking at the truck in the distance that was almost instantly torn into wreckage, and an unlucky soldier who flew dozens of meters high before crashing back down, the player who had just fired a shot was also startled by the massive scene before him. Chapter 164, Flame Trooper? Motorcycle? Completely outmaneuvered. No, enemy attack. Damn it, when did they sneak over? Where are the sentries? Damn it, where did our sentries go? The sudden explosion threw the Black Hawk army into instant chaos, with soldiers screaming in panic. But their panic was useless, the assault didn't stop there. Bullets fired from a distance once again claimed lives amidst the confusion, piercing through the soldiers' chests. Before this, when their unit stopped due to the minefield, they had indeed sent out sentries to hide nearby. However, one of those sentries was accidentally discovered by a reconnaissance soldier player, who then quietly snuck up behind him and stabbed him to death. Therefore, until these few players appeared here and shelled the convoy, no sentries warned them. Although there were no sentries, the players' shelling made their presence obvious, so they were quickly exposed. The player operating the mortar, just as he was about to retreat to another location to continue shelling, was instantly killed by a bullet from an accurate shooter, twitching as he fell to the ground. Damn it! I should have come with a medic. Watching his reconnaissance soldier teammate run further away, the player couldn't help but shed tears of regret. How unlucky, getting killed as soon as he showed up, and now there's no one to help him out. Bang! After the reconnaissance soldier found a hidden spot to hide, he fired a shot in return, aiming at the enemy accurate shooter who had just fired. Unfortunately, his shot didn't hit, as the accurate shooter on the other side also knew to shoot and move. Not good, this is an expert. Almost simultaneously, this thought appeared in the minds of both the player and the Black Hawk shooter, and then the two began a mid-lane sniper duel. Bang! A Black Hawk soldier's bullet hit near the player's foot but didn't connect, because the player was also shooting and running, and his movement was incredibly fluid and agile, almost like he was performing acrobatics. Bang! The player's bullet also missed, because the soldier was hiding behind the steel plate on the side of a truck, and the bullet he fired was blocked by the steel plate. What was worse, enemy machine guns had already been set up in the distance and began to sweep in the direction of the reconnaissance soldier player. Compared to the accurate shooter on the other side, it seemed this machine gun posed a greater threat to the player. That's right, suppress him like this. Silently giving a thumbs up to the machine gun team next to him, the Black Hawk accurate shooter raised his head, preparing to seize this opportunity to kill this guy in one fell swoop. But just as he raised his head, he saw a black shadow flash before his eyes, and then, he knew nothing more. With a loud bang, the side of the truck compartment he was in was blown open with a large hole, and he himself was pierced through on the spot, his body almost split in two. The player, lying behind a haystack, put away his IT launcher, feeling that he would have to use this thing for sniping next time. At any rate, although this thing couldn't zoom, it was a single-shot weapon that could kill with one shot. And the IT launcher's accuracy was also quite good, and it could even penetrate enemy cover, making it practically an anti-sniper artifact. Too bad, there were too many enemies. Even with a weapon like the IT launcher and highly experienced skills, facing the concentrated firepower of multiple machine guns, the unlucky reconnaissance soldier expert ultimately fell. But before he fell, he saw other players rushing towards him. Several players riding motorcycles were the first to arrive from the side, their unrestrained playstyle instantly startling the enemies. To be honest, mounting a machine gun on the sidecar of a motorcycle was nothing, after all, motorcycle sidecars could naturally mount machine guns, and everyone was using them that way. But what the hell was mounting a flamethrower on the sidecar? Facing a motorcycle that was spewing fire and sparks as it charged towards them, the Black Hawk soldiers were completely stunned. Especially when they saw that this vehicle, armed with a flamethrower, actually burned several soldiers who couldn't dodge in time, they were even more utterly shocked by the audacious maneuver before their eyes. Brothers! I don't understand, how did they do that? They're spraying fire from the vehicle, how come they don't burn themselves? Upon seeing the operation of this flame motorcycle, the Black Hawk soldiers expressed that although they couldn't understand it, they were greatly shocked. However, this didn't stop them from firing to intercept the approaching flame motorcycle. Who knew how many of them this thing would burn if it charged into the crowd and sprayed a wave? After several continuous shots, the player responsible for operating the motorcycle was the first to fall, his body sliding smoothly to the ground. Just as the Black Hawk soldiers breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this motorcycle would surely overturn once it lost its driver, their eyes suddenly widened. Damn it! Am I seeing things? Seeing the flame trooper, who was originally in the sidecar, instantly transfer to the motorcycle and execute a smooth drift with it, the Black Hawk soldiers who had just finished firing were completely dumbfounded. What a joke, how did that guy suddenly dart over there? On a high-speed motorcycle, not to mention how much courage it would take to stand up from the sidecar and then cross to the other end, at the very least, it should take a little time, right? But why could this guy instantly move to the adjacent seat and immediately drive the motorcycle? Clearly, they didn't know the rules for vehicle seating in battlefield games. For players, when they play vehicles and want to switch seats, isn't it just a matter of wanting to switch? Don't panic, keep firing, kill that guy. He can't operate the flamethrower while riding the vehicle. Watching the motorcycle charge closer and closer towards them, many Black Hawk soldiers became somewhat flustered, but the NCOs in their team remained calm and composed. Others had just breathed a sigh of relief at his words, but then they saw the flame trooper, who had just been riding the motorcycle, return to the sidecar in the blink of an eye. Although control was lost, the motorcycle continued to move forward due to inertia. At the same time, the flame trooper unleashed a fiery inferno to the side, a stream of fire instantly spraying onto the people nearby, immediately turning a small squad of Black Hawk soldiers into human torches. And just as others thought that his motorcycle would crash head-on into the truck in front, that guy, as if by magic, instantly returned to the motorcycle. Immediately after, to the astonished gazes of the soldiers, this guy managed to turn the motorcycle around within such a short distance, took a detour, and sped away behind them, an exaggerated drift that somehow didn't cause a rollover. Chapter 165, Speak. Have you ever been to the Cambrian Empire to hook up with pretty boys? Holy cow, that's too exaggerated, isn't it? So, are you motorcycle soldiers really that formidable in battle? A Black Hawk soldier, who was further away, witnessed this scene and couldn't help but ask the motorcycle squad next to him, but the motorcycle squad next to him was also utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Are you kidding me? Which legitimate motorcycle soldier operates so ferociously? Good heavens, why had he never heard before that the Cambrian Empire actually had players who rode motorcycles so ferociously? You're thinking too much. We don't have that kind of skill. I seriously suspect that guy might be a thrill-seeking noble young master from the Cambrian Empire. I heard some of them like riding motorcycles, and when they do, they ride like madmen. In the end, this Black Eagle Empire motorcycle soldier could only dryly explain to his companion, but the enemy troops that made them feel as if their heads were about to explode were not just that. Besides this motorcycle, several other motorcycles suddenly appeared from somewhere, moving at an incredible speed with extremely flamboyant maneuvers. The machine guns mounted on them were continuously sweeping them. Honestly, this was completely different from the training they, as motorcycle soldiers, had ever received. Their training content told them that upon encountering enemy attacks, they should set up the weapons on their motorcycles as quickly as possible. And then use the motorcycle as cover to form an individual firing point. They had never been taught to practice this kind of gang-style driving before, and besides, how many of them could drive to this level? Machine guns weren't scary, and motorcycles weren't scary, but machine guns with continuous firepower combined with extremely flamboyant motorcycle maneuvers made it quite terrifying. Bang! A Black Hawk soldier set up an anti-armor rifle and fired a shot at the approaching motorcycle, but he missed. He was confident that with his 19.8mm caliber anti-armor rifle, as long as he could hit the enemy's motorcycle, he could definitely blow it up with one shot. But the annoying thing was that their motorcycles' maneuvers were too outrageous, he couldn't hit them at all. Where were these guys riding motorcycles? These guys were clearly flying airships too low. They watched as a motorcycle flew off a gentle slope, the entire vehicle soaring into the air, then crashing heavily to the ground, looking almost as if it would fall apart from the jolt. But even so, this motorcycle remained incredibly sturdy, its parts not scattering, and despite such terrifying bumps, the soldier on the motorcycle surprisingly wasn't motion sick and could still continuously fire bursts from the machine gun with precise marksmanship. Oh, by the way, since this game is so realistic, I wonder if we can mount a mortar on a motorcycle. Just then, a player suddenly thought of a strange, unconventional tactic. If it were a regular battlefield game, they certainly couldn't mount a mortar on a motorcycle, vehicles and weapons would conflict. But considering this game wasn't battlefield, and many areas had high degrees of freedom, they immediately decided to try this unconventional maneuver. Oh my, it actually worked. When the player sitting in the motorcycle's sidecar actually fixed the mortar to the vehicle, both of them were stunned. What kind of maneuver was this? Wasn't this just a motorcycle version of the orphan vehicle? Although they certainly didn't have the defensive capabilities of an orphan vehicle, their flexibility was much stronger than an orphan vehicle. As the motorcycle sped, the other player loaded shells into the mortar, and with a thump, a shell flew straight towards the distance. To the astonished gazes of the Black Hawk soldiers, a mortar shell was seen launched from a speeding motorcycle, then landing in the cab of a truck. Because it was in combat, the truck's cab was empty, and the poor driver watched helplessly as his beloved vehicle was hit by a mortar shell that flew through the window, then exploded with a bang. Are you kidding me? What kind of mortar divine skill is this? On a motorcycle moving at such a high speed, a mortar shell could still hit directly, even a cannon king wouldn't be this abnormal. However, he didn't know that the reason players could fire the cannon so accurately from a motorcycle was mainly due to the game's mechanics. As long as the mortar was fixed, no matter where it was fixed, it would be equivalent to being fixed on a stationary flat ground. Therefore, the various bumps of the motorcycle had no meaning at all for the mortar, and the shells would not deviate from their direction due to these bumps. As a result, when players developed this orphan vehicle tactic, many players rushed to mount mortars on their motorcycles, then drove around and indiscriminately bombarded the enemy. And players who hadn't bought mortars, after seeing others' operations, unhesitatingly committed suicide on the spot, quickly ran back to respawn, buy motorcycles and buy mortars. No, this operation was too interesting, they had to get their hands on it quickly. They were already impatient, they were itching to experience it firsthand. But the players didn't know that their suicide operation to change weapons had startled the enemy even more. A Black Hawk soldier looked in horror as a player rode a motorcycle aggressively towards him, the machine gun in the sidecar aimed in his direction. Just as he thought he was about to be shot and killed by this Cambrian soldier, he suddenly saw that for some unknown reason, that guy pulled out a bayonet and stabbed himself in the throat, killing himself with one stab. What is this? What is all this? He was a bit confused, where did this crazy Cambrian soldier come from? So, this guy rushed towards him through a hail of bullets just to commit suicide in front of him? And beside him, several Black Hawk soldiers looked at him with strange eyes, with an indescribable meaning in them. I say, have you ever been to the Cambrian Empire before? An old soldier patted his shoulder and whispered in his ear. No, this is my first time. If it weren't for the war, who would come to this god-forsaken place? He shook his head, looking bewildered. Is that so? Honestly, my first reaction when I saw that guy was that you had run off to the Cambrian Empire at some point to hook up with a pretty boy, then abandoned him, and that guy came for revenge, but ultimately couldn't bring himself to harm you, so he committed suicide in front of you. After hearing this, the Black Hawk soldier's face darkened. Good heavens, what kind of strange things do they usually watch that they would have such bizarre thoughts? But little did he know, others were also wondering why that guy, who was almost in his face, suddenly pulled out a knife and committed suicide in front of him. I say, the Black Hawk soldier, whose reputation was severely damaged, seemed to want to explain something, but just then, a bullet suddenly flew in, piercing directly through his throat. Chapter 166, Why don't they step on their own landmines? No, get down. Their companion, who had just been chatting, was instantly silenced by a shot to the throat from an enemy, startling the other Black Hawk soldiers. Looking from a distance, they noticed a troop of cavalry, who had appeared from nowhere, riding over. They were firing their horse rifles while charging towards them. What era was this? Still using cavalry? Did they think their guns were just for show? Since this Black Hawk unit was seeing the enemy's cavalry for the first time, and the soldiers who had previously fled hadn't thoroughly explained the peculiarities of the enemy's cavalry, they didn't take it seriously at all. It wasn't until after a continuous exchange of fire that they realized how difficult it was to kill these cavalrymen, and only then did they grasp the seriousness of the situation. The machine gunner's forehead was slightly sweaty. He had never encountered such strange cavalry before. Although these cavalrymen moved with the same flair as the Cambrians' motorcycles, he was certain he had hit them. So he really wanted to know if there were war horses in this world that could continue to gallop wildly after being hit by multiple machine gun bullets. Meanwhile, the players who had just charged over on horseback were also complaining, accusing the enemy of not playing fair by killing their horses. Damn it, if their horses weren't killed, they could be reused later. These guys killed their horses, and when they revived, they'd have to buy new war horses to ride. The more they thought about it, the angrier they got. Several cavalrymen surrounded the machine gun position from different directions, pulling out grenades in unison and throwing them at the machine gun nest that had been sweeping them. A series of explosions rang out, and the world instantly became quiet, the incredibly noisy machine gun fire disappearing in an instant. After a wave of grenades took out several machine gun nests, these cavalrymen then, in unison, pulled out their Tajun happy sticks and charged towards the mech behind them. What a great opportunity, this was truly a great opportunity. Because the unit had stopped earlier, the Black Eagle Empire's armored soldiers had also dismounted from their mechs and began to perform on-site maintenance on their armored vehicles. As a result of this maintenance, when they encountered the surprise attack, they looked at the disassembled mechanical parts and the exposed walking engine, and these armored soldiers were instantly dumbfounded. Out of rational consideration, they did not immediately run to start their mechs. Instead, they quickly hid. In their opinion, the attacking enemy was just a small force. Even without their armored vehicles, the other soldiers should be able to deal with the enemy easily. Rather than staying put and frantically reassembling parts, then hastily starting their mechs, they might as well hide first. Otherwise, they would be too obvious a target if they remained exposed. What they didn't expect was that the decision they made turned these half-disassembled mechs into good targets for the cavalry. Using the Tajun happy stick, the cavalry launched a clay-style charge, and under the terrified gaze of a group of Black Hawk soldiers, their spike mines violently collided with the mechs. The penetration of these spike mines in reality is quite mystical. From the paper data, their armor-piercing capability is about 100 mm, but when actually used in World War II, the Japanese couldn't even penetrate a Sherman with them. But no matter what, when this thing was in the hands of players, it was still quite a strong threat to armored vehicles. The Black Eagle Empire's dreadnought mechs, not having special requirements, were not equipped with very heavy armor. 40 millimeters of armor was basically one-shot penetration for this type of spike mine. Watching these cavalrymen penetrate 4 mechs and then simply ride away, the armored soldiers in the unit were practically going crazy with anger. What a joke! How could their armored vehicles be destroyed by the enemy in such an easy manner? If their armored vehicles had fallen during a charge or in a collision with enemy armor, they would have no complaints. But for their armored vehicles to be destroyed by the enemy's cavalry using some bizarre method while immobile, this made them quite indignant. And when they saw the cavalry, who were completely unharmed after using the spike mines, they became even more convinced that these cavalrymen were augmented humans. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary soldier, let them try taking such an explosion up close. Forget about being unscathed, just surviving would be a miracle. Enough, that's enough. They've set up more and more machine guns, and the soldiers have reacted. If we don't retreat now, we'll lose out. Just then, one player suddenly shouted to the others. The other players thought about it and felt that this made sense. Many immediately retreated on motorcycles or horseback. However, there were also more stubborn players who stayed behind, wanting to continue fighting. Although these players took out many enemy troops in their dying moments, they were ultimately outnumbered and outgunned by the enemy's superior firepower. After taking out an unknown number of players, looking at the war horses and motorcycles lying on the battlefield, as well as the corpses of those Cambrian soldiers, no one could smile. Because compared to how many enemies they killed, their losses in the previous attack were even more severe. Bastards, these damned bastards. Soldiers, attack with me immediately. Remember the route they took earlier, and follow the direction they came from and retreated. I refuse to believe it, could there still be landmines in these places? A military officer, on the verge of madness, roared at the other soldiers, waving the sidearm in his hand. Immediately after, he personally jumped into an intact military vehicle and, leading the soldiers behind him, drove towards a rural path in the distance. Then, with a bang, the unfortunate fellow's vehicle was blown sky high, and the falling wheels almost crushed the soldiers behind him. This is unscientific, why didn't they step on landmines earlier? The other Black Hawk soldiers couldn't understand. These guys were driving cars and riding horses, scurrying all over the wilderness like a bunch of monkeys. So how did they manage to not step on any of the landmines they had laid themselves along the way? These Black Hawk soldiers did not know that in Andre's game settings, all players could see the landmines they had laid, and there was also a faint glowing reminder. So, in their eyes, the landmines buried in the soil and grass looked inconspicuous, but to players, these landmines were as glaring as light bulbs, almost marked with an exclamation point. Unless their attention was completely elsewhere, it was basically impossible for players to step on their own landmines when running. However, the player's minefield could not stop the enemy indefinitely, because a relatively efficient demoning unit of the Black Eagle Empire had arrived. Chapter 167, Use Invaders for Close-Range Bombardment. Boom, boom, boom. In the fields, explosions continuously erupted, one after another. From time to time, landmines planted by players would detonate, blasting unlucky mine-clearing troops into the sky. Behind this mine-clearing unit, a necromancer from the Black Eagle Empire commanded large swathes of skeletons, arranging these dead bones in rows, sweeping across the field like a comb. How about it, everyone? Do you understand the significance of necromancy now? Perhaps you have some moral qualms about it, but from the perspective of productive force development, the popularization of necromancy is necessary. Whether in war or production, we cannot do without necromancy. Listening to the necromancer's incessant talk, many soldiers were displeased with him, but for a moment, they didn't know how to refute him. They neither liked indiscriminately slaughtering civilians nor desecrating the bodies of the dead, and the necromancer did both. But then again, they were at war. Like now, sacrificing some unimportant necromancer cannon fodder was much better than sacrificing their own people, wasn't it? If they let their combat engineers clear the mines, not to mention how long it would take, just the sheer number of combat engineers who would be blown up during the mine-clearing process would be enough to make one feel distressed. Thinking this way, sacrificing a fellow deist instead of oneself didn't seem wrong, but they always felt a mental hurdle they couldn't overcome. Although it felt uncomfortable, the minefield that had been troubling them was quickly cleared by this group of necromancers. Even against anti-armor mines that wouldn't be triggered by infantry, specialized skeleton soldiers forcefully pulled a large roller, letting it crush each mine in front of them. Everyone, our enemies are cheating again this time. Mage units are back on the field, and it's our familiar old friend, the necromancer. Later, we need to find a way to take out their necromancer and their necromancer squad. At the same time, among the players, some were calling on others to organize a suicide squad, planning to ambush the enemy's necromancer. In fact, reconnaissance soldiers had already tried to ambush the necromancer before, but they failed. After the recent attack, the enemy's vigilance had clearly increased by more than a notch. As soon as the reconnaissance soldier approached, he was shot dead by an enemy sharpshooter. Other players listened silently, and some were explaining the general abilities of these mages to the newcomers who were encountering them for the first time. Even Andre was lurking in the chat area. Although he couldn't see what the players were doing because the players in the village were not within his minimap range, he could get a general idea through the chat area. Andre didn't know if his players had privately summarized any strategy guides, but he thought he might be able to take some time to encourage players to create some guides. Thinking of this, he issued a long-term quest, asking players to specifically write guides and post them in the chat area. After review, guides deemed acceptable would receive a reward of 500 merit points. Meanwhile, after a discussion in the chat area, the players quickly figured out how to ambush the enemy's necromancer. From the current situation, to deal with the enemy's necromancer, either they had to make a desperate charge and gamble on breaking through the enemy's heavy blockade, or they had to first lure the enemy's main force away, making the necromancer's surrounding guard forces vulnerable, and only then could they take him out. Otherwise, with the necromancer constantly surrounded by a large number of Black Hawk soldiers, they would find it extremely difficult to find an opportunity to strike. Especially since the enemy had already started their armored vehicles. With these armored vehicles, their firepower had comprehensively increased by a notch, making the possibility of infantry breakthroughs even lower. Wait a minute, I suddenly have an idea. Just then, a player suddenly thought of something. By the way, haven't we already unlocked the invader suit? Then, when the necromancer gets a bit closer, we can just charge straight in with the invader and get in his face, can't we? A wave of subspace bombardment, I don't believe their necromancer will survive. That's right, why were they thinking of a bunch of complicated tactics here? Instead of spending time luring the enemy, they might as well just use the invader to get directly in his face. After thinking of this method, the players immediately took action. Several veterans who considered themselves good at playing invaders exchanged for invader suits, while other players skilled with vehicles exchanged for motorcycles. Although a motorcycle paired with an invader seemed a bit strange, considering their mission was to deliver the invader to the enemy's face, using a motorcycle seemed quite reasonable. At the same time, another group of players prepared to launch a countercharge. They didn't actually think they were suitable for a counterattack at this moment, their main purpose was to attract enemy fire to buy more time for the motorcycle soldiers. Otherwise, their motorcycle soldiers were ultimately a bit fragile, and war horses were also not so reliable when facing the enemy's concentrated firepower. At the very least, a war horse's vitality wasn't tenacious enough to survive a direct hit from enemy artillery. The players' planning was very fast, in just 1 minute, a player unit had already re-equipped. Immediately after, they launched their operation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A group of players operating mortars first fired smoke grenades into the distance. As one shell after another landed, in a blink of an eye, the battlefield ahead was covered in a large amount of smoke. Careful! The enemy is about to make a move again. Machine gunners, get ready. Seeing this large area of smoke grenades, the Black Hawk soldiers immediately became alert, especially since they had heard that an elite unit of the Cambrian Empire was very skilled at using smoke grenades. Facing the spreading smoke, both enemy forces remaining outside the smoke and soldiers already caught within the smoke stopped in their tracks, all becoming vigilant. But at the same time, the necromancer continued to command the skeleton soldiers to clear the path, while also using this group of skeleton soldiers to probe the enemy's position. Eula. Just then, accompanied by a battle cry and a burst of intense gunfire, a group of players, originally hidden in temporarily dug tunnels, suddenly rushed out of the tunnels and sprinted towards the distant smoke. As a stream of fire ignited, several Black Hawk soldiers instantly burst into flames, but at the same time, other Black Hawk soldiers locked onto the flame trooper's position. Trying to repel my soldiers with a desperate charge? It's not that easy. The necromancer saw the enemy's movements, a sneer curling at his lips, and with a raised hand, he fired a necrotic ray. Chapter 168, The True Smoke Demon. Holy shit! No martial ethics, actually ambushing me. A sudden necrotic ray nearly hit the flame trooper, scaring him quite a bit. If he hadn't been running while fighting, and running particularly fast, preventing the enemy from locking onto his position, that necrotic ray would have been fatal. Based on their previous battles, necrotic ray was fine against cavalry, doing no significant damage, but its effect on infantry was almost an instant kill. He didn't know what would happen if an elite soldier like him was hit, as no elite soldier had been hit by it yet, but he had no desire to be the test subject. In the smoke, the flame trooper was just one of the stronger damage dealers. For truly brutal output, one had to look at players equipped with the trench raider set. In such a situation, when the trench raider was deployed, ordinary soldiers had almost no chance of survival, especially since the Black Hawk soldiers didn't have the instant kill bayonet charge. Although the trench raider's movements in the smoke were quite noticeable, making it easy to expose his position, exposing himself was useless. Hearing a sudden low growl, a Black Hawk soldier equipped with a submachine gun, without thinking, pulled the trigger and swept the direction of the sound. The submachine gun shooting technique was taught to them by veterans in the squad. Compared to how they were taught to aim and shoot during training, in actual combat, enemies often didn't give them time to aim. So the method the veterans taught them was to practice hip firing. Like a conditioned reflex, they could subconsciously swing the submachine gun to a certain position at their waist and start hip firing. While this method wasn't accurate enough, it could instantly spray a whole magazine of bullets in a general direction. Generally speaking, they could usually hit with at least 2 shots. Even if they were unlucky and didn't hit a single shot, being suddenly swept by a large volley of bullets at their feet would surely make any normal soldier quickly take cover. However, players were clearly not normal soldiers, especially players equipped with the trench raider set. A few bullets clanged against the chest plate on his chest, only causing the trench raider to lose a few drops of blood, barely feeling it. And the trench raider's own movement speed far exceeded that of a normal infantryman, so almost the very next moment after being hit by the submachine gun bullets, he charged right into the face of that Black Hawk soldier and then swung the mace in his hand upwards. The extremely brutal trench raider mace seemed to have some kind of trajectory correction. The trench raider just casually swung it, and the mace accurately struck the enemy's temple. With a bang, the Black Hawk soldier's skull cracked, and he immediately fell to the ground without a sound, a large pool of blood seeping from his head. After dealing with this soldier, the trench raider didn't stop but continued to charge into the crowd. 1 hit, 1 kill. One hit, one kill. The trench raider didn't know how many enemies were hidden in this smoke, he only knew that he was going to go on a killing spree in this smoke. Whenever he encountered a Black Hawk soldier, he would pick up his mace and smash it without thinking. Faced with this incredibly swift trench raider mace, very few Black Hawk soldiers had a chance to resist. Watch out! There's an expert in the smoke. Although the other Black Hawk soldiers couldn't clearly see what was happening in the smoke, they could hear their comrades' screams and their curses before dying. Every time a scream rang out, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. They wondered who was massacring them in the smoke. The efficiency was simply too exaggerated, wasn't it? Roughly one scream came every second, and these screams, strung together, clearly indicated that someone was constantly charging. Shoot, shoot. Kill him. An officer pulled out his pistol, fired several shots into the smoke in the direction of the low growl, and at the same time shouted at the soldiers beside him. Sir. But if we do that, we'll hit our own men. A soldier argued, but before he could hear his officer's rebuttal, a mace extending from the smoke heavily struck his head, knocking him to the ground instantly. Seeing this, the other soldiers immediately stopped worrying about friendly fire. Friendly fire be damned, better them than us. It's better to accidentally injure a teammate than to die here themselves. Several gunshots rang out in succession, and immediately screams came from the smoke. Hearing the curses in the Black Hawk language, the shooting soldiers' faces turned pale. Damn it, what they feared most had happened. They had just fired a shot, and unexpectedly, they hit their own men. But before they could continue firing, the trench raider had already charged over, following the sound of their gunshots. The trench raider mace swung several times in quick succession, and these unlucky individuals fell one after another, their eyes filled with disbelief in their dying moments. They found it hard to imagine that their fate on the battlefield would be to die at the hands of such a bizarre character. Looking at the trench raider's attire, they just felt it was incredible. To be honest, they had even thought they were being ambushed by enemy power-armored soldiers, otherwise, how could the enemy have beaten them so miserably? But from the current situation, this guy seemed to be just an ordinary soldier, simply wearing a chest plate and carrying a mace. Realizing the situation in the smoke was dire, many Black Hawk soldiers frantically retreated from the smoke, but not everyone could get out of it. Under the players' smoke grenade bombardment, the released smoke was unusually dense, they could barely see their hands in front of their faces, quickly becoming disoriented. One Black Hawk soldier, unable to figure out his direction, brandished his bayonet and charged forward, closing his eyes and sprinting all the way. Running and running, he didn't know how long he had been running, when he suddenly felt as if he saw sunlight again. Great, I'm finally out. Before he could finish his sentence, his partial cheer caught in his throat. Because in front of him, several players with rifles were looking at him with bewildered expressions, not understanding where this idiot had come from. Can I surrender? Looking at the soldiers surrounding him, the Black Hawk soldier subconsciously dropped his rifle and raised his hands. But his hands were only halfway up when a player's bayonet stabbed him, piercing his heart on the spot. A kill delivered right to me, not taking it would go against my principles. The player who stabbed him to death with a bayonet muttered as he pulled the bayonet out. Chapter 169, Oh no, that guy is charging at me. What's going on? What did you encounter in the smoke? Seeing a group of infantry running out of the smoke in a panic, the officer standing behind, ready for battle, widened his eyes in horror and couldn't help but shout at them. Devils. We encountered devils. There must be devils in the smoke. That's right, there's a masked guy in armor holding a club. He's practically invisible in the smoke, and he can knock one of us dead with a single hit. An entire platoon of us went in, and now only 3 of us are left. The few soldiers who ran out shrieked, talking over each other, almost driven mad with fear. Truthfully, they had never fought such an eerie battle in their lives. They felt as if there were monsters in the smoke, and before they could even figure out what was happening, they were clubbed to death. They couldn't see what was around them, thick smoke was everywhere. They only heard the screams of their comrades occasionally coming from the smoke. Useless. Looking at these soldiers in a panic, almost wetting themselves, the officer couldn't help but curse in a low voice. The necromancer, hiding not far away, simply waved his hand, and a large number of skeleton soldiers walked directly into the smoke. They wouldn't send any more soldiers into the smoke without knowing what enemies were inside. Otherwise, what if more people died? At such a time, skeleton soldiers became the best choice. Although skeleton soldiers had little combat power, at least it wouldn't hurt if they died. They were perfect for scouting. Especially since the necromancer also had a special spell that could merge the skeleton soldier's perspective with his own vision, allowing him to use the skeleton soldiers as observers. Such a spell was once considered useless by many necromancers because they believed there were other more effective detection spells, and there was no need to use this method of possessing undead for observation. It wasn't until the necromancer revolution secretly broke out in the Black Eagle Empire that this spell truly shined. If there were only a few undead units, observing in this way wasn't very effective, but if there were undead units everywhere, observing in this way was like having a giant observation net. When thousands of skeleton soldiers surged into the smoke, this smoke would no longer hold any secrets. At least, the necromancer and the other soldiers thought so. However, they still underestimated the group of smoke devils on the battlefield. At the beginning of the battle, a large area of dense firepower swept towards the skeleton soldiers, instantly shattering countless skeleton soldiers. Although these skeleton soldiers had extremely tenacious vitality, they wouldn't die even if hit in the head. But once their heads were completely shattered and the soul fire inside dissipated, the skeleton soldiers would instantly perish. However, theoretically, the most efficient way to kill skeleton soldiers was to kill the necromancer and necromancer soldiers controlling them. The sudden burst of firepower startled the necromancer. He didn't know how many enemies were hiding in the smoke, but the firepower that erupted before him was somewhat beyond his comprehension. He felt as if he was either facing an entire elite assault team fully equipped with automatic weapons or an enemy heavy infantry regiment. Otherwise, where did these guys get such abnormal firepower? The continuous gunfire shattered his skeleton soldiers almost like cutting wheat, and this was even with the skeleton soldiers' tenacious vitality. The continuous firepower and grenades thrown out from time to time were rapidly harvesting the skeleton soldiers sent out by the necromancer. But at the same time, the necromancer also detected the terrifying enemy previously called the Smoke Devil. Even though he could share the perspectives of multiple undead units, he couldn't quite see what that guy was for a moment. He only felt a black shadow appear in his peripheral vision, then a loud bang, and one of his views was instantly cut off. After multiple skeleton soldiers were dealt with consecutively, he finally used the perspectives of other skeleton soldiers to see what had killed his skeleton soldiers. Are you kidding me? Is it just an ordinary Cambrian soldier? When he saw the specific appearance of the trench raider, he was also stunned for a moment. The scene before him was too different from what he had imagined. No power armor, no modified humans, just an ordinary soldier wearing a breastplate, yet he achieved such exaggerated strength. Taking advantage of the expendability of the skeleton soldiers, the necromancer carefully observed this guy's combat style and quickly understood what made him different from other soldiers. Compared to ordinary soldiers, his timing for wielding the bludgeon was incredibly precise. No matter what opponent he faced, every time he swung the bludgeon, it would directly hit the head, without any mistakes, completely shattering the skeleton soldier's skull with one blow. Moreover, even when running at full speed, he could ensure a hit every time. His dynamic capture ability was terrifyingly strong. Coupled with his incredibly fast running speed and his grasp of combat opportunities, he appeared to be just a mortal, yet he achieved such astonishing results. I never expected that the Cambrian army could produce a warrior like this. The necromancer couldn't help but exclaim, and then he suddenly shot a necrotic ray in one direction. Although he admired warriors, he preferred to use magic to turn the enemy's warriors into his own. As an enemy warrior, it was better for him to die. Only dead enemies were the most perfect enemies. What? How is this possible? When the necrotic ray struck, the necromancer instantly felt that something was wrong with the sensation, because he didn't feel the sensation of the ray penetrating and flesh peeling away. On the contrary, that guy was enduring his ray with his breastplate and charging towards his direction at an extremely fast speed. It seemed that his emerald green ray had instead exposed his position in the smoke. Quickly concentrate fire on the direction my ray is aiming. Don't let that thing get over here. The necromancer quickly shouted to the other soldiers with an anxious expression, while silently revising his judgment in his mind. My apologies, he misjudged. This guy isn't an ordinary person, he's definitely some kind of terrifying modified soldier. He had never seen any ordinary person who could endure his necrotic ray and charge forward. However, he didn't know that from the trench raider's perspective, he was also rapidly losing health when hit by the necrotic ray. However, the biggest consideration when playing as this elite soldier, the trench raider, was that one must learn how to charge. Without charging, the trench raider's power simply couldn't be unleashed. Chapter 170, What the hell? Where did this warp artillery barrage come from? Hearing the necromancer's scream, the other soldiers quickly began firing in the trench raider's direction. They couldn't see the trench raider, but they could see the emerald necromancer ray, so they just aimed at the ray and fired. In an instant, the trench raider, busy charging, felt immense pressure. At the same time, he realized that trying to rush in and solo kill the necromancer in close combat seemed a bit difficult. He had originally thought that since the necromancer ray couldn't instantly kill him, he could just sprint all the way up and then beat the necromancer to death in close quarters. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The enemy's magic attack seemed to have a marking effect, instantly causing everyone else to focus fire on his position. Facing so many guns, even the trench raider, with his extremely strong damage reduction, eventually had no choice but to fall on the spot, meeting an untimely end. But it didn't matter, the invaders who had infiltrated behind the enemy would avenge them. What was the purpose of their fierce battle here? Wasn't it just to cover the invaders who had secretly slipped around from the flank? Invaders, in terms of both health and movement speed, were no different from ordinary Black Hawk soldiers. When using the invader elite suit, the most important thing to remember was to be stealthy. The regular weapons of this suit didn't offer any significant advantages, and compared to ordinary players, its frontal combat capability wasn't much improved. However, this suit's warp artillery barrage ability meant that as long as he didn't die, occasionally firing a few shells at the enemy was his greatest contribution to his comrades. Therefore, this invader carefully crouched and moved from the side, circling behind the enemy to set up several beacons, while also preparing for the artillery strike. Changfen Cat, Don T tell me, the invader in this game changed the original revive beacon. The old revive beacon only lasted for a short period, but the revive beacon here seems to last longer. I've already placed 3 beacons, and the first one hasn't even dissipated yet. Logically, this skill, named Sundial in the game, should have a very short duration. By the time the skill cooled down and could be used again, the original beacon should have dissipated simultaneously. However, Andre, after some research, decided it would be better to significantly extend the duration of this skill. While extending the cooldown, he also extended the beacon's disappearance time to half an hour. There was no other way, the scale of his battlefield was growing larger. From a game perspective, this meant the map was getting bigger, and the number of players was also increasing. If it only lasted for a short period as before, the effectiveness of this item for surprise attacks would be greatly reduced. Of course, after Andre made changes to this elite skill, the cost was the expenditure of additional influence points. Each beacon placed would deduct 50 influence points from Andre, meaning 2 beacons were equivalent to resurrecting 1 player. Otherwise, he wouldn't have significantly extended the cooldown of this skill. He was afraid players would place them carelessly and waste the beacons. After setting up 3 beacons in 3 extremely hidden locations, the invader switched to his flare gun. After roughly aiming, he fired a shot into the sky. Compared to the game, this flare gun in reality looked particularly conspicuous. In an instant, a small red meteor flew towards the enemy's position, aiming directly above the necromancer's head. Such an obvious object was naturally spotted by all enemy Black Hawk soldiers in an instant. A group of Black Hawk soldiers didn't understand what it was for. But just then, the necromancer and the officer beside him turned pale. Not good, get down. That thing is definitely guiding an artillery strike. Be careful, there might be cannons hidden in the village ahead. As a scream rang out, almost simultaneously with the flare's descent, a fierce artillery barrage erupted in a large circle around the flare. No one saw how these shells were fired, they only heard a whistling sound and, before they could react, explosions instantly erupted around them. Almost in an instant, the Black Hawk soldiers who had formed a small defensive line here were utterly annihilated, completely shell-shocked. Whether it was the Black Hawk soldiers themselves, their hastily constructed machine gun nests, or the military vehicles brought over for fire support. At this moment, facing the sudden artillery strike, all units were unable to resist, only able to desperately pray that they would not be buried under the bombardment. Damn it, this is unscientific. How can their cannons be so fast? The officer, hiding completely under a truck, trembled as shells continuously fell around him. He also couldn't understand. The flare had just landed, and the very next second, the shells were already hitting. How did the enemy artillery judge that? Could they determine the flare's landing spot before it even hit the ground? And they had been watching for a long time, so why didn't they hear any cannon fire from nearby, only shells constantly falling from above? In the rear, several experienced Black Hawk soldiers were desperately trying to locate the enemy's artillery by listening to the sound of the bombardment. But the more they listened, the stranger their expressions became. Because they couldn't hear the enemy firing from a distance, nor could they hear the shells cutting through the air. The only thing they could hear was the noise generated by the exploding shells. So, no one fired, and no shells were flying through the air. Where did these shells come from? Meow, this might be a paranormal event, right? The Black Eagle Empire's Black Hawk soldiers didn't understand what a warp artillery barrage was, but a similar concept automatically appeared in their minds. These shells seemed to teleport out of thin air. Apart from the explosions, there was no trajectory whatsoever. Realizing that they couldn't seem to find the direction of the enemy artillery, they then looked in the direction from which those flares had been fired. If they couldn't find the artillery, surely they could find the person firing the flares? In the blink of an eye, they saw a sneaky guy running through the grass, continuously firing flares. Ah, so it was you, kid, who drew the artillery fire. A Black Hawk soldier sneered, then raised his rifle, squinted, and aimed at the distant invader. Chapter 171, A Bug? What's he mumbling about? Bang! A crisp gunshot suddenly rang out, but the one shot dead was not an invader, but the Black Hawk soldier who had aimed at the invader. His companion looked in the direction of the gunshot and found that, at some unknown point, a soldier was kneeling in the distance, firing a rifle in their direction. But he was a bit confused. What exactly was the instrument on that soldier's back? What was the use of that thing that looked like a large light bulb on a tripod? It couldn't just be for illumination, could it? Be careful. We have enemies behind us, they'll take them out. It was him. That scoundrel fired the flare. Hearing the sound, several Black Hawk soldiers who were further away and unaffected by the shelling angrily rushed over. But before they could even open fire, they witnessed a truly supernatural scene firsthand. They had just raised their guns to aim when they suddenly saw the large light bulb-like object in the distance flash, and immediately after, several Cambrian soldiers in grey military uniforms appeared next to it. Wait, no. There was only one person there a moment ago, how did it become 4 people now? 4 people were just the beginning. After several consecutive flashes, like a magic trick of bringing people to life, more than a dozen soldiers appeared here, scattering in all directions like flowing water. The Black Hawk soldiers who ran over never dreamed that they thought they had surrounded an enemy who had circled around to their rear. But it turned out that they themselves were surrounded. So what kind of absurd teleportation device was that light bulb, that it could silently teleport enemy soldiers behind them? An intense melee broke out, and facing the player's formidable firepower, these soldiers were instantly riddled with bullets in the exchange of fire. There was no way, they only had a few rifles, and facing the player's powerful firepower configuration of light machine guns and submachine guns, how could they outshoot them? However, the intense gunfire here also attracted the attention of other Black Hawk soldiers. Not good, we've been surrounded by enemies, enemies have circled around from behind. Quick, quick, move up, and take out that guy who fired the flare. Similar shouts were heard everywhere, and everyone hated the guy who kept firing flares at them. By now, some people had vaguely realized that this wave of shelling was not right. They didn't know where the shells came from, but summarizing the pattern, it was as if wherever there was a flare, shells would instantly appear. Especially since the fire density of each bombing zone was the same, it couldn't be that the enemy started with only a few cannons firing, and then later it became dozens of cannons, could it? Tat tat tat. Tat tat tat. The heavy machine gun quickly turned, other elite Black Hawk soldiers raised their rifles and fired continuously, while soldiers with submachine guns quickly moved to engage. Almost instantly, they engaged in an intense clash with the players, and both sides quickly transitioned from mutual firing to close-range chaotic shooting. This was mainly because players loved to charge while shooting. For players, they rarely stayed in one place to shoot at fixed targets. Most of the time, they would shoot while rushing towards the enemy, constantly closing the distance to use bayonets or other melee attacks. Running and shooting was a basic skill for players. So the Black Hawk soldiers facing them were also confused. They completely failed to understand the enemy's tactics, only feeling that these guys were truly like flowing water, infiltrating everywhere. A group of fearless guys charged at them, straight into their gunfire, and then engaged them in close quarters combat. They had submachine guns that could kill them from 50 meters away, yet some Cambrian soldiers insisted on closing the distance to 10 meters to shoot. At such a distance, they engaged in a gunfight with another opponent carrying a submachine gun, showing no fear at all. If they were normal people, facing submachine gun fire from 10 meters away, they would definitely quickly duck down or find cover, not stand their ground and simultaneously exchange fire. But these Cambrian soldiers were like that. They seemed not to fear death at all, even though they had taken several bullets, they still stood their ground and continued to shoot. Until more and more bullets hit them, knocking them to the ground. Before the Black Hawk soldiers could breathe a sigh of relief, a passing Cambrian soldier suddenly squatted down, pricked him with a small needle, and then the guy they had just killed was back on his feet, bouncing around. Are they messing with them? Resurrecting the dead isn't done like this, is it? Watching the medic, with overly practiced movements, squat down to inject a needle in 1 second, then stand back up, and then perform a live person changing act right before their eyes. They didn't know what these guys had in their syringes, but they only knew that the scene before them looked more magical than magic. Even if a necromancer revived a corpse, he would at least have to chant for a while and then slowly perform the operation. Honestly, at this moment, quite a few Black Hawk soldiers suddenly felt a pang of desire. Some of them couldn't help but ponder in their minds how to capture the enemy medic alive. If they could capture that guy alive and turn him to their side, then with such a fierce person protecting them, wouldn't they also no longer have to fear death? At the very least, if they had that kind of miraculous special medicine, many soldiers would probably be saved on the battlefield. So the medic, still busy rescuing people everywhere, didn't know that he and his comrades had inexplicably been put on the enemy's white list, with orders that they absolutely must not be killed. The number of players who jumped over and ran to fight behind enemy lines, ambushing enemies from the rear, was not very large, mainly because this heliometer was essentially a respawn point. Players could not directly choose to transfer and jump over from the heliometer, instead, they had to die first, and then they could respawn at the heliometer's location. This also led to the fact that it was usually players who had just died in combat who would choose to jump out from the heliometer. Players who hadn't died had no intention of committing suicide just to flank and ambush the enemy. So, under the players' desperate fighting style, this batch of players who had just jumped over quickly all died, leaving only 2 medics with needles who suddenly discovered that the game seemed to have a bug. For some reason, all the enemies in front of them had stopped firing. Lay down your weapons, raise your hands and surrender. The Black Eagle Empire guarantees preferential treatment for prisoners. A Black Hawk soldier stood up and shouted shamelessly at the players, not feeling the slightest bit ashamed of what he was saying. But he didn't expect that his words were only halfway out when the medic opposite him fired a few shots into his chest, knocking him flat on his back. How strange, what kind of plot has been triggered? What is that hostile NPC mumbling about? Chapter 172, Block the Cambrian's teleportation device. Kill anyone who comes. Damn it. How dare they? Seeing their soldier, who had stood up to persuade surrender, was not treated with courtesy by the enemy, but instead was shot dead by the opponent with 2 shots, the other Black Hawk soldiers were instantly enraged. Are they kidding? For them to come out at a time like this and shout about preferential treatment for prisoners, they were clearly giving that guy face. If it were anyone else, they would have beaten that guy to death on the spot. Why would they be so considerate as to talk to them? They never expected that scoundrel wouldn't appreciate their gesture. Officer, do you think it's possible the other side doesn't understand what we're shouting? Just then, a soldier suddenly thought of something and asked the officer beside him. The officer's expression stiffened, and he cursed angrily. Shut up. Since that guy has already killed our people, there's no room for mercy. Kill him, and take the medicine from his body. We'll train our own medics. Meow, this soldier next to him definitely wanted to harm him. In their small team, he was the only second lieutenant who knew how to speak the Cambrian Empire's language, but how could he dare to stand up and shout at the other side? If it weren't for the person who went ahead to scout, he might have dared to speak up, but seeing the first person who shouted being smoothly shot dead, he'd have to be crazy to be the second. Strange, I always feel like we should have triggered some plot event, but we haven't unlocked the language pack for the other side, so we don't understand what's happening. When he was killed by the enemy, the fallen medic was still telling his companions in the chat area. He didn't think these people shot him because a bug was fixed, he always felt there must have been a plot event that wasn't properly triggered before. But there was no way, without the language pack, they really couldn't communicate with the other side. Not to mention whether there were any players who understood German, even if there were, it would be difficult for them to understand what the other side was saying. Because this was another world, and although the Black Hawk and Cambrian empires had some similarities to Germany and the Soviet Union, they were ultimately different countries. The language differences were enormous. If Andre hadn't opened the initial language pack for all players, they would hear everything as gibberish. Just as these Black Hawk soldiers thought they could breathe a sigh of relief, they horrifyingly saw new Cambrian soldiers spawning from around that strange light bulb. Because they were caught off guard, several of them were instantly killed again. Quick, I found it. That thing is very likely some kind of transfer device. That's right, the Cambrian soldiers hiding in the village can use this device to teleport over. As long as we block that machine, we can eliminate them immediately. After eliminating these scattered soldiers, an officer explained to the other soldiers, and a group of people's eyes lit up. Heh, if this thing were hidden in the dark, then they would indeed have to be a little afraid. But these things were already exposed in the open, all locked onto by them, so what was there to worry about? So, for several consecutive waves, players had just revived from here, and before they even figured out what was going on, they were shot dead by a flurry of gunfire. However, players weren't fools. After 2 consecutive waves of teleportation went wrong, they quickly realized the enemy had blocked their spawn point. This can't go on. If this continues, won't our plan be ruined? Having just donned his new invader suit, Changfen Cat was about to move out when someone beside him spoke. He had a thought and immediately came up with a new idea. Quick, 2 engineers, lend a hand and follow me to flank them. Everyone else, continue to draw their attention. Next, find a few haystacks and dig a hole underneath. I'll crawl in and plant the beacon there. Then we'll emerge from these spots. Remember, when you emerge, don't open fire immediately. Wait until you are far from our spawn point before shooting. Act quietly, no shooting. Soon, as the players in front once again cosplayed as demons in the smoke, the invaders on the flank also launched their action again. Compared to before, this time, the Black Hawk soldiers found it much more difficult to deal with the players' demons in the smoke tactic. In the previous shelling, even after trying his best to dodge, the necromancer still died under the artillery fire. There was no way, a necromancer was also flesh and blood. His bone shield might have helped him withstand some cannon fire, but it definitely couldn't withstand this overwhelming barrage. Holding up his bone shield, he barely managed to escape the first bombing circle. Before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, the second bombing circle arrived. Under such shelling, who could endure it? Even if the Black Eagle Empire's thickest hunter mech were brought in, it would probably be blown to scrap on the spot. The armored soldiers remaining in the rear watched the chaotic battle between the mechanized infantry and the enemy with a bewildered expression. They watched for a long time but couldn't understand how this battle was being fought. It was agreed that the people in front would be responsible for clearing mines, and they would launch a charge when the mines were mostly cleared. Now, why was the front inexplicably covered in artillery fire and smoke grenades? A group of armored soldiers waiting in the rear hesitated whether they should move closer, but after thinking about it, they decided not to casually join in. To deal with that kind of shelling, even driving armored vehicles over would be useless. Without figuring out where the enemy's cannons were firing from and how they were firing, no matter how many armored vehicles they sent up, they would only become targets for the enemy. But these armored soldiers didn't notice that not far from them, a Cambrian Empire squad had already quietly flanked them. To ensure the spawn point's concealment and prevent it from being exposed by a group of meddling players, Changfen Cat not only chose a more hidden location for this setup but also took a long detour, staying far from the front line of the battlefield. However, he didn't expect that after just bypassing a small grove, they would see a large number of enemy armored vehicles at a turn in the road. Damn it! So many armored vehicles gathered together? Wasn't this just waiting for him to quickly earn merit points? Honestly, he almost couldn't resist his itching hands. If others hadn't called him to set up the spawn point, he might have fired a signal flare towards them immediately. After digging several tunnels in hidden spots and setting up the spawn points inside, Changfen Cat quietly crawled through the grass again, casting a greedy gaze at the armored vehicles there. Good heavens, so many armored vehicles gathered together like this, wasn't this clearly sending him merit points? But just then, before he could fire a signal flare, he suddenly felt a tightness in his leg, as if several snakes had coiled around him. Chapter 173, Let Me See Your Secrets. What the hell? The sudden sensation instantly scared him. The tactile feedback of this game was too realistic, and that was the bad part, it made him feel a chill down his spine. Honestly, he didn't like snakes or anything like that, and he certainly didn't like the feeling of being wrapped around his leg by such a thing. At that moment, he felt goosebumps all over his back, and his scalp was about to explode. But when he turned around and saw what was wrapped around his leg, he was even more terrified. Holy crap! What is this? Where did all these tentacles come from? I'm not a magical girl. Watching countless octopus-like tentacles wrap around his feet, and even more tentacles sliding up his body, constantly climbing, he felt his head buzz and explode. Due to the overly realistic tactile feedback and the severe visual impact, the player, at that moment, even forgot he was in a game, thinking he had truly encountered a tentacle monster attack. Just as he let out a short scream, the tentacles, which had almost completely enveloped him, tightened instantly, crushing him like a bug. Having died inexplicably and being severely frightened, the player quickly screenshot everything he encountered and posted it in the comment section before he died, then asked for an explanation. Changfen Cat, holy crap! I'm really shocked. What are all these things? Does it have to be so disgusting? Lords High Woe, 666, I didn't expect this game to be so diverse, even a tentacle monster appeared. I wonder if there's a nun and tentacle monster PI. Brave new, don't say it, it's really possible. As everyone knows, This game was released as a bundled software and wasn't reviewed by a game platform, so this game won't be limited by censorship. Therefore, theoretically, if the game developers are willing, they can totally create such a play. As this statement was published, the chat area fell silent for a moment, but then, a flood of comments demanding to see nuns fighting tentacle monsters immediately flooded the screen. My goodness, perverts are truly everywhere. Sure enough, lewdness is the primary productive force. Seeing the content in the chat area, Andre was momentarily dumbfounded, not knowing what to say about these players. If he let them play adult games, they would go into the adult games looking for plot, action, and controls, but if he let them play proper games, they would start looking for adult game content in them. But then again, what was with that tentacle monster earlier? Recalling the incredibly creepy mass of tentacles in the screenshot, Andre felt like his trypophobia was about to act up. A bunch of colorful tentacles, with various small serrated suckers, wrapping around a person like snakes, and feeling slimy. Just thinking about that sensation, Andre couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, and he truly felt for that player. After much thought, Andre suspected this might be some kind of magic effect from an enemy, otherwise, he couldn't think of any other attack method that would be like this. In any case, this thing didn't seem to fit the style of the tech side at all. Thinking of this, Andre simply issued a quest, asking players to investigate the origin of the tentacle attack. Anyway, the invader who accidentally sacrificed himself earlier had also set up several daylight meters in relatively hidden places, so for players, they could always transfer there from the beacon. At the same time, the Black Hawk soldiers also heard movement from the bushes. What's going on? Enemies. Several soldiers ran over, carefully pushed aside the bushes, and then they saw the unfortunate player, rolled into a ball by tentacles, almost unrecognizable. Damn it, I didn't expect Cambrian soldiers to be lurking here. They're like a bunch of cockroaches, everywhere. Seeing the soldier's corpse, someone immediately cursed, but behind him, a strangely dressed individual walked up. Judging by his attire, this fellow, wearing a black military overcoat and a peaked cap but without any military rank, was another mage. However, unlike the previous mage, this mage exuded a disturbing and strange aura. It was unclear whether it was the gas mask with 7 eyes he wore, or the mass of wriggling tentacles on his staff, or perhaps the eye growing in the palm of his hand. Almost the moment this mage approached, the surrounding soldiers hurriedly moved away from him, as if they had seen a plague god. Honestly, their reaction wasn't even this exaggerated when they saw a necromancer. This undisguised horror was enough to show the oppressive feeling this mage carried. The mage paid no attention to the fear of the others, simply walked unhurriedly to the corpse, poked it a couple of times, and then plunged his staff into the shattered brain of the corpse. Let me see your secrets. As the tentacles gradually absorbed the brain tissue from the shattered skull, the mage slowly closed his eyes. He was using a special synesthesia spell to see the enemy's memories. Although he could only see fragmented memories this way, with these fragments, he could often learn many of the enemy's actions and make predictions in advance. The abilities of the ancient god-aligned mages were always very peculiar and terrifying, but in war, they naturally had their own roles, and their utility was very great. What is all this nonsense? After just a few glances, the mage couldn't help but frown, as the player's memories were truly bizarre to him. He felt as if he was seeing an extremely absurd world. For example, there was a retractable crosshair in front of the pupil, as well as various operation buttons and icons displayed. These things were somewhat difficult for him to comprehend at once. But just then, he suddenly felt his vision go black. The memory fragments he had seen earlier scattered like a tide, and all that remained in his mind was an overwhelmingly oppressive darkness. But in the next moment, he seemed to see a figure so vast it was unimaginable. When he clearly saw that twisting and bizarre colossal creature, he instantly let out a blood-curdling scream. Chapter 174, confirmed, the unit we encountered is an old adversary. No, what kind of monster is this? I don't want to see it. From the perspective of the other Black Hawk soldiers, the mage, who had been muttering and busy probing the enemy's memories, suddenly let out a chilling scream as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Under everyone's horrified gaze, he tore off his gas mask, revealing an unbelievably twisted face that no one would imagine belonged to a human. However, he paid no attention to the almost nauseated looks of the surrounding soldiers. He merely clawed frantically at his face, like a storm, and in a short while, he gouged out several eyeballs. But even so, the shadow in his mind still hadn't dissipated. Instead, it swelled even more. The next moment, with a loud bang, the mage's head exploded. The incredibly gruesome sight instantly startled the surrounding soldiers. They didn't know what the mage had seen that could make his own head explode. But before they could figure it out, a sudden burst of gunfire from the dense forest on the flank instantly brought down several stunned soldiers. Not good. Enemy attack. Enemies are flanking us from the woods. Quick, quick, deal with them. An officer gave orders while quickly climbing into a mech, attempting to pilot it to kill the enemies in front of him. But before he could get in, a hand suddenly reached out from behind him and grabbed his belt. With a forceful tug, the unlucky officer was pulled down from the cockpit entrance on the side of the mech, falling to the ground with a thud. Before he could resist, a bayonet descended from above, plunging directly into his eye socket. Ha ha ha, bad luck. I've snatched another mech. Armored elites, advance. Your ace pilot is back. It was Cold Crow and Gigi King again. This duo had previously seized several armored vehicles from the Black Eagle Empire, and now, they had once again successfully snatched an enemy armored vehicle. It wasn't just these two players, other players were also quick, seizing several armored vehicles before the enemies could get into their own. In an instant, several Black Eagle Empire mechs started moving, but to the shocked gazes of the Black Hawk soldiers, these mechs turned their guns on their own people. Boom! Boom! With 2 consecutive shots, 2 hunter mechs that had remained stationary and hadn't yet started were immediately pierced front to back by a shell, losing all combat capability instantly. The other Black Eagle Empire armored soldiers looked as if they had seen a ghost, staring at these suddenly active dreadnought mechs, not understanding how the enemies had managed it. Are you kidding me? Not to mention how they learned to pilot their own mechs, just the startup speed of these guys' engines was too fast, wasn't it? Do their engines have no startup delay when these guys start their mechs? With the advantage of the first move, they quickly took out several surrounding Black Eagle Empire mechs in one go, as if they were shooting at fixed targets. Unfortunately, other players no longer had time to seize more armored vehicles, because other Black Eagle Empire mechs had also mostly started up by this point and began engaging players in chaotic mech combat. Retreat, retreat, don't stay here, let's retreat quickly. There are too many enemies here, the battle is very unfavorable for us. In the chat area, the players piloting the mechs communicated while retreating into the distance. If they continued to stay here and clash with the enemies at close range, they would only be picked off one by one. Even though players had extreme confidence in their gunnery and reaction speed, the numerical disparity was not so easily overcome. Several dreadnought mechs provided cover while rapidly retreating to the nearby fields. The small houses next to the fields and the almost ubiquitous haystacks could serve as their cover. And most importantly, within these haystacks were their hidden respawn points, so other players could secretly respawn there. A lone mech, even a relatively agile dreadnought mech, was still quite vulnerable. To contend with the enemy's armored soldiers, they still needed to cooperate with their teammates and have more infantry to cover them. Seeing these guys brazenly retreat in their mechs, the Black Hawk soldiers were furious. They never expected that they would inexplicably have several mechs snatched from them by the enemy right in front of their faces. This was an absolute humiliation. However, in a short time, they couldn't pursue these damned thieves, because 2 guys didn't run with the others but instead charged at them. 2 massive bayonets, with one charge, fiercely plunged into the bodies of 2 hunter mechs. Although the hunter mech was the Black Eagle Empire's strongest conventional mech in terms of defense, its surface armor still couldn't withstand 2 such enormous special metal bayonets. But just as the 2-player mechs were busy pulling their bayonets from the enemy's armor, Black Eagle Empire infantry on the flank opened fire with anti-armor guns. A bullet struck, and the pilot sitting below was immediately shot through, dying on the spot with a thud, and the mech became stuck and immobile. Before the other player could switch mech pilot positions, a shell fired from the flank also struck this mech, completely destroying the dreadnought mech. At close range, facing the concentrated fire of superior enemy forces, these 2 dreadnought mechs had no chance of survival. To break through with a wave of fearless charge and take out 2 enemy mechs was already very good luck. But even after taking out the enemies inside these 2 mechs, the Black Hawk soldiers' expressions didn't change at all, they just felt like they were going crazy with anger. Damn it, the mechs that were destroyed now were all their own mechs. Where did these guys learn their mech technology, to even come up with the tactic of stealing their mechs? Alright, it seems we can now confirm that the unit we are currently encountering is the infamous Smoke Fiends, the unit he leads. Looking at the wreckage of their 2 mechs on the ground, an armored soldier officer said fiercely over the comms channel. Other than his unit, I haven't heard of any other Cambrian army capable of stealing and using the Empire's armored vehicles. This familiar tactic clearly belongs to those hateful, despicable thieves. Chapter 175, Don't Pursue, Watch Out for Landmines Ahead. Quick, quick, 2 o'clock direction, there's a little motorcycle. Report, a motorcycle spotted. Fire, take him out. As soon as the words fell, Cold Crow, acting as the gunner, scored a one-shot kill, instantly destroying an enemy dreadnought mech that was pursuing them. Hee hee. The 2, possessed by the cannon echo, automatically loaded the hee hee voice pack. While entertaining themselves and shouting at each other, they busily fired at the enemy armored vehicles giving chase. One major characteristic of the dreadnought mech is its exceptional mobility. Compared to the Germans of World War II, the Black Eagle Empire's armored soldiers in this world seem to prioritize firepower more than armor protection. For example, the dreadnought mech is only equipped with 40 mm of frontal armor, but it boasts a 75 mm long-barreled cannon with extremely strong penetration. To draw a comparison, this is like a relatively late model Panzer III tank, but with the main gun of a Panther tank. Of course, it might also be because they hadn't developed heavy armored vehicles at the beginning of the war, so they didn't show particular emphasis on armor protection. Just like the early Panzer III and Panzer IV tanks in World War II, their protection could only be described as mediocre. The dreadnought mech, with its strong mobility and firepower, meant that players operating these mechs also carefully engaged in tank duels with enemies. They also realized that to operate this mech well, the most important factor was constant movement, they absolutely had to leverage its mobility advantage. If they simply stayed in one place to duel with enemies, the mech's survival rate would be very low. Boom. With a loud explosion, a player-controlled dreadnought mech was penetrated by an enemy shell, and its fuel ignited. Looking at the current situation, Cold Crow couldn't help but frown, because he realized that only his mech and one other nearby were still operational. No way, are you serious? Is the attrition rate for armored soldiers really that high? Just as he was speaking, a sudden armor-piercing round instantly penetrated the side armor of his mech. Fortunately, this shell didn't hit a critical area, only giving him a huge scare. Don't just stand there, get out of here, there's an ambush on the flank. Quickly turn the hull around and blast those anti-armor infantry, or we'll all die here. Hearing Gigi King's words, Cold Crow snapped out of it, quickly rotated the upper half of his mech, and fired in a general direction. Immediately after, he didn't care whether his last shot had hit or not, pressing the button to furiously spray with the machine gun. Firing while retreating, the two surviving dreadnought mechs quickly fell back into the distance. Sir, what do we do? The enemy has run far away. And their running trajectory is too erratic, it's hard for us to lock on with shells. A Black Hawk armored soldier frowned slightly, looking at the distant mechs, and couldn't help but grit his teeth. He didn't know how these guys were running, to be able to drive the mechs so smoothly. Weren't they afraid of the mechs overturning or making them dizzy? Unfortunately, players truly aren't afraid. As for dizziness, let's not even mention it. Regarding mech rollovers, players also seem to have some magical advantage. Even now, Andre still hadn't figured out if this was some characteristic of players. He found that players operating mechs seemed to rarely experience rollovers, as if they were stabilized by a gyroscope. Even when jumping from certain places or making extremely exaggerated turns, these mechs could automatically maintain balance. But considering that player-driven cars and tanks also rarely overturned, Andre suddenly felt that this was probably some characteristic of players. Having vehicle stability doesn't seem strange for players, otherwise, with their incredibly aggressive driving style, they'd overturn every vehicle. Idiots, if you can't lock on, then pursue them. Damn it, at all costs, we must destroy them. The Empire's valuable assets being stolen by the enemy like this is everyone's dereliction of duty. Amidst the officer's thunderous roar, a group of armored soldiers reluctantly gave chase. To be honest, despite having no evidence, their intuition told them that the enemy definitely had ill intentions and surely had some specific strategy planned for them next. But they had no choice, they had already been humiliated enough by the enemy forcibly taking several armored vehicles. If they pursued and still couldn't completely destroy these stolen armored vehicles, then the humiliation would be even greater. Accompanying the armored soldiers were large numbers of motorized infantry. Up to now, the Black Eagle Empire had discovered many problems with motorized infantry in the war, such as their trucks. During transportation, trucks on roads didn't show any problems, but in armored engagements, if trucks carried soldiers to continue advancing with armored units, many trucks couldn't adapt to rugged and complex terrain. So the Black Eagle Empire now had plans to develop a new generation of armored vehicles. Using a brand new walking chassis, they planned to create a vehicle specifically for infantry to accompany armored units in armored engagements. Of course, they hadn't yet developed and deployed this vehicle, so for now, the infantry used to cover armored vehicles could only be replaced by these motorcycles. Several motorcycles overtook the dreadnought mechs charging at the front, preparing to bypass to the enemy's mech flanks to harass them. They knew that doing so carried enormous risk, but it could effectively distract the enemy and help them kill the enemy's armored vehicles. But just then, as their motorcycles had just crossed between two haystacks, these haystacks suddenly exploded. Unlucky Black Hawk soldiers happened to trigger a tripwire landmine set up by players, and were instantly blown into the sky. The other Black Eagle Empire armored forces and motorcycle soldiers stopped in their tracks upon seeing this. Damn it, landmines again? How many landmines did the enemy bury in advance? Although only one spot exploded, they weren't sure how many landmines were actually ahead, so they dared not continue advancing for a while. What if they ran and accidentally stepped into the enemy's minefield? But the stopped armored vehicles didn't realize that danger was right beside them. Almost the instant they stopped to observe what was ahead, a flare suddenly shot out from the grass on their flank, landing directly in the center of their formation. In the next moment, sudden warp cannon fire commenced. Chapter 176 The enemy has crossed Resurrection Point 1. Artillery fire. Where did the artillery fire come from? Watch our flank, it was a flare fired by that strange soldier, that's what attracted the artillery fire. Blasted dizzy by a barrage of artillery, the Black Hawk soldiers were disoriented, but some also noticed the invader who had just fired the flare. The other mechs quickly moved out of the artillery zone, while aiming their cannons at the nearby bushes, and several motorcyclists rode their motorcycles directly in pursuit. But as they pursued, they accidentally triggered a tripwire mine laid by the enemy, which exploded on the spot with a bang, sending the leading motorcyclist flying into the air. Using this wave of landmines, the invader player who had just taken position successfully escaped, drilling at an extremely fast speed through a newly dug tunnel towards the other end. This was also the latest ingenious use of the engineer. They discovered that if an engineer continuously dug in one spot while digging a trench, it would switch to tunnel digging mode, allowing them to quickly excavate a passage. What was surprising was that the tunnels dug by engineers in this manner would not collapse easily, and from the surface, one couldn't even tell anything was there. Those who didn't know might have thought this engineer graduated from MC Academy. It could only be said that the engineers in this game were quite miraculous. The seemingly ubiquitous landmines infuriated the Black Hawk soldiers. There was nothing they could do but temporarily abandon the idea of pursuing the enemy and honestly figure out how to clear the mines first. But they didn't know that there was actually no minefield in this area at all. When players laid minefields, they wouldn't set them up this far. The reason why landmines appeared here was simply because a reconnaissance soldier player who had come to this place had casually laid them. If they had checked carefully, they would have realized that there were only 2 tripwire mines left by the reconnaissance soldier player here, and they had triggered both of them. The armored forces, having been outsmarted by the players, couldn't pursue, while in the village, the first batch of infantry had successfully broken through and begun close quarters combat with the enemy. For His Majesty the Emperor, charge! An officer roared, leading a few soldiers, intending to rush into a house, but the dense firepower from a side attic instantly struck down 2 Black Hawk soldiers. Damn it! When did those people in the attic appear? How are these guys like moles, everywhere? Pinned down by firepower, several Black Hawk soldiers, who could only huddle in the corner, were almost driven to their breaking point. Before rushing in, they hadn't expected this village to be so difficult to fight, but after rushing in, they realized they really shouldn't have engaged in urban warfare with the enemy. Fighting urban warfare with players was simply a suicidal act. With the players' abnormal flanking capabilities and automatic firepower, urban warfare was definitely one of the most suitable environments for players to excel. The first batch of Black Hawk soldiers who rushed in were already completely disoriented by the players. They felt like they had been fighting for a long time, confused and completely unsure of the enemy's tactics. In this village, the enemy seemed to be everywhere, appearing from all directions. They originally intended to occupy the houses one by one, step by step, but no sooner had they occupied one house than it was recaptured by the enemy. After occupying a house, they had clearly left 5 soldiers to defend it, but the enemy had somehow climbed onto the roof and thrown grenades down the chimney. Several consecutive grenades blasted all the soldiers inside into a daze, and then, before the surviving soldiers could even run out, a submachine gun suddenly poked through the window and unleashed a volley of fire inside. In addition to this dense automatic firepower, the players' terrifying melee abilities made the Black Hawk soldiers quite terrified. In this battle, they had barely made out what kind of enemy had been slaughtering them in the smoke earlier. It was those strangely dressed, breastplate-wearing, gas mask-donning trench raiders. Having fought to this point, they naturally wouldn't treat these soldiers as ordinary people. In previous battles, they had also summarized a set of rules. These soldiers' armor was extremely sturdy, and ordinary gunfire was ineffective against them. Moreover, their movement speed was very fast, even surprisingly fast. Most importantly, the mace in their hands had astonishing destructive power. Almost one strike could kill a person, just like playing whack-a-mole. They could be certain that normal humans would never have such speed and strength. They might be able to smash a person's head with one blow, but they would certainly not have the same power with every strike. So by now, the Black Hawk soldiers had automatically classified such enemies into the category of modified soldiers, though they hadn't clearly seen the specific modification method of these things. Although urban warfare was difficult, with several pacifier mechs driving in, the situation seemed to improve significantly all at once. The pacifier mech itself was relatively flexible, its compact size suitable for moving through houses, and the firepower from its 4 machine guns could eliminate most infantry in an instant. Under such suppressive fire, even trench raiders found it difficult to charge recklessly, and ordinary players were suppressed to the point where they couldn't lift their heads. They died if they even tried. Advance, keep advancing. Flame troopers, follow up and burn all the houses along the way. I refuse to believe these guys can fight us in a fire. An officer hiding behind a pacifier mech said sharply, his eyes flashing with rage. In previous battles, he had lost countless soldiers under his command. He had finally managed to rush into the village, only to lose another batch of people. He now just wanted to end the battle quickly and then execute all these slippery enemies. Otherwise, it would be impossible to quell the hatred in his heart. Relying on the dreadnought mech, his soldiers seemed to be advancing smoothly, but he didn't realize that the reason his team could advance so smoothly was because the players were playing a long game. It's about time. These guys have already crossed Resurrection Point 1, if we let them go any deeper, I'm afraid Resurrection Point 2 will also be occupied by them. A player asked a temporarily elected captain, as this person was experienced and had fought very well in previous battles. He glanced at the map, then nodded and said, "All right, we can't let them take Resurrection Point 2. Attack immediately from the front, give them a harsh blow. Attention to players waiting to respawn, all respawn from Resurrection Point 1, and bring more anti-armor stuff." Chapter 177, Do you understand what a tunnel battle is? A pacifier mech at the very front, responsible for clearing the path, suddenly detected something and instantly aimed its gun at a distant house. Without any hesitation, the mech pilot quickly maneuvered the machine gun to strafe, and the metallic storm from the 4 machine guns riddled the exterior wall of the house with holes. The 2 players hiding inside couldn't help but curse their bad luck, not expecting these guys to get smarter and smarter. Before they even had a chance to act, their hiding spot was already swept. But at the same time, players hiding behind another house made their move. A rocket launcher fired with a boom, directly hitting the front of the pacifier mech. The pacifier mech, with its extremely thin frontal armor and almost no resistance to anti-armor weapons, was instantly pierced. And at the same time, machine gun fire from both sides of the street also struck the infantry accompanying the mech from behind. The machine gun fire set up on the roof on one side quickly went silent, as an enemy marksman spotted him and killed him with a single rifle shot. However, the machine gun fire on the other side was not so easily taken out, because the machine gun here came from a machine gun sentry. What the hell is that monster? Seeing that armored enemy soldier carrying a machine gun, standing there and exchanging fire with them, taking more than 10 shots without falling, a group of Black Hawk soldiers was also astonished. Because they were relatively far away, they couldn't clearly see the appearance of that soldier, causing them to mistakenly believe that the machine gun sentry was a power-armored soldier. But to be honest, in terms of battlefield performance, there was no difference between a machine gun sentry and a power-armored soldier. After all, a normal ordinary soldier, even wearing armor, couldn't withstand so many gunshots, and certainly couldn't carry a machine gun and shoot indiscriminately. Quick, quick, hold them off. 2 more peacemakers are catching up. Hearing the officer's shouts from behind, the soldiers hiding behind the pacifier mech's wreckage, who were constantly being strafed by the enemy, all breathed a sigh of relief. Great, their armored units were finally here. Facing such terrifying firepower, units without armor simply couldn't charge through. But they didn't notice that an unusual movement came from a cellar on their flank. Quick, quick, get out of here and kill the little third in front. The players who suddenly poked their heads out of the cellar launched a charge almost without any hesitation. The Tage unhappy sticks they held either stabbed into the Black Hawk soldiers or into the pacifier mech behind them. A violent explosion instantly destroyed the mech, also blowing the surrounding soldiers into disarray. Immediately after, before the other Black Hawk soldiers could recover from the explosion, a dense torrent of bullets rained down on them, killing them all. The other pacifier mech, which had just driven past and hadn't had time to turn, also fell to the launcher in the players' hands. This wave of attacks from their rear instantly stunned the Black Hawk soldiers advancing in the center of the road. However, it must be said that the Black Hawk soldiers reacted very quickly, showing that they were experienced elite veterans. In just an instant, Black Hawk teams from several other directions quickly encircled the players, forming a crossfire that immediately killed 2 players. If it were any other army, encountering such crossfire, they would likely be completely wiped out in the middle of the road. But for players, it was just a bit of firepower, rushing out was all that was needed. Accompanied by a series of shouts that made the Black Hawk soldiers' heads ache, a whole row of gleaming bayonets flashed in unison. A group of players rushed forward with incredible speed, instantly stabbing several Black Hawk soldiers to death. Immediately after, under the watchful eyes of the other Black Hawk soldiers, these players retreated back into the tunnel exit they had emerged from. Damn it, an enemy cellar was hidden here. Didn't you search the cellars here before? A non-commissioned officer, whose 3 subordinates had been stabbed to death, glared angrily at the person next to him. He really couldn't understand how these guys could make such a low-level mistake. So many enemies were hidden in a cellar, and they hadn't discovered them, leading to a surprise attack from the rear, catching them off guard. The Black Hawk soldier, who was being scolded relentlessly, opened his mouth. He wanted to argue. Clearly, before this, they had already thrown grenades into the cellar. Logically, even if there were people inside, they should have been killed or maimed by their grenades. But why were their enemies appearing again now? Unable to figure out what was going on, and even the direction these players retreated, several Black Hawk soldiers quickly ran over and continued to throw grenades into the cellar. They naturally didn't dare to go down casually, who knew if they could get back up after going down. Seemingly thinking that throwing grenades wasn't safe enough, a flame trooper also ran over and fiercely shot his flamethrower at the cellar entrance. Watching the entire cellar being completely filled with flames, these Black Hawk soldiers breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the matter was over. But at this moment, a concealed firing port extending from the nearby bushes suddenly erupted with fierce machine gun fire, taking down 3 more soldiers. Burn. Keep burning for me. I don't believe this. The furious non-commissioned officer pointed at the flame trooper, telling him to continue burning, but he didn't know that the ground beneath his feet had already been hollowed out by the players' engineers. The reason why revival point number 1 had not been discovered, occupied, or destroyed by the enemy was because this revival point was located in a cellar. But players weren't stupid. If a group of people emerged from the cellar, how could the enemy not notice it? So, using the characteristics of engineers, they quickly dug several tunnels from this cellar, extending to other places, connecting several cellars together. So even if someone threw grenades into the cellar or used a flamethrower to burn it, they weren't afraid. Because when the players retreated, they were no longer hiding in that particular cellar, but had run to other places through the tunnels. After burning several places continuously, the flame trooper ran out of fuel, panting heavily. He wasn't a player, he didn't have such good stamina to run around with a heavy tank weighing tens of pounds and still be fine. But he didn't notice that a player, vigorously wielding an engineer's shovel, had already dug beneath his feet. After catching his breath, the flame trooper picked up his tank and took a step, preparing to retreat to the rear to replenish fuel, and then re-enter the hellish battlefield before him. But he didn't expect that the solid ground behind him just moments ago now gave way with that step, causing him to stumble into empty space. Chapter 178, Release poison gas into the tunnels. Save me. To his utter surprise, there was a large, deep pit behind him that had appeared at some unknown time, and the unlucky flame trooper instantly fell into it. However, as he fell, a hint of doubt arose in his mind. That's not right, I didn't see any pit when I came here just now. Why was I fine stepping over it, but then I fell in when I took a step back? Unfortunately, he no longer had time to ponder these questions. He fell with a thud, and the heavy, dozens-pound canister slammed onto him. He felt as if his waist had broken, and he couldn't help but let out a scream. But just as his scream was halfway out, a massive shovel slammed down onto his head. With a loud thwack, he felt stars explode before his eyes, his head almost shattered. Just as he was fumbling for the bayonet at his waist to resist, a second shovel came down. Several shovels struck him in quick succession, each hitting his head. Soon, his head was battered beyond recognition, and even one of his eyeballs burst. The player who had just killed him couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea at the gruesome sight. Damn it, why is this crappy shovel so bad in close combat? And it's too disgusting after killing someone. If I had known, I would have just finished him off with a bayonet. It's unknown whether this Black Hawk flame trooper was aware of this in the afterlife, but if he had heard it, he would surely have cursed. Damn. It's as if he wanted his head to be hit by several shovels and then smashed to pieces. If he had a choice, he would have wanted a less painful way to die. Attention, there are enemy tunnels here. They've dug tunnels under the village. Watching a living person suddenly fall into the ground, the other Black Hawk soldiers naturally couldn't ignore it. Soon, they discovered the secret of the players' tunnels. At the same time, they naturally figured out why they had repeatedly swept the cellar, throwing bombs and spraying flames, yet couldn't eliminate the enemies within. It turned out these guys had already used the tunnels to hide elsewhere. So, all their previous efforts had been for nothing. However, after realizing this, the Black Hawk soldiers quickly felt surprised, finding the situation somewhat unbelievable. They didn't understand when these Cambrian soldiers had dug the tunnels. Judging by the depth of the tunnels, it didn't seem like they could have been dug in a short time. But how much time could these Cambrian soldiers have had to dig tunnels? They didn't know when the defenders here had taken up their positions, but given their army's rapid breakthrough speed, the enemy couldn't possibly have anticipated them capturing the bridge and quickly crossing the river. So, without knowing that the enemy army would cross the river, why would they, for no reason, run to this small village and dig extensive tunnels? Could it be that their operational plans had been leaked at some point, allowing these guys to prepare? A military officer hiding behind couldn't help but consider this possibility, and a shiver ran down his spine. A leak was no small matter. If there were traitors in the army, things would be serious. But then, he quickly felt that this scenario was unlikely. Not to mention that General Ron had only come up with the plan to capture the bridge on the spur of the moment. Even if the enemy could learn of this plan in such a short time, there would be no reason for them to let them cross the bridge, would there? Compared to letting them cross the bridge and then setting up defenses here to block them, wouldn't it be better to just blow up the bridge? So, thinking along these lines, he felt his mind was getting jammed. The more he thought, the less he understood. No explanation seemed reasonable. This officer had many thoughts, but the other soldiers didn't. Seeing what appeared to be enemies in the tunnel ahead, soldiers immediately moved closer and fired into it, but unexpectedly, a stream of fire suddenly erupted from the tunnel. 2 soldiers who couldn't dodge in time were instantly incinerated, and the remaining soldiers retreated repeatedly. When they approached again, they found that the enemies in the tunnel, along with the newly appeared flame trooper, had already withdrawn. "Sir, should we pursue them?" At the tunnel entrance, a non-commissioned officer asked the company commander behind him, his eyes filled with indecision. If they had a choice, they truly didn't want to engage in tunnel warfare with the enemy, because it was too easy to fall into traps in the tunnels, and they had no idea what arrangements the enemy had made inside. They had learned this lesson during the Battle of Paris. If the necromancer hadn't used his undead horde to push forward, they would have suffered heavy casualties in Paris. Thanks to the habits of those in the Iris Empire, there was a massive cemetery under Paris, burying over 6 million skeletons. In the necromancer's hands, that many skeletons were enough not just for an undead horde, but even an undead titan legion. "No, we won't pursue. It's too dangerous to go in. Let's just use gas, let's pump gas into it." As he said this, a sinister look flashed in the officer's eyes. They hadn't used poison gas in previous battles mainly because the wind direction was unfavorable. Using poison gas at that time, the wind would blow it back towards their own troops. But underground, they had nothing to fear. Ventilation was poor underground, and once the poison gas was sprayed in, it would only accumulate and not disperse. Considering the Cambrian Empire Army's gas mask equipping rate, they thought it might be possible to clear out all the enemies in the tunnels by spraying a few canisters of poison gas. As the officer's order was given, several soldiers wearing gas masks and special leather chemical protection suits immediately pushed several large canisters over. Like throwing grenades, they tossed several long tubes into the cellar, then quickly ran back to turn the valves. Under the action of compressed cylinders, the poison gas in the canisters instantly sprayed out, and an extremely pungent smell quickly filled the air. The players, hiding in the tunnels, had originally hoped the enemy would charge in, but they hadn't expected these guys not to. Just as they were lamenting how cowardly these NPCs were, they suddenly saw large patches of yellowish-green gas spreading freely through the tunnels, visibly approaching their position. Holy crap! These bastards are dishonorable, they're using poison gas. Watching the large patches of poison gas, some players couldn't help but curse. The coverage of this poison gas was far more brutal than the gas grenades in Battlefield 1. But it didn't matter, they had gas masks. Once worn, they weren't afraid of gas damage. At most, their vision would become narrower. These guys were too naive to think they could kill them with poison gas. Chapter 179, Black Hawk soldiers bring trouble upon themselves. Ha ha ha, they must have been wiped out by the poisonous gas by now, right? Watching large swaths of chlorine gas fill the tunnel, the Black Hawk soldiers who released the gas felt a sense of relief. However, the officer hiding behind them grew serious. Something was wrong, definitely wrong. Normally, if the Cambrian soldiers inside had truly been poisoned, they should have started struggling in agony by now. Why was there no sound at all? Moreover, if they couldn't withstand the poisonous gas filling the tunnel, wouldn't they know to run out? He didn't believe these people would rather suffocate to death from the poisonous gas than run out of the tunnel for a breath of fresh air, even if running out of the tunnel also meant death. But before he could say anything, a bullet suddenly shot from the distant treetops, hitting a gas canister precisely. The gas canister, now with a large hole, instantly sprayed a large amount of chlorine gas around. Seeing this, the surrounding Black Hawk soldiers turned pale with fright and quickly fled, not even bothering to retaliate against the sniper in the distance. Most of the Black Hawk soldiers hadn't thought to bring gas masks when they entered, even though their tactical regulations stated they should. But there was nothing they could do, they hadn't encountered any enemy gas attacks on their way in, which led to them being somewhat complacent at this moment. Especially since the wind was blowing directly towards them, which made the Black Hawk soldiers break out in a cold sweat. Since no one was retaliating, the reconnaissance soldier player hiding in the treetops didn't hold back. Originally, he had planned to shoot once and then move, slowly playing cat and mouse with them, but he never expected that no one would shoot back for a long time. Everyone was just focused on fleeing for their lives. First, a few shots rang out, all hitting the other gas canisters. Then, he started using his rifle, picking them off one by one like the Grim Reaper calling names. The Black Hawk soldiers fleeing in panic were constantly shot down, bullet after bullet, precise and deadly. Naturally, some Black Hawk soldiers saw the player in the tree. He instinctively wanted to raise his gun to retaliate, but seeing the chlorine gas rushing towards him, his face turned green. What gun to raise? Run. If he didn't run, even if he could take out the Cambrian soldier opposite him with one shot, he would still die from the chlorine gas. And at this moment, to make matters worse for the other Black Hawk soldiers, Cambrian soldiers charged out from the area covered by chlorine gas. When they saw the gas masks on these Black Hawk soldiers' faces, and the submachine guns and light machine guns in their hands, their hearts even skipped a beat. That's right, why hadn't they noticed? In previous engagements, they had found the number of automatic weapons in these guys' hands to be extremely unreasonable. The automatic weapons equipped by one squad could rival those of half a company. From this perspective, these guys were clearly elite troops of the Cambrian Empire. So, since they were elites, how could they not be equipped with gas masks? It was just a pity that at this moment, even if their hearts were filled with regret, it was meaningless. When the gunshots rang out, several Black Hawk soldiers immediately fell in a pool of blood. Some Black Hawk soldiers desperately chose to stay and retaliate, even if it meant being suffocated by the poisonous gas, but they were quickly rushed by players and dealt with using bayonets. Under this relentless pursuit, the main body of Black Hawk soldiers fled frantically from the village. By the time they escaped, the mechanized infantry battalion that had previously charged into the village had less than half its original numbers remaining. However, after charging out, the players didn't continue the pursuit, because the enemy's firepower outside was a bit fierce. In addition to the several pacifier mechs that had accompanied the Black Hawk soldiers into the village, there were even more pacifier mechs outside the village. Facing the terrifying firepower of dozens of heavy machine guns, even the players couldn't charge forward and could only frantically retreat back into the village. But at this point, even if the Black Hawk soldiers who had fled retrieved the gas masks they had left in their vehicles, they no longer dared to charge into the village. After fighting for so long, they didn't even know how many people were in this village, but the various weapons displayed by the enemy in this village had opened their eyes. Not to mention, they had also discovered a seemingly complex tunnel system in this village. Until they thoroughly understood this tunnel system, there was no way they could charge into the village again. Otherwise, it would be a complete suicide mission. Call for our Air Force support. We can't keep fighting like this. Let our Air Force just flatten this village. Located in the rear, an officer who had been observing the battlefield slowly lowered his binoculars, a pained expression on his face. He truly hadn't expected that his army, which had previously cut through thorns and thistles and eliminated countless Cambrian Empire troops, was now being held back by such a small village. The enemies here were simply abnormal, impossible to judge by normal standards. Since his troops couldn't charge in, and the artillery units following behind hadn't caught up, then let the Air Force deal with the enemies here. The players hiding in the village were originally preparing to use this lull to try something fancy, like digging tunnels to get out and ambush the enemy from the side. But when they saw the airships suddenly flying in the sky, the players' expressions instantly stiffened. Although the number of airships flying over this time was not large, and there were no massive large airships, even so, these aerial bombardments were enough to make them quite uncomfortable. And what made them most uncomfortable was that their village's respawn points would be destroyed by the airships bombing. Damn it, this was the first time they had seen a respawn point that could be destroyed by enemy bombing. Isn't this a trap? Among all their respawn points, only one was located in a cellar, which might survive the bombing, but all the other respawn points were large buildings in the village. With this wave of bombing, if the enemy deliberately targeted them, they would be in big trouble. Quick, spread out. Everyone, don't gather near the respawn points. Get a few people to set up at launchers, and engineers, run to the center of the village to build anti-aircraft guns. Shoot down their airships. Players with quick wits immediately realized what they should do now. Their most important task now was not to survive the bombing, but to quickly protect the village's respawn points. If they wanted to protect the respawn points, simply setting up defenses on the respawn points was useless. It was unlikely they could stop all of the enemy's air force. So, the most effective way to protect the respawn points was to make these buildings appear harmless, with no value for attack. Chapter 180, Vorontsov, our air defense is in your hands. Tisk, 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 I didn't expect the Black Eagle Empire to even bring out poison gas. These guys' moral bottom line is really a bit low. Andrei shook his head as he looked at the content in the players' chat area, feeling that the Black Eagle Empire in this world seemed even more immoral than the three virtues he remembered. But then he thought about it again and felt that some things couldn't be put that way. Although the Black Eagle Empire in this world liked to slaughter civilians, create necromancers and release poison gas during battles, the original three virtues weren't much better, were they? Those infamous concentration camps had completely industrialized killing. From that perspective, the three virtues truly had a dark heart to a certain extent. While that village was under attack, the factory area where Andrei was located was also under attack. Fortunately, the main brunt of the assault wasn't currently on Andrei's own position, but on other friendly forces defending nearby. On the side of this factory, 2 infantry regiments and 1 artillery battalion had just arrived. These units joined the task of assisting Andrei in defending the factory and had built positions on Andrei's factory's flank. Before this, Andrei's players had already dug many trenches around the factory, and these newly dug trenches quickly benefited the newly arrived friendly forces. Andrei didn't have that many people anyway, so it was impossible for him to occupy all the trenches that had been dug. There were ready-made trenches, so it would be a waste not to use them. Andrei didn't say anything about these guys' actions, just rolled his eyes. The reason they thought players couldn't use such a large area of positions was because they had never seen the players' ability to infiltrate. Once they witnessed how mobile players could be on the battlefield, they would quickly change their minds. Just then, a burst of artillery fire suddenly rang out behind Andrei. A full 12 heavy 122mm howitzers were bombarding an area in the distance. Because the distance was too far, about 10 kilometers away from here, Andrei couldn't clearly see what was happening to the enemy forces being bombed, he couldn't even clearly see if there were any enemy forces there. But it didn't matter, he didn't need to consider whether such a problem had hit the enemy, that was for the artillery battalion to consider. Andrei's unit needed to consider taking on the air defense mission. At first, this artillery battalion hadn't studied how to conduct air defense. A nearby infantry division even specifically sent a telegram, asking if Andrei needed the support of an anti-air gun company. Although Andrei strongly indicated that he greatly needed more support, the infantry units that arrived first saw the number of anti-air guns in Andrei's area, and the anti-air gun company that was originally prepared to arrive was immediately cancelled. They were playing with him. This factory already had so many anti-air guns, what more anti-air guns did it need? Andrei had no idea where this kid got so many anti-air guns, or perhaps, this factory might have originally been equipped with many anti-air guns? At least for now, Andrei's side completely didn't need additional air defense fire support, sending anti-air guns over would just be a waste. Andrei felt great resentment towards these guys' opinions. Damn it, isn't support something you can never have too much of? How could the promised support change before it even arrived? Attention! The enemy's air force is here. Just then, Andrei suddenly heard a soldier nearby shout, seemingly a player. At the same time, the air raid siren behind the factory was also pulled. The sharp buzzing sound was very piercing, and in an instant, all the soldiers on the position heard the commotion. Immediately after, a group of officers shouted for the soldiers to quickly hide in the air raid shelters, although from Andrei's perspective, it was highly unlikely that the enemy would leisurely bomb these trenches. Their air force, when deployed, would certainly bomb some valuable targets, and the most important target to be bombed here now was the artillery battalion located in the rear. The enemy's airships would be flying over the factory in a blink of an eye, and at such a distance, moving the artillery battalion was almost impossible. Andrei didn't know how the artillery in some anti-Japanese dramas could be moved so easily, at least on his side. Moving a 122mm towed artillery piece would take about 20 minutes just for disassembly and loading. Knowing they couldn't move in time, the fierce Cambrian artillerymen were desperate. Even knowing that the enemy's airstrike was coming for them, they were fearless, still doing their best to bombard a distant direction, as if they hadn't heard the air raid siren at all. Lieutenant Colonel Vorontsov, now it's up to your anti-air guns. You must protect us. Amidst the booming artillery fire, an artillery officer saluted Andrei from afar, then turned his head and roared, urging the artillerymen behind him to quickly load ammunition. Don't worry, the player's air defense capabilities will not disappoint you. Andrei returned the salute, then immediately slipped into a nearby underground entrance. Although he still had considerable faith in the player's air defense capabilities, he wasn't willing to personally risk danger, he would just hide underground obediently. He especially found that having players had another advantage, the speed at which he could relay orders was incredibly fast. He only needed to tell the order to the nearest player, and then the player would quickly send the order into the chat area, and other players would see the content in the chat group and relay the order. Although at first, many soldiers wondered how a soldier who wasn't a messenger could know orders from the rear. What exactly did they do to know the content of orders issued from the rear just by staying on the same position as them? However, as time went on, when none of the orders spoken by these players were wrong, these soldiers gradually grew accustomed to the miraculous nature of the Guard infantry. The Guard assault squad around the regiment commander was itself a very mysterious unit, they had some special communication method, so this wasn't anything strange, was it? Little thing, you're finally here, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. At an anti-air position, a player looked at the rapidly approaching small airship in the sky and muttered excitedly to himself. Immediately after, he activated the fixed anti-air gun and began to fiercely bombard the airship in the sky. Chapter 181, Why not just build an airport myself and see? Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The fixed anti-aircraft guns, constructed on the ground by engineers, continuously roared, their staccato bursts particularly distinctive. Although the gunfire was deafening, Andrei felt refreshed listening to the continuous anti-aircraft barrage. Yes, this was the anti-aircraft firepower a normal anti-aircraft unit should have. What kind of garbage was that hand-cranked anti-aircraft gun he encountered on the military train when he first arrived? It could only fire 3 rounds at a time, and after 3 consecutive shots, he had to pull the bolt and reload, making it no different from an oversized rifle. Honestly, Andrei seriously doubted whether the designer of that anti-aircraft gun had even researched how to conduct anti-aircraft defense. If he had studied it carefully, he should have known that this thing was unreliable for anti-aircraft defense, right? In comparison, these bang-bang guns fixed in their positions were much stronger. In the hands of players, each bang-bang gun needed to fire 25 consecutive rounds before overheating. And for experienced players, as long as they used burst fire when shooting, instead of continuously holding down the trigger, the anti-aircraft gun could fire almost continuously. So at this moment, the entire position, where engineers had built a large number of anti-aircraft guns, instantly unleashed an astonishing amount of firepower, with shells constantly exploding in the sky, forming plumes of black smoke. Damn it! What exactly is on this position? How can there be so many anti-aircraft guns? The Black Hawk pilot, who had specifically flown over to execute the mission, quickly raised the airship's altitude while cursing in the communication channel. He felt as if he had been tricked. Was he sure he was only here to bomb an artillery battalion? He couldn't understand, nor could he imagine, why these people, full of themselves, would equip an artillery battalion with such abnormal anti-aircraft firepower. Even an infantry division of the Cambrian Empire shouldn't be equipped with such exaggerated anti-aircraft firepower, right? Under such anti-aircraft firepower, the two airships that had been preparing for a dive were immediately shot down in mid-air, exploding into two large fireballs. The remaining few small airships quickly increased their altitude, attempting to evade the anti-aircraft guns' attacks. But unfortunately, the facts proved that even by increasing their altitude, it was difficult for them to escape the players' precise shelling. These anti-aircraft guns, in the hands of players, could not only zoom in for aiming like a scope, but each shell fired had a particularly flat trajectory, without any deviation. Furthermore, all these anti-aircraft guns had continuous firepower, allowing players to calculate the lead based on the shell's slight deviations, and adjust the firing angle accordingly. Thus, unless these small airships could quickly climb to an extremely high altitude, merely being a few hundred meters high would not significantly improve their survival rate. Wow, they truly are Lieutenant Colonel Vorontsov's troops. These anti-aircraft guns they're equipped with are too strong, aren't they? How big is the magazine on this thing? On the artillery position, the artillery officer, who had already prepared himself for sacrifice, looked at the continuous anti-aircraft fire around him and suddenly felt that his previous melancholy had been in vain. Damn it, the tragic atmosphere he had just cultivated seemed ridiculous in the face of such anti-aircraft firepower. With such anti-aircraft firepower, unless the enemy deployed large airships, how could they possibly bomb them? After continuously losing several small airships, the remaining enemy airships that had come to bomb haphazardly dropped their bombs and then retreated. They had to retreat, there was no other option. Even if they didn't retreat, they wouldn't be able to perform dive bombing and would only needlessly waste the valuable lives of their pilots. However, during their retreat, a pilot carrying a camera recorded this terrifying display of firepower. He felt it was necessary to bring this important intelligence back so that the officers later could examine it closely and analyze what was going on. The enemy couldn't have deployed so much anti-aircraft firepower on a position for no reason. What exactly were they protecting at this position? Andrei didn't know that the engineers' somewhat excessive number of anti-aircraft guns had inadvertently caused a delightful misunderstanding for the enemy's pilots. Andrei was currently busy comparing maps, looking for a suitable open space near his factory, preferably with existing factory buildings or similar large structures. Because he was going to try letting players go and build an Air Force base, and then unlock the Air Force. Unlocking the Air Force was necessary, the Cambrian Empire's Air Force was currently performing too poorly, almost completely unable to retaliate against the enemy's Air Force. And couldn't even mount an effective counterattack. Previously, the Cambrian Empire's deployed aerial fleet had encountered the enemy, and the final outcome was that a large airship crashed into his factory in the rear, killing many unlucky player engineers. The damage caused by that single airship falling had already exceeded the total damage from the enemy's bombings. If the enemy continued to bomb relentlessly like this, it would be truly difficult for him to hold this position. Even if he could hold it, he would probably have to incur a lot of unnecessary casualties. So he decided to try. He might as well find a few players to build an Air Force base. The defensive positions here were already mostly dug, and a large number of earth-moving cattle and horses, players, were just looking for work. Spending some influence points to have them find a place to build a simple Air Force base, if it was recognized by the system, it would naturally be a gain. If not, it would only be a loss of a little influence points. For Andrei now, he didn't care about this small loss of influence points, just by destroying a few enemy armored units, all these lost influence points would come back. Upon receiving the suddenly issued mission, several players quickly arrived, took an order from Andrei, and prepared to take a car to an abandoned warehouse a few kilometers away. That place was originally used to store factory raw materials, but after the railway reached the factory, that warehouse for raw materials became useless. Although abandoned, its huge warehouse buildings were real and could be easily modified for use as hangars. Andrei didn't know if an Air Force base like his, which merely leveled the land and used a few large buildings as hangars, would be recognized. However, judging from World War I and World War II conditions, most field airfields were of this level. Aircraft of that era weren't fast enough and were also robust and durable, so they didn't have high terrain requirements for takeoff and landing. As long as the land was flat enough, let alone just an open space, even a dry riverbed could be used as an airport runway. Chapter 182 Vorontsov, we need your armored forces. What? How is this possible? How could it have missed? Were the previous artillery parameters wrong? Having just received a radio communication from the reconnaissance soldier, the artillery battalion commander, who had just fired an entire basic load of ammunition, instantly looked grim. He didn't know what had happened. He had clearly shelled according to the parameters reported by the reconnaissance soldier, but the feedback from the reconnaissance soldier was that his round of shelling hadn't achieved much effect. Aside from the first few rounds, which indeed destroyed the enemy's vanguard armored units, the subsequent shelling was completely off target. What was even stranger was that, although the reconnaissance soldier had tried his best to remind the artillery earlier, telling them that the later shells were off target, communication had been continuously unsuccessful. Throwing his cap to the ground, the artillery battalion commander was at a loss for what was happening. His shelling was clearly based on the constantly reported parameters from the reconnaissance soldier, so how could it have missed? Although their Cambrian empire was relatively poor, they weren't so short on shells, and their daily training was extensive, it was impossible for them to fail at a critical moment. Damn it, since our artillery couldn't effectively strike the enemy's armored forces, then the infantry on the front line will be in trouble. After a moment of thought, the artillery officer immediately realized the current problem. After a series of previous losses, they lacked sufficient armored forces to counter the enemy, but because the enemy's movements were too fast, their heavy artillery units in the rear hadn't caught up yet. Therefore, their plan for this wave was to maximize their artillery advantage, using artillery to strike the enemy's vanguard armored units, and then have the infantry set up defenses. This way, they couldn't guarantee that the remaining infantry would definitely hold off the enemy's forces, but at the very least, it could inflict considerable losses, making the Black Hawk army pay a huge price for every step forward. It seemed, however, that this plan was about to fall through. Quick, find Lieutenant Colonel Vorontsov immediately and have him organize his armored forces to intercept the enemy and assist our infantry in defense. Just then, the artillery officer suddenly thought of something and quickly grabbed a nearby messenger soldier, saying, "Wait, sir, wouldn't it be a bit too early to deploy Vorontsov's armored forces now? Weren't we originally planning to wear down the enemy's armored forces first, and then have our remaining armored forces deliver the decisive blow?" Before the messenger soldier could leave, another officer nearby suddenly asked. According to their initial estimates, if they were to directly confront the enemy's large number of armored forces, the armored forces Vorontsov had would certainly not be enough. In their view, although Andrei's armored forces were already considerable in number, with dozens of artillery armored vehicles and tanks, and about 10 remaining mechs, but the number of enemy armored forces they had to face was even greater. If these armored forces were depleted too early, their subsequent battles would be much harder to fight. So, according to their thinking, they should have tried to use infantry and artillery as much as possible to wear down the enemy's armored forces, and then, once a breakthrough was identified, send Andrei's armored forces to act as a firefighting squad. Before was before, but now we can't worry about so much. If the enemy's armored forces haven't been significantly depleted by the artillery, our infantry defensive line will absolutely not be able to stop them. If the enemy completely breaks through our defensive line in one go, what good would it do to send the remaining armored forces in a desperate charge? Preserving strength is one aspect, but the prerequisite for preserving strength is ensuring the overall stability of the defensive line. If the entire defensive line collapses, then preserving their strength would be meaningless. Andrei soon received the message from the messenger soldier, and seeing it, he raised an eyebrow slightly. He didn't know that the previous artillery shelling had gone inexplicably wrong, but he could guess that the artillery's previous bombardment hadn't been very successful. Otherwise, he shouldn't have received this urgent deployment order. Instead, he should have waited for a small number of enemy armored forces to break through the defensive line before deploying his own armored forces to block them. It's fine, it's just in time. Anyway, our players are already getting restless. It's time, initiate vehicle combat, and give the Black Eagle Empire a little taste of battlefield armored shock. Andrei grinned and immediately issued an order to the players, telling them to assist the 3rd Infantry Regiment in blocking the enemy's armored forces. Of course, while it was called assistance, Andrei knew from his understanding of the players that they would probably throw caution to the wind once the fighting started. In this wave, Andrei's armored forces were deployed en masse. The remaining 11 mechs, 12 St. Jamin tanks, and over 30 chrysanthemum cars rumbled together to form a massive convoy, quickly moving towards the distant direction. At their speed, they would likely launch an attack from the enemy's flank before the enemy's armored forces even reached the front of the infantry formation. I say, shouldn't we leave some reserves? Sending all the armored forces out at once, what if we come under attack here? As Andrei finished giving his orders and a large number of armored units began to move, Lieutenant Colonel Yuri quietly asked him. To be honest, he felt Andrei's move was too risky. He wasn't leaving any armored forces behind. If an enemy armored force suddenly circled around from the front, they would be in trouble. Don't worry, we have enough anti-armor weapons here, and if worst comes to worst, we can retreat to the factory behind us. I don't believe they can outfight us in the factory area. To Lieutenant Colonel Yuri's words, Andrei patted his shoulder nonchalantly and said. Lieutenant Colonel Yuri was worried, but he wasn't worried at all. He knew perfectly well how strong the players' anti-armor capabilities were. It was fine on this flat terrain, but once they retreated into the factory, into this complex urban combat terrain, he guaranteed the enemy's armored forces would be so beaten by the players that they would doubt their very existence. All right, as long as you are confident. Lieutenant Colonel Yuri sighed, feeling that Andrei seemed a bit overconfident, but he didn't know what to say at the moment. After all, he had to admit that Andrei's soldiers were indeed very strong. If they were to replicate the battle in Coldwater Town, he didn't think the enemy's armored forces could withstand the fierce assault of Andrei's soldiers. Meanwhile, in front of the infantry defensive line on the east side of the factory, across a large open field, one armored vehicle after another, emblazoned with the Black Hawk insignia, was advancing rapidly. Chapter 183, Tanks, Forward. Forward. Armored soldiers behind, keep up with those in front. Do not fear the enemy's gunfire. From a jeep, an officer was using his radio to give orders to an armored column moving not far away. As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at an area nearby. The previous round of shelling was quite fierce, but most of the shells landed in that area. And in that area, there were no troops of theirs, just an empty field with nothing but wheat. Thanks to their abyss mage, who had discovered the enemy's hidden reconnaissance soldier in their team earlier, the mage then casually cast a confusion spell, causing the reconnaissance soldier's cognitive abilities to go awry. As a result, when he reported the coordinates, they were completely wrong, which led to problems with the enemy's shelling. Otherwise, if that wave of shelling had all landed on his team, his army would have suffered heavy losses. The Air Force are all useless. We've already told them to bomb, why haven't they destroyed the enemy's artillery? Looking at the several airships retreating above his head, the officer couldn't help but curse. To be honest, he had been dissatisfied with the Air Force for quite some time. These guys always seem to mess up at critical moments. However, on the other hand, the Air Force was often dissatisfied with the infantry, always feeling that these guys couldn't fight without them, and just knew how to boss them around and make them bomb everything. Putting aside the conflicts between branches of service for now, they needed to break through an enemy position defended by an infantry regiment ahead, and then attack the flank of that factory. The reason for attacking this factory was, on one hand, because they wanted to capture the complete production equipment inside and, incidentally, figure out some of the Cambrian Empire's technology. On the other hand, this factory was actually a fortress zone. If they didn't capture it, the enemies hidden there would inevitably pose a threat to their rear. In previous wars, they had made similar mistakes. When fighting Warsaw Eniat, their troops were too focused on speed, so much so that a considerable number of enemies remained hidden in the fortress zones. And as their armored forces advanced, these units hidden in the fortress zones suddenly attacked, cutting off their rear infantry. This almost led to their forward advancing units being surrounded. If it weren't for the good performance of their tactical air force, who helped relieve the siege in time, they would have been greatly embarrassed. Just as the officer was lost in thought about the enemy's factory fortress zone, a sudden communication brought his attention back. What? You encountered an enemy ambush. Are there Cambrian Empire armored forces ahead? Hearing this news, the officer blinked, somewhat disbelieving for a moment. That's not right. According to the intelligence they had gathered earlier, the defending forces here were supposed to be all infantry. Where did these suddenly appearing armored forces come from? Lads, get ready, the enemy's armored forces have appeared. Keep your eyes wide open, they should appear from our front. About 2 kilometers ahead, a not-so-intense armored battle was underway. Compared to the seemingly neat armored formations of the Black Eagle Empire, the armored vehicles driven by players were characterized by utter chaos. The so-called formation was no formation at all. Although chaotic, the players' armored forces still had quite good combat power, especially when striking the enemy's vanguard reconnaissance units. They were incredibly accurate. What is this? Just a few machine gun cans, they can't even hurt us. Looking at a pacifier mech lying on the roadside with a large hole in its middle, a player driving a chrysanthemum car couldn't help but complain. If the already deceased Black Eagle Empire armored soldiers had heard such a complaint, they would surely have wanted to curse. When they originally designed this pacifier mech, it was intended as a form of infantry support firepower and reconnaissance equipment. Anti-armor issues were not considered at all. Although the chrysanthemum car was just an armored car, it was clear that the pacifier mech's machine guns couldn't penetrate the chrysanthemum car's armor. In contrast, the chrysanthemum car used by the players was an anti-tank model, and its 76mm armor-piercing shells were enough to easily penetrate the pacifier mech's frontal armor. Don't just stand there, pay attention. We probably just destroyed the enemy's vanguard reconnaissance soldiers. If nothing unexpected happens, we should now be exposed to the enemy's armored forces behind us. If you don't want to die, get your vehicles moving. Just then, a player suddenly shouted in the chat area. Immediately after, a relatively clear-headed player suggested. Wait a minute, I have a suggestion. Since we're already exposed here, why don't we just go with the flow? There's a small hill in front of this field. If we position ourselves well, we can use it to block the enemy. If they want to hit us, they'll have to go around from the side. Then we'll send a batch of armored soldiers to circle around again. When they come around, we'll hit their rear hard from the side. Wouldn't this be much better than directly engaging them in an armored duel? As soon as this suggestion was put forward, many players immediately agreed. In the chat area, someone initiated a simple vote, and soon a group of players chose to act as targets to attract the enemy from the front. The remaining players went to prepare for a flank attack. Those left to attract the enemy were basically all these chrysanthemum cars. There was no other way, because the St. Chamond tank's chassis was just too awkward. The St. Chamond tank's chassis was directly modified from a tractor, which meant this tank essentially had a small base carrying a large body. This also meant that the tank had an obvious lack of gun depression when firing. It was almost impossible to reliably use this small hill as terrain, positioning it on the hill to bombard enemies below. In contrast, although the chrysanthemum car was half a meter taller than the St. Chamond, making its concealment seem a bit worse, the chrysanthemum car at least had gun depression when firing. Moreover, the chrysanthemum car was also much more flexible than the St. Chamond. Especially after players changed the keybinds to drive these chrysanthemum cars backward, their reverse capabilities became even stronger. All the St. Chamond tanks and a portion of the chrysanthemum cars drove away. The remaining chrysanthemum cars carefully lurked behind the hill. Behind the vehicles, several players who had dismounted instantly transformed into repairmen, ready to repair these armored vehicles with wrenches at any time. The armored vehicles used by players, compared to the enemies, had the greatest advantage in this repair method, in addition to being difficult to destroy. For the enemy, if a shell killed all the drivers inside an armored vehicle, that armored vehicle was definitely waste. Perhaps after the battle, they would still have a chance to drag the armored vehicle back for repairs and give it a new lease on life. But for players, such damage was nothing. As long as the armored vehicle wasn't completely destroyed, or its critical parts suffered fatal damage, they could repair it. As for the drivers inside, if they died, they died. These guys dying just meant one less competitor to fight over driving the car. Besides them, the most steady player was chosen to be the flag bearer, quietly lying still in a concealed spot on the back slope. This player's mission was very important. Only by him being there, holding the military flag, could they have a temporary respawn point. Otherwise, in this wilderness, where would they find a respawn point? The nearest respawn point was about 5 kilometers away. By the time they ran all the way there, the yellow flowers would have already wilted. Although the flag bearer here could not serve as a respawn point for armored vehicles had to be brought out from the factory even if only infantry could respawn, it was still very useful. With these infantry tying down the enemy, other players who respawned at the factory could get new vehicles and return to the fight. Otherwise, if everyone died and no one was left to tie down the enemy, allowing the enemy's armored forces to drive straight through, their mission would fail. Attention, I see them, they've appeared in the distance. Just then, a player acting as a reconnaissance soldier, who had been left outside, suddenly spotted the armored soldiers in the distance through the scope of his sniper rifle. He had switched to this large magnification sniper rifle not to snipe enemies, his mission was to scout the enemy and report their positions. Unfortunately, their unit had no artillery, so they couldn't shell the approaching enemies in the distance. Otherwise, if they had brought 2 large cannons, his large magnification scope would have been very useful. Wait, the enemy opposite fired first. But just then, the reconnaissance soldier player suddenly exclaimed. No way, are you kidding me? They're firing from so far away. As he couldn't help but complain, a shell whistled towards his direction, then landed heavily behind him. Although the shell didn't hit him, the huge explosion still gave him a big scare. Good heavens, that's quite powerful. What kind of artillery are they using? Did they really bring artillery with them? A player in a chrysanthemum car also noticed the shelling behind them. Looking at the huge crater and the previous explosion, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of doubt about the armored car he was in. If he got hit by that thing, he felt his armored car would probably be destroyed. They didn't bring artillery, they're using some special mech, probably a variant of the hunter mech. Alright, this thing should barely count as self-propelled artillery. So why don't they just build a self-propelled artillery piece instead of having to carry the artillery on a mech? Looking at the hunter mech opposite with a cannon barrel on its back, the reconnaissance soldier player couldn't help but complain. He wasn't too worried about being hit by the enemy, after all, they were more than 2 kilometers apart. With the gun in his hand, it was extremely difficult to hit an enemy from 2 kilometers away. The bullet spread was simply too wide. If the enemy sniper could hit him from that far, they would definitely be cheating. At the same time, several hunter mechs with cannon barrels on their backs lined up, found a spot, half-crouched, and pointed their rear cannon barrels diagonally into the distance. Immediately after, with a series of cannon shots, 120mm caliber mortar shells were fired by them. Good, let's let our opponents eat a round of shelling first. Looking at the scene where the shells landed, a mech pilot, who had poked his head out, laughed contentedly. Then, he patted the hunter mech beneath him and shouted to his companion next to him. Honestly, I think we should produce more mechs like this. This thing is much better than those damned harpoons. Those engineers only know how to build pretty things. They're always thinking about catering to the tastes of a bunch of noble lords, but they don't realize how many of those noble lords have actually been to the front lines. Evidently, this armored soldier had a lot of complaints about the harpoons they used to be equipped with. Not to mention that those harpoons required a kneeling posture to fire, which looked quite inelegant. Simply put, the effect of the harpoons themselves was quite mediocre. That thing's anti-armor capability was indeed strong. One harpoon could penetrate any enemy armor, and with an explosive warhead attached, it was also very suitable for attacking enemy bunkers. But the problem was, its range was too short, and it could only fire one shot. After firing a harpoon, if they wanted to retrieve it, they needed specialized engineers with professional equipment to install this oversized harpoon onto the mech's back. In contrast, the 120mm mortar on their backs had a range of a full 5 kilometers and could continuously load and fire ammunition. Under the operation of their ammunition feeder, this mortar could fire one round every 3 seconds, easily creating a bombing zone directly over the enemy's heads. Unfortunately, the structure of their ammunition feeder was still a bit too complex, so even though the exposed mortar didn't require their people to specifically run out to load shells, it didn't have any particular rate of fire advantage. Thinking this, he couldn't help but hope that the Western Front battlefield would end quickly, and he wondered when they would be able to completely eliminate the Iris Empire. Once they eliminated the Iris Empire and occupied the factories in their south, they would be able to capture the enemy's rapid-fire ammunition feeders, and he believed that the firing speed would be much faster then. Wait, look at the opposite hillside, what is that? It looks like a car. Damn it. That thing is firing at us. Just then, the mech pilot who had leaned out to observe the opposite side suddenly noticed something. A chrysanthemum car suddenly drove to the top of the hill and aimed its cannon at them. The next moment, that armored vehicle suddenly fired a shot towards them. You little punk, you're still not done exploding. With a bang, a shell was fired, and the player acting as the gunner cursed. The previous round of bombardment had not only destroyed 2 of their chrysanthemum cars hiding behind them but also killed several people who were busy repairing the cars. Although the maintenance soldiers who were killed could quickly respawn from the flag bearer, the armored vehicles they had lost could not be replenished immediately. One shell went down, but unfortunately, they failed to hit the hunter mech on the opposite side. This player ultimately miscalculated the shell's trajectory drop. This shot of his was, after all, aimed at a target over 2,000 meters away, and even though the anti-tank type chrysanthemum car had a very small trajectory drop, there was still some drop. But it didn't matter, based on that last shell, he had already roughly estimated the ratio of the trajectory drop. One more shot, and it would definitely hit the target. Oh my, be careful. They're firing at us. Seeing an armor-piercing shell land not far in front of him, the pilot, who had previously leaned out to observe, quickly pulled back. Then he shouted to the other mechs over the radio. Don't worry, from this far away, they can't hit us. Besides, our frontal armor is a full 80 mm thick, what can they use to penetrate us? Next to him, the pilot of another hunter mech seemed quite confident, looking completely unconcerned. Mainly, the 80 mm frontal armor of this thing was indeed tough, most anti-tank weapons couldn't penetrate them, so as long as they didn't encounter heavy artillery, they were basically very safe hiding inside. But no sooner had he finished speaking than the second armor-piercing shell struck the front of his mech, penetrating the frontal armor with a bang and instantly detonating the shells inside. Boom. Listening to the deafening explosion and glancing at his companion, who had already turned into a fireball next to him, the Black Hawk armored soldier's face clearly showed a look of shock. What's going on? Didn't they say it couldn't be penetrated? Was there 80 mm frontal armor just for show? They didn't know that for the artillery used by the chrysanthemum car, at a distance of 2,000 meters, it really did have the armor-piercing capability to penetrate 80 mm armor. The artillery used by the chrysanthemum car was the Russian M1910 76.2 mm field gun. Against ordinary homogeneous armor, theoretically, this artillery, with a vertical hit at a distance of 2,000 meters, had the armor-piercing capability to penetrate 82 mm armor. Of course, theory is theory, and often the actual performance data will be slightly worse than the theory. However, for players, the armored vehicles they drove could absolutely unleash all their theoretical capabilities, and many things performed even more powerfully than their theoretical capabilities. For example, the chrysanthemum car theoretically could only reach a speed of 18 km per hour, but in the hands of players, these cars were much faster than 18 km per hour. After roughly calculating the drop ratio, the player quickly got the hang of firing. Compared to the speed at which the enemy's mortars hit them, their speed when hitting the enemy was much faster. With 2 more shells, 2 hunter mechs were destroyed. A major drawback of these artillery-type hunter mechs, which are fully loaded with mortar shells, is that their internal ammunition is particularly prone to detonation when hit. As a result, after the player fired, they could quickly see the dazzling fireball produced by the explosion on the opposite side. Awesome! The lethality of this thing is really good. After praising the chrysanthemum car's artillery, the player inside the car continued to aim. As for the slight damage caused by the mortar, he didn't care at all. As long as he wasn't directly hit by a mortar shell, any damage caused by shrapnel or vibrations was not an issue for him. Such damage was not enough to directly destroy the entire vehicle, and the maintenance soldiers, who had been waiting with wrenches in the back, could fix all these minor damages in a few quick movements. So, unless they were unlucky enough to take a direct hit to the head, it would be extremely difficult for the enemy to take them out. But just then, a precise armor-piercing shell suddenly struck, directly penetrating the chrysanthemum car's turret armor. After killing the player in the turret, the armor-piercing shell then hit the ammunition rack at the rear of the chrysanthemum car. With a loud boom, this armored vehicle was also detonated on the spot, suffering the same fate as the enemy on the opposite side. What's going on? Where did that shot come from? The player in another chrysanthemum car nearby was completely bewildered when he saw his companion instantly blown up. He looked for a long time but didn't see any mech on the opposite side suddenly raise its arm. He saw that there were already dreadnought mechs running towards them from the opposite side, but those dreadnought mechs hadn't raised their cannons to fire. But just then, the reconnaissance soldier player responsible for observation suddenly shouted. Wait a minute, look at the second hunter mech from the left, what's going on top of that thing? Well, I'll be. The dreadnought mech on the other side is using its height advantage, directly hiding behind the hunter mech and setting up its cannon to fire at us. It's using its own people as meat shields. Inside the Black Eagle Empire's hunter mech that was being used as a gun carriage, the pilot was also cursing at his companion over the radio. Both the act of disparaging his own mech's height by mounting the cannon on top of its head, and using him as a meat shield in front, made the pilot inside quite dissatisfied. Kruger, you old bastard. Last week I even treated you to a roasted chicken, and this is how you repay me now. Shut up, don't talk, you're interfering with my aiming. Their armored vehicles equipped with large cannons are difficult to deal with, they're really too short, and it's a bit hard for me to hit them. As for his companion's constant ranting on the comms, Kruger didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his actions. His dreadnought mech didn't have such a sturdy frame, so he naturally had to hide behind his robust teammates to fire his cannon. Even if the teammate in front was penetrated, the enemy's armor-piercing shell shouldn't penetrate the mech front to back. Then, he could turn around and avenge his unlucky comrade. Anyway, these hunter mechs were also priority targets for the enemy, so not taking advantage of them would be a waste. While firing, he also instructed his currently idle pilot to record this maneuver, planning to have an officer analyze it after they returned. He felt that this kind of tactic seemed to have great potential. Using the height advantage, he could mount his cannon on top of his companion's head, and his companion's forward slanted cannon barrel wouldn't collide with his own cannon. At that time, both of them firing their cannons wouldn't be much affected, and at the same time, he could use his heavily armored teammate as cover, greatly enhancing his survival rate. The only downside was that doing this was likely to get him yelled at by his teammates, but a great man doesn't bother with trifles. Bang! A shell suddenly shot from the mountaintop, directly penetrating the hunter mech blocked in front. At the same time, the huge explosion released by the hunter mech's ammunition detonation almost overturned the dreadnought mech that was firing from behind. After checking and finding that his cannon barrel was actually bent, the dreadnought mech looked dejected. The gunner felt that he had been too naive. Damn it! He forgot that the meat shield blocking him in front was actually a bomb, and once it was penetrated by an enemy shell, it would easily explode. Kruger, our cannon is bent, what do we do now? No choice, just charge. Our bayonets aren't finished yet, let's stab them with bayonets. Kruger casually replied to the pilot, then positioned his bayonet in front of him, adopting a charging stance. The pilot looked at his serious-faced teammate and felt completely bewildered. In previous battles, why hadn't he felt this guy was so good at screwing over his teammates? Charging now, are you serious? There was no choice, even though he had countless complaints he wanted to voice, the arrow was on the string, and it had to be shot. It had come to this point, and he could only grit his teeth and charge, otherwise, staying behind and doing nothing would likely be counted as negative combat behavior. Immediately after, as the other dreadnought mech slowly advanced while firing, one dreadnought suddenly set the pace for a charge, rushing towards the distant hillside like a fearless warrior, striding quickly. Holy crap! They're charging, hurry up and fire. Got it, don't rush me, I need to aim first. After roughly calculating the direction and adjusting for shell drop, the chrysanthemum car fired a shot at that unusually conspicuous dreadnought mech. But unfortunately, this shot missed. The mech's charging steps were too erratic, almost like dancing, so that while charging, the entire mech was swaying back and forth. This darn thing greatly increased the difficulty of aiming, making the player want to curse. If he were aiming at a tank, he wouldn't be struggling like this, because a tank couldn't drift back and forth while moving forward. In previous battles, relying on the unique characteristics of their armored vehicles, the players had wiped out a large number of enemy armored vehicles in one go, which made them a bit overconfident. But at this moment, they suddenly discovered the advantage of this armored vehicle. It was incredibly flexible in movement and evasion. Besides that, this armored vehicle had another major advantage, its strong adaptability to terrain. When players saw this thing leap with its two long legs, easily clearing the small ditch in front, they suddenly realized how difficult it was to deal with. Crossing this small ditch was nothing, a tank could easily cross it too. But if the small ditch were replaced with a row of anti-tank fortifications, or large areas of dragon's teeth, then this would be incredibly impressive. Damn it, bro, are your shots accurate or not? If not, let someone else do it. Seeing several consecutive shots miss, not only was the player firing the cannon a bit frustrated, but his companion's mentality was also crumbling. What were they doing, missing several shots in a row? Was this gunner's skill level good enough? Alright, if you think you can do better, you do it. The somewhat exasperated gunner said, clicking the position switch. After his companion agreed, he immediately switched from the gunner's position to the side machine gunner's position. You little punk, let me show you what real marksmanship is. Holy cow. When he watched his companion operate it before, he didn't feel anything, but after firing a shot himself, he realized this thing was difficult to handle. As soon as his muzzle moved slightly, this thing immediately began to execute its phantom step, Mizongbu, instantly moving sideways, perfectly dodging his shot. Something's not right, this mech pilot has some skill, I need to. While speaking, the newly added player aimed and fired again, his mentality slightly collapsing. But before he could finish, this unlucky thing was suddenly hit by a shell fired from the side, and with a boom, it fell to the ground. Who was that? Is that how you steal a kill? Seeing the kill he was aiming for suddenly snatched by a teammate, the player's mentality exploded even more. He had been aiming for a long time, gradually figuring out the armored vehicle's movement patterns, and was about to secure the enemy, only to have it harvested by a teammate. At this moment, he truly felt a bit broken. However, the teammate who stole the kill just continued to silently steal kills, with no intention of replying to him. The tanks that had previously been mobilized to the flank, originally planning to ambush the enemy, intended to sneak attack the enemy's rear when they tried to flank. Now, they directly rushed out from their ambush position and began to launch a flanking fire attack. They had originally wanted to wait for the enemy to flank, then launch a surprise attack according to the original plan, but plans couldn't keep up with rapid changes. In the previous battle, they hadn't really felt the flexibility and terrain adaptability of these things, so much so that they simply treated them as tanks. But when the fight actually started, they found that these things could climb the small hills in front of them without needing to go around, completely able to climb up in one go. For normal tanks, climbing such a slope is very difficult, even if they can climb, they'll get stuck halfway and move as slow as a turtle. So, normally, if they wanted to attack the enemies behind the slope, shouldn't they choose to go around the side of the slope? At most, they'd just have to run a bit further. But when they saw these dreadnought mechs running at a brisk pace, still moving swiftly even on the slope, they realized that they might have been mistaken before. These things have incredibly strong climbing abilities, they don't need to go around at all. Even if they encountered a 60-degree slope, these things could probably use their front mechanical arms and bayonets to assist, slowly climbing up like mountaineers. There was no other way, if they didn't start fighting soon, these guys would rush to the top of the slope. If they were allowed to rush to the top of the slope, the armored vehicles hiding behind would be in trouble. Therefore, the tanks hidden in the shadows could only launch an attack first. With a roar of engines, the Saint Jamin tanks, which had been hiding behind a small wooden house, all emerged. All players pushed their engines to maximum power, joining the battlefield ahead at the fastest speed. Attention, enemy armor has appeared. They really did hide other armor here. Located at the rear, an armored soldier commander in a dreadnought mech watched the tanks rushing out from the side, a gleam flashing in his eyes. When they were suddenly ambushed by enemy armored vehicles earlier, he felt that the number of enemy armored vehicles was a bit low. At least according to the reconnaissance soldier's initial report on the number of enemy armored vehicles, the armored vehicles in front of them were clearly severely inconsistent. Especially in Legends, there was a type of thing that looked particularly like an iron coffin, which still hadn't appeared. He didn't think the armored vehicles on the hillside would be called iron coffins by the reconnaissance soldier. Although that thing was also long, its shape was far from a coffin. But when the Saint Jamin tanks rushed out from the side, he immediately matched the iron coffin reported in the previous communication with the things in front of him. What the hell is this? Is it an iron coffin with wheels on it, and iron plates on the wheels? Looking at the track-driven tanks, this armored soldier officer, like his previous colleagues, couldn't help but ask a soul-searching question. The first time he saw a tank, he was also startled by this thing, only feeling that it was vastly different from the armored vehicles in his mind. But he didn't underestimate this thing, just looking at the very prominent cannon in front of him, he knew that this thing's firepower wouldn't be bad. All mechs, don't stop. Run. Everyone run, immediately turn and charge. Close the distance. This thing is definitely not flexible in close quarters combat. Compared to the Black Hawk armored soldier officer who was completely stunned by the player's surprise attack earlier, this officer seemed calmer. After just a few glances, he confirmed the advantages and disadvantages of this thing. One major advantage of this thing was its low hull, which made it difficult to target with artillery fire, presenting a smaller aiming area from the front. But at the same time, this thing was definitely not as flexible as a mech running on mechanical legs. Thinking of this, a cold smirk suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. He never expected that mech close combat, which he had always regarded as useless, would actually come into play at a time like this. What the heck, what are these guys doing? Why are they all rushing towards us? The Saint Jamin leading the charge saw the enemy's smooth turning maneuvers, and his mind was a bit muddled for a moment. This wave of enemy reaction speed was a bit beyond their imagination. After suddenly encountering a flank attack, these guys actually managed to reform their team so quickly. But then again, these guys were charging at full speed towards them. Were they preparing for close combat? If that was the case, then haha. Thinking of a certain possibility, the player controlling the Saint Jamin was a little excited. He knew that in close quarters combat, his tank would absolutely not be able to compete with such a flexible armored vehicle. This thing was practically like a large combat robot. But don't forget, they had players controlling the Dove Silly Cute, especially the one he was controlling was the Dove Silly Cute. If the opponent didn't get close, they would be a bit helpless, but if it came to desperate close quarters combat, then it was time to let the Black Hawk armored soldiers witness what subspace artillery fire was. Bang! As the cannon roared, a dreadnought mech charging towards them fell. Not all pilots could achieve flexible movement and evasion. Situations like the one the player encountered earlier were, after all, only a few skilled individuals. Moreover, as the distance between the two sides grew shorter, the accuracy of their artillery fire naturally became stronger. In addition, with the chrysanthemum car on the hillside continuously firing at them, a kind of crossfire was also formed between the two sides. The Black Hawk armored forces, caught in a pincer attack from two directions, were ultimately a bit overwhelmed. Even if a small portion of mech stayed behind to suppress enemy fire on the hillside, it was still difficult to stop the reckless players. Iron Coffin, go to hell! Glancing at the Saint Jamin tank that was within arm's reach, the Black Hawk armored soldier continuously ran around its side, raising his bayonet high, and charged towards the Saint Jamin. This thing's firepower was all in the front. As long as he got to the side, that bit of machine gun fire wouldn't be enough to affect him at all. But just as his bayonet was about to plunge in, a pigeon suddenly flew out of the small window of this iron coffin. What the? The Black Hawk soldiers looked puzzled, not yet understanding what had happened, when terrifying subspace artillery fire suddenly erupted. More than 10 shells instantly appeared around the Saint Jamin tank, exploding one after another, with shrapnel and shockwaves flying everywhere. This immediately caused severe damage to the mech. Although he was lucky not to be directly hit by a shell, the continuous bombardment also left him dazed and disoriented. The huge explosion and impact left the pilot inside the mech's mind blank, and the Saint Jamin took advantage of this moment to turn its body, placing its muzzle against the dreadnought's chest. Bang! An armor-piercing shell was fired, and the unlucky dreadnought was immediately shot through front to back, falling heavily on its back. It seemed that not only was the pilot inside dazed by the shell, but even the mech's stabilization system was shattered. Something's wrong. Where did that artillery fire come from? Are the Cambrians crazy? The armored commander at the rear was stunned by the sudden artillery fire. Are you kidding me? Both sides' armored soldiers were in a melee here, and the other side suddenly started firing artillery at them? Were they perhaps thinking that their own armored soldiers had no hope of victory, so they were preparing to take both sides out at once, to go down together? But this artillery fire came quickly, and seemed to disappear just as quickly. The commander's imagined artillery fire, which should have covered the entire battlefield, did not appear, only around those few tanks did extremely dense artillery fire occur. And most importantly, he didn't hear any sound of shells cutting through the air. Something's wrong, their cannons have a problem. Everyone retreat immediately. 1. After realizing the strangeness of this subspace artillery fire, the order to retreat was quickly issued to the entire armored force. Although many of the charging dreadnought mechs were unhappy with this order, especially two guys who were about to pierce the enemy armored vehicles with their bayonets, they were even more furious. But there was no other way, superior orders trumped everything. Even if they were unwilling, they could only retreat first. Wait, they're running. Should we pursue them now? Nonsense, of course we should pursue. Wait a moment, a new mission has been sent. The players, who were about to pursue, suddenly heard a crisp ding, and then they saw a brand new mission. Chapter 184, wait, what's that airship with red rabbit ears? Come on, let's see what the new mission is. A retreat. What's going on? We're retreating so soon. Seeing the sudden retreat order, the players were a bit confused, they had just been enjoying their fight with the enemy armored soldiers. Besides, looking at the previous situation of the armor-piercing shell confrontation, it seemed they had the advantage, right? If they continued with the previous exchange ratio, they might suffer considerable losses, but they could definitely wipe out the enemy's armored forces first. However, once the players carefully read the mission briefing, they understood why they had to retreat suddenly. A massive enemy Air Force unit was approaching. Before this, the Black Eagle Empire had already sent a batch of Air Force units to bomb, but their Air Force ultimately bombed nothing. Due to the excessive number of anti-aircraft guns set up by the players on the ground, the Black Eagle Empire's bombing run was completely ineffective. The small airships were shot down by anti-aircraft guns before they even had a chance to dive. But the Black Eagle Empire naturally couldn't just let it go, so after the remaining airships retreated, the Black Eagle Empire immediately organized another large-scale bombing operation. Judging by the current formation, this round of bombing by the Black Eagle Empire was very likely intended to affect the entire front line, not just bomb the position of Andrei's 3rd Regiment. As for why Andrei suddenly knew about the enemy's bombing plan and could even include these bombing plans in the player's mission, Andrei was actually very puzzled because he suddenly received a phone call from the rear. He didn't know how the headquarters knew about the enemy's bombing plan, but the headquarters said that the enemy was going to launch a large-scale bombing operation this time. Taking a look at the map, Andrei realized that the location of his players' armored forces was a bit too far forward. Although, it's not to say that the players' armored forces had no anti-aircraft capability at all. Not to mention the tanks and armored vehicles driven by the players, just a few dreadnought mechs mixed in with the armored forces were enough to serve as formidable anti-aircraft weapons. In this regard, Andrei had to admit that the enemy's dreadnought mech design was really good, except for its poor defensive capabilities. With its long-barreled cannon, this thing basically took out any armored unit in one shot, and in the hands of players, with the built-in crosshairs in their retinas, it was also very effective against the Air Force. But with only a few dreadnoughts in total, it was impossible to stop the enemy's large Air Force units. Without mentioning anything else, just the enemy's large airships, if they launched a bombing run, would be enough to leave the players helpless. The defense of these things was just too strong. So, despite their reluctance, the players quickly carried out the retreat order, moving towards the position of the infantry regiment in the rear. Although the 3rd Regiment's position did not belong to Andrei, it was located to the east of Andrei's position, perfectly covering it. With the 2 infantry regiments on his flanks, Andrei's sides were suddenly protected by a meat shield. As long as Andrei's players in the front village were not defeated by the enemy, then for the enemy to attack him, they would have to flank him, which meant they would first have to pass through the positions of the 2 infantry regiments. Thinking of this, Andrei couldn't help but give a thumbs up to his brother units on the flanks. This was truly self-sacrificing. How could he not protect such allied forces who had gone all out to act as a meat shield for his regiment? Because all players were operating armored vehicles, and those who didn't have armored vehicles or couldn't squeeze into a free spot simply sat on the roof of a vehicle. Therefore, the players' speed of movement during the retreat was also very fast. The Black Hawk armored soldiers who had just retreated looked back and found that the enemy's armored forces had inexplicably retreated, which also left them bewildered. To be honest, they were hoping the enemy would pursue them. During the previous head-on collision between the 2 armored forces, the Black Eagle Empire's rear units were naturally not idle. It was precisely because they found the enemy's armored forces to be quite strong, and anticipated that they might not be able to defeat this enemy armored force, that they had already set up a pocket formation in the rear. As soon as the enemy armored soldiers pursued, their anti-tank artillery hidden on both sides could immediately deliver a crushing blow to the enemy. Then, when they counterattacked, they would surely be able to completely annihilate this enemy armored force. It was just a pity that they had retreated. "Sir, should we continue the pursuit?" One Black Hawk armored soldier asked the battalion commander in the communication channel, but was immediately met with a harsh scolding. "Pursue, pursue, pursue your big head. All you know is pursuing. The enemy's retreat was so sudden, who knows if they have a trap. Have the remaining armored forces stand by, stay in place and defend, wait for our infantry to catch up, and leave the rest to the Air Force, let them handle the reconnaissance." The battalion commander, putting himself in the enemy's shoes, did not believe that such an abnormal retreat by the enemy would be without any hidden tricks. Since he had set up a pocket formation in the rear specifically to ambush enemy armored forces, was it possible that the enemy also left a pocket formation for them when they retreated? Because of this, he felt it would be safer to wait for the Air Force to finish reconnaissance before pursuing. Anyway, the enemy's position was right there, where else could they run? What's more, their fastest first batch of artillery units from the rear were already catching up. Once the artillery arrived, he wanted to see who would be the one suppressed by artillery fire. Having just retreated to the 3rd Regiment's position, before the players could even catch their breath, the soldiers of the 3rd Regiment erupted in a warm cheer. Hurrah! Line up! Welcome our combat heroes! Led by an officer, all the soldiers of the 3rd Regiment stood up and looked at the returning armored forces with solemn expressions. The battlefield where the armored battle had erupted was not very far from their 3rd Regiment's station, so through binoculars, they had clearly seen the battle that had unfolded across the field. Although this allied armored force looked a bit strange, with very few mechs in the ranks, and most of them just some wheeled armored vehicles and some never-before-seen iron coffins. But it had to be said, this allied force fought beautifully in the previous battle. It was their first time seeing a unit capable of annihilating so many enemy armored units in one go. Looking at the burning wreckage scattered all over the plain, they felt refreshed. If they had to describe it, this feeling was even better than drinking an entire bottle of vodka. The players were startled by the cheers of these NPCs, but then, they also inexplicably felt a surge of honor and pride. No one likes to work for free, not even players in a game. While they didn't actively seek the gratitude of NPCs in the game, not seeking it didn't mean NPCs shouldn't be grateful to them. Seeing these NPCs welcoming heroes, the players immediately felt that all their previous struggles had been worth it. Seeing the various comments in the comment section, Andrei's lips also curved into a smile. To retain players, one cannot simply rely on a single gameplay loop. Often, it's necessary to let players become emotionally invested. Only by allowing players to form emotional ties will they be willing to log on frequently and continue helping Andrei fight the Black Hawk Devils. Oh, by the way, how are the airport builders doing in the back? I wonder if the airport is finished. Suddenly remembering something, Andrei checked the mission he had previously issued and found that the mission completion progress had reached 97%. He didn't know how this mission completion progress was calculated. Anyway, after he set a mission to build an airport, the system would automatically generate a progress bar. This was probably to prevent players from haphazardly building an airport and ending up with a shoddy, unidentifiable project, right? My goodness, hurry up. We're still waiting for planes to save the day. Watching the progress bar slowly advance, Andrei couldn't help but mutter softly. He didn't know how large the large-scale Air Force operation mentioned by the rear was, but for the headquarters to specifically call, the scale of this airstrike wouldn't be small. The thought of the enemy's overwhelming bombing made him feel a wave of worry. Small airships were manageable, but against those battleship-like large airships, without Air Force units, there was truly no way to deal with them. Taking this opportunity, Andrei also quickly unlocked his Air Force, advancing the tech tree to the World War I 1918 level, with the Battlefield 1 template applied. The further one progressed, the more the cost to unlock the tech tree would skyrocket. Compared to World War I era vehicles, World War II era vehicles cost 20 times more to unlock. He wondered if it was because there was exactly a 20-year gap between World War I and World War II? Compared to armored vehicles, unlocking the Air Force cost a lot more. A single tech tree unlock cost 50,000 influence points, and unlocking any single aircraft type cost over 20,000 influence points. Because of this, Andrei had only unlocked fighter planes for now. Although only one type of fighter was unlocked, for the current players, this single type of fighter was barely enough, because in aerial combat, players often only needed a plane to operate. And after unlocking this fighter, players could choose between two different types of aircraft. One was the German Fokker triplane fighter from World War I, and the other was the British Camel biplane fighter from World War I. In the game, choosing these two aircraft appearances made no difference, they were only distinguished by different factions, and their performance was the same. But when Andrei looked at them, he checked the system description and found that these two planes still had some performance differences. The German Fokker fighter's advantage was that it was particularly suitable for dogfighting, possessing stronger maneuverability and an extremely small turning radius. However, in comparison, the Fokker fighter's speed was not as good as the Camel fighters. But in terms of firepower, these two fighters still followed the fighter models from Battlefield, divided into air combat fighters, bomber killers, and trench fighters, each with its own purpose. Seeing this, Andrei's heart immediately settled. What made the vehicles in Battlefield strong? Besides having slightly better performance than in reality, the strongest aspect of these vehicles was often their various strange abilities. For example, the Saint Chaman tank had the incredibly powerful ability to summon subspace artillery strikes by releasing pigeons, and also the ability to instantly repair broken tracks. Player armored vehicles also had instant healing abilities, as well as abilities to throw various grenades and the like. These abilities were fine in the game because everyone had the same ones. But in reality, if these abilities were used well, they could truly deliver an unexpected blow to the enemy. Just as Andrei unlocked the fighter jets and finished reviewing their specifications, his system suddenly displayed that the player's mission to build an airport was complete. Seeing this, Andrei quickly checked and found that he could indeed recruit aircraft, but just like tanks, they required a manufacturing time. However, unlike tanks, perhaps because Andrei's airport was built by him, he didn't need to be at the airport to directly click and recruit aircraft from there. Holy cow, this is great. Doesn't that mean if I get the chance, I can secretly stash a few production lines for myself, have players find a place to build a factory, and then I can produce vehicles anytime, anywhere. At this, Andrei's eyes lit up. Before this, he had always been troubled by one thing when recruiting armored vehicles: he had to be near the factory. It was fine for now, as they were fighting a defensive battle at the factory. But when they advanced later, what if they couldn't capture other factories in time? Would Andrei have to stay hundreds of kilometers behind just to supervise the production of armored vehicles? What's more, armored vehicles were one thing, but aircraft were even more troublesome. Normally, unless the enemy was right on top of them, whose airport would be built on the front lines of the battlefield. And as a frontline officer, he naturally couldn't conveniently run to the airport all the time. Fortunately, he discovered this system function in time. As long as the airport was built by him, he could directly choose to build without having to go there himself. Otherwise, he would have to find a way to escape the battle and sneak to the airport in the rear. Deserting in battle was a major taboo. For a regiment commander like him, suddenly leaving the front lines for the rear airport without a good reason was simply impossible. After much thought, if he had to give a reason, besides wanting to desert and escape by plane, was there any other suitable reason? Without any hesitation, Andrei quickly manufactured 50 fighter jets in one go, almost emptying more than half of his emergency private fund. Although doing so consumed a lot of influence points, there was no other way. Players' flying operations were simply too wild. If players only used planes for normal aerial combat with enemies, everything would be fine, but often, players truly used planes as pure transportation, flying over enemies and then parachuting out. At this rate of consumption, Andrei wouldn't have enough planes, so he could only prepare in advance and also impose a restriction on players using planes. After a plane crashes unexpectedly, a second plane cannot be flown within a short period. Andrei was genuinely afraid that a group of players would all use this method to act as paratroopers, while players would enjoy parachuting, his planes wouldn't be able to keep up. However, considering the merit point cost to exchange for these planes, Andrei felt that there shouldn't be so many wealthy players who would just use and discard planes so casually, right? At the same time, with Andrei's announcement that aerial vehicles were open, the players in the chat area immediately erupted. King Sasa, holy crap! Brothers, we finally have planes to fly. We have another chance to be ace pilots. Cold Crow, nice. I'm sick of feeling like airships are crapping on my head all the time. Lords High Woe, children, why aren't you thanking your godfather? That battlefield airport in the back was dug by me. Katayusha's cutest, thanks, godfather wait. Speaking of which, shouldn't digging an airport, that kind of civil engineering work, be done by noobs? Where did all your merit points go? Why don't you have any? Lords High Woe, sob. I got carried away earlier and made several elite soldier sets, which used up all my merit points in one go. But speaking of which, our regiment commander's wife seems to be named Katyusha. Quick, what are your thoughts on sister-in-law? At this, Andrei's face darkened. Pfft. It was fine before, now that it was mentioned, he suddenly felt like he was being targeted by a cuckold. Oh no, there are NTR fans among the players. But then, Andrei suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had previously implemented a patch setting for players, preventing them from casually harassing NPCs, regardless of gender. So players wanting to cuckold him didn't have the means to do so, and could easily face a ban. He hadn't thought so much at first. He set it up this way partly because he was worried that players' abstract behavior would overly affect his army's reputation, and partly because he didn't want players to mess with NPCs. To players, everyone else in this world was an NPC, but to Andrei, everyone else in this world was also a living, breathing person. So the problem arose, with the high casualty rate of these players on the battlefield, if they were to fall in love with NPCs, it would be too cruel. One minute they would have just started a relationship, and the next, their boyfriend would be shot on the battlefield or die in various absurd and spectacular ways. And after players revived, their appearance would change to a different image, and they would acquire a completely new identity based on the system's cognitive distortion. At that point, if players went back to find their previous girlfriend, she wouldn't recognize them. So, until these issues were resolved, Andrei wasn't planning to open up the players' romance system. If absolutely necessary, he would see if he could exchange for NPC soldiers from the game later, so players could have romantic interactions with these real NPCs, and their deaths wouldn't cause too much trouble. Next, Andrei issued a new mission, or rather, an announcement. All players who wish to pilot aircraft in combat, please report to the regiment commander immediately. Limited slots, total, 0/20, first come, first served. Upon seeing this announcement, players were first stunned, then suddenly rushed frantically towards Andrei. Good heavens, a rare opportunity for aerial vehicles had appeared, and they naturally wanted to experience it, but they didn't expect there to be limited slots. This made them quite frustrated. Meanwhile, the armored unit players who had just retreated from the 3rd Regiment's position were so angry they beat their chests, feeling utterly cheated. Were they kidding them? They were several kilometers from the factory, and even if they rushed, they couldn't make it back in time. A group of players sped across the position, running as fast as they could, with war horses and motorcycles appearing endlessly. Upon seeing this, the other NPC soldiers couldn't understand what was wrong with these friendly soldiers. Why were they all running so fast? Had the enemy perhaps snuck up from behind? Knowing that a large group of players would soon come looking for him, Andrei had already stepped out of the command post in the back. He had just exited the door of the regiment command post and hadn't even had time to steady himself when Andrei saw a large group of people rushing towards him, some even bayonet charging to go faster, not even afraid of stabbing friendly forces. It was also fortunate that there weren't many friendly forces on the road leading to the regiment command post, so not many people witnessed these guys' final sprint. Otherwise, seeing their behavior, one might have thought they were there to assassinate the regiment commander. Seeing the players who had arrived, Andrei counted 20 people in order of arrival, called out their names one by one, then quickly took a piece of paper, wrote a small note, stamped it, and handed it to the player at the very front. Excellent, I have good news for you. We have just received a batch of the latest aircraft from the rear, and we urgently need a group of pilots to operate them. And you have been chosen by me. Take this note and immediately proceed to the newly built field airport in the rear. If any military police intercept you, tell them you are on a secret mission assigned by the regiment commander. After receiving the note, the leading player saluted Andre properly, then led the group away. Seeing these clowns leave, Andre couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The reason he specifically issued such a note to the players was to prevent them from being accidentally stopped by the military police in the rear. With the battle so intense, it was clearly impossible for there to be no disciplinary squads in the rear to intercept deserters. And given the players' personalities, if they really encountered a disciplinary squad trying to force them, it would be a miracle if they didn't fight back. Even if attacking friendly forces without authorization could lead to a ban, many players would still do it. What player would let an NPC bully them without fighting back? So Andre quickly gave them this note to prevent them from being mistaken for deserters by the military police. The number of people he had sent to build the airport earlier was small, and with his prior notice, he didn't have to worry, but these players running there again could easily cause trouble. Indeed, just as Andre had anticipated. They had barely reached the rear when they were stopped by the military police who had rushed over. Fortunately, the players, following the game's prompt, handed over Andre's note, and the military police immediately let them pass. Although the military police knew that doing so wasn't entirely by the book, and they weren't sure what these guys were going to do in the rear, the note was, after all, written by the current war hero, Lieutenant Colonel Vorontsov. Lieutenant Colonel Vorontsov was not just a simple lieutenant colonel, he not only had a father who was a general, but he himself had repeatedly achieved military merits, successively annihilating 2 elite enemy battalions. As long as he didn't die on the battlefield, he was bound to become a general in the future, so they had no need to cross him at such a time and cause unpleasantness for everyone. From this aspect, it also showed the looseness of the Cambrian Empire's army. Otherwise, if it were a highly disciplined unit, even with a regiment commander's note, they would certainly not be allowed to run around freely. As they left, the players also found a truck from the factory, and a group of them rode the truck towards the airport in the rear. Upon entering the airport, a selection interface appeared before them, asking them which model of fighter jet they wanted to use next, including which type of aircraft and which configuration. When choosing, most players opted for the bomber killer model and selected the more agile German triplane. However, a few players chose the air combat fighter and selected the faster British biplane. Both types of aircraft had their pros and cons, but the air combat fighter itself had an acceleration skill, which, combined with its already fast speed, could naturally maximize its speed. In contrast, the bomber killer model had 16 rockets strapped to it, which could be used to inflict incendiary damage on enemies. To further increase the flexibility of launching rockets, choosing the more agile triplane also made sense. Compared to the rockets of World War II, the rockets used by fighter jets in World War I were extremely rudimentary, to be precise, they were a bunch of bottle rockets. Looking at the rockets tied to wooden sticks, which could be launched by lighting a fuse, Andre felt quite speechless. If in reality, such rockets would have no practical use, because after being launched, they would quickly fly erratically in the sky, completely missing their targeted objective. Whether they could hit their target would depend entirely on luck. If luck was bad, the rockets might even fly back and blow up their own side. Only a divine being would dare to use such a weapon in battle. However, game-ified vehicles naturally don't have this problem. In the game, the trajectories of these rockets are quite straight, capable of dealing a large amount of damage in a short time, making them very suitable for dealing with large enemy targets, whether heavy bombers or airships. After selecting their respective aircraft, the players took off directly, but what slightly displeased them was that all the planes they piloted used the same paint scheme. Whether it was a British biplane or a German triplane, when placed here, their surface paint all turned into a layer of grey, adorned with the red circles and golden double-headed eagle emblem representing the Cambrian Empire. Although grey is more concealed in aerial combat and is actually a good choice, for players, what do they need concealment for in battle? Shouldn't paint schemes be as flashy as possible? Seeing the players' comments in the comment section, Andre's mouth curved into a foxy smile. To better harvest the leaks and introduce more skins later, the initial skins naturally had to be set simple and uniform. Otherwise, if the initial skins were cool enough from the start, wouldn't that affect the sales of subsequent skins? Unfortunately, the players' top-up limit hadn't cooled down yet, so Andre could only wait. Tomorrow, he would immediately launch new tank and aircraft paint schemes, especially for aircraft. He definitely had to create a Red Baron version. Although the Red Baron's bright red paint scheme was indeed too exposed in the sky and looked incredibly arrogant, it had to be said that this version of the paint scheme truly made people feel awe. Especially considering the historical factor bonus, if he created this paint scheme and then researched it further, adding some effect bonuses, Andre wouldn't have to worry about selling it at all. Attention, the enemy's air force is here. Just then, the soldiers in the distant trenches suddenly let out a cry of alarm. My god, is the Black Eagle Empire crazy? How could they send out so much air force? Hearing this, Andre quickly picked up his binoculars to look into the distance and was also stunned by the dense aerial fleet in the sky. To be honest, at this moment, he also felt that the Black Eagle Empire was absolutely insane. Just at a glance, he estimated that the number of airships in the sky must be no less than 100. Although the vast majority of airships were small ones used for padding, not much larger than planes and performing much like early fighter bombers, with performance comparable to World War I aircraft. But besides that, the 12 medium-sized airships and the 3 large airships escorted in the middle looked incredibly astonishing. Especially among the 3 large airships, Andrei noticed that one of them looked somewhat different from the others. What is that thing? Why does this airship have a pair of rabbit ears attached? When he saw a strange red decoration at the front of this airship, he almost couldn't help but laugh, because it really looked like rabbit ears. But then, Andrei suddenly couldn't smile anymore. Wait a minute. Rabbit ears? What is this thing? World Eaters. Oh my gosh. Thinking of the World Eaters berserkers, Andrei felt as if his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the 4 chaos gods really exist in this world? He was momentarily suspicious and uncertain if his guess was true. After all, the pair of rabbit ear-like decorations didn't seem to have the mark of Kern drawn on them. Although the shape did somewhat resemble what the World Eaters have on their heads, who could guarantee that a similar shape necessarily meant World Eaters? In any case, Andrei had already become 120,000 times more vigilant about this thing in his heart. He certainly didn't think that the enemy installing a pair of rabbit ears on an airship was simply to make the airship look cute. This thing must have some other use, he just didn't know what it was specifically. With this thought, Andrei immediately issued a new mission. Side quest, annihilate the enemy's strangely shaped and unknown large airship. Total mission reward, 2,000 influence points. Participants, unlimited. If he couldn't figure out what the thing was for, it didn't matter, he'd let the players scout it out. Players' vitality is no different from an unkillable cockroach, even stronger than one. Even if they encounter something unusual, they won't suffer any severe losses. Changfen Cat, holy cow. Brothers, holy cow. What's happening? I open my eyes and Kern is attacking. Looking up is the Emperor's cold gully, something's not right, 9 out of 10 things are not right. I didn't expect these Black Hawk Devils to be Kern's chosen ones. Gao Jiguo too, possibly, looking at their killing spree, it's really possible they secretly worship Kern. Xin Liezi, by the way, what are our roles? Could we be the Emperor's chosen ones? Changfen Cat, the Emperor's chosen one is clearly our regiment commander, we are at most the Cursed Legion. Wait, you're not right. Oh no, the big blue bird is attacking our chat zone. In the comment section, players were also discussing the distant airship, and unanimously felt that it looked like Kern no matter how they saw it. Looking at the players' comments, Andrei couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He was now really a little worried, could he really be the Emperor's chosen one? Could it be that the players are really the legendary Cursed Legion? How is that possible? Our world's background is at least the World War I and World War II stages, it shouldn't really give us an Emperor's chosen one. Damn it, if it really comes down to it, I'll just let the players explode with them. As long as there are enough players, they'll be squatting on Kern's toilet, preventing players from attacking the brass fortress through the webway. After comforting himself, Andrei's mood immediately improved a lot, although he was still quite worried about the distant airship. At the forefront of the position, the anti-aircraft guns had already begun a fierce attack on the sky, with continuous booming gunshots echoing across the position. Although the sound of the anti-aircraft guns was deafening, the soldiers on the position all grinned. They never thought their regiment commander was so resourceful, able to get them so many anti-aircraft guns. Now, it felt much safer above their heads. Compared to before, this time the Black Eagle Empire's airships did not perform dive bombing, but continued to fly at high altitude. It seemed that the small airships also realized that the anti-aircraft guns below were difficult to deal with, so they automatically took on the escort mission. Because the altitude was relatively high, the player's anti-aircraft gun hit rate immediately dropped a lot, but unlucky small airships were still occasionally hit by anti-aircraft guns from below. As long as a critical part was hit, only a few shells were needed to detonate a small airship. The firepower of the booming guns was indeed well deserved. Here, Andrei once again strongly criticized the Cambrian Empire's junk, feeling that if he had the chance in the future, he would definitely execute the designer of this anti-aircraft gun. But just then, a large airship had gradually begun to approach the foremost position of Andrei's independent regiment. One bomb after another began to fall from high altitude, whistling down to the ground after tracing an arc. To further enhance the oppressive feeling of these bombs, the enemy seemed to have installed a whistle on the tail fins of the bombs. As these bombs fell to the ground, a terrifying whistling sound echoed through the sky, making the Cambrian soldiers on the position scalps tingle. Hide, cover your heads, don't stick your heads out for no reason. An old soldier, seeing the restless look of a new recruit next to him, grabbed him and roared in his ear. If you don't want to die, sit up for me, don't lie flat on the ground. Be careful, the vibration from the bomb explosion shatters your internal organs. Hearing this, the fear in the new recruit's eyes became even more evident. Officer, can the air raid shelters we dug in our position withstand the enemy's bombs? A soldier looked at the anti-bomb shelter he was hiding in with some unease. Although this anti-bomb shelter seemed very sturdy, even reinforced with wood, he always felt that this little thing probably couldn't withstand the enemy's bombardment. Hard to say. If it's not a direct hit, most likely nothing will happen, but if it's directly hit by a large bomb, then you can only pray for the best. The officer said casually, then, seeing the expressions of the new recruits, suddenly grinned. What? Are you scared? It's right to be scared, everyone would be scared at a time like this. But fear is useless. You'll know after fighting a couple more battles on the battlefield. Victory and survival only favor the brave. As the bombs fell on the foremost trenches, Andrei seemed to hear screams coming from those trenches. Undoubtedly, hoping to counter such a brutal carpet bombing with such crude trenches was simply unrealistic. So why hadn't the players' planes taken off yet? Just as Andrei was thinking this, he suddenly noticed several black dots in the sky, rapidly approaching the airship at high altitude. Great, the players are finally here. And after glancing at the chat area, he also knew why the players were a bit slow, because players needed to maneuver their planes to climb up. The enemy's current flight altitude was generally above 2,000 meters, and for the players' biplanes and triplanes, such an altitude was not so friendly. Although the climb was not very smooth, World War I biplanes generally had a maximum flight altitude of around 4 to 5,000 meters, plus these vehicles from the system always exhibited some unusual characteristics. So after climbing up, the players' planes seemed to have their performance largely unaffected, and they quickly headed towards the airship at the forefront of this aerial fleet. In particular, the first few fighter planes must have clicked the acceleration skill, instantly bursting out with extremely fast speeds, looking completely unlike biplanes. If it weren't for clearly seeing the shape of the players' planes through the binoculars, Andrei might have even thought he was looking at an all-metal monoplane fighter from World War II. Chapter 185, compared to charging an airship, this feels more like charging a fleet. Alert! The enemy has some special aircraft rapidly approaching. On a large airship, a loud alarm suddenly blared. A Black Hawk soldier, responsible for observation from the lookout, quickly spotted the rapidly approaching player fighter jets in the distance. Strange, what is that? It looks like some kind of aircraft with a completely different principle from our airships. An officer hurried over, looked at the distant planes through binoculars, and asked a nearby soldier with a look of surprise. The nearby soldier scratched his head, indicating that he didn't know either. Although the Black Eagle Empire had compulsory education, their cultural level wasn't that high. How could they tell at a glance how this thing was flying? He only had a primary school level of education and didn't understand such sophisticated things. Shoot them down. Don't let them get close to us. Although curious about the principle of these never-before-seen aircraft, the Black Hawk officer did not forget the main task. Regardless of the enemy's principle, shoot them down first. Then, retrieve their wreckage from the ground and send it back for analysis to understand the technology they used. But speaking of which, he felt that the Northern Army group he was in was perhaps cursed. According to current battle reports, they seemed to have encountered many new enemy weapons they had never seen before, but armies in other places did not seem to have heard such rumors. He didn't know what was going on. Was it that other army groups hadn't encountered the enemy's strange weapons, or that someone had, but the information hadn't been passed on? Bang, bang, bang. A series of dense gun sounds rang out, and the anti-aircraft guns on the flanks of the large airship began to bombard the approaching player fighter jets. In addition to the large airship, the smaller and medium-sized airships further out also continuously attacked. You little rascal, go down. A player piloting an aerial combat fighter sprayed a burst of bullets at a small airship, then fired all the incendiary bullets he was carrying. In just an instant, the small airship burst into flames. Brothers, let's use our incendiary bullets to deal with these airships. Incendiary bullets seem to have an extra bonus against these things. After seeing the destructive effect of the incendiary bullets, the player's eyes immediately lit up. The skills carried by the aerial combat fighter, besides a flight acceleration, were incendiary bullets. In the game, aerial combat fighters could fire a series of incendiary bullets in one go, dealing massive damage to enemy aerial units. However, here, the damage effect of these incendiary bullets on the enemy seemed even more pronounced. The enemy piloting the small airships tried hard to chase these aerial combat fighters, hoping to engage them in a dogfight. But they soon discovered that their small airships simply could not compare with these aircraft in terms of flexibility. Whether it was speed or flexibility, their small airships were left far behind by the enemy, especially in flexibility. The enemy's strange aircraft had incredibly high flexibility. Although it had to be admitted that the Black Eagle Empire's technology was indeed advanced, even developing small airships specifically for aerial dogfights, it was unclear how they achieved such flexible turns in the air. But it was clear that even with the Black Eagle Empire's advanced technology, it couldn't compensate for the inherent disadvantages of airships. Expecting an airship to compete with a fighter jet in flexibility was simply asking too much. However, as the players' fighter jets gradually advanced, they also discovered their own disadvantages. Damn it, speaking of which, what exactly are we fighting? Are we fighting aerial units or ground units? Why do I feel like we're not charging an airship, but a fully armed battleship? A player, looking at his damaged wing after only flying a short distance, couldn't help but curse. The pervasive anti-aircraft fire made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Honestly, the scene before him made him feel like he wasn't attacking an airship, but an aircraft carrier battle group from World War II. He felt like he was a Japanese kamikaze pilot, with enemy anti-aircraft fire all around him. Boom. A player's plane was blown up in midair by enemy anti-aircraft fire, and its burning wreckage spiraled down to the ground. However, some players were more cunning. When they saw their planes were about to be destroyed, they immediately deployed their parachutes and jumped to the ground. Under normal circumstances, choosing to parachute in the face of such dense anti-aircraft fire would definitely be a near-suicidal act. A parachute floating in the sky is practically a sitting duck. But for players, parachuting offered a huge advantage. As long as they opened their parachute, they could land safely. For normal paratroopers, they must open their parachutes at a considerable distance in the air to have enough cushioning force, otherwise, even if they open their parachutes, they will still fall hard to the ground and die. But for players, even if they open their parachute 1 meter before hitting the ground, they can still land safely. As long as they are quick enough, they can successfully parachute while almost in freefall. The Black Hawk soldiers merely glanced at the players who jumped straight down, then paid them no further attention, because in their eyes, that guy was surely dead. He had already jumped, and at this point, he still hadn't opened his parachute. Following this trend, unless he could perform gravity magic on the spot, he would inevitably be smashed into a meat patty on the ground. Holy cow, is this void shield a bit too overpowered? It's completely impenetrable. A player barely broke through the large airship's defensive perimeter, operating the machine gun to unleash a fierce barrage on the airship ahead, also firing all his incendiary bullets. But whether it was the machine gun bullets or the extra incendiary bullets, as they approached the airship, they all encountered a translucent protective membrane about 10 meters outside the airship. Just like magic, all the bullets they fired would vanish into thin air upon contact with this membrane. Recalling that they couldn't penetrate this airship with anti-aircraft guns earlier because of this strange shield, many players couldn't help but curse. Let's just try crashing the planes directly into it. In the chat area, a player tagged his companions and said, if the principle of this thing is similar to a warmer void shield, then this shield should not be able to block slower objects. Our planes aren't fast enough, so crashing into it is perfect. Players weren't sure how fast these planes in the battlefield actually were. But they could be certain that compared to the cutting-edge fighter jets of World War II, their flight speed was absolutely incomparable. If it was just this speed, then the shield in front of them shouldn't be able to stop them, or so they hoped. If these guys had set the speed interception to an insane level when setting up the shield, then they would be completely helpless. Yura! For the Emperor! A player shouted strange slogans, facing the airship ahead without dodging, and directly activated acceleration. But unfortunately, his flight path was too straight, and he was immediately locked on by the anti-aircraft fire on the side of the enemy airship. As a result, before he could even charge up, several anti-aircraft guns blew the plane into pieces. But there wasn't just one fighter jet charging, many fighter jets were charging towards this airship. Although this airship was not the one with rabbit ears mentioned in the mission, there was no choice, this airship was at the forefront of the enemy's entire flying formation. When players attacked, the first thing they encountered was this large airship, so they could only ram into this large airship. The players' shouts of Yura rose and fell, as one plane after another accelerated and continuously charged towards the airship. At the same time, many players also had excellent flying skills, not flying in a straight line, but constantly circling, doing their best to make their flight paths unpredictable. Damn it! Are these Cambrians crazy? Don't they value their lives? A Black Hawk soldier, watching the planes charging furiously towards his airship, couldn't help but shout in surprise. He truly couldn't understand what these people were thinking. To kill the enemy, they even disregarded their own lives. What's so strange about that? Don't you know what our army did when we came over? But just then, an old soldier snorted and said, I've always said that this continuous killing strategy is completely unfeasible. Back when we attacked the Iris Empire, it was because we killed too many people that it provoked their strong resistance. It's the same now. Our current offensive posture, as if we want to kill them all, aren't they going to fight us to the death? It was clear that this Black Hawk soldier did not support the Black Eagle Empire's policy of slaughter, at least in his personal opinion, such an approach was absolutely not advisable. But he didn't understand what those lords above were thinking, and as an ordinary soldier, he could only obey orders. At least, that's what he had been taught all along. Enough. Just shoot the enemy down. Don't say such useless things. But just then, an officer who walked up from behind sternly reprimanded him. On this airship, I can tolerate your loose talk, but if you were somewhere else and still dared to speak like that, don't blame me for being merciless. Hearing this, the soldiers who had been talking carelessly all shrank their necks and dared not say anything more. On the airship, it was fine, the entire airship was filled with their own people, and everyone knew each other well, at least it should be that way. But in other places, if they really talked carelessly, they might be arrested by the Emperor's secret police. Boom. Just then, a loud explosion suddenly sounded in the distance. The huge blast and the flash of light that instantly illuminated the area drew everyone's attention to the left, not far away. In that direction, a medium-sized airship responsible for escorting failed to intercept an enemy plane's collision and immediately met its doom. In the massive collision, the airship's gas bag ignited, burning fiercely along with the wreckage of the plane that had crashed into it, and plummeted straight to the ground amidst countless screams. Seeing this scene, the soldiers' faces immediately turned grim. The enemy's suicidal tactics were truly brutal in their effectiveness. They certainly didn't think that a collision that a medium-sized airship couldn't withstand could be withstood by a large airship like theirs. And should it be said that they are indeed Cambrian soldiers? They had fought for so long, and this was the first time they encountered such a savage and crude fighting style, but it seemed surprisingly effective against their airships. At least, compared to them bombarding each other with shells, breaking through the shield in this way seemed much more efficient. Nice, took one down. Seeing the medium-sized airship completely explode in the sky, the other players' eyes immediately lit up. To be honest, they had been somewhat stunned by the anti-aircraft fire before. Losing multiple planes consecutively hadn't caused any significant damage to the enemy. The only relief they got was hunting down some small airships on the periphery. Now, they had finally achieved a clear wave of results, and it also made them realize that this kamikaze attack seemed to be really effective. The triplanes equipped with the bomber-killer configuration followed closely, attempting to fire rockets at the enemy's airships. To their surprise, perhaps because the rockets weren't fast enough, the rockets they fired were actually able to penetrate the enemy's void shield. With a series of explosions, sparks immediately erupted on the gas bag of another medium-sized airship. Some Black Hawk soldiers, not caring for their lives, climbed up, wielding fire extinguishers to try and put out the sparks, but the effect didn't seem to be very good. Seeing this, a player immediately reminded other teammates in the chat area to quickly switch to bomber killer mode and give it a try. Although the bomber killer didn't have acceleration, its skills, apart from a quick repair that instantly restored a good portion of health, consisted of firing a series of rockets. Although these firecracker-like rockets looked very crude, and even their speed was very slow, it was quite different from the whistling rockets they imagined. But from the current perspective, these slow-moving firecracker-like rockets actually seemed to have a good effect. What? Are you kidding me? Using this kind of thing can still counter our shields. The commander of the large airship in the rear naturally saw the string of rockets that exploded on the escorting airship next to them. When he clearly saw what these things were, he was stunned for a moment, completely not expecting that their advanced shield would be broken by such inferior things. But beside him, his adjutant, who clearly lacked emotional intelligence, reminded him. Sir, speaking of which, have you forgotten that the military had previously proposed a plan to use rockets to break through shields? Of course I haven't forgotten, but wasn't that plan proven unfeasible? At this point, the airship commander impatiently waved his hand. Could he admit that he had forgotten just now? With that reminder, he also remembered. Because their shields indeed had no way of intercepting slow-moving targets, so in addition to using mages to counter airships and break shields, another strategy they proposed was to use certain slow-attack weapons. And among these, rockets naturally stood out as an excellent choice. But they quickly discovered that rockets didn't seem as reliable as they imagined. They hadn't yet developed solid fuel rockets in the modern sense. And liquid-fueled rockets had stronger propulsion and higher accuracy, but the stronger propulsion was also their downfall. Because of this stronger propulsion, the speed of these rockets increased, so much so that they would be completely intercepted by the shield. After trying for a long time, they only found traditional rockets from antiques that had been eliminated from wars more than 100 years ago. Although these things could be used, their hit rate was too outrageous, no longer describable as merely having a large error. To be precise, these things were completely random once fired, flying all over the sky. An error deviation of 1 or 200 meters was completely normal. So they quickly threw these things into the trash, but they never expected that this technology would appear on the enemy's special aircraft. Without time to figure out what was going on with the enemy's move, they could only do their best to intercept the constantly appearing fighter jets. Fighter jets had the advantage of being more flexible, but the disadvantage was that their firepower wasn't strong enough, especially these rockets, which needed to be fired at a relatively close range. In contrast, their anti-aircraft fire was not only extremely powerful but could also intercept enemies at a relatively long distance. It's just that, damn it, this feeling is even worse than eating the Iris Empire's shit like food. Watching the anti-aircraft machine gun turret on his airship turn a full circle, yet failing to catch up with the enemy aircraft darting everywhere, the officer couldn't help but lose his composure. Compared to the officer who lost his composure, the soldier operating the anti-aircraft machine gun turret felt that he was the one who truly deserved to lose his composure. Don't be upset, I told you before, in the anti-aircraft line of work, no one's blood pressure can stay stable. Do you understand now? Next to the soldier who couldn't help but curse, an older veteran who seemed more experienced smiled and comforted him. To be honest, anti-aircraft, 10 attempts, 9 misses. After doing it for a long time, you realize that in most cases, operating an anti-aircraft gun is really no different from just hearing a bang. So many times, as long as you adjust your mindset a little, tell yourself that missing is normal, and hitting is lucky, then your mindset will feel much better. No, be careful. But at this moment, the new recruit busy operating the anti-aircraft gun suddenly shouted. Before the veteran next to him could even turn his head to look, a plane that suddenly climbed up from below broke through their defensive fire and crashed directly into his anti-aircraft turret. Players had previously noticed that the underside of this airship seemed to be a weak point for anti-aircraft fire. Although the hemispherical anti-aircraft turrets, like those on American bombers, could also cover the area below, their attention was entirely drawn to the enemies on the sides. Unfortunately, this kamikaze crash did not hit the enemy's gas bag, so it did not cause fatal damage to the enemy airship. But even so, this anti-aircraft turret was completely destroyed, and the compartment below the airship was also smashed open, leaving a huge hole, with several Black Hawk soldiers screaming as they fell. Quick! Get away from this battlefield, don't continue to entangle with them. There's no point in continuing to entangle. Just then, a player suddenly said to the others. Look closely, that special airship of the enemy has already detached from the formation. Go around this battle zone and take that guy out. Hearing this, a group of players, whose blood was boiling from the fight, all carefully observed their surroundings and then noticed it. Compared to the enemy's previous flight formation, this time the enemy's formation was clearly missing a behemoth. For some reason, the enemy's strange rabbit-eared airship did not follow the other airships to bomb forward, but instead remained above their army, seemingly performing some strange operation. But doing so happened to leave an opportunity for the players to attack. Perfect, since this guy was isolated, they wouldn't be polite. Hiding in the underground anti-aircraft shelter, Andrei watched the fierce air battle in the sky from the players' shared perspective. Overall, the players were actually fighting quite well, but their actual performance wasn't as good as he had imagined. Ultimately, it was because the enemy's anti-aircraft fire was a bit too strong. It seemed they really armed these airships like a fleet. Andre didn't know what black technology was used on these airships, but he could be sure that the buoyancy of these airships was definitely not just from their gas bags. Let alone that these gas bags should be filled with hydrogen, even if they were filled with some gas with a density even lower than hydrogen. They wouldn't exhibit such abnormal buoyancy. He had seen German Zeppelin airships from World War I. If Zeppelin airships really had the capability to arm themselves as aerial battleships, then this weapon should have shone brightly in World War I. Pfft, I should have tried to get bombers out. Maybe bombers dropping bombs from the sky would have a better effect. Looking at the chaotic battle in front of him, Andre couldn't help but rub his head. He felt that what he had thought before might have been a bit too wishful thinking. In his opinion, fighter jets were the most flexible and fastest to operate. For players, it would be easy to use these things to perform kamikaze attacks, and they should be very suitable weapons for ramming. However, while ramming, the anti-aircraft fire of these enemy airships was also a bit fierce, each one was at the level of an aerial battleship. Compared to attacking below, attacking the gas bag above was undoubtedly the real way to inflict heavy damage on the enemy. So Andre, at this moment, suddenly thought of the operation of bombers dropping bombs downwards, because in the battlefield, there was a tactic of using bombers to drop bombs on airships to blow them up. So, if we try to have bombers drop bombs on airships from high altitude, would the killing effect be better? Andre pondered, muttering to himself. He wasn't entirely sure if this operation was reliable, but he wanted to try. During the engagement between the Cambrian Empire and the enemy airships, neither side seemed to have any intention of dropping bombs from above the enemy's head, but this might be because everyone was on the same starting line? Aside from the various shields and other things, the performance of everyone's airships actually didn't have any significant differences. So if one side wanted to climb, the other side would follow closely and climb together, making it difficult to shake off the opponent during the climb. This made it difficult to get an airship to circle above the enemy to drop bombs, and ordinary small airships performing dive bombing were too easily targeted by the enemy's anti-aircraft fire. Gritting his teeth, and after unlocking the bomber option, Andre began to arrange for the production of bombers. At the same time, he focused his attention on the ground, observing the damage to his army during the bombing. When the enemy's airships approached, they weren't just busy fighting with the players' planes, they were also busy bombing the ground. It must be said that the killing effect of carpet bombing really opened Andre's eyes. Ordinary anti-artillery shelters and such were completely ineffective against carpet bombing. Although the anti-aircraft fire was doing its best to attack the sky. But after bombing for so long, the anti-aircraft guns on the ground, apart from shooting down one ordinary medium-sized airship and more than 10 small airships, had not shot down any large airships. The defense of these large airships was truly outrageously strong, making Andre grit his teeth in hatred. After a wave of bombing, the soldiers Andre had deployed on the front lines suffered heavy losses. Before even making contact with the enemy forces that were about to launch an attack, he had at least 100 soldiers killed on the front lines due to the enemy's bombing. The reason more people weren't killed was because there were a group of support soldiers and battlefield quacks on the front lines. Although the battlefield quacks' small needles couldn't bring real soldiers back to life, they could at least stop bleeding and relieve pain, which was already a very rare medical effect. At least according to the price of medicine in those days, most soldiers, when seriously wounded, would not receive painkiller treatment. And at the same time, the medical kits and medical boxes scattered everywhere also contained various medical supplies like gauze and needles. Although a group of soldiers wrapped their own gauze very crudely, at least quick hemostasis was possible. After these wounded completed a wave of initial treatment for themselves, players who had taken on stretcher team tasks would immediately quickly transport them to the rear for treatment. Yelena, the medical sister who had been following Andre's team and serving as the primary medic, was still exerting herself, and besides Yelena, there was another medical sister in the artillery battalion who also joined the support soldier team. However, unlike Yelena, the other medical sister was an elderly person over 60 years old, with white hair and a significantly plump physique. But it was unknown if that elderly person had such good physical fitness because she was a medical sister. Although she was quite old, she not only walked with a brisk pace but could also directly lift wounded soldiers from stretchers, so robust that she didn't seem like an old person at all. Be careful, the enemy is charging. Just then, with a startled cry and a series of whistles, the frontline engagement erupted. The airship overhead had just finished a round of bombing and was moving on to bomb Allied positions on the flank, when a large contingent of Black Eagle Empire's army appeared directly in front. However, upon seeing this contingent, Andre subconsciously frowned because their performance was somewhat strange. Compared to the previous Black Eagle Empire's army, these soldiers' equipment and clothing looked completely different. The Black Hawk Army's uniforms were all iron grey, while these people's uniforms were a greyish-green, and even the steel helmets on their heads were a semicircular helmet similar to those of the American Army. Are these guys auxiliary troops? But why are they acting so crazily? Seeing the regular Black Hawk soldiers all advancing with combat vehicles and armored transports, while these guys charged ahead like cannon fodder, Andre immediately thought of auxiliary troops. After all, their current fighting style was very similar to ancient warfare, where slaves were driven forward to fill the lines before battle, using a pile of cannon fodder to deplete the enemy's arrows and such. But what made Andre feel strange was the abnormal fanaticism in these guys' charge. A group of soldiers, holding bayonets, charged forward, shouting in a language he didn't understand, completely reckless and charging like pigs. Looking at their posture, one would think they had encountered suicidal Japanese devils on Iwo Jima. Facing their charge, the Cambrian soldiers on the front line were momentarily confused. Many Cambrian soldiers had never seen such a frenzied attack mode before. You fools, don't just stand there, shoot. A Black Hawk officer emptied his pistol, and while reloading, shouted at the other somewhat cowering soldiers. Then, he pointed to a player on the anti-aircraft position in the rear, roaring at these greenhorn soldiers. You all need to learn from them, see how the Commander's Guard assault team fights. They stand outside the trench, without any cover, fighting so desperately, while you hide here, dawdling like women. Seeing the players' bold fighting style, many greenhorn soldiers couldn't help but shrink their necks. To be honest, they felt the enemy's charge was crazy, but the Commander's Guard assault team behind them was equally ferocious. Although the enemy's air force had already left, the players did not abandon the anti-aircraft positions around the trench. On the contrary, these anti-aircraft positions could be leveled for direct fire. Leveling anti-aircraft guns for direct fire, court-martial. Although that's what they said, once they started shooting, they knew it was truly exhilarating. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. In continuous bursts of fire, the soldiers charging towards them fell one after another, many hit soldiers even exploded on the spot. This bloody scene should have been enough to make any army feel intimidated, but these guys seemed to have gone mad, showing no fear, and continued to charge. Watching these guys' performance, Andrei frowned deeply. At first, he thought these people's desperate charge might be due to convert fanaticism or something similar, but honestly, could convert fanaticism reach such a degree? Besides the anti-aircraft guns firing desperately from the rear, the machine gun positions on the front line were also continuously sweeping the enemy. At the same time, players equipped with heavy firepower weapons were also desperately suppressing the enemy. The firepower erupting from just a small section of the trench even made one feel it was stronger than the firepower of a World War II German infantry platoon. No, it's possible their firepower really is stronger than a World War II German infantry platoon. Suddenly thinking of something, Andrei said with a wry smile. The German army in World War II placed machine guns at the squad level, with one general-purpose machine gun per squad. But for these players, they completely put machine guns at the individual level. Support soldiers didn't all have light machine guns, but the number of support soldiers using light machine guns was simply too many. Even if other soldiers on this front line diluted the players' firepower, if calculated precisely, such firepower meant more than one machine gun per squad. But when the players fired desperately, the Black Hawk army in the rear was not idle either. Besides a group of precision shooters constantly sniping soldiers on the positions, the two most powerful units for firepower suppression in the Black Hawk army were their slowly advancing Peacemaker and Hunter mechs. The Peacemaker, of course, was specifically designed for firepower suppression against infantry. And the Hunter mech, whether using its extremely penetrating electromagnetic spike attacks or fiercely bombarding with grenade launchers mounted on its mechanical arms, could quickly establish firepower suppression. When the Black Hawk army used this firepower to desperately suppress, they didn't care at all about the soldiers charging in front. Many times, they simply wiped out everyone, including those charging, completely disregarding their lives. Wait a minute, I think I know what this is. Could it really be a Gurn blessing? Andrei glanced at the rabbit-eared airship constantly circling above the Black Hawk army in the sky, his expression gradually becoming surprised, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. At this moment, the pair of red rabbit ears on that airship were slightly trembling, opening and closing rhythmically, which should be serving some purpose. And the group of troops charging directly below this airship could no longer be described as merely fearless. If one had to say, they were almost like a group of zombies who still retained their thoughts, knew how to maintain basic tactical formations, and understood how to shoot. If this is some kind of large-scale berserker aura, using this method to make a group of soldiers completely forget life, death, and fear, forcing them to charge, this fighting style actually seems feasible. If this group of charging soldiers are really auxiliary troops, or a bunch of unimportant cannon fodder, then this fighting style is actually very promising. Andrei analyzed to himself, unable to help but open his mouth wide. Good heavens, you Black Eagle Empire really are ruthless. This is even more intense than those people in World War II on drugs. Those Japanese just took some drugs before a bayonet charge, and then sent a group of 50 yen army brothers to charge. But this wave of theirs is completely using a bunch of cannon fodder pulled from who knows where to fight to the death. But then again, where did these guys come from? How did they suddenly attack their position? Had the village ahead already fallen? Suddenly thinking of something, Andrei felt a bit strange and glanced at the content in the chat area. After reading it, he learned that the players in the village were still busy fighting desperately. However, the enemy, relying on superior numbers, also dispatched a large number of modified troops skilled in urban warfare to fight the players in the village, tying them down. That's why the players in the village failed to block this enemy contingent, allowing them to successfully pass through. This is terrible. Just then, Andrei saw several bombers from the rear making a wide detour and then slowly flying towards this peculiar airship from the side. Accompanying the bombers were several fighters that had not been consumed in the previous fierce battles. Noticing this wave of aircraft diving from higher altitudes, the massive airship immediately launched an attack, continuously firing anti-aircraft fire towards the distant aircraft formation. Compared to fighters, bombers are larger in size, fly slower, and are far less agile. Even from a considerable distance, the wing of one bomber was quickly shattered. Not bad, it seems their aircraft mainly rely on wings for flight. As long as these wings are shattered, their flight cannot be maintained. A Black Hawk officer looked at the distant, wobbling bomber and nodded in satisfaction. Although he wasn't very clear about the purpose of this large aircraft, he strongly suspected that it should be loaded with bombs and could conduct bombing like large airships. He didn't think the enemy's weapon was aimed at his airship, but he was worried that the enemy would take the opportunity to bomb friendly ground forces. If the armored units currently attacking on the ground were to encounter a wave of bombs from the sky, their situation would certainly not be pleasant. But in the next moment, he felt as if he was hallucinating. How could the wing, which had clearly been shattered before, recover as if time had reversed in just a blink of an eye? So they are using flame storm bombers. Compared to the bewildered Black Hawk officer, Andre saw the bomber's wing rapidly recover and instantly understood. The flame storm bomber's skill allows it to instantly repair damaged wings, preventing the aircraft's flight movements from deforming due to wing damage. However, he was a bit curious why the players chose the flame storm bomber instead of the barge bomber. Could it be because the flame storm bomber has incendiary bombs, so it can ignite the airship? Although bombers are more resilient, facing the enemy's anti-aircraft fire, these bombers' survival ability didn't seem much stronger. It took the loss of 2 bombers for 1 bomber to barely get close to the rabbit-eared airship's airspace, and it looked like it was about to be shot down. But just then, Andre's eyes instantly widened in surprise. Because he found that the players were not preparing to use this bomber for bombing, or rather, they had already realized that this bomber could not complete its bombing mission. So, before the bomber was completely scrapped, they haphazardly dropped all their bombs, and then all chose to parachute. And judging by the direction of their parachuting, they were precisely aiming for the top of that airship. Chapter 186, Boarding. All tactics turned to boarding. What the hell kind of boarding operation is this? Andre was startled to see the players' actions, finding the scene before him incredibly bizarre. But then, he suddenly remembered that in battlefield games, many players enjoyed directly boarding enemy airships with their planes, then guarding the enemy's machine gun positions and killing anyone who appeared. If it weren't for the fact that airships in battlefield games couldn't be entered from the outside, and players couldn't climb in directly via machine gun positions or ladders. Otherwise, Andre had no doubt that players would definitely rush into the airships and engage in boarding combat. Compared to Andre, the players' eyes lit up when they saw their teammates' actions. They quickly called for others to get into bombers and prepare for boarding. To enhance their boarding capability, this time, when flying the bombers, they not only filled all 3 positions in the bomber, but a group of players even climbed directly onto the bomber's wings. Their special player engine meant they wouldn't be blown off by the oncoming strong winds, nor would they be limited by high-altitude hypoxia or other factors. As long as their teammates flew steadily enough, they could truly fly while standing on the wings, then directly parachute and board at the critical location, while also acting as additional aircraft firepower. Seeing players calling to each other in the chat to quickly climb onto planes and board, Andre found it somewhat unbearable to watch. He was numb. He couldn't help but wonder, was he leading a Cambrian Empire army? Why did it feel like he was leading a bunch of space wolves? Just then, Andre suddenly thought of the strange tech tree in the system and quickly opened the interface to search. He discovered that he truly did have a human modification tech tree, though unlocking it was quite difficult. So, according to this theory, if he completed the tech tree and developed things like 19 modification surgeries and power armor, could he, as a regiment commander, truly transform into an Astartes chapter master on the spot? Yes. Thinking of this, Andre couldn't help but gasp. Too brutal, too abnormal. Good heavens, for the game to gradually evolve from Battlefield 1 to Space Marine 2, this tech tree was truly absurd. While Andre was imagining himself leading an Astartes chapter in future battles, the 3 players in the bomber had already successfully completed a boarding action. Initially, the anti-aircraft gunner on the Black Eagle Empire airship didn't take the 3 enemies who jumped from the bomber seriously. In his opinion, these jumpers had merely lost their aircraft and were desperate. Jumping from such a high altitude, they were doomed to die. But when they suddenly opened their parachutes and, with lightning speed, even defying the wind direction, slanted down and landed on the airship, the anti-aircraft gunner realized he was wrong. How audacious were these guys, to dare to directly board their airship? Almost instinctively, the anti-aircraft gunner drew his pistol, intending to fire. Although not all Black Eagle Empire military branches were equipped with pistols, as an artillery technician, he was indeed issued an artillery-type pistol. But compared to him, the player's hand speed was faster. Tat-tat-tat. The assault soldier who had just landed on the airship fired a short burst from his submachine gun, piercing the soldier's chest and watching him collapse motionless at his gun position. Looking at the anti-aircraft gun, the assault soldier felt an urge to operate it and fire at the nearby airships, but after a glance, he dismissed the idea. Because this airship had been flying directly over the Black Hawk army, there were no other airships around it except for a few escorting artillery airships. And those artillery airships all had void shields, so anti-aircraft gunfire wouldn't penetrate them quickly. The 3 players climbed down the ladder at the anti-aircraft gun position and infiltrated the corridor within the airship's gas bag. Clearly, the Black Hawk soldiers had never imagined such audacious enemies, to the point where they hadn't even stationed soldiers there. After all, they probably couldn't have conceived that someone would parachute onto their airship from above to engage in boarding combat, no matter how hard they thought about it, right? Therefore, they quickly descended the ladder into the airship's cabin and then engaged in a firefight with the soldiers there. There weren't many soldiers in the airship's cabin, especially since these soldiers didn't have a dedicated boarding team for fighting enemy boarders. Most of the soldiers were either busy operating the airship's instruments or were all located in the cramped anti-aircraft turrets, controlling the anti-aircraft firepower mounted on the airship. So when the 3 players suddenly rushed in, these soldiers were stunned. Without hesitation, the player raised his hand and immediately riddled the pilot operating the airship in front of him, then began shooting at the officer standing nearby. Not only was killing an officer more valuable, but the mere fact that this officer drew his pistol to shoot at them was enough for the player to prioritize the officer as a target. Perhaps because this sudden arrival of divine soldiers severely exceeded the enemy's imagination, the Black Hawk officer was flustered and at a loss for what to do at that moment. His pistol was clearly hanging at his waist, but he struggled for a long time and still couldn't draw it. When he finally managed to pull it out, he accidentally dropped it. No. I surrender, don't shoot. Seeing the player's gun barrel almost at his head, the officer shrieked, wanting to surrender, but the player mercilessly pulled the trigger. The other soldiers, huddled in the anti-aircraft turrets, found the space so narrow that they couldn't get out quickly. By the time these people finally managed to stretch their numb bodies and crawl out, submachine gun bullets were already hitting them. In such a confined space, the submachine gun's firepower was utilized to its fullest. Although there were only 3 players, they easily swept away all the soldiers in the airship, leaving only one enemy standing on a strange platform, dressed equally strangely, who had not yet been eliminated. The platform this guy was on was an enclosed space, surrounded by glass, with a bunch of things that looked like magic runes on it. And this person's attire looked a bit like the battle mages they had encountered on the battlefield before. However, unlike the battle mages, this person's clothing was too conspicuous. He was wearing a bright red coat. If placed on the battlefield, he would simply be a living target specifically for enemies to aim at. This mage seemed to have no ability to resist. Facing the players who suddenly attacked from behind, the panic on his face was uncontrollable. He stretched out his hand, trying to gather a ball of magic in his hand, then aimed it forward, attempting to throw it. But unfortunately, the player's submachine gun was even faster. Before he could throw the ball of magic, bullets pierced his body. Not bad, it seems this chaotic fight didn't damage any important things on the airship. This airship can actually still be piloted. The player checked and found that although the interior of the airship was a mess, no critical parts were damaged. At least in the cockpit area, all the instrument panels and such were functioning normally and hadn't been hit by the player's submachine gun bullets. Immediately, a player took the pilot's seat and tried to operate the airship, discovering that he could indeed control the thing. Although the player didn't actually know how to fly an airship, as long as he stood there and used his mind to control the various keys on the dashboard, he could perform a series of complex operations based on different key functions. At the same time, another player roughly dragged the mage's body out and tossed it aside, then stood on the platform where the mage had been standing. He figured this mage must have been operating the strange device on the airship, and he might as well take this opportunity to see if he could operate it himself. Prompt: due to your body lacking magic attributes, you cannot operate the war shrine. Damn. What's going on? What the hell? I can't operate this thing, it requires magic attributes to control. By the way, how do we get magic attributes? Discovering he couldn't play with the eye-catching big toy on the airship, the player couldn't help but curse. The other 2 players who boarded also tried to operate it, only to find that they, too, were shown to lack magic in their bodies, making it impossible to control the device. Unable to operate the device, the players were greatly disappointed, especially since the airship apparently didn't even carry bombs. What a rip-off. Such a large airship, after getting a pair of rabbit ears, no longer carried bombs? Was that pair of rabbit ears too heavy, or was the airship's purpose special, so it didn't need to carry bombs? The players couldn't figure out what was going on, so they decided to simply pilot the airship away and go engage in a bombing run with other airships. Although this airship didn't have large-caliber artillery, and its most powerful firepower was only 37mm anti-aircraft guns, no matter what, this was the first airship they had captured. Wouldn't it be a waste not to operate it properly? The players didn't know that the moment they killed the mage, the blood-red light on the rabbit ears suddenly stopped fluctuating due to the loss of the mage's mental control. And at the same time, the green uniformed soldiers on the ground, who were in the midst of a charge, suddenly woke up as if from a deep dream. My god, what just happened? Damn it! What did the Black Hawk people do to us? What kind of trick were they playing? These auxiliary soldiers, stunned in place, recalled their previous abnormal state and were all bewildered. These people were soldiers from Wars Ania. After their country was conquered by the Black Eagle Empire, they naturally joined the Black Hawk army to make a living, becoming what people called running dogs. But after joining, they found the situation completely different from what they had imagined. Unlike others, this group of running dogs didn't act as tax collectors to suppress the local population. Instead, they were pulled to this eastern battlefield and inexplicably joined the Black Eagle Empire. The Warsaw Volunteer Army. The name sounded good. They had always thought they only needed to follow the Black Hawk Army in battle. But they never expected that the Black Eagle Empire didn't treat these ordinary soldiers as people at all. In previous battles, they seemed to have been inexplicably brainwashed by something, their minds filled with endless hatred, and all they saw was a blood-red haze. They didn't know why, even though they had always harbored hatred for the Cambrian Empire, they shouldn't react as if seeing their father's murderer every time they encountered a Cambrians, should they? But during the previous battles, they truly seemed to have seen their father's murderer, their minds had no thoughts other than to kill all the enemies in front of them. As a result, they charged continuously, braving such a fierce hail of bullets, yet they fought to the death without retreating, until just now, for some unknown reason, they suddenly woke up as if from a dream, realizing that the situation was not good. Stand up, keep attacking, don't stop. Seeing the auxiliary army, who had been obedient and compliant before, stop their advance, an officer angrily shouted at them, while sweeping a burst of submachine gun fire at them. All cowards will be shot, charge for the Empire. Wait a minute, what's wrong with those Air Force guys? That junior officer didn't know what was going on, because he didn't quite understand the role of the war god. But in contrast, a major in the 3rd Regiment already knew the effect of this thing, so he naturally understood why the previously brave auxiliary army suddenly withered. Seeing the airship in the sky gradually moving away, seemingly preparing to fly off, the officer's eyes gradually widened. He quickly used the radio to contact the soldier on the airship, asking them what was going on, but after connecting the radio, the language that came out was the Cambrian Empire's language. What kind of gibberish are you speaking? It's garbled and incomprehensible, quickly add a language pack. He, who understood the Cambrian Empire's language, was stunned on the spot when he heard such a sentence coming from the radio. Although he didn't know what a language pack meant, just the fact that the Cambrian Empire's language appeared on the other end of the communication, he knew that this airship must have been captured by the enemy. What was it at that time? Recalling the large aircraft that had crashed to the ground earlier, but without seeing the pilot's body inside, he seemed to realize something. Damn it! This is truly seeing a ghost. How did those Cambrians manage to do that? How could they suddenly jump onto their own airship? The Black Hawk officer was puzzled, but he never expected that his own airship would be taken away by the enemy just like that. He was also convinced, what kind of problem do these Cambrians have? These people are snatching their military vehicles, snatching their mechs, and now they're even starting to snatch their airships. Could it be that the Cambrians' own weapon and equipment manufacturing capabilities are insufficient, so they simply plan to become bandits, snatching whatever they see? The player drove the airship to its maximum speed, slowly chasing the aerial fleet that was gradually moving away in front. The Black Hawk Air Force, busy with extended bombing of ground positions, didn't notice another airship coming up from behind. They were busy bombing and dealing with the player's aircraft entanglement. It wasn't until an observer turned his head and suddenly saw the rabbit-eared airship coming from behind. Officer, what's going on? Why is our airship also following? The observer quickly shouted to the officer, completely puzzled. Logically, their airship should have remained in the rear to buff friendly forces. What's the point of flying over to them? This airship has no offensive capabilities, it's purely a device for deploying auras. God, please respond. Why did you leave your position without authorization? On the radio, the officer shouted sternly to the rear, but no one responded. After shouting twice, he cancelled the communication and said to the others. It's bad, our airship has probably been captured by the enemy. Immediately destroy that thing, eliminate it at all costs. Without any hesitation, the Black Hawk officer immediately issued an order to destroy his own weapon. On the one hand, he didn't want his own weapon to fall into enemy hands, especially since it contained a very complex magical engineering technology. But on the other hand, it was more because they had no way to retake the airship. Damn it! He now really wanted to know how the Cambrians managed to sneak onto this airship without anyone knowing. Could it be that when it took off from the airship base in the rear, the enemy's guerrillas accidentally snuck in? No matter how the enemy got in, he knew that his soldiers certainly couldn't jump over to the other side at this time. If they had a space mage on this airship, it would be fine, but space mages are incredibly rare, to an unbelievable extent. How could they appear here? So there was no other way, he could only issue the order to destroy this airship, to prevent his own war machine from falling into enemy hands. In just a blink of an eye, several escort airships equipped with artillery rose up, and their side-mounted 88mm cannons unleashed a barrage of fire at the large airship. But at the same time, the anti-aircraft firepower on the large airship was also attacking the escort airships that had moved in, and the firepower also looked very fierce. Oh my, this isn't going well, the firepower on our airship is too weak, it's a bit hard to hit the other side. This is really strange, how can their several 88mm anti-aircraft guns fire so fast? Due to the classic design of the 88mm cannon, the Black Hawk people in this world seem to have made few changes to it, so even with its somewhat strange mounting position, the player recognized this classic artillery piece. Watching the enemy's gunfire constantly spraying near their airship, then being blocked by the translucent shield, one player breathed a sigh of relief while also couldn't help but exclaim, feeling that the cannon's rate of fire was incredibly fast. But beside him, another player asked curiously. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with that cannon's rate of fire? Theoretically, the 88mm cannon's maximum rate of fire is 25 rounds per minute. Hearing this, the player who had just asked blinked. What? How can this thing fire so fast? Then why wasn't the reload speed so abnormal when I was driving a Tiger tank? The new player found it incredible, feeling that this thing in front of him seemed to exceed his understanding. Isn't that obvious? How can a tank fire as fast as a fixed artillery piece? A fixed 88mm cannon has a dedicated ammunition feeding system, you don't need to worry about anything else, just firing, but for a tank, how can your tank crew reload that fast? Forget about eating chocolate, even if you pop assault soldier stimulants on the spot, you couldn't have such an exaggerated speed. Alright. So that's how it is, but he still felt that the firepower of the enemy airship was terrifyingly strong. I say, how much longer can our shield last? We won't be outgunned by one of their escort airships, will we, with such a large airship of our own? Hearing someone ask, the player operating the airship glanced at the dashboard, found a shield indicator on it, and then said. 37%, it's 36% now, our shield is a bit dangerous, but it won't be broken in a short while. Speaking of which, I wonder what the principle of this void shield is, that its defensive performance is so strong. While this airship was busy engaging in a life and death bombardment with the enemy, beside Andrei, the battalion commander from the rear artillery position ran over and grabbed Andrei's shoulder. My goodness, Lieutenant Colonel Vorontsov, what happened just now? Did your men capture the enemy's airship? And those aircraft, where did those never-before-seen aircraft come from? After being shaken, Andrei, feeling dizzy, casually said. I suppose so, I didn't quite understand how they operated it either, it seems they jumped onto the enemy's airship and successfully captured it in one go. I can only say they were brave and daring, plus they had good luck. As for these aircraft, I'm not entirely sure where they came from, I just suddenly received news that a batch would be supported from the rear. And I was told to send people to receive them. At any other time, Andrei's words would have been full of loopholes, practically overflowing with points to criticize. But under the special effect of the system's cognitive distortion, this officer truly believed what Andrei said, and couldn't help but glance at him with a somewhat envious look. Damn it, he truly is the son of a general. I didn't expect such obvious favoritism, even specially sending new equipment from the rear. Although a bit jealous, he didn't say much else, after all, Andrei wasn't the only one doing this kind of thing. In these times, noble lords distributing supplies would definitely prioritize giving quality supplies to their direct lineage troops or to their old friends. Besides that, many noble lords in these times would also bring their family's private soldiers to war, and the weapons these guys were equipped with were naturally varied. Many family soldiers used custom-made weapons, which were extremely expensive to produce and almost impossible to mass-produce. But it must be said that these soldiers using special equipment often displayed combat power far exceeding that of ordinary soldiers. Of course, these equipments could not be mass-produced, noble lords could arm their guards regardless of cost, but ordinary armies naturally could not be armed this way. With that thought, the artillery battalion commander immediately felt that perhaps this batch of aircraft was produced by the Vorontsov family. He knew that the Vorontsov family was a well-known new noble family in the empire, with many factories under their control. It was possible that one of those factories produced this thing, but perhaps due to high cost or immature technology, the Vorontsov family had never brought it out. Oh, I got sidetracked and forgot about the main business. Just then, the battalion commander suddenly slapped his forehead, then quickly pulled Andrei and said. Quick, is there any way to contact those soldiers? Tell them to evacuate immediately, and leave with this airship right away. This is the first time the Empire has captured a large enemy airship, you've made a great contribution, if we can study the technology in this airship, the Empire won't have to suffer passively anymore. Hearing this, Andrei suddenly realized. That's right, this isn't a game, he needs to consider things with a broader perspective. When players capture enemy vehicles, shouldn't the most important thing be to quickly keep these vehicles and take them to the rear for analysis? Realizing this, Andrei's expression immediately became serious, then he nodded and said. Don't worry, I'll contact my Imperial Guards right away and try my best to have them pilot this airship back. After saying this, Andrei took out the pocket watch from his chest and pretended to pray. He had already understood that in this world, all sorts of unscientific methods could be attributed to magic, so what if he made a small magic prop? He didn't know if his pocket watch was a magic prop, but it didn't matter, he just needed to make the officer opposite him believe it. Anyway, this guy couldn't possibly check his pocket watch, nor did he know if he was doing anything, so how could he know what his current actions were about? Seeing Andrei close his eyes, muttering to himself, tightly holding a small pocket watch, the officer breathed a sigh of relief. Although he wasn't particularly fond of those noble officers, he quite liked capable noble officers like Andrei, who could be useful at critical moments. He never expected that these noble scions, with all their good equipment, would actually be so useful when it mattered. At the same time, Andrei also issued a mission to safely bring this airship back to the rear, telling the players to act quickly. He glanced at the map and saw that there was an airship base in Luga City that could accommodate large airships. Although he didn't know if that airship base could receive enemy large airships, it was worth having the players try it out. If it truly couldn't be received, then he wouldn't be blamed in the end. If this thing could really be captured and brought back intact, then Andrei would have truly made a great contribution this time, perhaps even greater than his achievement of holding the position. If the Cambrian Empire could decipher the enemy's void shield technology and install it on their own weapons, it would be fantastic. Through the previous airship bombardment, Andrei had already seen that the shield technology gap between the two sides was simply too vast. So much so that even though the Cambrian Empire's airships were equipped with heavy cannons, they still couldn't outbombard the enemy's airships. Players, who were busy controlling the airship and engaging in a bombing duel with the enemy, suddenly received this mission. At the same time, other Air Force players, who were engaged in ace aerial combat, also received the mission to cover the captured airship's retreat. Immediately after, a group of players quickly changed their combat strategy, shifting from previously charging at the enemy's large airships to intercepting the enemy's escort airships. At the same time, the player's rabbit-eared airship quickly disengaged from the battlefield and began to retreat, relying on its strong shields. No. Damn it, we absolutely cannot let them leave like this. Upon seeing this, the Black Hawk officers on the two large airships immediately became furious. Are they kidding? If the other side captured this large airship, they would be in big trouble. Not to mention the war god that fires indiscriminately and is not particularly useful without enough cannon fodder. Simply put, their airship's shield technology alone would be enough for the Cambrian Empire's air force to achieve a revolutionary breakthrough. So at this moment, the Black Eagle Empire's air force also became completely desperate, going all out as if to fight to the death. My goodness, do they have to be so crazy? Watching a small airship crash into a bomber, ultimately perishing with the newly arrived bomber, the players were stunned. How unlucky. They never expected these NPCs to be so desperate. But then again, if NPCs didn't fight desperately, could they still be called NPCs? NPCs should fight desperately, thinking strategically is for players, isn't it? Watching the aerial chase, Andrei's heart was in his throat. If this trend continued, it seemed they might not be able to stop the enemy's airship fleet with just the players' aircraft. Especially those few escort airships, although their shields weren't as strong, they weren't something players could easily destroy. If those few airships kept chasing, the large airship would eventually be doomed. But just then, a new bomber arrived. However, unlike before, this bomber's configuration looked strange. In addition to all three positions being filled, there was also one person standing on each wing, left and right, facing the wind. What the heck, am I seeing things? Seeing the two Cambrian soldiers standing on the wings, one on the left and one on the right, the Black Eagle Empire's Air Force soldiers were momentarily dumbfounded. Are they kidding? Are they making fun of them? Where did these Cambrian supermen come from, standing on an aircraft like that, not afraid of falling off? The CO gunner on the bomber, while operating the front machine gun to continuously bombard the approaching escort airship, also tried to adjust the angle. Meanwhile, the players standing on the wings each pulled out a carrot launcher and fired 2 grenades at the gradually approaching escort airship. In reality, the range of these carrot grenades was quite good, and coupled with the player operating the bomber being desperate enough to get very close. With these factors combined, and relying on the player's practiced intuition, these 2 grenades actually successfully hit the approaching escort airship. Because the grenades fired by this carrot launcher had an extremely low muzzle velocity, only 76.2 meters per second, this thing actually did not trigger the enemy's void shield. When the 2 grenades fell onto the enemy airship's gas bag and then exploded, everyone inside this escort airship was dumbfounded. They completely failed to understand what kind of operation this was. The other side had a large aircraft, and someone, as if fearless, stood firmly on the wings of this aircraft without falling off, and also fired a round of mortar shells. Damn it, what kind of outrageous balance ability is this? Are they sure they are facing only ordinary Cambrian soldiers and not some modified humans with built-in gyroscopes? As the Black Hawk Air Force looked on in bewilderment, their flight gas bag was ignited and then plummeted down in flames. But at the same time, another escort airship coming from the side hit the bomber with a shell, immediately disabling it. You little punk, die. The other people on the aircraft immediately chose to parachute when the aircraft was scrapped, but the pilot who remained on the aircraft tried his best to adjust the bomber's direction. So, to the astonished gaze of the other escort airship on the side, this aircraft, with one wing already shattered, actually crashed into it. Boom. In a tragic collision, the other escort airship also exploded and was destroyed, and the other few pursuing airships were immediately frightened by this sight. Are they kidding? How can they fight this thing? They were willing to fight to the death to catch up with the airship captured by the enemy, but the problem was that their enemies on the other side were completely fearless. These guys' fighting style was entirely self-destructive, they didn't value their own lives at all. Looking at their operations, even the Empire of the Rising Sun, known for its preference for Gyakusai attacks on another continent, would have to admit inferiority. Helpless, they could only watch as the airship got further and further away, while these chaotic aircraft in the sky continued to interfere with them. Retreat. Someone gave the order, and this Black Eagle Empire's air fleet suddenly received the command to retreat. Immediately after, the remaining airships, trailing smoke from their injuries, slowly retreated to the rear. The once massive air fleet now looked at least half its size, and even a large airship had been snatched by the enemy. Such a result could almost be considered a disgrace for their Black Eagle Empire's air force. Seeing the air force retreat, and having lost air cover, the Black Hawk army attacking Andrei's position also began to retreat. However, when they retreated, they did not take the village road but advanced towards the other flank position, seemingly preparing to flank and capture that position. As for how that position was doing, Andrei checked the chat area and found that the 3rd Regiment's position seemed to be in a bit of danger. Before this, the 3rd Regiment's position had been under attack by the Black Eagle Empire's artillery, and the enemy's artillery had already moved up. And in addition to that, after bombing Andrei's position, the enemy's air fleet turned around and flew over the 3rd Regiment's position to bomb it. Although it's not good to say, Andrei's troops also seemed to have played some negative role during the bombing. Although Andrei's bomber players did not drop bombs on friendly forces, the wreckage of downed airships and the wreckage of crashing bombers did indeed fall on the 3rd Regiment's position. After this wave of attacks, the 3rd Regiment's position was now heavily damaged, seemingly on the verge of collapse. However, Andrei still had great faith in the 3rd Regiment. For no other reason than most of Andrei's players had now gone to the 3rd Regiment's side. Before this, a small number of players had remained at the 3rd Regiment's position to continue completing Andrei's mission of building defensive fortifications. At the same time, some players, in order to further attack the enemy's air force, also ran to the 3rd Regiment's position when the enemy's air fleet turned, and launched attacks into the air from the newly built anti-aircraft positions. Coupled with Andrei's retreating armored units, all of them retreated to the 3rd Regiment's position and temporarily joined the defense there. After this comprehensive gathering, at least about half of the players in Andrei's hands were concentrated at the 3rd Regiment's position. So what was there to worry about? About half of the players, combined with the remaining troops of the 3rd Regiment, couldn't guarantee that the position would be impregnable, but at least they could make the enemy pay a very heavy price. At least in Andrei's opinion, he didn't need to run to support the 3rd Regiment yet, the 3rd Regiment should trust its friendly forces. At the 3rd Regiment's position, 1st Battalion Commander Maximov ran to the regimental headquarters and said to Lieutenant Colonel Belov, the regimental commander. Regimental commander, request support. Please send up the reserves, the brothers are about to collapse. The Black Hawk Devils' offensive is too fierce, their armored units have moved up, the veterans' marksmanship is extremely accurate, and their firepower is strong. The brothers simply cannot hold them back. Facing the 1st Battalion commander's request, the regimental commander flatly refused him. Enough. It's not time to use the reserves yet, the enemy's heavy armored units haven't charged up. No matter what, the position must be held. If the position is lost, I will shoot you. After being roared at by the regimental commander, Maximov could only obediently run back and tell the soldiers to continue holding on. His original battalion of over 300 men had fought until now, and they only had just over 100 men left. Watching his soldiers constantly fall, Maximov felt anxious. After he left, Regimental Commander Belov suddenly gave a bitter smile. Reserves? Where were the reserves? He had already sent out all the troops he could, and now, in his regimental headquarters, besides his last few guards and staff officers, there was only a batch of seriously wounded soldiers who had been sent over. Chapter 187, Hurrah! The Empire's living saint has arrived. Reporting, Regiment Commander, I just realized we actually have 2 reserve units. Just as Regiment Commander Berev was smiling bitterly, a guard next to him suddenly remembered something and reported loudly. Regiment Commander, wasn't there an armored unit from the Vorontsov Independent Regiment that had just withdrawn from the front line? They retreated to the rear of our position. Furthermore, there are also the engineers from the Vorontsov Independent Regiment who helped us build our defenses, they can also be used as a reserve unit. That's right, aren't there 2 allied units? Reminded of this, Regiment Commander Berev's eyes immediately lit up. He had been so busy counting his own troops that he had forgotten about the allied forces. Although at a time like this, using allied forces as reserves to fill the line seemed a bit improper, but the battle had already reached this point, what else could be done? Allied forces are also Cambrian Empire troops, there's no reason for them to stand by idly at a time like this. Although in his opinion, those dozens of engineers had just helped them dig so many trenches and build a large number of mortar bunkers, they were probably too exhausted to move by now. And those armored units that had just withdrawn were also in the same boat, they had just experienced a major battle, suffered many losses, and probably didn't have much capacity to re-enter the battlefield. At a time like this, throwing 2 exhausted allied units out to continue filling the line indeed seemed a bit improper. But he couldn't think about that much now, holding the position was the most important thing. Quick, immediately notify these 2 units and tell them to join the frontline battle at once. If they have objections, tell them to complain to their own regiment commander later, I'll discuss it with Vorontsov afterwards. I urgently need the strength of these 2 units now. The guard saluted and immediately ran off, but not long after he ran out, he ran back again. What's the matter, Anarchy? Are they unwilling to participate in the battle? Seeing his guard return so quickly, Regiment Commander Berev immediately frowned, preparing to go talk to them himself. At such a critical moment, he hoped these people would cooperate with his command, after all, these people were on his own position. But Anarchy's answer greatly exceeded the regiment commander's expectations. No, Regiment Commander, it's not like that. Anarchy, still out of breath, spoke with effort. When I went to find them, they were already gone. I asked around, and they had already voluntarily joined the frontline battlefield. Meow meow meow. What's the situation? Are these allied units so highly aware? Berev blinked, feeling as if he was hallucinating. He hadn't even given the order, and these soldiers had already voluntarily taken on the most dangerous tasks. Where did such an exaggerated sense of initiative come from? Good heavens, could this be the famous elite of the recently renowned Vorontsov Independent Regiment? Truly worthy of being elites, they are simply different from their ordinary soldiers. At the front of the position, an attack by the Black Eagle Empire, which was originally certain to succeed, was actually repelled. Looking at the soldiers fleeing in disarray, and the several pacifier mechs burning fiercely, completely scrapped. A lieutenant colonel, commanding the attack from the rear, involuntarily clenched the binoculars in his hand. Soldiers of the Empire, brace yourselves. Warriors, we have now unveiled the face of hell. It's time to let these Cambrians know who the true devils are. Continue the attack, do not stop, let the earth drink their blood. Forward. As soon as his voice fell, accompanied by sharp whistles, large numbers of Black Hawk soldiers, supported by the armored units behind them, once again charged fiercely at the high ground ahead. Even though in the previous battle, they were on the verge of reaching the enemy's high ground, a sudden fresh force had driven them back down from the high ground. Such a failure was unacceptable, they needed to attack again until they completely seized this high ground. Boom. 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 The 120mm mortars mounted behind the hunter mechs were the first to fiercely bombard the distant position. Mortars with such a high trajectory angle are very suitable for dealing with the trench positions in front of them, the indirect fire shells can easily land inside the trenches. And in the previous battles, they had already figured out the enemy's strongpoints and artillery positions on the position. They only needed to keep bombarding, and they could quickly dismantle the strongpoints on this position, and then completely take it over. Shell after shell continuously crashed onto the position, sending up large amounts of debris, and from time to time, unlucky Cambrian soldiers were blown up along with the shells, scattering everywhere on the ground. On this position, the entire position should theoretically have had 40 mortars. 4 immobile 120mm mortars had already been targeted first and mercilessly subjected to priority shelling, and the other mortars also could not escape their fierce bombardment. Only some relatively light 50mm mortars, which could easily be carried around by infantry, barely escaped this round of shelling, but the remaining mortars were all destroyed by the enemy. In addition to these fiercely bombarding 120mm mortars, several 150mm towed heavy artillery pieces in the rear were also in position, mercilessly ravaging the position. Although from a practical perspective, the defensive effectiveness of this position was already quite good. To be able to dig such a position in such a short time was enough to show the high skill level of the engineer of the current unit. But facing the 150mm heavy artillery in the rear, without permanent defensive fortifications, relying solely on such trenches and barbed wire, they simply could not withstand the heavy firepower from the rear. Amidst the terrifying shelling and the faint whistles from the opposite side, the soldiers hiding in the bomb shelters looked panicked, silently praying in their hearts. They didn't know when the enemy would rush up, but they knew that once the enemy's artillery fire stopped, the Black Hawk soldiers would pretty much be charging up. It must be said that the skill level of the Black Hawk artillery was indeed quite good. If it were their own troops, they certainly couldn't achieve such infantry-artillery coordination. This required too high a quality from the artillery. But for the Black Eagle Empire, this kind of infantry-artillery coordinated charge was almost their standard configuration. What's more, the Black Eagle Empire, in addition to infantry, also had a large number of armored vehicles charging along with the infantry. To be precise, the Black Eagle Empire's infantry charged with armored vehicles, which was one thing for infantry divisions. But for these new armored divisions, they always used armored vehicles as their core offensive power, with infantry merely serving as tools to assist the armored units. The Cambrian soldiers remaining in the trenches felt a wave of fear at the thought that once the shelling stopped, enemy soldiers would rush to their trenches, and even terrifying metal tanks would come at them. Damn it! My anti-air position! However, compared to the trembling Cambrian soldiers around them, the players hiding with them in the same bomb shelter were completely different. In previous battles, some players tried to launch a counterattack against the enemy's charging troops during the fierce enemy shelling, completely ignoring the enemy's artillery fire. But they quickly failed because they found that in this game, they truly couldn't ignore enemy artillery fire. In many shooting games, enemy artillery preparation is actually just like a cut scene, not actually causing any harm to the infantry, but more to emphasize a grand scene. But here, the enemy's artillery was not only extremely powerful in lethality, but also incredibly accurate. As long as they dared to show their heads at such a time, they would immediately be focused fired by the enemy, so after a series of lessons, no players continued to launch counterattacks at such a time. Although amazed by the enemy's firepower, the players were not afraid. Instead, they all wore excited smiles, with a sense of eagerness. Are you kidding? Aren't they just Black Hawk devils? It's as if no one has ever fought them before. They had been in the game for so long, fighting many battles consecutively, and on average, each player's kill count was already unknown. Even if there were noobs who might not have adapted to the overly realistic graphics and completely simulated kill scenes at first, they quickly adapted after a few more fights. They had long been accustomed to such battles and enjoyed them. Lunatics. The guys in the Vorontsov infantry regiment are all a bunch of lunatics. The Cambrian soldiers hiding in the same bomb shelter as these players looked at the slightly crazed expressions on the players' faces. Their hearts pounding with unease. They truly couldn't understand why these people were excited. Could there really be madmen in this world who loved war? The thought that Vorontsov's troops were all such ruthless characters made them feel a chill down their spines. They also wondered what kind of ruthless person the regiment commander next door was, to be able to train his infantry like this. Just then, the shelling stopped. Without even needing an officer to blow a whistle, a group of players voluntarily rushed out of the bomb shelters, roaring as they charged at the machine guns and anti-air firepower on the position at top speed. Whoever grabbed them first would benefit. The kill efficiency of these things was much stronger than the guns in their hands. Especially the bang-bang guns they had built before, which were supposed to be for anti-air, were also terrifyingly effective against enemy infantry units. Recalling the scene of using the bang-bang guns to strafe enemy infantry formations, blowing up a large wave of Black Hawk soldiers who cried out in pain. The players couldn't help but feel their hands itch, eager to grab one and continue using it. But when they ran to the location where the anti-air positions originally were, they saw the shattered artillery pieces, and they immediately became furious. Damn it! That's despicable, isn't it too vicious? No way, they were all destroyed by artillery, not even one left for us. After discovering this, the players harbored deep hatred for the Black Hawk soldiers, but the players on the front line had already engaged the Black Hawk soldiers. Bang! With a crisp sound, a pacifier mech climbing a slope was immediately shot through, paralyzed in place. This thing posed a great threat to infantry, and it climbed slopes very quickly. Once it climbed up, the consequences would be unimaginable. But at the same time, the defense of this mech was particularly fragile. The IT launchers in the players' hands could easily defeat it. And even mortars equipped with high explosive shells could directly penetrate it with a direct hit. The player who had just peeked out and fired a shot was killed by an enemy marksman before he could even pull his body back. Pulling the bolt of his rifle, the marksman quickly changed position, frowning deeply. Honestly, he didn't understand what kind of configuration these Cambrian soldiers had, to have so much individual anti-armor firepower. Logically speaking, unless using things like cluster grenades, ordinary infantry would generally have difficulty damaging a pacifier mech when fighting it. Otherwise, the Black Eagle Empire wouldn't use this type of mech as infantry support firepower. However, in the previous battles, they had already encountered more than one special small cannon. Facing such small cannons that could be set up to fire and easily carried away by a single enemy soldier, the Black Hawk soldiers were filled with bitter resentment. To be honest, this thing was even more annoying than anti-armor rifles. at least anti-armor rifles didn't seem as heavy. The Black Hawk soldiers, currently charging, did not form a dense formation but adopted a relatively dispersed one. Because they found that the enemy's firepower on this position was quite strong, with bursts of concentrated automatic fire appearing from time to time. If they charged in a dense formation, they would easily be wiped out by a single burst of enemy bullets. In comparison, a dispersed formation was safer. And during the charge, behind the forward infantry line, there were set up machine guns and infantry with good marksmanship providing cover for the charging infantry. Even when these infantry charged, they did so in several waves. One wave charged forward, while other infantry stopped to provide cover for those charging. An inexperienced Cambrian soldier cautiously peeked out and aimed his rifle at the enemy. But before he could take down the enemy, he was shot dead by an enemy marksman. After familiarizing themselves with the terrain, several precise shooters had already been aiming at these trenches, ready to strike first. These Black Eagle Empire's precise shooters had exceptionally accurate aim and sharp eyes. As soon as they spotted a helmet suddenly appearing anywhere on the position, they would fire without hesitation. Get down. Don't show your heads. Fire your guns from over the top. Looking at another new recruit who had been killed, a Cambrian platoon leader shouted loudly at the other soldiers. It must be said that the Cambrian Empire's military education level was truly poor. Not only the officers, but even these mobilized soldiers had significant problems with their training. During training in the rear, these mobilized soldiers all learned how to aim, but they didn't learn how to protect themselves. As a result, most of these new recruits didn't think of firing their guns from over their heads, they always liked to stick their heads out, trying to aim in a standard posture. In contrast, the player's fighting style was much more unrestrained. One player, slightly hunched over, ran around in the trench, holding his light machine gun over his head, continuously sweeping fire at the enemies below. He didn't know if he hit the enemies below, but it didn't matter. Anyway, as a support soldier, he had plenty of bullets and didn't care about this consumption. The trenches they dug were very deep. When standing in the center of the trench, there was no way that standing upright would expose their heads. By firing in this manner, they could both create suppressive fire and avoid being targeted by enemy snipers. A Cambrian soldier nearby saw the player's flamboyant fighting style. He hesitated for a moment, looked at a light machine gun set up on the position, and tried to use this high-held firing method. But he only fired 2 shots before giving up on the idea. Damn it, he wondered what kind of monstrous physique that strong man who ran past him earlier possessed. You don't know until you try it, once you try it, you're shocked. He tried to imitate that person's posture but found that not to mention holding the big plate chicken machine gun over his head and firing, just holding the machine gun steadily over his head was already very strenuous for him, let alone maintaining that posture while running around. In such a posture, he couldn't possibly shoot, the machine gun's recoil would send the bullets flying to who knows where. So he truly admired such a ruthless person who could hold a light machine gun over his head, firing and running around. One could only say that such a soldier was truly somewhat inhuman. When charging to the very front, the Black Hawk engineers mixed in with the squad were diligently clearing the barbed wire ahead. If following the normal procedure, he wouldn't need to do this, because the armored vehicles that charged out with these infantry would mercilessly kick away the barbed wire in front of them. The task of these engineers should have originally been to cut the barbed wire tangled around the mechanical feet of the armored vehicles. But there was no choice, all the pacifier mechs accompanying this wave of charge had fallen, leaving only these infantry. Without breaking through the barbed wire, they couldn't charge forward at all. Without much effort, after only a brief operation, he successfully cut the barbed wire in front of him, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was actually a bit worried that there might be bombs on this barbed wire. Although he quickly scanned it and didn't see any bombs, he couldn't help but feel scared. Quick, quick, follow me, charge. With the engineer's rallying cry, a Black Hawk squad immediately charged up, running forward through the gap in the barbed wire. But with a loud bang, a landmine, previously buried by a player, was detonated on the spot. The excited engineer should not have been the first to charge, causing him to be the first to be blown into the air by the landmine, then scattered over a 50-meter radius around. The landmines players laid here were not their own but were received from the rear. It's unclear what the Cambrian Empire's design philosophy was, it was clearly just an anti-personnel mine, yet the explosive charge reached an astonishing 600 grams. Good heavens, 600 grams of explosive charge is enough for anti-armor. After one landmine exploded, some Black Hawk soldiers, disbelieving, still wanted to charge forward, but then immediately stepped on another landmine, which exploded again. 2 consecutive deaths, plus the collateral damage from the landmines, which caused 2 unfortunate souls to be killed by flying shrapnel, made the remaining Black Hawk soldiers afraid to charge. But they couldn't retreat either, retreating at this time would clearly be deserting, and they would be shot by officers. The few soldiers stuck in place were in a very awkward situation, unable to advance or retreat for a moment, and unsure what to do. But they soon had no chance to think about what to do. With several bangs, several sudden mortar shells precisely covered the area where they were hiding. Seriously, why are these guys so foolish? We only laid 3 landmines on this line, they could have charged forward by sacrificing a few more lives. The player, who was firing the mortar while hiding in the trench, moved positions and couldn't help but complain. It's hard to say whether this game's design is excellent or if its developers have a dark sense of humor. In such games, many NPCs have morale changes, and many NPCs are even afraid of death. After playing for a while, players quickly discovered that these NPCs could be afraid of death. For example, they wouldn't charge forward when facing landmines, a few deserters would randomly appear on the battlefield from time to time, and they knew how to surrender. These discoveries made players marvel at the game, while also treating the NPC deserters as a kind of Easter egg. Unfortunately, it's unclear what the unlucky Black Hawk soldiers, treated as Easter eggs and tormented by a group of unscrupulous players, truly thought in their hearts. Although players didn't know how to set up a proper trench position, in Andre's system, when players set up a position, they could choose a template. By selecting and installing a suitable trench warfare position template, players would automatically receive prompts when performing earthwork tasks, indicating where to set up what kind of defensive facilities. Only by methodically completing these settings could they receive merit rewards, otherwise, it would be considered wasted effort. Therefore, the trenches dug by these players were actually very scientific. Large areas of barbed wire, under the guidance of system prompts, were not arranged horizontally but diagonally. Due to this diagonal arrangement, enemies would instinctively run diagonally along the direction of the barbed wire when charging. Before long, they would follow the direction of the barbed wire and eventually be funneled into a few specially left open gaps, where various heavy firepower teams were always guarding. As for them cutting the barbed wire and not charging in the direction of the barbed wire, that didn't matter either. Anyway, they couldn't cut open gaps everywhere. If they only cut one gap, everyone else would still charge along the direction of that gap. At this point, only one player with a machine gun needed to rush over, and he could quickly mow down all the charging enemies. Oh no, something bad, a big guy is charging up. Just then, a player suddenly shouted to his companions in the communication channel. The other players looked up and saw that, at some point, several slow-moving but more heavily armored hunter mechs had slowly climbed up. Compared to the pacifier mech, the hunter mech, as infantry support firepower, was enhanced by more than just a notch. Its two automatic grenade launchers continuously fired grenades at the trench. Explosions rang out one after another, and an entire section of the trench looked as if it had been bombed. The players remaining in this section of the trench, along with the 3rd Regiment soldiers fighting alongside them, had no power to retaliate. Under the continuous bombardment of dozens of grenades, these unfortunate souls fell one after another, and an entire section of the trench was cleared in an instant. Immediately after, accompanied by the hunter mech, a large group of fully armed Black Hawk soldiers, as if they had found a breakthrough, rushed towards this cleared trench. Oh no, the enemy has entered the trench. Idiots, quickly drive them out. Amidst screams and curses, several 3rd Regiment soldiers immediately rushed over from another section of the trench, brandishing engineer shovels. By now, many soldiers no longer liked to use bayonets as melee weapons. Because they found that bayonets were really difficult to use effectively in confined spaces. If they could thrust and kill an enemy with one decisive blow, then naturally, there would be no problem. But the fear was that if they failed to kill the enemy with one bayonet thrust, their long rifles plus bayonets would be difficult to maneuver flexibly in the trench and could easily get stuck. In contrast, the melee effectiveness of engineer shovels was much better. Besides engineer shovels, they even created various strange melee equipment, such as maces made of wood and iron nails, and large wrenches used for repairs. Seeing several enemies with engineer shovels charging towards him, the Black Hawk soldier in front did not flinch but grinned, revealing their submachine guns from their arms. Amidst the horrified gazes of the Cambrian soldiers, a volley of intense gunfire erupted, and those who had just charged up immediately fell. Get the grenades ready, charge up, and clear their trenches. This assault team, which had managed to infiltrate, pulled out grenades while continuing to advance deeper into the trench. But before they could throw the grenades, a large pile of grenades suddenly came flying from around the trench corner in front of them. The enemies throwing the grenades were cunning, they didn't jump out directly to throw them but smashed the grenades hard against the side wall, using the rebound to send them bouncing to their feet. Caught off guard, the entire assault team was instantly wiped out, with the frontmost individuals immediately killed by the explosion. Even those who weren't killed by the explosion were momentarily disoriented, but that brief confusion was enough for the players behind them to act. Tat 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 tat. A series of dense gunshots rang out, as the trench's 1918 submachine guns spewed a deadly rain of bullets, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the Black Hawk soldiers. In just a blink of an eye, the entire assault team was annihilated, not a single one survived the submachine gun's barrage. Noticing the situation here, the hunter mech that had just charged up was preparing to bomb the trench, clearing out the enemies again. However, the pilot inside the mech suddenly saw a Cambrian soldier in the trench pull out a strange tube from seemingly nowhere, as if performing a magic trick. Boom! A high-explosive shell, theoretically capable of penetrating 100 mm of vertical armor, precisely struck the front of the hunter mech. Shrapnel flying everywhere and deadly metal jets mercilessly harvested the life of the pilot inside the hunter mech, turning the interior of the iron can into a bloody mess. After the pilot was killed, the hunter mech remained motionless, only a broken hole in its front armor gently emitting black smoke. At the same time, facing the enemy's armored units still charging up the hillside, the ordinary players, surprisingly, spontaneously organized a countercharge. One by one, players, either holding bayonets or Tajun happy sticks, charged down the hillside at an incredible speed, shouting Eula! Battle cries. As they charged, the mortars operated by players in the rear also deployed a large number of smoke grenades, instantly shrouding the hillside in thick smoke. Boom! Damn it! Which unlucky bastard laid a mine here? Wait, was this mine laid by me? A player who stepped on a mine couldn't help but rage in the chat, but then, according to the kill log, he was killed by a mine he had laid himself. This was awkward. Although some players accidentally died from friendly mines, under the player's reckless charge, these mines and barbed wire were nothing. Unaware of the situation in the smoke, the Black Hawk soldiers could only fire blindly into it. Although they did hit many players, they were powerless to stop the player's charge. Especially a group of players who were good at getting things done, all of them chose the medic profession, and a large group of medics charged together. Whenever someone fell, other medics would immediately revive him with an injection. One fell, one was revived, to the point where this group of medics charged for a long time, and not a single person died. Under the fierce assault of the Tajun Happy Stick, the Black Eagle Empire's mechs couldn't hold on. The few hunter mechs that had managed to charge up all suffered fatal blows from the salted fish stab. Metal jets easily pierced their frontal armor, killing the pilots inside, while players' bayonets mercilessly stabbed through all charging enemies. Damn it, they're fighting so tenaciously. Have we truly unveiled the gates of hell? The lieutenant colonel who had previously ordered the charge felt a hint of despair. Truthfully, he was somewhat shaken by the player's suicidal fighting style. Just then, he suddenly received a telegram from the rear. What? Retreat? Are you kidding me? How are we being ordered to retreat already, and a full retreat at that? Seeing the telegram, he couldn't believe it for a moment, completely unable to understand how they could receive such a bizarre retreat order. He had to admit, the resistance they encountered here was far greater than expected, but their overall offensive was still proceeding relatively smoothly. As long as they captured the factory behind them, they could completely cut off the enemy city's rear, allowing the armored army to easily blockade the retreat route from Luga. As he felt confused, a sudden cold wind blew, making him feel a bone-chilling cold. What's happening? Why is it suddenly so cold? This terrifying cold wind made him shiver uncontrollably, feeling as if he had jumped shirtless into an icy wilderness. Something was wrong. It was early summer, and the temperature was constantly rising, so how could such a cold wind suddenly blow? No matter how harsh the Cambrian Empire was, it was only cold in deep winter, not year-round. Oh my god, this is bad. Could their living saint have arrived? Thinking of a certain possibility, an uncontrollable look of terror instantly appeared on the face of the Black Hawk officer. At Andrei's position, he was observing the battle next door through the chat, while also ordering his armored unit to intercept enemy forces attempting to outflank them. It must be said that the Black Hawk Army's infiltration capabilities were extremely strong. They would exploit any opening. After encountering setbacks at Andrei's position, these guys immediately turned quickly to the flank position, preparing to cooperate with the Black Hawk Army attacking there to launch an encirclement of the 3rd Regiment's position. However, with his armored unit blocking them, these guys' outflanking plan would not succeed. Andrei had full confidence in this. Just then, his system suddenly issued a notification, showing that the Defend the Village quest he had given to the players earlier had ended. Seeing this, Andrei frowned slightly, not expecting the player's village to not be defended. After checking the chat, he finally understood what had happened. It turned out that a unit of modified soldiers from the Black Eagle Empire had rushed in, a group of blade warriors with extreme agility, who engaged in fierce combat with the players in the tunnels. The players fought excellently, not backing down against the blade warriors, and even almost forced the blade warriors to retreat with bayonet charges. But as the players fought, a group of them accidentally got carried away in the heat of battle, and as a result, they forgot to guard their home. So, they had just charged to the village entrance with bayonets when they learned that enemies had flanked them and occupied their last respawn point. Seeing this, Andrei was momentarily torn between laughter and tears. The organizational ability of these players was still lacking. He wondered when these players would become more proficient in tactical coordination. But then, the expression on Andrei's face became grim. Losing the village that served as a forward blocking position meant that the enemy's armored units could now directly attack his position and factory from the front. This was not good news. His frontal position was still somewhat thin, and once the enemy broke through, his unit would only be able to flee along the railway. Just as Andrei was about to issue a new mission, instructing players to operate bombers to launch an attack on the enemy's approaching armored units, a messenger on horseback rode up from behind and shouted loudly to Andrei. Reporting, Lieutenant Colonel Vorontsov, orders from the Petrograd Front Command. The Vorontsov Independent Regiment is to prepare and immediately launch a counterattack against the enemy to retake the Luga Bridge. Taking the order, Andrei read it carefully, suppressing his anger, and questioned. Are you kidding me? Do we look like we have the capability to counterattack right now? My position is under fierce enemy attack and is about to fall. At a time like this, you want us to counterattack? The messenger was startled by Andrei's outburst of anger. He quickly explained. Colonel, please calm down, the command is not sending you to your deaths. Good news, we have received support. The great living Saint Sophia has just annihilated an enemy mage unit, successfully broken through the enemy's encirclement, and is heading our way. As long as the living saint joins the battlefield, these Black Hawk devils will all be finished. Oh my god, the living saint is here. Hearing the messenger's words, Andrei's eyes instantly lit up. Well, after fighting for so long, he still hadn't seen what a living saint of the Cambrian Empire looked like. He had only heard the term living saint through rumors, but he had no idea about the living saint's actual combat capabilities. So that's it, then I think. Andrei originally wanted to ask about the specific magical abilities of this living Saint Sophia. But just then, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold, but this coldness only lasted for an instant. It was immediately followed by a strange warmth. In the next moment, he felt his heart suddenly stir, as if he had been injected with a stimulant, and his heart was instantly filled with an inexplicable positive energy. The gloom and fear that had clouded his mind before were swept away. A cool sensation fell on his head, causing Andrei to instinctively look up. It's snowing. Seeing the snowflakes suddenly falling from above, his eyes flickered with uncontrollable shock. It was early summer, how could it suddenly snow out of nowhere? Was this the power of the living saint? Directly changing the weather. Andrei then gazed into the distance, finding that the entire battlefield was like a single cut divided by a dividing line, presenting two completely different scenes. On the Cambrian Empire's front line, although snowflakes were falling, they were only delicate and shimmering, occasionally landing on the soldiers' heads, then disappearing in an instant, turning into a drop of water. But at the same time, on the front battlefield, in the control zone of the Black Eagle Empire's army, it was as if a blizzard had erupted. Terrifying cold winds and goose feather snow instantly turned the land before them into a pristine white. Although far away, Andrei could not clearly hear the sounds coming from the retreating Black Hawk army in the distance. But he seemed to vaguely sense that these Black Hawk soldiers were wailing. In the binoculars, one Black Hawk soldier after another instantly froze in place, becoming rock hard from the cold in just a moment. Even those mechs, like iron cans, all stalled and stopped moving, turning into ice sculptures. Is this the power of the living saint? Facing the catastrophic scene before him, even with his extensive knowledge, rich experience in sci-fi films, and even having seen weapons like the atomic bomb on television, Andrei was still terrified. At this moment, besides feeling his own insignificance, Andrei felt nothing else. It was too terrifying, he found it hard to imagine how human power could create such a catastrophic scene. This is great, our living saint has finally arrived. Eula. Just then, a fervent cheer suddenly erupted from Andrei's position, with Eula. Cries rising one after another. Chapter 188, What the hell? Queen Victoria's mechanical ascension. Is this a living saint? She doesn't seem quite what I imagined. Andrei couldn't help but think this to himself as he glanced at the little old lady sitting in the snow, who looked utterly unremarkable in every way. It must be said, the image of this living saint was indeed quite different from what he had initially imagined. When he witnessed the living saint instantly create a vast expanse of extreme winter, a powerful ability that could change the weather in an instant, his thoughts involuntarily drifted to the ice witches of Kislev. Coupled with the fact that the Cambrian Empire, where he was, seemed to be a Rusky nation, Andrei's image of the living saint quickly transformed into that of Katerin, the ice queen of Kislev. But when he saw this nun, who was riding in a luxurious sleigh but was merely an old woman in appearance, he had to admit, the difference in image was quite significant. Although the image difference was quite large, it must be said that the living saint's combat power was genuinely formidable. After seeing the living saint, Andrei seemed to somewhat understand why the Cambrian Empire had not vigorously developed military technology. He wondered if living saints could be mass-produced. If living saints could be mass-produced, then developing any military technology would be meaningless. All resources should be invested directly into cultivating living saints. If more living saints could be produced, then the army would naturally be invincible. No army could withstand such a natural disaster. At this moment, Andrei truly formed the concept that living saints were virtually invincible incarnations. However, he did not know that since the outbreak of the war, more than one living saint of the Cambrian Empire had already fallen. The Black Eagle Empire was not foolish. Since they knew that the Cambrian Empire had such a formidable existence, they naturally devised methods to contain them. So, at the beginning of the war, the Black Eagle Empire's Magic Academy had already trained a large number of war mage teams, specifically practicing how to cooperate to hunt living saints. As long as mages could restrict the living saint's large-scale ice and snow and control some of the living saint's abilities, then under a hail of artillery fire, even a living saint would perish on the spot. After dealing with the enemies before her, living Saint Sophia specifically went to Andrei and looked at this young talent who had suddenly risen to prominence. Young man, you are very good. The Cambrian Empire needs talents like you. The Empire will not let down any loyal warrior. Everything you have done has been seen by the cold-blooded lady, and she will reward you. After saying these words, without waiting for Andrei to say anything, the old woman left the place alone in her sleigh. Although this old woman looked frail, her abilities were truly strong. In a blink of an eye, she constructed a road made of ice and snow. In front of her sleigh, 6 reindeer made of ice ran together, moving very quickly, and in an instant, they carried the seemingly heavy, luxurious sleigh into the distance. This road made of ice and snow appeared quickly, but it also disappeared quickly. Its melting speed seemed to be beyond imagination. After only a few minutes, the ice and snow road that had just appeared before Andrei's eyes was already gradually melting. It would probably cease to exist in less than an hour. He wondered if it was because Sister Sophia had no interest in maintaining this road, or if her abilities had some limitations and she couldn't maintain it for a long time. What a pity, if this road could be maintained for a long time, it would be great. At that time, if the living saint directly transformed into a road-building machine, wouldn't the Cambrian Empire's terrible road conditions be solved in an instant? By the way, Yelena, I have a few questions I'd like to ask. How many living saints does the Cambrian Empire actually have? How exactly are these living saints born? After giving some instructions to the army, telling the soldiers to encamp and rest at the position, and also to prepare for the upcoming counterattack, Andrei went to the field hospital in the rear. Seeing that Yelena seemed to have finished a round of treatment, he quickly brought up the questions he had in his mind. Yelena, who was slouched in a chair without any regard for her image, slightly raised her head upon hearing Andrei's words. Not many. The Empire's living saints are very few in number. I don't know the exact count, but combined, they wouldn't exceed 20. And even now, the Cambrian Empire still hasn't figured out how living saints are actually born. As she spoke, a hint of longing flashed in Yelena's eyes. I only know that every living saint born is a monk or nun of the church. They must have devout faith in their deity to receive the deity's blessing. No one has summarized any commonalities in the deity's blessings. It seems we can only place our hopes on devout faith. However, the empire has so many devout monks, yet the number of living saints still hasn't increased. Andrei nodded. From Yelena's words, he felt as if living saints were more like divine chosen ones. If one were to use the famous chosen of the gods from the warmer world as an example, then these chosen also didn't seem to have many commonalities. Some chosen needed to complete specific rituals to be chosen, but for some, it purely depended on the deity's mood. They might inexplicably be chosen by the deity, simply by pleasing them in some unknown way. By the way, Yelena, speaking of which, your healing ability, that also seems to be a blessing from the goddess of spring, right? I'm very curious, would someone like you be considered a living saint? After all, your ability to save people is already very powerful. Hearing Andrei's words, Yelena's face flushed slightly, and she quickly waved her hand, saying, Andriusha, you're thinking too much. How can I be considered a living saint? People like me, though not especially numerous in the Cambrian Empire, are definitely far more numerous than living saints. At most, I'm just someone fortunate enough to be favored by a deity, barely a god-favored one, I suppose. Andrei blinked. It seemed that a living saint had to reach a certain level of strength to be considered one. At least someone like Yelena, who, besides having a good healing ability, had no other significant strength, apparently didn't meet the standard of a living saint. Of course, if judged by the church standards Andrei was familiar with, someone like Yelena, who could heal injuries by simply concentrating light in her hands, would surely be canonized as a living saint or something similar. After all, this was a genuine miracle. Alright, it seems the gods in this world really do manifest, to the point where miracles don't seem so valuable anymore, Andrei muttered to himself, a subtle glint in his eyes. To be honest, while truly manifesting deities were still very useful, he didn't particularly like this type of god. Mortals for mortals, gods for gods, that was the ideal state. If gods always had the power to perform miracles, then would human will be guided by gods or by themselves? Yelena listened to Andrei's self-talk, somewhat puzzled. Gods definitely had to perform miracles, only then could they be called gods. If they couldn't perform any miracles, what kind of gods would they be? They would just be fabricated false gods. She couldn't understand what was going on with Andrei's strange ideas. Perhaps Andrei had been concussed earlier, causing many things in his mind to be muddled. By the way, Yelena, speaking of which, how long do these living saints typically live? Can they achieve immortality after receiving the deity's blessing? Suddenly, Andrei thought of another question. He wondered if the deities here could grant immortality. If so, wouldn't the emperor have to worship gods all day long? No, a person's lifespan ultimately has limits. How can there be anyone who can't die? This is a natural law, even a god cannot make a person violate it. Wait, I think I actually thought of an immortal person. Yelena shook her head, knowing that Andrei had lost his memory and therefore wasn't even clear about such basic knowledge. But as she spoke, she seemed to suddenly recall an exception. No way, are there really immortal people in this world? How long have they lived? Andrei was slightly surprised. He had only asked casually, but he hadn't expected that this world actually had means to extend one's lifespan. Emperor Qin, you were born at the wrong time. If I'm not mistaken, Queen Victoria of the Unseen Empire has lived for 122 years as of now. Although that queen abdicated decades ago and no special news has come from her, she still seems to be alive. 122 years old, that's truly a long life. Could she even set a Guinness World Record? Wait a minute, Queen Victoria? Andrei blinked. He wasn't sure what year it was now. According to the history he knew, Queen Victoria should have died in 1901. At that time, Queen Victoria seemed to have lived to 82, which was already considered long-lived, but how many more years had she lived now? 122 years old, that's indeed very long-lived, but it's not necessarily immortality, is it? I feel that under special circumstances, people should be able to live that long. Andrei asked with a curious expression, not understanding what Yelena meant by immortal. No, you don't understand. Queen Victoria didn't live this long through normal means. I remember that decades ago, she used some unimaginable technology to build a giant throne, then connected her body to the throne, and has been living on through the power of that throne. I don't know what power that throne holds, I only know that it is said to be enormous in size, with a single throne occupying the area of an entire palace. And Lady Victoria, sitting on the throne, stripped away all human emotions, gaining the ability to never make a mistake. What kind of outrageous thing is this? Why does it sound like mechanical ascension, directly becoming a human-shaped computer? Andrei felt a headache coming on, unable to figure out what the hell Queen Victoria in this world was. Good heavens, has she even built the golden throne? So, this method probably isn't replicable, right? I imagine if it were, other monarchs would surely want to use this method to achieve immortality. Hearing Andrei's words, Yelena nodded. Probably so. Although I don't know much about it, I've never heard of any other king being able to replicate this technology. The Unseen Empire's Sun Never Set's throne must hold some great secret. I used to hear a rumor that this Sun Never Set's throne wasn't made by industrial means at all, but by using some forbidden magic. I don't know if it's true or false. After a couple of sentences, Yelena glanced at the completely melted icy road and asked Andrei curiously. By the way, do you, as the regimental commander, know where Saint Sophia went? Will she come back later? I don't know, she didn't tell me. Andrei shook his head, a bitter smile on his face. She was the Cambrian Empire's ultimate weapon, the famous living saint, and he was just a small regimental commander. How could a person like her tell him her every move? It was already quite something that she was willing to speak a few words to him. Didn't he see how the other officers looked at him with envy after Saint Sophia left, as if he had gained some huge advantage? Although he thought this, Andrei didn't believe he was inferior to Saint Sophia. That living saint's ability was indeed extremely powerful, she could wipe out an army with ice and snow in the blink of an eye. But didn't his ability to summon players have even greater potential than a living saint? Once his military rank was high enough and he had enough players, he would show the Black Eagle Empire what a terrifying cursed legion was. Alas, you're right. A living saint has her own matters, and there's such a long front line. It's already good enough that she can help us resolve the current crisis, she can't stay here to fight indefinitely. Yelena sighed. Although she said this, it was clear she still hoped the living saint could stay. It was unclear whether it was because the living saint held a very high position in the church, which was very important to a nun like her, or if Yelena was simply lamenting and regretting that Andrei's army couldn't receive such assistance. Yelena, I suddenly have another question. Just then, Andrei's eyes lit up, and he asked with some confusion. Speaking of which, our living saint's combat power is so strong, why don't we send her directly into enemy territory? No matter what, a living saint is only one person. A target like them, if slightly disguised, should be very inconspicuous. If they could infiltrate enemy territory and cause widespread destruction, wouldn't that directly force the Black Eagle Empire to halt its offensive and compel them to negotiate peace with us? In Andrei's view, what was the living saint's strongest point? It wasn't just her extraordinary combat power, most importantly, this extraordinary combat power was concentrated in one person. This was simply a walking human-shaped natural disaster, practically a walking nuclear weapon. If such a person were to run into enemy territory and cause widespread destruction, as long as they were a little careful, there shouldn't be any problems, right? At that time, if a living saint were to assassinate the Black Eagle Empire's emperor or attack important factories in the Black Eagle Empire's rear, they would definitely not be able to bear it. Unfortunately, your idea is completely unfeasible, because a living saint needs to be enveloped by faith to act. Every battle of a living saint is actually mobilizing the power of faith gathered in the surrounding churches. If there are no churches nearby, no faith power that can be mobilized, then they are just ordinary monks. Yelena explained while touching Andrei's forehead, as if lamenting that Andrei had now completely become stupid. The Black Eagle Empire has always been wary of the Cambrian Empire's living saints, and coupled with their strict control of faith within their own country, except for their emperor, the Black Eagle Empire rejects any form of faith, and violators will be sentenced to severe punishment. So, not only us, but any powerful combat force supported by faith will become ordinary people in the Black Eagle Empire, even though we have desperately tried to spread our religion. At this point, Yelena sighed heavily again, seemingly lamenting the Black Eagle Empire's godless state. Andrei silently noted this limitation of the living saint, and at the same time pondered whether he could make a living saint lose her combat power by destroying churches if he encountered one in the future. Although the living saint was indeed on his side now, Andrei always liked to plan ahead. Moreover, listening to Yelena, it seemed that the Cambrian Empire was not the only one with living saints in this world. What if he encountered living saints from other countries in the future and faced them as opponents? He couldn't just surrender, could he? After asking all the questions he wanted to ask, Andrei bid farewell to Yelena. He still had to organize a counterattack, prepare to retake the lost bridge, and tally the unit's casualties and so on. He didn't know how much a regimental commander had to do until he became one. After actually becoming the commander of an independent regiment, Andrei realized that there were truly many things a regimental commander had to do. Even so, he had pushed many tasks onto the chief of staff, the old man. Otherwise, if he had to do all those tasks as well, he felt he would probably die from exhaustion. Looking at Andrei's receding back, Yelena couldn't help but pout. Men are all big brutes, and Andrei was no different, no matter the time. This guy really only thought to come and ask her questions when he had problems, and then left immediately after getting his answers. However, she also knew that Andrei, as a regimental commander, had many things to do, so Yelena didn't say anything, but she did harbor a bit of resentment in her heart. As soon as he returned to the regimental headquarters, Andrei received news from the rear. Sure enough, in the upcoming battle, his unit would serve as the vanguard of the counterattack, leading the charge. On one hand, it was because Andrei's unit was elite enough and had strong breakthrough capabilities. On the other hand, it was because Andrei's unit had the most military vehicles and armored vehicles. From the command's perspective, after Andrei's unit acquired that batch of the latest armored vehicles from the factory, it could almost be considered a proper armored unit, fully capable of being used as an armored regiment. Given this, with very limited armored units available, Andrei's unit naturally had to contribute more. Because of the previous chaotic battle, Andrei's unit had suffered considerable casualties and was in a very fatigued state, so they did not launch an immediate attack, but set the attack time for the next morning. In addition to his unit, a cavalry division would also be committed to the battle, acting as the main attacking force with his unit, launching a counterattack towards the Luga River. Their mission was simple, to destroy the Luga Bridge as much as possible. As long as they destroyed this bridge, they could trap the remaining enemy forces there and also block the remaining enemy forces on the other side of the river. If they could block the enemy forces and prevent them from crossing the river, then the large number of artillery pieces gathered there and the series of defensive fortifications that took a long time to build would all come into play. Although most of the soldiers in the unit were resting, taking advantage of the time to recuperate and adjust their status, the players in Andrei's team were not idle. Because of the considerable distance, and Andrei's unwillingness for the infantry to advance too deeply, he couldn't personally go to the front line and lead the players in a charge. However, at this distance, it was perfectly fine to deploy Air Force units and have these planes destroy elite enemy units and their defenses in advance, weakening their strength. He hadn't paid much attention during the previous battles, but afterward, Andrei suddenly realized that his Air Force's operational range should be much greater than the Army's operational range. Because when he calculated the airport's range and the distance planes covered while flying around during aerial combat, if limited by the Army's operational range, Andrei's planes wouldn't be able to fly at all. They might fly out of the combat zone at any moment while fighting, but until all battles were over and the remaining planes returned to base, Andrei never saw any plane leave the combat zone. He took this air raid as an opportunity to test his Air Force and see how large the combat zone actually was. If the Air Force's operational range was indeed much larger than the Army's, then that would be fantastic. At that time, his army would be able to receive tactical Air Force cover at the start of the war, and could also use air power to strike the enemy in advance, which would definitely make the enemy forces extremely miserable. As Andrei's combat mission was issued and dozens of players were selected. While everyone else was asleep, a full 30 fighter jets and 10 biplane bombers took off from the airport in the rear. Although Andrei had even more planes at his disposal, he did not give the players a larger quota, only allowing them to use these planes. These 40 planes should be enough for a night raid on the enemy. Besides the night raid, his biggest mission this time was to test the Air Force's operational range. If he further increased the number of planes, he worried that these players, once unleashed, might accidentally escalate it into a full-scale war, causing the attack, which was supposed to be launched tomorrow night, to be brought forward. Launching an attack early, for Andrei's unit, which relied on players as its main combat force, was naturally not a big deal. But for other friendly units, it would be disastrous. Attack preparations weren't ready, and the units that needed to be in position hadn't arrived, yet the attack time was inexplicably moved up. In such a chaotic battle, even if they ultimately won, Andrei worried that he might accidentally end up in a military court. Moreover, compared to ordinary planes, the players' planes had a huge advantage. On one hand, these planes wouldn't experience mechanical failures or other problems, as long as the players could fly them, these planes would surely reach their destination. But compared to this advantage, the truly immense advantage was that these planes did not need to return to the airport for ammunition resupply. Under normal circumstances, whether it was a fighter jet or a bomber, the amount of ammunition they could carry was limited, not to mention their fuel restrictions. After running out of ammunition and dropping all bombs, even if the plane still had enough fuel, it would eventually have to return to the airport for resupply. However, for the system's vehicles, all attack methods were just like skills, perhaps with cooldown times. But definitely not with quota limits. Coupled with no fuel restrictions, these planes were like perpetual motion machines, which meant, as long as the player's plane wasn't shot down, they could keep flying over the enemy's heads, continuously dropping bombs on them. Andrei could hardly imagine the immense strike effect such terrifying attack efficiency would ultimately produce. Although his planes were all old World War I models, with the addition of this series of advantages, he believed that his Air Force's strike effect could even surpass that of the US military in World War II. Even the Americans, who were Air Force aces, couldn't achieve infinite ammunition and perpetual motion for their tactical Air Force. Large numbers of planes took off from the airport, and the noise from their engines woke up many soldiers. Seeing the vaguely visible black silhouettes overhead, many soldiers couldn't help but wonder. It's so dark now, can those people flying in the sky see the ground clearly? They wouldn't accidentally bomb the wrong target and hit friendly forces while fighting, would they? To be honest, Andrei was also a little worried about such problems. In the game, in addition to having friendly fire immunity, the map size itself was very small, and there was no night combat. At least they could see the ground conditions clearly. However, in reality, on such a vast battlefield, there wasn't even basic navigation or a mini-map, and it was impossible to clearly see the various situations on the ground. Given the players' operational abilities, it was perfectly normal for them to accidentally bomb the wrong target. Thinking of this, Andrei instantly broke out in a cold sweat, hoping they wouldn't accidentally fly to the wrong place and bomb Allied forces next door. If these guys accidentally dropped bombs on a distant urban area, Andrei would have no choice but to lead the players on a journey to escape, otherwise, a military court would definitely be involved. But fortunately, one skill in the bombers controlled by players came in handy. In this bombing, many players chose to use barrage bombers, as this type of bomber was best suited for ground bombing. One skill of this bomber was the reconnaissance camera. When used, taking a picture of an area below would immediately mark the enemy forces in those locations, with an identifier appearing above their heads. With this skill, even in the darkness of night, players still couldn't clearly see the pitch-black ground below, but at least they could choose their attack targets based on the identifiers above their heads. In one bomber, a player constantly adjusted his flight path along the general direction indicated by the map and compass. Although he wasn't entirely sure where he was flying, it didn't matter, the mission objective this time was vague, simply asking them to prepare for bombing in advance of tomorrow's offensive. So every now and then, he would use the reconnaissance camera to take a picture of the ground below. Then, wherever he saw red dots, he would just drop bombs on the heads of the marked enemies. By the way, I say, where did all those guys playing fighter jets go? Just then, the player controlling the plane suddenly asked the gunner sitting in front, his expression somewhat strained. This isn't right, logically, shouldn't fighter jets escort our bombers? Hearing this, the gunner in front just rolled his eyes. Dream on, unless they're truly familiar teammates playing together, who would bother waiting for us to slowly fly over and even escort us? These guys must have already rushed ahead to bomb, busy snatching kills. I wish I had chosen a fighter jet too. The words were crude but made sense. For players, what was an escort? Whoever wanted to escort could escort, they only cared about snatching kills. Anyway, if a bomber was shot down, it wasn't impossible to get new planes from the back. At worst, they'd just come back and continue being heroes. Wait, this mission only allows one life per person. If the plane is destroyed, the mission ends immediately. A player controlling a fighter jet suddenly thought of this, his eyes widening instantly. However, even so, he only widened his eyes slightly, then continued to play alone. Who cares, anyway, if anyone gets wiped out, it's the bomber pilots. Would that affect his ability to get kills? In this operation, all fighter jets were set by Andre to only allow the choice of trench fighter, while the air combat fighter and bomber killer, previously favored by players, became unselectable options. The reason for this was Andre's concern that these fighter jets would fly around aimlessly, in addition to the primary nature of this mission being ground attack. Aside from its inherent machine guns, another attack method of the trench fighter was to drop a large number of explosive darts onto the ground. These explosive darts, to put it simply, were metal spikes filled with gunpowder. Against armored units, they had little lethality, but against infantry, one explosion could clear out a small area. Although this weapon's ground attack capabilities were actually inferior to those of attack aircraft, it could still barely be used. Instead of spending a large amount of influence points to unlock attack aircraft, wasn't it better to make do with this for now? Furthermore, the biggest reason Andre imposed this restriction was because the trench fighter had a major skill, dropping flares. This flare drop skill was actually quite similar to the bomber's reconnaissance camera. By dropping a flare over an area, it could immediately illuminate and mark nearby enemies. Although the reconnaissance range of this skill wasn't as far as the reconnaissance camera, it was sufficient. As long as players understood how to use this skill, instead of just indiscriminately firing at the ground, they would generally avoid friendly fire. The Armored Corps, which had suffered heavy losses and had to retreat after encountering the Living Saint, had one of its motorized infantry divisions temporarily stationed in a small town. According to the latest situation, they had received orders from General Ron in the rear, instructing them to retreat back across the bridge. This surprise attack was primarily built on being bold and sudden enough to catch the Cambrian army off guard and outflank their forces as quickly as possible. If the surprise attack succeeded, they could trap the enemy firmly in Luga City and completely seize this bridge across the Luga River. But unfortunately, their surprise attack failed. The enemy's Living Saint had already arrived, and their troops had repeatedly suffered setbacks at the enemy's defenses, so General Ron did not hesitate but ordered the troops to retreat as quickly as possible tomorrow. If they retreated late, they might very likely be completely trapped on the other side of the river, facing the risk of total annihilation. Strange, what's that sound? Is it a hornet? Just then, a soldier suddenly heard a strange buzzing sound from afar. He initially didn't associate the sound with enemy aircraft, because in his opinion, the enemy couldn't launch an air force attack at night. Putting everything else aside, just consider one problem. If they chose to launch an air force attack at night, how could they distinguish between enemy and friendly forces on the ground? They couldn't just bomb indiscriminately. Given the current visibility, if the air force launched a night attack, they would truly only be able to bomb the ground indiscriminately. Considering that this area was precisely an enemy city, from a probabilistic standpoint, if they bombed indiscriminately, it would absolutely not be them who suffered heavy losses. No, enemy attack. The enemy's air force has arrived. But just then, on a somewhat strange war chariot, a mage with tentacles on his staff suddenly shouted to the people around him, the skull at the top of the war chariot flashing with crimson light. Quick, 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 anti-aircraft fire, anti-aircraft battalion, get up. The startled officer quickly shouted to the people around him, and just then, several crimson flares suddenly dropped from the sky. Using the light of the flares, they could barely make out the aircraft in the sky. When they saw those strange bird-like winged aircraft, this motorized infantry division, which had not encountered Andre's forces in previous wars, all showed strange expressions. Because they truly didn't understand what these aircraft were, no different from when humans first saw airplanes. However, the anti-aircraft positions on the outskirts of the town didn't care about that. An extremely massive anti-aircraft gun with a total of 12 barrels was pouring incredibly astonishing firepower into the sky, shells like a storm continuously shooting upwards. This anti-aircraft artillery was also considered a special anti-aircraft weapon equipped by the Black Eagle Empire, originally designed to counter the deflection shields of enemy airships. Relying on dense firepower, they could effectively consume the magic of the deflection shields, quickly dismantling the enemy airship's defenses. And at this moment, this kind of anti-aircraft firepower seemed to be a very good choice for dealing with fighter jets as well. Extremely dense anti-aircraft fire immediately shot down two biplanes, and the pilots in the planes found that their aircraft were shattered in an instant, without even a chance to save them. Damn! My newly acquired fighter jet, I didn't even get to fire a single shot. Thinking that his fighter jet, which he had exchanged for with considerable merit, was directly scrapped without firing a single shot, the player couldn't help but feel a surge of sadness. No, it absolutely cannot be wasted like this. He had to kill a few more people to at least break even in this battle, otherwise, it would be too much of a loss. Thinking of this, he immediately parachuted to the ground, or rather, performed the player's very special leap of faith. The fierce firepower of this anti-aircraft position, while posing a great threat to the player's fighter jets, was like poking a hornet's nest. Without any hesitation, without a hint of fear of death, players immediately piloted their fighter jets towards this area at top speed. The machine guns on the fighter jets opened fire first. Clang, clang, clang. Large amounts of machine gun bullets struck the thick gun shield, sending up a series of sparks, and the Black Hawk soldiers responsible for adjusting the ammunition belt nearby were instantly torn to pieces by the machine gun fire. Damn Cambrians, go to hell! Unable to grieve for his fallen comrade, the gunner on the anti-aircraft gun quickly unleashed a fierce barrage at the planes in the sky, instantly sending another plane spinning and plummeting down. But just then, a large number of inconspicuous metal darts rained down from the sky, and under the force of gravity, their weighted tips quickly pointed towards the ground, falling like raindrops. Crackling. These metal darts hitting the ground could instantly blast a pit, and the explosions were incessant, as if a handful of firecrackers had been thrown down. And the soldiers at the anti-aircraft position had already been pierced by several metal darts, then immediately blown into unrecognizable pieces. Well done, soldiers, you are all heroes of the Empire. Hiding in a house, an officer peering out the window at the distant anti-aircraft position couldn't help but praise the bravely sacrificed gunners. The heroic counterattack of these gunners not only shot down enemy aircraft but, more importantly, by exposing their positions, they also drew away the enemy's firepower. In the darkness, people would subconsciously attack visible enemies, targets that had been confirmed as enemies. Clearly, compared to other pitch-black areas, those exposed anti-aircraft guns were naturally the best targets to attack. But just then, two fighter jets suddenly flew to the top of the house, then showered a large number of metal darts down below. Chapter 189, General Ron, the Air Force misled me. From the player's perspective, these metal nails seemed to have a special effect, scattering like a rain of light when released, appearing very spectacular. However, for the Black Hawk soldiers, they couldn't see the special effect that players saw, and even if they could, they wouldn't find it spectacular. After all, these metal nails were specifically designed to take their lives. Dense metal nails easily penetrated the wooden planks of the roof, piercing through the body of the officer hiding in the house, almost instantly turning him into a sieve. Immediately after, the explosives inside these metal ingots suddenly detonated due to pressure, further tearing the officer into pieces, making him as fragmented as possible. It wasn't until the metal nails pierced his body that the officer, before dying, wondered how did the enemy discover him? He was clearly hiding in this house, with no exposed areas, and houses like this were abundant throughout the town. Was his luck really that bad, to be hit so suddenly? In fact, it couldn't be said his luck was bad, as players could perfectly see the red dots marked above the house through the special ability of signal flares to detect enemies. But his luck couldn't be said to be good either, because players could only know where enemies were below through these red dots, they couldn't see the specific identity of the enemy. Whether soldier, officer, or armored vehicle, these different units appeared the same to players, all just insignificant small red dots, looking very rudimentary. However, for players, they didn't need to consider the amount of ammunition they carried anyway, so why not just shoot wherever there were enemies? Hitting one was a profit, hitting two was a huge profit. Under such an air raid, the unprepared Black Hawk army suffered heavy losses instantly, countless Black Hawk soldiers were inexplicably killed by machine guns or shot dead by metal nails falling from the sky. Anti-aircraft fire was also continuously being brought into the counterattack, such as the several anti-aircraft gun positions initially set up on the outskirts of the town. And machine guns hastily mounted on rooftops. Although the Black Eagle Empire was currently fighting the Cambrian Empire, which didn't have much air force power and usually struggled to win air combat against the Black Eagle Empire, they still seemed to value air defense greatly. Within this motorized infantry division, there was an entire anti-aircraft battalion equipped with numerous anti-aircraft guns, with all types of anti-aircraft artillery readily available. In addition to the conventional anti-aircraft guns already in use, they even had several large-caliber 88mm anti-aircraft guns, but because these anti-aircraft guns were slow to fix and adjust, they couldn't be put into use immediately. Of course, this also reflected that they had not anticipated an air raid at all. If they had anticipated the current air raid in advance, they would have set up the large-caliber anti-aircraft guns beforehand, no matter what. Although the bombers were slower and were left behind by the preceding fighter jets for a distance, these bombers eventually caught up. At other times, bombers might indeed accidentally lose track of the fighter jets ahead, because the sky was too dark now. Without night radar or night vision devices, relying solely on the naked eye even if enhanced and not limited by the darkness of night, players would find it difficult to see fighter jets flying many kilometers away. But it didn't matter, the fighter jets ahead kept using reconnaissance skills while flying, constantly dropping signal flares, occasionally marking potential enemies below. These signal flares also became an important means for bombers to identify the direction of the fighter jets ahead, they only needed to see where a signal flare suddenly shot out to know where their teammates' planes had flown. When these bombers arrived, this motorized infantry division truly encountered a terrible nightmare. The primary type of bomber players used this time, the barraging bomber, was equipped with 4 50 kg bombs and 2 250 kg bombs. Additionally, this bomber also had dedicated gunners and machine gunners, who could help the bomber defend against aerial enemies and also engage ground targets. When the bombs equipped on the bombers were all dropped by players onto the buildings below, the Black Hawk soldiers' nightmare began. With a loud boom, they felt the ground around them shake, and a large wave of air rushed towards them. Although these bombs didn't seem particularly large, their actual power was stronger than heavy artillery shells, creating a large crater upon impact. Even if not directly hit by the bombs, the flying shrapnel, shockwaves, and various debris were enough to kill a person, not to mention the chaos brought by the darkness. Even though the Black Eagle Empire's soldiers were indeed battle-hardened elite forces, they could not completely avoid chaos in the dark. Especially fear, which is contagious. As soon as one person experiences fear, that emotion will immediately spread to others, thereby plunging the town into further chaos. Because the earlier fighter jets had cleared the way, the ground anti-aircraft fire had already been significantly weakened, and most anti-aircraft guns had targeted the fighter jets flying erratically earlier. When the later bombers arrived, although some anti-aircraft guns immediately adjusted their direction to target these larger aircraft, due to the bombers' higher altitude and greater concealment, most anti-aircraft guns actually failed to detect them. Even though they had lit all the searchlights on their positions, the number of searchlights carried by this anti-aircraft force was ultimately limited. With these limited searchlights, they could only illuminate a small area of the sky, occasionally spotting a few unlucky bombers. But to expect them to discover all the bombers in the sky was undoubtedly asking too much. Especially when players used bombers, it was completely different from normal bomber formations, because players didn't bother with formations at all. Most players were only concerned with having fun themselves, completely disregarding others, as they played the game for their own entertainment. Moreover, they had no need to form formations, as they hadn't encountered attacks from enemy night fighter jets or similar threats. The enemy's air force hadn't even been deployed yet. And if it was just to deal with ground anti-aircraft guns, dispersing the fleet would actually further reduce the anti-aircraft guns' hit rate. Boom. Boom. As a slightly peculiar cannon sound suddenly rang out, the gunner in the nose of a bomber was operating a high-explosive autocannon, diligently striking the enemy anti-aircraft guns on the ground. By this point in the battle, 88mm anti-aircraft guns had been set up by the enemy, and one unlucky bomber had been shot down by an 88mm anti-aircraft gun. Large-caliber anti-aircraft guns like these might struggle to hit the void-shielded airships of this world, only able to wear them down with dense firepower. But if it was just to hit an unprotected bomber, such large-caliber anti-aircraft guns were almost one-shot kills. Because of this, players immediately shifted their aggression to these anti-aircraft guns, especially since these anti-aircraft guns made a lot of noise when firing, making them very conspicuous when viewed from the sky looking down at the ground. Under normal circumstances, World War I biplane bombers would find it very difficult to perform dive bombing, because these bombers lack sufficient structural strength, and might accidentally fail to pull up or even disintegrate during the pull-up. But for players, the bombers they used were all digitized to a certain extent, completely lacking this weakness. As long as there were no particularly absurd maneuvers, like deliberately crashing the bomber into the ground, players would absolutely not accidentally damage the plane during flight. Therefore, to the shocked gazes of a group of Black Hawk soldiers, that biplane bomber, not at all small in size, dived towards them. The high-explosive autocannon in its nose continuously spat flames, destroying their anti-aircraft gun positions. Immediately after, before they could escape from the destroyed positions, a series of bombs were all dropped by this bomber in one go, sending all the Black Hawk soldiers in front of them sprawling. A soldier who miraculously escaped, spitting blood from the concussion but not dying on the spot, looked at the bomber with incredible eyes. He couldn't understand what deep hatred this plane had with him and his comrades. The anti-aircraft guns had already been destroyed, so why were they still dropping bombs on them? Shouldn't bombs of such power be used to bomb critical targets like the command center within the army? Why were they being wasted on small soldiers like them? Damn it, I don't understand, how many bombs can these aircraft carry? There are explosions everywhere, bombs falling from the sky everywhere, I feel like the enemy is endless. In a temporary underground wine cellar serving as a shelter, the division commander of this infantry division and a group of other high-ranking officers were all hiding inside, listening in fear to the constant explosions and tremors overhead. This feeling of being in the dark underground, waiting for death by chance, was truly unbearable for this group of people. They felt their hearts were about to leap out of their chests. And most importantly, how many aircraft were attacking them right now? They felt that the bombs overhead were endless, falling non-stop, just like rain. They found it hard to imagine how many Air Force units it would take to drop such a large number of bombs, had their infantry division become the enemy's primary target. Sir, I suspect that the enemies above us might be using some special means, such as spatial magic to carry bombs or something. If I remember correctly, the Empire once proposed a research project to set up spatial transfer magic beacons on airships, and then continuously transfer bombs from the rear to the airships to bomb enemies below. If they have such means, I think it could also explain why we are encountering such a large-scale bombing, couldn't it? A staff officer suddenly thought of something and said thoughtfully to the division commander. You're overthinking it, it's unlikely. Based on my understanding of the Cambrians, they would never use precious abyss mages for such things, it's too difficult to cultivate abyss mages. Even if our empire put all its effort into creating a sufficiently widespread talent detection mechanism, how many abyss mages has our empire produced over the years? The division commander shook his head, thinking that if the Cambrian Empire truly had such a super weapon, they would never use it so casually on him. To speak bluntly, he was just a small division commander, what virtue or ability did he have to be assigned such an opponent? If there really were such an opponent, shouldn't the Cambrian Empire try to deploy forces behind them, conduct infiltration warfare against them, or simply use assassins to kill their high-ranking officials and emperor? Hearing this, the staff officer who had proposed the idea earlier also became somewhat unsure. Although he strongly suspected that the enemy must have used some special magic to carry so many bombs, thinking about it, he also felt that it was indeed unlikely for the enemy to use abyss mages in such a place. Their Black Eagle Empire's magic tech was already advanced enough, even arguably the most advanced in the world. But even so, it was still incredibly difficult for them to create spatial devices. There was no other reason, it was purely because the number of abyss mages was too small, and materials for this field were also exceedingly rare. Abyss mages had always been a very special faction of mages because they needed to possess an extremely unique spatial sensing talent. Only with such a talent could they learn these types of spells. Without this talent, even if the spells were laid out before them and every teaching method was used, they simply wouldn't be able to produce the desired effect. To put it bluntly, it was like asking a person without a tail to practice wagging one. No matter how much you explain the techniques, if they don't have the tail, how can they use it? For this reason, even though the Empire had established an extremely comprehensive magic education system, it was unable to successfully cultivate a large number of abyss mages. Coupled with the lack of sufficient space attribute materials, they could only let mages slowly assimilate them with magic, which led to the astonishing cost of producing spatial teleportation devices. If it weren't for this, they would have loved to equip each of their airships, and then, with their advanced shield systems, the airships could directly become flying fortresses that attacked forever and never fell. As they were discussing, a series of explosions rang out in their ears again, and to their horror, the ceiling of the wine cellar had begun to bend. Although it wasn't very obvious at first glance, by the light of the diesel lamp, they saw that there were at most only slight depressions and cracks above their heads. But even so, they knew that the wine cellar before them was probably about to collapse. Something's wrong. We've been discovered. There are enemies targeting us. How did they find us? Just then, the division commander suddenly said to the people before him with some suspicion, casting distrustful glances at the group of Black Hawk officers. If, at first, the explosions above their heads might have been accidental bombings from a bomb inadvertently dropped here, he could barely believe it. But the problem was that the bombs above their heads were becoming increasingly dense, with one explosion after another ringing out non-stop. Even accidental bombings should have a limit. This clearly meant that someone had discovered their location and was bombing them. But he couldn't understand. The underground wine cellar he was in was very large, so the space he occupied was not at the building's entrance but extended a good distance away. In the town, his current location was an inconspicuous open space, with nothing on the surface. So he highly suspected that a traitor might have appeared in his team, thus exposing his position. If there were no traitors, why would the enemy keep dropping bombs on an open space? Did they have too many bombs and were just wasting them to hear a bang? Under such scrutiny, the group of Black Hawk officers couldn't help but look at each other with suspicious eyes. They naturally understood what the division commander meant and felt that everyone around them was suspicious. Damn it! On the battlefield, compared to a powerful enemy, what they feared most was encountering a traitor. A strong enemy was not terrifying, because they were confident they were stronger than anyone, but if there was a traitor, they wouldn't know what to do. A blade in the back was more lethal than a musket to the chest. Enough. Let's get out of here first. Any problems can be discussed later. Noticing the tense atmosphere, the division commander suddenly slapped the table and said, while also wanting to slap himself. He had been somewhat flustered by the bombing just now, so much so that his mind was unclear, and he actually brought up this issue at such a time. Is this the time to catch traitors? This is the time to unite and escape quickly. Internal conflict at this time was meaningless. Once they were buried alive here, even a traitor would be useless. Moreover, he could also use the opportunity to escape to observe the actions of these people and see if anyone was sending signals to others through some means. They naturally couldn't escape through the original entrance of the wine cellar, that would be purely seeking death. The bombing above was intense, and they would be blown to smithereens the moment they went out. But it didn't matter, because the underground wine cellar was large enough that the person who built it had arranged 2 exits when designing it. They just needed to make a detour and run out from the other, more distant exit. Great, we're finally out. I never want to stay underground again in my life. An officer emerged from an inconspicuous small house, glanced at the tunnel exit behind him, and couldn't help but sigh in relief. The feeling of being underground, watching bombs constantly fall on their heads, almost like waiting for death, was simply too agonizing. For the Emperor's sake, I'd rather be blown to death by a bomb on the spot than experience that feeling again. Whether it was because his wish to the Emperor was granted or not, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly heard the whistling sound of a bomb about to fall, cutting through the air above his head. Before he could say anything, 2 250-kilogram bombs fell directly on his head, instantly tearing him and a group of Black Hawk senior officers who had just climbed out of the tunnel into an indescribable mosaic. That's odd. It's already come to this, so aren't the Black Eagle Empire going to send their air force to attack us? On a bomber, a player, while maneuvering the plane and selecting suitable targets for bombing, asked the other crew members with a hint of curiosity. In his opinion, the enemy's air force might arrive late, but they had been bombing here for so long, and how come they still hadn't seen the enemy's air force? Was the enemy's air force mobilization really that slow? He didn't know that in the Army Group headquarters in the rear, General Ron, the commander of this Black Eagle Empire Army Group, had almost worn out his phone trying to call the Air Force. Damn it! You good-for-nothings, cowards, sissies. You've defiled the Emperor's glory. How many times have I called? Why haven't your airships taken off yet? Are you waiting for my army to be slaughtered? General Ron roared furiously, but the reply from the other end of the phone made him completely lose his composure. General, I'm very sorry, we've done our best to organize the airships for takeoff, but we still need to wait some time. You know, getting an airship to take off is a very difficult task. We need to first fill the airship with hydrogen, insert brand new magic crystals, load the appropriate bombs and ammunition, and also maintain all the airship's parts. If we can't get all of this done, we simply can't get the airship to take off, so you'll probably have to wait about an hour and a half or so. Before the Air Force operator on the other end could finish speaking, General Ron angrily hung up the phone. Arg! Hearing General Ron's uncontrolled roar, everyone else lowered their heads, pretending not to hear. It must be said that General Ron was truly going mad with anger. He never expected a perfectly good military operation to turn into such a mess. A suddenly emerging Cambrian force had firmly blocked his armored units, and the most important mage units had failed to successfully hunt down the enemy's living saint. Instead, they were counter-killed by the enemy's living saint. If it weren't for these two reasons, he would have completely controlled the situation by now, surrounded the enemies in the city, and allowed the main army in the rear to further cross the bridge. As for now, notify our troops on the other side, no matter which unit they are, to evacuate immediately. Tell them to return to the bridge as quickly as possible and go back to the south bank of the Luga River. Damn it! This military operation has failed. We must now go around from the east side of the Luga River and cut off their defense line. General Ron didn't know how many people from the armored army he sent out would be able to retreat, but he knew that this battle was definitely the most serious loss his army group had suffered since the beginning of its participation in the war. He was now somewhat anxious. If his unit suffered two severe losses, he might very likely receive an order to retreat and recuperate, missing out on the upcoming war, which would be a heavy blow to his prestige. Along the way, his army group had always served as the vanguard and main force, breaking through enemy defense lines one after another at the fastest speed, practically irresistible. As a result, if his army group were absent from the most crucial siege of Petrograd, wouldn't all his previous efforts have been for the benefit of other friendly forces? He had nothing else to do now but order the troops to withdraw overnight. As for the issue of troop fatigue, if it came to it, let the Abyss Mages use their spells to stimulate their potential again. Although he knew very well that continuously using such spell enhancements on soldiers could easily lead to their sudden death on the spot, and would also bring severe sequelae afterward, there was no other way now. It was better to worry about future sequelae than for them to simply die on the other side, right? Moreover, the Black Eagle Empire's medical technology was advanced enough that it shouldn't be unable to cure their sequelae, right? Thinking of this, General Ron suddenly became a little unsure. Because he knew that mental sequelae were very troublesome, and mental injuries could not be cured by ordinary medical means. Humph, if worst comes to worst, let the homeland contact our allies in the east. Aren't those guys' so-called elixirs supposed to have miraculous effects? Maybe we can try that damned stuff. General Ron sighed, wondering if his idea would work. After a series of bombings, the war had dragged on, and there were not many suitable attack targets left for the players to find. At least compared to before, when one bomb covered a large area, all sorts of military vehicles were parked together, and soldiers liked to gather in groups. Now the enemies had completely dispersed, and many even hid underground. Damn it! Who on earth made this town have so many underground fortifications? The power of the bombs they carried was still a bit lacking. Against enemies hiding underground, except for the 250-kilogram bombs which could achieve good killing effects, the general bombs were indeed not very effective. But it didn't matter, because in addition to the air battle, a ground battle had also broken out. It was strange to say, logically, they hadn't brought any extra troops this time, and no ground forces had come from the rear to support them. So where did the ground battle come from? However, even without support, after their planes were destroyed, the pilots could parachute to safety. In this game, as long as their pilots are not directly hit by enemy anti-aircraft guns, they can parachute to safety normally. After parachuting, players would not obediently run to the enemy to become prisoners. Facing enemies who wanted to rush over and capture the pilots, players would mercilessly pull out submachine guns and shoot back at them. In the chaos, several Black Hawk soldiers who had intended to take advantage of the situation were instantly stunned by the submachine gun fire from the other side. Damn it, I don't understand. Wasn't that guy a pilot? Where did he get such fierce marksmanship? Could it be that the Cambrian Empire also emphasizes training pilots in marksmanship? Two Black Hawk soldiers, hiding behind cover, listened to the bullets whizzing overhead, grinning and joking. By now, they dared not underestimate this pilot. This person was simply too fierce. Under normal circumstances, even the most experienced paratrooper would be flustered for a while after landing. But after that guy landed, he somehow managed to detach his parachute as if it were automatic, and he didn't feel any discomfort. He immediately pulled out a submachine gun and started shooting. Even in the darkness, his submachine gun was extremely accurate, killing 4 of their soldiers within 3 seconds. The remaining 3 quickly hid behind a large tree and a stone mill, trembling and praying for someone to support them. Don't panic, even if that guy's gun is equipped with a drum magazine, it can't keep firing forever. When he runs out of bullets, we... Just then, the gunfire stopped. The Black Hawk soldier who had been speaking earlier didn't have time to finish his sentence. He jumped out from behind the stone mill at top speed, ready to use his rifle to give that guy a hard blow. But just as he was halfway through his jump, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. At some point, the pilot had already rushed behind the stone mill. Seeing him jump up, he immediately stabbed him with a bayonet. After dealing with one guy with a bayonet, the player took a step back, narrowly dodging a dagger aimed at him, then thrust the bayonet again. Pfft! Looking at the bayonet plunged into his heart, the slowly falling Black Hawk soldier couldn't believe it. What the hell, what do you Cambrian Empire pilots usually practice? How are your bayonet skills so proficient? Are you planning to fight the enemy with bayonets in the sky? The last Black Hawk soldier, hiding behind the big tree, didn't know what exactly had happened, but he heard his companion's screams. Although he knew that exposing one's back to the enemy on the battlefield was the most dangerous act, he couldn't help it. Fear gripped his heart, making him instinctively want to run. Tat tat tat. A short burst of fire, and bullets instantly pierced his chest from behind. The player, who had just reloaded his submachine gun, ran over, still somewhat surprised, looking at the fleeing Black Hawk soldier and wondering if he had encountered an Easter egg again. Not just this player, many pilots who landed on the ground were not eliminated by the enemy immediately, instead, they counter-killed the Black Hawk soldiers who rushed to surround them. Immediately after, these soldiers, who could see clearly in the night, instantly transformed into top predators, carrying long and short firearms, joining the chaos in the town. Due to the previous bombing, the town was already in chaos, and a group of Black Hawk soldiers couldn't tell who was who in the night. But just then, someone in the darkness suddenly opened fire with a submachine gun, which instantly ignited like a powder keg. Without thinking much, the Black Hawk soldiers' battlefield-trained instincts made them instinctively raise their guns to return fire. However, when they returned fire, they often wouldn't hit the enemy who had just shot but would instead hit an unlucky comrade. For players, as long as they aren't habitually sneaky old foxes, they usually have the habit of moving while shooting. So, trying to pinpoint their location based on where they last fired is really asking for the impossible. And the Black Hawk soldiers who were stabbed in the back by teammates found it difficult to react quickly enough to determine whether the person shooting was an ally or an enemy. Moreover, when someone suddenly shoots at them at a time like this, shouldn't they be thinking about quickly returning fire? As a result, many Black Hawk soldiers who couldn't see each other clearly inexplicably started shooting at each other. They hid behind messy cover, barely forming strange small factions, constantly firing at the people on the other side. They didn't have the players' good eyesight, nor did they have bombers occasionally taking photos in the sky to mark enemies, so they couldn't see who was who dozens of meters away. So at this moment, the law of the dark forest descended. Everyone held a gun, but they couldn't see each other's faces. To avoid being killed, they could only shoot first, which further intensified the determination of others to shoot upon sight. A player looked at the situation in front of him with a puzzled expression and asked others in the chat area. Fries, what's going on? Is the game bugged? Why are the NPCs killing each other? As soon as the chat and screenshots were posted, a bunch of people immediately rushed over, curious, to figure out what was happening. Most people suspected that it was probably a game bug and felt that this scene was worth preserving, very collectible, and rushed over to watch the excitement. Some pilots even stopped flying their planes, directly parachuting to the ground, specifically to watch these Black Hawk soldiers fight amongst themselves. However, some also speculated that the scene before them might be the Black Hawk soldiers having a camp explosion, friendly fire/panic. Although they were skeptical, did the soldiers in the game really need to be designed so realistically, even having a camp explosion feature? But it had to be said, if considered from a combat perspective, their previous actions were very likely to cause confusion among the enemy, thereby triggering their strained nerves. Seizing this opportunity, a group of players who loved a good show immediately joined the melee. As soon as they saw anyone suddenly start exchanging code words, trying to prove their identities, they would immediately sneak near the other side and open fire. Seeing this, they also realized that these NPCs were indeed in a camp explosion, otherwise they wouldn't suddenly be exchanging code words. So, a bunch of players, while marveling at the game's detail, primarily focused on enjoying the chaos. If there was no chaos, they would actively create it themselves. Under the players' meddling, the Black Hawk soldiers' infighting could not be suppressed. Even if someone wanted to stop, they would instantly die in the next moment. Especially with enemies in the sky occasionally attacking the ground, this further intensified their fear. At this moment, the Black Hawk soldiers only felt as if enemies were everywhere around them, and what made them most despairing was that they knew very well that a significant portion of these were not enemies, but they couldn't distinguish them. Some Black Hawk soldiers, unable to bear the fear and despair in their hearts, even turned their guns on themselves, choosing suicide. Others hid themselves in corners, desperately trying to play dead to escape. However, the marking ability of the planes in the sky rendered their attempts to play dead useless. No matter where they hid and played dead, players could follow the markings in the darkness to find their locations. Some players also grew tired of the enemies here and wanted to try flying further to see what was there. Although they didn't know that Andre actually wanted them to look afar and test the activity boundaries of his air force, this didn't prevent them from conceiving the idea of exploring the map. As they flew, they didn't know where they ended up. A player felt something moving on the ground, so he casually threw 2 flares to mark the ground, then immediately saw a large number of friendly unit markers. You scared me. Whose friendly base is this? It doesn't seem to be ours, does it? Seeing the dense friendly units below, the player immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Luckily, he hadn't just swept with his machine gun. Otherwise, if he accidentally killed a teammate, he would be banned for a period, or even permanently. But the flare he threw scared the Cambrian soldiers on the ground quite a bit. Not all forces were like Andre's, able to fight with confidence against the enemy, nor did all forces have players constantly hitting anti-aircraft guns. In previous battles, the Cambrian force had suffered greatly from the Black Hawk Air Force, to the point where they were almost suffering from aerophobia. Seeing the commotion overhead, a Cambrian soldier immediately sounded the alarm without thinking. A large part of the camp instantly woke up, and people immediately rushed to the anti-aircraft guns at top speed. Holy cow, no way, that bloodthirsty. The player saw that his single flare had stirred up a hornet's nest and quickly slipped away. There was no other way. If he didn't leave, he would just be bombarded there, and he couldn't even fight back, or he would be dealt with by the GM. Damn it, if only the game could be set so that anyone who attacked them would automatically become an enemy, wouldn't that be much more convenient? And in the process of flying around, a bomber unknowingly flew over the bridge controlled by the Black Hawk army. At this moment, large numbers of Black Hawk soldiers were hurrying across the bridge, preparing to retreat to the south bank. Hearing the sudden sound of an airplane engine overhead, they were startled at first, then immediately sounded the air raid siren. If it had been before, they would never have casually sounded the air raid siren, because with the air superiority gained on the battlefield, they had full confidence and often thought that any Air Force units flying over were their own people. But the reason they suddenly received an order to evacuate was because friendly forces had encountered large-scale bombing by enemy Air Force. At this moment, the Black Hawk soldiers crossing the bridge all became startled birds. Oh my goodness, are there really so many enemies here? The player in the bomber was stunned when he pressed the camera button and a large number of red dots suddenly flashed. Goodness, he had found a big fish. Chapter 190, The Black Eagle Empire's mages are truly unbelievable. Air raid. Take cover. A shrill cry rang out, and countless searchlights suddenly illuminated the sky, quickly pinpointing the bomber's location. The player-controlled bombers had no time to conceal themselves before being subjected to intense anti-aircraft fire from below. To ensure the success of this operation, the Black Hawk Army had already positioned a large number of anti-aircraft guns near this bridge and several other areas during their retreat. When the players' bombers were exposed, these anti-aircraft gun positions quickly formed a dense, crisscrossing barrage of fire, with a rain of bullets flying everywhere. In the night sky, it truly looked like raindrops. Normally, ordinary anti-aircraft shells would naturally not be visible in the dark, but anti-aircraft shells contain tracer rounds. These shells help gunners adjust their trajectory and also allow them to determine if they have hit the enemy. According to the usual practice for anti-aircraft artillery, every 3 shells should form a set. The first shell is an armor-piercing shell, used to tear through the enemy Air Force's defenses, the second shell is a high-explosive or incendiary shell, used to inflict as much damage as possible, and the third shell is a tracer round used to correct the trajectory. Evidently, this shell combination mode is still relatively scientific. Even though the Black Eagle Empire's tech tree has gone off in who knows what direction, they still employ this design. There was simply too much enemy anti-aircraft fire. Even with the player trying their best to evade, they were quickly hit by shells repeatedly. Seeing their bomber on its last legs and the enemy forces below, the player steeled their heart. They haphazardly dropped bombs on the ground, continuously strafed with machine guns, and then plunged straight towards the ground. This way, as long as their plane wasn't blown up on the spot by the enemy, its crash to the ground would surely crush a few unlucky souls. Under the combined illumination of the searchlights, everyone clearly saw the bomber's appearance. Watching such a shattered, strange aircraft, like a monstrous bird, burning with flames and plummeting directly towards them, the Black Hawk soldiers below were terrified. Damn it! These Cambrian Empire madmen! A Black Hawk officer looked at the scene, his face ashen. In domestic propaganda, the Cambrian Empire had always been portrayed as a group of cowardly, numb, ignorant, and backward inferior people who did not deserve such a vast land. The Black Eagle Empire's conquest of them was clearly bringing them civilization. Regardless of whether this logic was correct or not, at least many Black Hawk soldiers and officers firmly believed in it. After all, when this logic appeared in every corner around them, and everyone supported it, it was very difficult for an individual to maintain rational judgment. But from the current perspective, these Cambrians did not seem as cowardly and numb as imagined, instead, they had erupted with an astonishing will to fight. Whether it was here or in other regions, they always saw many Cambrian soldiers fighting back desperately. At least compared to their previous invasions of Warsaw-Enya and the Nordic countries, the resistance of these Cambrians had always been much stronger. Even when they first attacked the Iris Empire, the Iris people's will to resist seemed very poor, and it was only later that their will to resist suddenly ignited. Boom! With a loud bang, the player-controlled bomber exploded in the sky, quickly turning into a large fireball. But even so, the shattered wreckage still continued to burn and fall, plummeting directly onto an anti-aircraft position amidst the desperate gazes of countless soldiers. Rumble! A huge explosion sounded. The anti-aircraft position, due to the falling wreckage, accidentally ignited the ammunition piled up behind it, exploding on the spot. Watching the anti-aircraft gun fly high and then crash heavily to the ground, many soldiers couldn't help but feel a shiver in their hearts. Undoubtedly, the people at that anti-aircraft position were finished. Quick, we need to speed up the evacuation, our operation here has been exposed. An officer, while arranging for personnel to rescue those at the anti-aircraft position, loudly commanded the other soldiers. Signalman, quickly report this intelligence to headquarters. We need new instructions from command. In the command, General Ron, with a gloomy face, received another piece of bad news. Their evacuation operation at the bridge had been discovered by the enemy. Before this, he had already received a series of bad news, such as their motorized infantry division suffering extremely heavy casualties in the enemy's air raid, with even the divisional command post being wiped out by a wave of enemy bombs. And besides that, he had also heard that the enemy had actually dispatched paratroopers for a night raid, causing this unit to fall into extreme chaos, even leading to infighting. He had to admit, he now had a very strong opinion of those so-called Air Force brethren. These guys were too slow to prepare. According to General Ron's thinking, they should have, at such a critical moment, pre-filled the airships with hydrogen and ammunition, keeping them on standby at all times. Although he knew that doing so would inevitably put the airships at great risk, possibly being blown up by enemy guerrillas or bombing, these risks were necessary to bear. When is there a war without bearing risks? If they bore a risk here, they could save more army units. Was such a risk not worth bearing? If Air Force Marshal Hermann learned of General Ron's idea, he would surely not hesitate to severely ridicule this fellow at a banquet. Are you kidding? Why should the Air Force take such a big risk for the army? Are the army's losses considered losses, but the Air Force's losses are not? Was it easy for him to single-handedly build up the Imperial Air Force? Compared to the army, the Air Force was much harder to train. After finishing the call, General Ron then called the Air Force base in the rear, demanding that they dispatch airships as quickly as possible. He could no longer wait. At this rate, would he have to wait until the enemy had bombed all his units before he could receive Air Force support? The Black Eagle Empire claimed to have the world's #1 Air Force, while the Cambrian Empire's Air Force was hardly worth mentioning, yet they were being suppressed by the Cambrian Air Force into such a state. This was a serious dereliction of duty by the Air Force, and he would certainly complain to His Majesty the Emperor when he returned. Although this bomber was destroyed, its final crash still managed to take out an enemy anti-aircraft position on the flank. However, the bombing from Andrei was not limited to this, because when the player died, they had already sent out the coordinates of this area, informing their Air Force brethren that there were still large numbers of enemies here. Hearing this, the previously somewhat dispersed Air Force quickly regrouped and flew towards the bridge. Although these biplanes were not very fast, the bridge was not far from them, so in just a short while, they had already flown towards the bridge. However, as these players flew their planes over, other Black Eagle Empire observation posts had already detected signs of enemy Air Force activity and reported the news to the retreating army as quickly as possible. In front of an inconspicuous convoy, Reinhardt, the deputy commander of the armored corps, was furiously roaring at a group of battle mages. You scoundrels, you're infuriating me. Mages, I have a very strong opinion of you right now. You swore to me before that you were absolutely confident you could intercept that damned living saint. I believed your nonsense, but what happened in the end? Let's not even mention the living saint. You also promised me before that you would protect my soldiers and not let them suffer enemy aerial attacks, but what happened in the end? Get moving immediately. If you make such a low-level mistake again, don't blame me for reporting you to the Mage Association. There are so many mages in the Empire, if you can't do it well, there are plenty of mages willing to come work for me. Hearing the deputy commander's words, the faces of these battle mages were not very pleasant. Although these words were harsh, they had to admit they were true. The Black Eagle Empire's vigorous cultivation of mages and establishment of a very complete academy system was indeed good, and in a short time, it had trained a large number of battle mages for the Black Eagle Empire. From the perspective of these individual mages, they had gained an opportunity to change their own destinies. They were once insignificant commoners, just one cog in the Empire's myriad gears, but after acquiring magic, they became high-level talents of the Empire, able to enjoy various benefits and treatments, and possessed extremely high salary income. In a sense, if judged by the traditional standards of other countries, these mages could even be compared to nobles. But the cultivation of a large number of mages also led to another problem: the status of mages had severely depreciated in the Black Eagle Empire. In other countries, mages were almost equivalent to nobles, this was an unwritten rule, and everyone would treat mages with respect. However, in the Black Eagle Empire, mages not only became ordinary soldiers, or rather, certain special elite troops. They even faced an employment crisis. Not all mages were willing to go to the battlefield to fight. Some mages yearned to establish merits on the battlefield, but more mages preferred to stay safely in the country. Compared to the battlefield, the domestic environment was naturally much safer, and their treatment would not decrease because of it. Wouldn't it be great to simply engage in production and receive high welfare benefits every day? Unfortunately, not all mages could go to the rear for production. Besides needing to possess corresponding production capabilities, they also needed certain connections to get good positions. In contrast, battle mages were always recruiting, but this position was not very popular among mages. Facing the commander's words, some hot-headed mages wished they could just quit and return home. As if they wanted to come here and serve as battle mages. If it weren't for the Empire's mandatory mage employment regulations, which never allowed any mage to refuse employment, he would not have been willing to come here as a battle mage and get shelled. However, a more composed mage next to him held him back. If battle mages performed extremely poorly on the battlefield or deserted, they could be disciplined. Once disciplined too many times, their own welfare would not only be greatly reduced, but they might even be imprisoned. Military courts could also try battle mages. Ultimately, these battle mages could only try their best to make promises, stating that they would definitely protect their sky. Hearing this, Deputy Commander Reinhardt's expression improved significantly. These battle mages' abilities were not an issue, but they were too young, which meant their adaptability was very poor. Just like the previous air raid, they could have made an effective counterattack at the first moment, but instead, they panicked when they heard the air raid siren and hid with everyone else. It was a pity that many experienced battle mages had died on the battlefield, so the new recruits were all these greenhorns fresh out of the academy. He also wanted those veteran battle mages from the Western Front, but unfortunately, the Empire didn't have that many veterans. When the player's air force arrived again, the anti-aircraft firepower, which had already been prepared, immediately opened fire into the sky. Several battle mages, who had already prepared, simultaneously exerted their power, launching a strange signal flare into the sky while rapidly igniting it with magic. In an instant, this signal flare erupted with an extremely bright light, illuminating large groups of soldiers on the ground, and at the same time, it illuminated all the aircraft in the sky. I say, is it really okay for us to do this? With this illumination spell, we've exposed our own army too. A battle mage asked a veteran in the team, not understanding this step of the operation. Don't worry about it, based on previous air raids, the enemy can definitely see us. I don't know what methods they used, but their aircraft flew straight towards our troops, so even concealment is useless. It's better to make the entire battlefield transparent, so both sides are on the same starting line. The battle mage said a few words casually, then called upon the other mages to cast spells together. Compared to individual mages, the greatest advantage of a battle mage corps is their ability to complete large-scale, mana-intensive spells in the shortest possible time. Some spells would be unbearable for an ordinary mage, or would require a long incantation. But if pre-rehearsed battle mages share the mana consumption and recite different parts of the incantation in segments, they can complete a massive spell in a short period. And this time, the spell they used was anti-air domain. Strictly speaking, this spell isn't entirely an anti-air domain, it's more accurate to say it creates a large amount of downward airflow, forcing those flying in the sky to descend to the ground. This move is not very effective against large airships, as airships can simply increase their mana output to counter it with their internal levitation spells. However, this move is very effective against small airships or other strange flying units. Especially when used against a living saint, the effect is simply incredible. Many living saints possess the ability to fly, but they do not have particularly skilled flying techniques, as humans do not inherently belong to the sky. Once their accustomed flying balance is disrupted, it will inevitably take longer for them to adapt and readjust, thereby effectively limiting the living saint's range of activity. Unfortunately, the living saint they encountered before was different from the others. They never expected that old woman to not be a fan of flying, but rather someone who enjoyed driving a sled around on the ground. Even though doing so consumed more power and was slower, seeming quite inefficient, that person just loved doing it. If it weren't for this, they wouldn't have been unable to stop the living saint, and their remaining hunting spells didn't even have time to be used. That person got away. The players piloting the aircraft were the first to notice something was wrong. Hey, wait a minute, is our game bugged again? Why are our planes falling? Not really, this might not be a bug, but rather we've encountered some kind of special mechanism. Some players tried to analyze it, holding different views on the bug. The game's world building is deep, and there are many details, perhaps they had encountered some peculiar elite monster. Just like before, when they saw enemies fighting each other, they thought it was a bug, but it turned out the enemies were actually rioting among themselves. Such details are both realistic and a bit strange. Although curious about what was happening, there was no time to think, the players were desperately trying to pull up their aircraft. But even though they had pulled the ascent mode to its maximum and desperately raised the nose, attempting to make the aircraft climb again, their planes were still slowly descending. This was truly bizarre, what kind of trickery could have such an effect? Brothers, hold on, try to fly the plane to the target area before it crashes. If all else fails, let's just parachute. Worst case, we jump down and kill with guns. I wonder if anyone in our team brought a flag. Upon hearing this question, the chat area suddenly fell silent for a moment. Damn it, it seems none of them brought a flag. Mainly because they hadn't considered the possibility of an airborne operation before, they all thought this mission was just bombing and exploring the map along the way. As a result, they now faced the problem of regretting not having a flag when they needed it. Who knew that the games they played before didn't have this kind of military flag mechanism? This caused them to overlook the problem at first. Without a flag, these planes could only watch helplessly as they plummeted to the ground, and watch as anti-aircraft fire continuously attacked them, yet they found it difficult to return fire due to the angle. Damn it, I don't care anymore, I'll fire as many shots as I can. Some players simply steeled themselves, disregarding the ascent issue, and directly aimed their planes forward, firing fiercely. He'd rather fall sooner than endure this indignity. Located at the front of the bomber, high explosive cannon shells continuously struck the ground, but the results were quite poor. Not only because the enemies were dispersed, but also due to the influence of these air currents, which caused their aiming to deviate, requiring them to readjust their lead. By now, the players were also gradually noticing the increasingly intense air currents above their heads. Clearly, this was not normal astronomical weather, after all, whose wind blows vertically from the sky to the ground. Boom. 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 Planes continuously crashed to the ground, exploding into fireballs, and some planes, just before crashing, unleashed a final frenzy, desperately firing all the bombs and weapons they could. But at the same time, more planes were destroyed by anti-aircraft artillery during their struggle, exploding into fragments in mid-air. Some players successfully parachuted and launched a surprise attack on the surrounding enemies, but did not achieve very good results. These enemies were already prepared, and their firepower was extremely dense. Players fighting alone were no match and had no hope of survival. Furthermore, their previous successful surprise attacks were due to the cover of darkness. The enemies couldn't see where they were, and they not only had better vision than the enemies but also could see the markers above the enemies' heads, hitting every shot. But now, with the illumination flares turning the scene into a bright day, they truly had no night combat advantage. Damn, I wonder why the illumination flares in this game are so effective. When can we buy some to play with? A player stared blankly at the small sun hanging in the sky, wondering what kind of illumination flare it had to be to have such a good lighting effect. It must be said, they were quite tempted. If this thing were used well, suddenly throwing one in front of the enemy, wouldn't it blind a whole area? They didn't know that this kind of illumination flare was a specialty of the Black Eagle Empire, a problem they encountered in their early cultivation of battle mages. In the early days, they had researched various defensive methods for night combat, including proposals for mages to provide illumination. However, when they tried to use mages for illumination, they encountered several major problems. Firstly, a mage's illumination spell could only illuminate with the mage as the center, turning the mage themselves into a large light bulb, immediately making them a living target for the enemy. Secondly, not all mages could learn illumination spells, only light element mages, who were somewhat connected to faith, could achieve the best effects with illumination spells. The light produced by other mages was, to put it mildly, underwhelming. The Black Eagle Empire has always held an extreme attitude towards faith. Besides allowing faith in the Emperor and Imperial truth, they do not permit faith in any deities, viewing all religious beliefs as heresy. Although many countries view their faith in the Emperor and Imperial truth as a variant religion itself, clearly this is self-deception. This also led to their inability to effectively cultivate light mages. They couldn't just say their Emperor was worshipped as a small sun, and then truly praise the sun to become a light mage. After much research, they finally developed a special illumination flare created through alchemy. Although most of the raw materials needed to be imported from the Peninsula Kingdom, leading to a consistently limited supply, these illumination flares only required magical activation to unleash immense light, and any mage could use them, making them very convenient. Ultimately, due to the effect of this special offensive domain spell, the player's air force was directly wiped out. By the end of the wipeout, some players had guessed the effect of this spell, but still found it hard to believe, because it seemed to really break the balance. Not only were the players incredulous, but even Andre, upon seeing what the players were discussing in the chat, was equally disbelieving. What the hell? There's even an anti-air domain? Are you kidding me? Andre expressed that he was completely dumbfounded. The mages of the Black Eagle Empire are truly defying common sense. I wonder when the mages of the Cambrian Empire will finally get their act together? Hearing Andre's words, Lieutenant Colonel Yuri, the deputy commander, who had just arrived outside his door, preparing to report on the army's organizational work, was startled. He knocked on the door, and after Andre allowed him in, he pushed the door open and asked. Commander, what were you just saying? What even has such a thing? Andre glanced at Lieutenant Colonel Yuri, shook his head, and said. Nothing, I just learned through some special channels that the enemy seems to have an extremely unique spell that can apparently restrict the movement of aerial units, forcing the Air Force to make a forced landing. Hey? Sir, are you joking? Hearing Andre's words, Lieutenant Colonel Yuri's face also showed a shocked expression, completely unable to believe such a thing. Since when did the Black Eagle Empire have such a method? If they can use this, wouldn't our Air Force be completely useless? At that time, as soon as our airships go over, they'll directly use magic to pull them down. How can we fight then? Andre was also very curious about this question. If the enemy truly possessed such a formidable and powerful spell, why had he never heard of it before? I'm wondering if this thing has some special restrictions, like only being usable in fixed areas or something. I think this thing definitely can't be used casually, otherwise our Air Force would have been wiped out long ago, wouldn't it? Andre and Lieutenant Colonel Yuri discussed for a long time but couldn't come up with anything useful. Instead, it further deepened their suspicions. If such a special spell truly existed and the players hadn't made a mistake, then its restrictions must be very significant, preventing its casual use. Otherwise, from the start of the war until now, they would surely have already received similar messages, such as the enemy having a way to force the Air Force to land or something. But thinking this, Andre was puzzled. What does that mean? There was no movement when other Air Force operations were underway before, so why did it suddenly hit them this time? If the conditions for using this thing are very strict and require a long time to prepare. Andre felt that his Air Force raid was definitely sudden enough, as his Air Force was entirely his own spur-of-the-moment idea, and he hadn't even reported the action to other departments. If viewed from this perspective, how did they know his plan in advance and prepare for it? How could anyone have mind-reading abilities and guess Andre's thoughts beforehand? He pondered for a long time but couldn't figure it out, so he decided to set the matter aside for now, planning to send players to fly planes and continue probing if the opportunity arose later. Indeed, as the saying goes, practice makes perfect. If he couldn't understand what was going on, he just needed to send more people to practice. As long as enough cannon fodder was sacrificed, with the collective wisdom of the players, they would eventually find the enemy's patterns. Never underestimate the player's ability to create guides and find bugs. As for the player's sacrifices, it's fine, he believed these fries would enjoy it. What player is afraid of sacrificing themselves? It's good to let players sacrifice more, as it can also improve their combat abilities. After all, failure is the best teacher, and players' combat skills are honed through repeated failures. Players, speak for me. Besides this discovery, which Andre found baffling and even a little creepy, the other discoveries were quite satisfying. For example, through this Air Force marking and coordination, as long as Andre occasionally built a makeshift airfield, he basically wouldn't need to worry about enemy ambushes. Under the Air Force's reconnaissance, any hidden enemy would have nowhere to hide, ambushes would all be delivering easy targets. And besides this, Andre also wanted to test if this Air Force marking method could be used in the rear to catch spies. If this thing could take a photo and mark hidden spies in the city, that would be truly powerful. Although, professionally speaking, he wasn't responsible for catching spies and conducting purges, and he had no good feelings for the special forces itself. But he naturally understood the threat of spies. If he could use this method for counter-espionage, it would be absolutely brilliant. Unfortunately, the marking abilities originally belonging to infantry and some vehicles in the game were all gone for him, only the Air Force seemed to retain them. This also made him quite frustrated. Otherwise, if all those units carried marking capabilities, he truly wouldn't need to worry about enemies hiding and ambushing. Furthermore, although Andrei hadn't determined the specific operating range of his Air Force, he already knew that the restrictions on his Air Force and ground forces were definitely different. The Air Force's operating range was much larger than the ground forces. Throughout the entire battle, based on fragmented information from player chat logs and combined with the map, his Air Force's farthest flight distance should have exceeded 100 kilometers. Yet, even so, players still hadn't received any messages about leaving the combat zone, and the soldiers who parachuted from the Air Force to the ground also hadn't received such messages. This made Andrei realize that in future wars, he might be able to use this method to organize paratroopers to fight behind enemy lines. At the very least, he could use the Air Force to continuously harass the enemy. Upon thinking of such a tactic, Andrei couldn't help but smile. No army could withstand continuous harassment from the enemy's rear, no matter how elite that army was. Relying on this non-stop harassment, if applied to a battlefield like Stalingrad, he was confident he could wear down the enemy to death. Even an army of iron would collapse under round-the-clock harassment. Time quickly moved to the next day. Andrei's independent regiment was re-equipped with a batch of newly recruited combat vehicles and tanks, once again forming a decent-sized armored force. At the same time, the Air Force brothers were already eager to redeem themselves. They really wanted to investigate what exactly those strange air currents were. Cambrian of the Cambrian Empire, warriors, heroes, it's time to reclaim our territory and drive the enemy back across the river. For the motherland, for our homeland, attack, reclaim our lost land. Andrei himself sat on a tank, leaning out halfway to shout at the surrounding soldiers, instantly triggering a cheer. Hearing Andrei's words, many Cambrian soldiers had tears in their eyes. From the beginning of the war until now, they had been constantly retreating, suffering heavy casualties along the way and losing countless troops. And now, they finally had a chance to reclaim their lost land. Some soldiers even couldn't help but wonder if this meant the Empire was preparing to launch a counter-offensive. As soon as they thought the war was about to end, excitement erupted in their eyes. Looking at the exhilaration in the eyes of these soldiers, Andrei didn't have the heart to pour cold water on them. In his opinion, this was just a localized counter-offensive, driving the enemy to the other side of the river and then blowing up the bridge, and everything should end there. With the current capabilities of the Cambrian Empire, a counter-offensive was almost impossible. If they were to push against the enemy's vanguard, they would only be severely crushed by the enemy's army. In addition to Andrei's unit serving as the spearhead of the initial attack, several other scattered armored units and a cavalry division were also committed to the battle. And most exciting of all, the Living Saint, Sister Sophia, was also acting with another cavalry division. Having a Living Saint present was almost a guarantee of invincibility. This was pretty much the belief of every Cambrian soldier. Coupled with the Living Saint's religious attributes, it had an even stronger symbolic meaning and morale-boosting effect, so that cavalry division over there was now completely immersed in jubilation. Countless soldiers gathered around, just to witness the true face of the Living Saint with their own eyes. Some soldiers even picked up the dirt where the Living Saint had walked and couldn't help but kiss it. To others, such actions perfectly demonstrated their piety, but when Andrei later heard about such things, he only felt a bit disgusted. How should he put it? If it were in modern society, such behavior would already be beyond what an ordinary Saseng fan would do. Seriously, calling the police to report it as harassment would be no problem at all. Of course, in this era, such behavior was indeed pious, and it also showed these soldiers admiration for the Living Saint's invincible power. They and Andrei didn't know that, in fact, more than one Living Saint had already fallen since the beginning of the war, but the Empire had simply not released this information. After all, the Cambrian Empire was under immense pressure from all sides. They desperately needed something to boost morale and establish a psychological advantage over the enemy. And at this moment, the Living Saint, like an embodiment of invincibility, naturally became one of their few psychological advantages. If this invincibility were broken, many people's faith would collapse. Andrei's unit followed the previous Air Force's attack direction and was the first to arrive at the ravaged small town. Upon seeing Andrei's unit, the enemy forces in the town all scrambled out, throwing down their weapons and surrendering before they even had a chance to fire. Judging by their demeanor, they seemed terrified that the Cambrian Empire wouldn't accept their surrender, as if they had seen a ghost. The other soldiers looked somewhat puzzled, not knowing what had happened to these people to make them so afraid, but Andrei knew. He naturally understood what these unfortunate souls had experienced last night. Recalling the players' various outrageous actions, although he hadn't seen them firsthand, he still couldn't help but feel a tiny bit of sympathy for these people. But this sympathy instantly vanished, leaving only indifference. Ultimately, they deserved what they got. Who told them to come and invade? If they had stayed in their own country, they naturally wouldn't have encountered such a situation. If you want to invade, you must be prepared to pay the price. Because there were other friendly units watching, and Andrei felt that his unit needed to capture a batch of prisoners to exchange for greater merits in the rear. Especially since these auxiliaries were beaten into the state by Andrei's Air Force, he precisely needed their testimony to prove the achievements made by his Air Force. Otherwise, who knew if this military credit would be snatched by other units? Considering the old Mizzi's Russian temperament, Andrei thought this situation was very possible. Military merits for him were equivalent to promotions in rank, which were equivalent to an increase in strength, so he absolutely would not allow anyone to hinder his promotion. If he didn't have some semblance of shame and a moral bottom line, he would even want to snatch others' achievements. To capture prisoners rather than kill enemies, he simply issued a mission to capture enemies alive, stopping the player's idea of wiping them all out. With this mission, because capturing enemies alive not only wouldn't result in losses but would also earn more merit from the mission, the players all put away their guns and forced them onto military vehicles, heading to the prisoner of war camp in the rear. Of course, transporting prisoners of war naturally wasn't handled by Andrei's players, there were units following closely behind responsible for these issues. Watching military vehicle after military vehicle carrying Black Hawk prisoners, seeing the dispirited expressions of these guys, many Cambrian soldiers' faces showed expressions of disdain. What's this? I thought these guys would be more impressive, but I didn't expect them to be bombed like this by our Air Force brothers. What Air Force brothers? Those are the regimental commander's elite assault team. I didn't expect these heroes to even know how to pilot aircraft. After discussing for a while, the soldiers all cast admiring glances at Andrei. They didn't know why Andrei's subordinates had such a group of versatile soldiers, but this didn't prevent them from admiring it. What? You say the regimental commander relies on these people to fight? To gain the loyalty of these people is the regimental commander's own ability, otherwise, why wouldn't these people go to fight in other regiments? Along the way, Andrei's army only encountered sporadic resistance. It could basically be said that they advanced triumphantly, the enemy forces they met along the way either fled or surrendered. He didn't waste much time on the road, just kept pushing forward, striving to reach the bridge and blow it up as quickly as possible. He didn't know the headquarters' intentions, but he knew that the mission issued by the headquarters explicitly required blowing up the bridge, so he naturally wouldn't cause any other trouble. Until, just as he was nearing the Luga bridge, headquarters issued a new mission. Chapter 191, Using Flies to Fight Dragons, Air Force Brothers are Heroes. Are you kidding me? We were just thinking, if we blew up the bridge, how would the trapped army on the other side retreat? How did the order suddenly change to not blowing it up? After clearing a few minor obstacles, Andrei's team arrived at the bridge. Looking at the steel bridge standing on the riverbank, and the several shell craters around it, he couldn't help but complain. Just a moment ago, headquarters sent him a new order by telegraph. The original mission to destroy the bridge had changed to defending the bridge, because a corps-sized force from the other side of the river was very likely to retreat across it. Before this, a whole army group had been surrounded by the enemy, but because the enemy's armored corps chose to force their way across the bridge, launching an extremely risky raid, the encirclement also showed a flaw. After a determined breakout, a corps-sized force from this army group managed to fight its way out and was now retreating towards the Luga bridge. Perhaps headquarters believed that this infantry corps had a chance to successfully retreat, so the original order to destroy the bridge was changed to defending the bridge and covering the retreating friendly forces. Andrei could only sigh helplessly at this order. What a hassle. Compared to the original order to destroy the bridge, this order to defend it was much more difficult. After all, destroying the bridge only required planting explosives and blowing it up, but if they chose to defend the bridge, it meant his troops would have to stay there and endure the enemy's fierce assault. Andrei studied the area for a long time but couldn't find any particularly suitable defensive terrain around the bridge. It was all flat plains. At most, there was a patch of woodland, but this woodland was not on the enemy's necessary path. Therefore, if he chose to stay and defend in such a place, he would only be able to dig defensive fortifications on the spot and intercept the enemy on flat ground. Considering the enemy's armored forces, Andrei felt that this fighting style was unreliable no matter how he looked at it. Forget it, let the soldiers dig defensive fortifications first, then leave the cover problem to the Air Force brothers to handle. We'll use other armored forces to tie them down, for as long as we can. If it really doesn't work, we'll retreat. Anyway, the explosives will be pre-planted, and blowing up the bridge will only take a moment, so it won't delay anything. After thinking it over, Andrei couldn't come up with any particularly good ideas. He could only have the soldiers dig trenches and other defensive fortifications here first, preparing for anti-armor combat. At the same time, he sent a telegraph to the rear command post as quickly as possible, requesting that artillery and air force support must arrive, and also asking other armored forces to support this direction. In short, he wanted whatever support he could get. Since they wanted to withdraw the troops from the other side of the river, they had to provide enough support. As Andrei's troops began digging trenches and other defensive fortifications on the other side of the bridge and continued to set up anti-aircraft positions, the cavalry division, which was a striking force in the rear, had also arrived. Looking at the state of these cavalrymen and the fresh blood on their sabers, Andrei knew that they had likely killed many enemies earlier and were currently in high spirits. Glancing at the commander of this cavalry division, Andrei suddenly realized that the commander was an old acquaintance of his. He was Colonel Semyon Konstantinovich Mikhailov, the rough-looking man who resembled Zhang Fei, whom Andrei had met during his retreat, and who claimed to be his cavalry instructor. "Oh, teacher. I didn't expect you to be here too. Have you been promoted?" Seeing Mikhailov, Andrei quickly rushed forward to shake his hand, afraid that he would suddenly give him a cheek kiss. After this period of tempering, although he still hadn't quite adapted to the cheek kiss, he had gradually mastered how to deal with it. It was simple, as long as the other party reached out to shake hands before preparing to give a cheek kiss, they would generally not do it anymore. After all, both were greetings. Did they really have to give a cheek kiss after shaking hands? Seeing Andrei's enthusiastic demeanor, Mikhailov was startled. After all, in his memory, he had severely disciplined Andre once at the military academy, and the fellow was as scared of him as a mouse was of a cat. But then, he remembered. It was said that Andre had been hit in the head by a shell and suffered amnesia, unable to recall many past events, so it was natural for him to have forgotten what happened back then. After shaking hands with Andre, Mikhailov patted his shoulder and laughed. Ha ha ha, kid, you're right, I'm officially a cavalry major general now. Ah, it really takes wartime. If it were peacetime, I probably would have been stuck at the rank of colonel my whole life. Where would I have had a chance to become a general? At this point, Major General Mikhailov couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Although there was only one rank difference between colonel and major general, it seemed like not a big gap, but in reality, it was a world of difference. For colonels, they were still at the field officer level, but for major generals, they were already generals, equivalent to entering the high ranks of the army. The Cambrian Empire had so many colonels, but only a few people were promoted to general each year. How long would it take for an academic colonel like him to get his turn? However, now, things had become much simpler. Once the war started, experienced generals died or were wounded, creating a large number of vacant positions. To fill the missing command levels in the army, colonels like him, who originally had no chance of promotion, were naturally temporarily promoted. But as he said this, he glanced at the rank on Andrei's shoulder and couldn't help but laugh again. Haha, don't talk about me, kid, your promotion speed is much faster than mine. If I remember correctly, you're only 22 this year, right? A 22-year-old lieutenant colonel regimental commander, your future is truly limitless. Andre blinked. He really didn't know he was 22 this year. He only knew that he was still quite young, probably not over 25. Alright, enough talk. I'm going to lead the cavalry division across the river and follow Living Saint Sophia to intercept the enemy on the other side. Do you want your troops to come with me? As he spoke, Mikhailov looked with fiery eyes at the armored vehicles in Andrei's team. Andre shook his head, pointing to the soldiers in his team and saying, No, teacher, we really don't have many troops left. Many people died in the previous battle, and my side is all infantry, so we can't accompany the cavalry. According to my plan, we will construct several defensive lines near the bridge to block as many of their troops as possible. If we really can't block them, we'll just blow up the bridge. Then, Andre looked at the large number of cavalry rapidly crossing the bridge, hesitated for a moment, and still advised the Mikhailov in front of him. Teacher, with all due respect, I don't think your cavalry forces should advance so rashly. The Empire's cavalry forces are already outdated. They don't have enough firepower or enough protection, and they will easily suffer heavy losses against the enemy's army. If they are sent to deal with unprepared enemies, a surprise attack on those guys might work, but if they are to fight a blocking action, it's definitely unreliable. Seriously, which genius thought of using cavalry for a blocking action? Andre thought carefully. His command authority should have been transferred to the Petrograd Front Army Command. If he remembered correctly, the commander-in-chief of the Petrograd Front Army should be his cheap old man, right? How could he make such a low-level mistake? Hearing Andrei's words, Mikhailov was slightly stunned. Although he knew that the current Andre was completely transformed compared to before, no longer that ignorant playboy. But suddenly hearing Andrei's words, he still felt somewhat surprised. These words didn't sound like something Andre would say. Don't worry, I'm not an idiot. How could I possibly let the cavalry truly fight a positional blocking action against the enemy? I will have a portion of the cavalry dismount quickly and convert to infantry combat, setting up a defensive line in a small town directly ahead. The remaining cavalry will lie in wait on the flanks for a surprise attack. And besides the cavalry, my unit also has a batch of armored forces. With the cooperation of these armored forces, as long as the timing is right, my men are enough to inflict a considerable wound on the enemy. In addition, Mikhailov had some things he didn't tell Andre. Their current troop strength was truly stretched thin. The new batch of mobilized soldiers currently in training were not yet ready for the battlefield. So the forces they could deploy were quite limited. Therefore, there was no other way, his cavalry division could only be pulled in to fill the line. Fortunately, the artillery units would soon follow, with an artillery division responsible for support. As long as his cavalry division didn't run around recklessly and maintain the rhythm and execution of the attack, it could still barely function as a light infantry division. Hearing this, Andre looked at the armored forces in Mikhailov's unit and just felt that these armored forces were not very reliable. The number of armored forces in his unit was not very large, totaling only about 50 armored vehicles. And among these armored vehicles, at least two-thirds were the incinerator-type armored vehicles that he had previously complained about as being very unreliable. Flamethrowers, large iron claws, plus a strange shield carried on their backs. If you didn't know, you'd think this junk was cosplaying Captain America. Aside from the machine guns it carried, this thing had no reliable long-range attack methods. Andre would rather hope for the living saint to cast another ice seal for 1,000 miles than rely on such an unreliable mech to fight the enemy. As for the other type of armored vehicle remaining in this unit, it was the reindeer mech that had been additionally incorporated into Andrei's unit before. Its performance on the battlefield before could only be described as average. It was unclear whether Andrei's raw recruits were too unreliable or if the capabilities of this thing were truly lacking. Overall, this thing had no advantage against the enemy's dreadnought mech in terms of either protection or firepower, and its own mobility could only be described as mediocre. And this thing also had a rather annoying problem: it was designed too tall. Perhaps compared to various other types of armored vehicles, this thing wasn't too tall and could also only be described as mediocre. But according to Andrei's judgment of tanks, The height of this thing's chassis and turret was simply abnormally high. Therefore, an armored vehicle with no advantages in various aspects of performance, yet deliberately made so exposed, wasn't that just asking to be used as a target? Seeing Andrei's distrustful gaze, Mikhailov naturally knew what he was thinking. To be honest, he also felt that the Empire's Armored Design Bureau was quite a scam, having designed a whole bunch of messy, but mostly unreliable, armored vehicles. Perhaps these things looked sharp and would be impressive in a parade, but in actual combat, they were simply unreliable in various ways. Andrei, I've already seen that you have a batch of excellent quality armored cars. If you just leave these armored cars on the front lines for defense, wouldn't that be a waste? Let this batch of motor troops follow me, and launch a surprise attack with my cavalry. I guarantee we can achieve greater military merits. I'll trade half of my cavalry for all your motor troops. All mobile units will run with me, and then we'll launch a swift surprise attack. After hearing this, in a moment of hesitation, Andrei finally agreed to Major General Mikhailov's proposal. Before this, he had indeed considered letting his armored units operate independently, because armored units truly shouldn't be left on the front lines as fixed artillery. The Saint Chaman tank was somewhat better, its chassis was low, and its design was similar to a tank destroyer. As long as the infantry dug pits beforehand and drove it in, the Saint Chaman tank would be a perfect tank destroyer. Especially with the 75mm cannon loaded with armor-piercing rounds, its penetration was quite good. Perhaps it would be a bit lacking against the enemy's hunter mechs, but if it was only used to target lightly armored dreadnoughts and peacemakers, the Saint Chaman tank could usually take them out with one shot. In contrast, the Chrysanthemum car was clearly more suited for mobile warfare, as its chassis was higher, its armor weaker. And it was much more flexible than a tank, running smoothly enough. If his armored units were to operate alone, he would still be a little worried, but with such a group of cavalry and other allied armored units providing cover, his subsequent losses would be greatly reduced. Although it sounded bad to say, his armored units could now be considered elite and urgently needed cannon fodder for cover. No matter when, war always requires cannon fodder to cover the elite, otherwise, if the elite are used as cannon fodder, the losses would be unbearable for anyone. Seeing Andrei agree, Mikhailov was overjoyed. If it were any other unit, he certainly wouldn't have made such a request, but Andrei's unit was different. On one hand, it was because Andrei's unit had already achieved many military merits and gained a good reputation, so he urgently hoped to have such an elite unit to cover him. At the same time, he also considered that Andrei's unit was an independent regiment, giving it considerable autonomy. Andrei hardly needed to listen to anyone else's command except the headquarters. Therefore, borrowing troops from him would be much easier, avoiding a lot of procedures or even outright rejection. Seeing the more than 30 chrysanthemum cars from his unit leave with the cavalry, Andrei also called upon a group of players who had purchased war horses, telling them to follow the cavalry as well. He himself was still very unoptimistic about this unit, but with players joining in, he felt that even if this unit suffered heavy losses, it shouldn't be completely wiped out, right? Although the fourth Calamity was unreliable and highly uncertain, the more they faced adversity, the more likely the fourth Calamity's fearless spirit and perpetually high morale could create miracles. After the cavalry unit departed, other infantry units arrived one after another. These units, along with Andrei, set up multiple defensive positions around the bridge. However, what pleased him most was the artillery unit that had already caught up from the rear. With the addition of an artillery division, it would be extremely difficult for the enemy to break through from the front. Even if this artillery division was not at full strength and had lost many cannons in previous battles, its remaining firepower was still genuinely fierce. His only concern was to ensure that this unit was not destroyed by the enemy's air force. Thinking of this, he quickly checked the location of this artillery unit on the map and prepared to have the air force cover the artillery. Having the air force, composed of players, cover the artillery sounded difficult, but it was actually very simple. Expecting players to stay in the airbase, ready to intercept enemy air force at any time, was impossible. Players didn't have that patience. But thinking from another angle, as long as players first eliminated all the enemy air force that came to bomb and destroyed their artillery, wouldn't their own artillery units be safe? So at this moment, while Mikhailov's cavalry unit was still advancing, the air force controlled by players had already begun its operation. Compared to before, this time the players' air force did not advance in a swarm. Instead, a large number of fighters moved in a dispersed manner, also scouting for the subsequent bombers. The previous round of operations had already taught the players a lesson. The enemy actually had some kind of spell similar to an anti-air zone, which was terrifying, so they would naturally scout first before letting the subsequent bombers launch further attacks. As large groups of fighters dispersed and headed towards various enemy areas, these fighters also encountered enemy attacks. In last night's battle, General Ron, having learned from his painful experience, deployed all the anti-aircraft firepower he could get his hands on and set up a large number of anti-aircraft positions at the assembly points of various armies. Before this, he had never paid much attention to his own unit's anti-aircraft issues because he completely looked down on the Cambrian Empire's air force, thinking that their air force posed no threat. But now, he had learned his lesson. Having suffered such heavy losses, if he still didn't learn from experience, it could only be said that he was a very incompetent general, and he was not like Grand Marshal Hermann, who inexplicably pleased the Emperor. He didn't know why the Emperor liked the chubby Grand Marshal Hermann so much. Perhaps it was because this marshal was loyal enough and had followed the Emperor for a long enough time? Anyway, there had always been rumors about the Emperor and the Grand Marshal in the Black Eagle Empire, especially since the Emperor had not chosen an empress for so long after ascending the throne, which made many people wonder if their Emperor's tastes were really special. Upon encountering an anti-aircraft position, if the firepower below was strong, the fighter planes would immediately retreat while using in-game functions to take screenshots, recording the enemy gathering point and waiting for reinforcements to deal with them later. And if the anti-aircraft firepower below was weak, players would instead dive down directly in their fighters and bombard the anti-aircraft position. For players, losses, risks, none of these were within their consideration. Losses didn't matter, and personal safety didn't need to be considered. After all, they could all revive. They just needed to have fun fighting. Therefore, General Ron did not know that his action of setting up additional anti-aircraft positions had, in fact, backfired somewhat. In some more concealed places, players flying in the sky might not notice them at all, especially since many players don't pay much attention to their surroundings when playing games. But with anti-aircraft positions firing, it was like receiving a sudden alert, and these players discovered the hidden enemies. Immediately after, fighter jets continuously flew towards the anti-aircraft positions, enduring the enemy's anti-aircraft fire and engaging in a shootout with the enemies below. Air combat fighters were less effective. This type of fighter's skills were almost all specifically for air combat, such as incendiary bullets. And they weren't very effective against ground anti-aircraft positions. However, in contrast, the bomber killer and trench fighter, two types of aircraft that could fire rockets and drop explosive metal spikes, were much more effective in ground attack. Explosive metal spikes were suitable for dropping on dense areas of enemy infantry, while rockets were very suitable for intense bombardment during a dive. As long as the aim was good, firing all rockets at once could often wipe out an enemy anti-aircraft position in one round. Ha ha ha, you think one machine gun can stop me? The Black Eagle Empire is declining. Watching the anti-aircraft machine gun taken out by his wave of rockets, the player grinned, then immediately launched an attack on the warehouse below. He didn't know what was stored inside this warehouse, but who cared? As long as blowing it up brought him merits, he would bomb it fiercely. If it didn't bring merits, at most he'd just enjoy the boom. As the rocket skill cooldown finished, another wave of rockets was fired from the fighter. Large numbers of rockets directly hit the long building below, easily igniting its wooden roof, and soon after, the building exploded with a huge boom. Holy cow, what did I hit? Almost blew my plane out of the sky. Startled by the sudden explosion, the player controlling the fighter instinctively rubbed his ears, thinking he needed to turn down the game volume. This explosion was just the beginning. As if a chain reaction had occurred, the entire warehouse exploded repeatedly, one after another. Flames rapidly spread, and from time to time, several large barrels were blasted out from inside. Good heavens, did I hit the enemy's fuel depot? I'm rich. Looking at the sudden large influx of merits, the player's eyes widened. He quickly aimed at other nearby warehouses, preparing to bomb each of these locations. Meanwhile, in the headquarters located in the rear, General Ron was furious about the losses he had suffered. Damn it! Air Force, it's the enemy's Air Force again. Where in the world is our Air Force? Grand Marshal Herman always claims his Air Force is the best in the world. Is this what he calls world's best? When attacking the Wuxiao Empire, that fool made a complete fool of himself. Is he going to continue this farce now? General Ron roared indignantly, but no matter how he roared, things could not be changed. That damned Air Force, their deployment efficiency was terribly slow, not to mention that the main Air Force in this area was not busy dealing with the enemy in front of him, but was busy dealing with other enemy forces. Located in a huge encirclement, a barrage of artillery fire was continuously pounding the encircled area. Large numbers of Cambrian soldiers could only huddle tightly in their pre-constructed positions and numerous small fortresses, praying that the enemy's heavy artillery would not land on them. Damn it, this is terrible. We only tore open a 2-kilometer gap, over a total of a day and a half, and then the enemy closed it up again. In this position, a lieutenant general with his head wrapped in bandages looked at the latest news from the reconnaissance soldier and felt a dizzy spell. Their unit was ultimately a step too slow in retreating, and unexpectedly, they were surrounded here by the enemy. After a long period of fierce fighting, they finally managed to tear open a gap at the rear of the encirclement, taking advantage of the enemy's troop movements, and successfully evacuated a group of people. However, it was regrettable that the gap they created was quickly sealed off by the enemy. Therefore, the remaining soldiers of their army group could only stay in this narrow position, enduring the enemy's overwhelming artillery fire, and praying for support to arrive. On their position, 80% of their artillery had already been destroyed by the enemy's intense bombardment. There was nothing they could do, the gap between their artillery and the enemy's was simply too vast. Besides the training disparity, the enemy had twice as many artillery pieces, having gathered all the artillery from multiple units. Furthermore, the Black Eagle Empire had absolute air force superiority, which meant their firepower was completely suppressed by the enemy, to the point where they couldn't even retaliate. Commander, let the brothers charge one more time. Just then, a Major General Division commander suddenly stood up with a start, looking intently at the commander and saying, "At this point, we have no other choice. Either we die here, or we try to break out again. I believe in the courage of the Cambrian soldiers, they can absolutely tear open the enemy's defenses with their bayonets." Unfortunately, the commander did not seem inclined to agree to his request. "Enough, don't say such meaningless platitudes. How much breakout capability do you think your soldiers still have?" Looking at the division commander, whose face was somewhat flushed, the commander pointed at the map and said, "In the previous battles, your soldiers have already suffered significant losses. And according to the information gathered by our reconnaissance soldier, a considerable portion of the enemy's armored units are concentrated here. Our previous breakthrough point has been completely sealed off. Without artillery, do you think you can break through an enemy defense guarded by armored units with just the infantry you have? Hearing this, the division commander's face gradually turned grim. He wanted to say that his unit could definitely break through the enemy's defenses, but when the words reached his lips, he found he couldn't speak them. There was nothing he could do. The fact was, his infantry really couldn't contend with the enemy's armored units. Sending light infantry to charge the enemy's armored units was simply sending soldiers to their deaths. Gentlemen, we need to wait for new orders from the General Staff. I don't believe the General Staff will abandon us. After the army group commander finished speaking, he clearly saw the faces of the surrounding officers fall. But there was nothing they could do, at this point, besides hoping for external assistance to break out. They truly had no way to escape. As for whether the Empire would send troops to assist them in breaking out, honestly, no one could say for sure. If the army group commander himself had to guess, he could only say hope was slim. Just then, a piercing alarm suddenly blared across the position, and a huge roar echoed through the sky. Damn it, another air raid. Endless air raids. He raised his binoculars and looked at the sky outside the command post. Seeing the enemy's approaching aerial fleet, the army group commander's heart immediately sank a notch. Compared to before, this round of enemy air raids seemed much larger in scale. It looked like they were preparing to launch a full-scale assault after the air raid, wasn't it? On this Cambrian army position, the few remaining anti-aircraft guns sporadically fired into the sky, attempting to threaten the enemy's high-altitude airships. But unfortunately, their anti-aircraft firepower was too weak to affect the enemy's aerial fleet. As these anti-aircraft guns opened fire, they also exposed their positions. The Black Hawk artillery, which had already been prepared, immediately launched a new round of intense bombardment in their direction. Under the bombardment of large-caliber heavy artillery, the makeshift anti-aircraft positions, built only from sandbags, could not survive. The few remaining anti-aircraft guns were quickly taken out by the enemy's artillery, one after another. At the same time, the airships that had arrived over their position mercilessly dropped a deluge of bombs. Compared to small airships, this kind of bombing from large airships seemed even more terrifying. Although small airship bombing was much more precise than large airships, in any case, small airships could not create such a scene of a large amount of smoke and dust rising instantly, sweeping across like a carpet. Everyone knew that under such fierce bombardment, no matter what defenses they had, they could not survive. There were no strong fortress fortifications on their position, relying solely on some trenches and tunnels. It was impossible to withstand such a fierce bombardment. When this bombardment landed on their heads, everything would be over. But just then, a bewildered anti-aircraft gunner suddenly pointed to the distant sky and asked his comrade. Quick, quick, help me see what that strange thing is. Is it some new type of Black Eagle Empire aircraft? Over there, that thing looks like a bird, it has wings. Following the direction the gunner pointed, the nearby observer quickly saw several fighter jets approaching from the sky. Through high magnification binoculars, he vaguely saw the insignia on the fighter jet, and upon realizing it was the very conspicuous golden red double-headed eagle, he immediately cheered excitedly. Excellent. Those are our own aircraft. This must mean support from the rear is about to arrive. Absolutely no mistake. Although it's my first time seeing such a strange aircraft, our emblem is printed on its wings. Those are our own people up there. As he shouted this, the players also noticed the massive battlefield below. Can anyone help me see where this is? Why are there so many friendly NPC forces still busy fighting the enemy here? The player took a screenshot while asking in the chat area, and soon someone roughly indicated a direction on the map. Upon realizing that this seemed to be not far north of Pskov, veteran players who had experienced previous battles quickly realized that this unit should be the garrison stationed in Pskov. It seemed that this group of them was relatively lucky, having evacuated along the railway first, but the others who couldn't evacuate in time were not so fortunate. Under the enemy's bombardment, the railway system quickly became paralyzed, and the remaining Pskov garrison could only evacuate by road. However, due to the poor quality of the trucks, the lack of sufficient mechanized transport capacity, and a large number of civilian evacuation missions occupying many of their vehicles. All of these factors made the Pskov garrison's movement speed as slow as a crawl, and then they were blocked here by the enemy's armored units and surrounded. After understanding that this unit was a friendly force they had interacted with before, the players quickly maneuvered their fighter jets towards the distant airship formation. They also knew that with just a few fighter jets, they could never break through the enemy's airship formation, as the firepower disparity was simply too great. But it didn't matter. As long as they had a chance to sneak attack a few of the enemy's outer airships, they could earn back all the money they spent on buying the planes. If they also dropped something on the enemy's position, then this wave would be even more profitable. This was the player's mindset: as long as the profit from killing enemies was more than their vehicle costs, then it counted as a win. So, under the astonished gaze of the Cambrian soldiers below, these Air Force units did not immediately retreat but flew directly towards the enemy's airship formation. Compared to the large airships, which were over 150 meters long, in the enemy's formation, these few fighter jets were incredibly tiny. Even the smallest small airships in the enemy's formation were considerably larger than these fighter jets. Watching only 5 fighter jets charge at an enemy formation of dozens of airships, like flies challenging aerial dragons, many Cambrian soldiers couldn't help but roar from their positions. In their eyes, these Air Force brothers were sacrificing themselves to cover them. Otherwise, these Air Force brothers could have completely ignored them. They only needed to report the situation here to the rear, and they would not only be blameless but would even be credited for reconnaissance. But these friendly forces were unwilling to merely scout. Facing the bombardment they were enduring, these people were willing to sacrifice themselves to divert the enemy's attention. Heroes, they are all heroes. Hiding in the underground air raid shelter, the army group commander saw the scene in the sky through a periscope, his expression filled with shock. He didn't know what those few special aircraft were, but that didn't prevent him from admiring these people and being moved by their heroic sacrifice. The enemy's outermost small airships had already discovered these few flies, and several small airships immediately flew towards the approaching biplanes. But just then, these biplanes first executed a nimble turn, dodging the machine guns at the front of the airships at top speed, and then circled around to the flank of the small airships. Immediately following, a series of rockets were fired at the airships, and two small airships' gas bags were instantly ignited, exploding into a massive fireball, burning fiercely as they plummeted to the ground. Boom! The wreckage of the airship that crashed to the ground exploded again, accidentally blowing away several Cambrian soldiers nearby. It could be said that even in death, it managed to inflict some damage. However, at this moment, no one criticized the actions of those few fighter jets in the sky because of this issue. All the Cambrian soldiers watched the scene above their heads, cheering excitedly. As long as they could shoot down the enemy's airships, that was a good thing. Even if the downed airship blew up their own people, it would still be worth it in the end. The lives of these common soldiers were cheap. One enemy airship could at least buy the lives of 100 of their common soldiers. Many Cambrian soldiers held this simple and unpretentious concept of exchange ratio, believing that going down with an enemy airship was extremely worthwhile. In a blink of an eye, two small airships were shot down by the enemy. The remaining few Black Hawk small airships paused, then quickly turned, hoping to rejoin the aerial fleet. Damn it, they suddenly realized that although these enemy aircraft were small, they were incredibly agile. Moreover, these things could also launch rockets, officially becoming airship destroyers. It seemed their airships were no match for these things. Chapter 192, Oh no, does this world really have a warp? Hooray! The Air Force brothers are awesome. Haha, good hit, kill these beasts for me. On the position, watching two airships explode one after another and fall to the ground, the soldiers cheered while quickly burrowing deeper into the shell-proof shelters. Although they also wanted to see how these airships were shot down, their lives were more important than watching the show. If these things fell to the ground, they could really kill people, and the Air Force brothers up there couldn't do anything about it. No matter how strong they were, it was impossible to control the landing point of the enemy's airships while shooting them down, right? Heh heh heh, not bad. It seems our Cambrian Empire's technology isn't as bad as those people outside say. In the command post, the group army commander, who had witnessed the entire air battle, said with a slight smile, no longer showing the initial anxiety on his face. Who says it isn't? I didn't expect the Empire's research department to be so powerful, silently producing such an unprecedented aircraft. And judging from its performance on the battlefield, it seems quite mature, at least better than the airships we are currently using. Next to the commander, one of his adjutants also echoed. Although the two army generals couldn't understand the intricacies of this special aircraft or its performance indicators, they could understand the battle results. In past air battles, they often lost more than they won against the Black Eagle Empire's airship fleet. Besides the enemy's more complete and well-trained tactical system, they were also technologically inferior. Sometimes it wasn't that their technology had a huge gap, but small differences here and there accumulated, and the resulting disparity was enormous. Often, in engagements, they might suffer severe losses before even shooting down one or two of the enemy's airships. But now, they took down two of the enemy's airships in just one encounter, seemingly with little effort. At least from this perspective, this special aircraft seemed much more powerful than the Black Eagle Empire's small airships. Compared to the jubilation on the Cambrian front, the Black Eagle Empire was quite enraged. They had dispatched their air force, intending to teach the enemies on the ground a lesson, but to their utter surprise, they were first beaten by a group of strange aircraft that flew in from who knows where. Recalling the battle report from the front, a Black Hawk officer quickly connected this aircraft with the message from General Ron. That's right, it seems this thing should be their special aircraft. An officer put down his binoculars, frowning slightly, and said to his adjutant next to him. It's strange, when did they develop this aircraft? It seems quite mature. Why didn't they put this weapon into use at the beginning of the war? Instead, they only brought it out now, when things have already reached this point. He couldn't quite understand. Logically, if the Cambrian Empire had good equipment, shouldn't they have brought it out at the beginning? They were already fighting a full-scale war, why would they still hold back? Next to him, the adjutant he questioned hesitated for a moment before speculating. Sir, I suspect this might be related to internal struggles within the Cambrian Empire's research bureau. You know their internal factions are very complex, divided into noble factions, commoner factions, and various noble families, a bunch of factions that I can't even distinguish. Perhaps they did have research results in this area long ago, but because their faction was in a rather awkward position, for example, in countering purges, this weapon couldn't be put into use in time. Upon hearing the word purges, the Black Hawk officer's confusion immediately vanished, and he nodded in agreement. Yes, the Cambrian Empire had suffered various traumas during the previous purges, with a constant stream of talent depletion. For example, a designer who was perfectly fine was inexplicably arrested simply because he had studied in their Black Eagle Empire, and his design plans were also cast aside. They strongly suspected that the designer of this aircraft might have also experienced such an incident, and it was only because war broke out and the Cambrian Empire lacked aircraft that they brought out this experimental product. Humph, they are just a group of short-sighted inferior races, ignorant, backward, selfish, and short-sighted. They deserve to be conquered by the Empire's iron cavalry. After a cold snort, the officer refocused his attention on the air battle overhead. He didn't care that the air battle situation seemed unfavorable, all he wanted was to collect data on this aircraft, understand its principles as much as possible, and bring the intelligence back. He believed that as long as the Black Eagle Empire took this aircraft seriously, they should soon be able to imitate similar weapons. The Empire's industrial strength was second to none, and he had never doubted that. The air battle overhead continued, with players' fighter jets being shot down by anti-aircraft guns, and airships once again falling under the onslaught of rockets. The anti-aircraft firepower of those large airships was truly formidable, practically a mobile warship, and their anti-aircraft layout was much more reasonable than that of a warship. Perhaps because these things didn't need to be equipped with the large turrets of warships, the hemispherical turrets protruding from the airships had a very wide range of attack, with very little obstruction. Coupled with the excellent design of the anti-aircraft guns inside these turrets, the players' breakthrough attempts against large airships quickly failed. Fortunately, the bomber-killer fighter jets operated by players had a rapid repair skill that could quickly restore health. In a battlefield game, it could directly add 40 health points to the plane, and here, it meant quickly repairing the damage on the plane, significantly improving its condition. So, as long as they were careful and not shot down by enemy anti-aircraft guns in mid-air, and pulled back a certain distance, these fighter jets had very tenacious survival capabilities thanks to this skill. Damn it, if you ask me, our biplanes aren't fast enough, so we can't even ram them. If we could get our hands on those Japanese cherry blossom planes, or the German jet fighters, I don't believe those airships could withstand our impact. In the chat area, some players couldn't help but complain, finding the anti-aircraft firepower of the large airships truly annoying. If there were many of them, it would be better, with enough teammates to share the firepower and act as cannon fodder, they would always have a chance to charge in. But when there were only a few of their planes, those large airships in front of them were simply covered in thorns, impossible to charge. Getting a little too close would result in being shot down on the spot, and even a slight graze would severely damage the plane. But then again, if we switch to fast fighter jets in the future, will it trigger their void shield when we ram them? Just then, a player suddenly thought of a crucial question. Don't forget, the airships in this world are all incredibly sinister, just like those warships in the warmer world, they even have void shields that can intercept high-speed weapons. If we switch to fast fighter jets, we might be intercepted by the void shield. Reminded by this, the other players gasped. Yes. You're right, there really is such a possibility. Isn't this a joke? Fast fighter jets will be intercepted by the void shield, and slow fighter jets can't charge. What will we do then? Is there a plane like an aerial tank? At this point, the player thought carefully, trying desperately to think if there was a slow and exceptionally high defense plane. Upon reflection, during World War II, the Soviet Il-2 attack aircraft indeed had the title of flying tank. That plane was equipped with 6 to 12 mm of armor, which could effectively intercept ordinary machine gun bullets. Even the defense around the cockpit was sufficient to intercept enemy large-caliber machine gun bullets, making this aircraft very survivable. However, no matter how strong its survival ability was, at most it could only withstand a couple more machine gun rounds. Against an 88 mm anti-aircraft gun, it would still be one shot, one kill. Then again, where in this world is there a plane that can withstand an 88 mm anti-aircraft gun? Even tanks can't withstand it, let alone planes. It's not like you can really drive a mouse into the sky, right? Wait, I suddenly thought of another crucial question. I wonder if the void shield in this world is completely based on the warmer setting. If it can indeed transfer us to places like the warp, then isn't this thing equivalent to some kind of special portal? The player's voice had barely faded when the chat area fell silent. Genius, truly a genius. Can we still open up new maps this way? Hard to say, it depends on whether this game was designed with such things from the beginning. If this game doesn't have domains like the warp, and no separate maps were made for it, then obviously this can't be done. Despite saying this, the players' hearts were already filled with anticipation. They wondered if this world truly had domains like the warp for them to explore. If it really did, then this world would be incredible. Andre, who was in the rear, busy arranging for soldiers to set up defensive positions, also saw the content in the chat area. Upon seeing this, he was also suddenly stunned. Because he had never thought about where the attacks deflected by the void shields on these airships actually went. He only knew that this shield was not a tangible force field shield, or an energy shield that could vaporize cannonballs in an instant. Because all the cannonballs that hit it seemed to disappear into thin air, as if they had never existed, without a trace. Andre didn't believe that such an energy shield could vaporize cannonballs on the spot. At most, it could melt them, right? If it melted cannonballs, shouldn't some molten iron or something fall down? Thinking of this, Andre suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Good heavens, could this thing really be a void shield, capable of deflecting attacks into the warp? Or rather, does this world really have a warp? Although he desperately wanted to deny the possibility of a warp in this world, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this world was very likely to have a warp. The enemy's battle mages, in some sense, seemed no different from psychers, and Faith also had power in this world, along with units like living saints. Moreover, before this, he had even seen the enemy's abyss mage suddenly conjure several strange ether hounds. How was this different from a psyker summoning warp creatures and demons? The more he thought about it, the more Andre felt his scalp tingle, as if 4 card players playing cards in the warp had noticed him, plus the rabbit ears on that airship earlier, hiss. Damn it. What kind of chaotic world had he transmigrated into? Andre was particularly scared now, hoping that when the war was over, a golden big boss with a fleet wouldn't descend from the sky, claiming to be his father. After that, he'd be given a legion and a fleet, ordered to follow him on an expedition, and then a bald war master would invite him to ribble. While Andre was lost in these wild fantasies, the aerial battle on the other side was already nearing its end. Although it was a tough fight, the Black Eagle Empire's Air Force still managed to shoot down the players' planes one after another, simply because their numbers were too overwhelming. The players' planes had slightly insufficient firepower, only able to skirmish with the enemy's smaller airships on the periphery of the aerial fleet. If they were targeted by the enemy's large-caliber anti-aircraft guns, they could easily be shot down instantly. By now, the players had only one plane left, and it was an air combat fighter not particularly suited for dealing with the Void Shield. Their rockets could penetrate the Void Shield on medium airships, as those were slow, but their incendiary bullets could only be used against small airships. Thinking of this, the last air combat player gritted his teeth and decided to try their previous suggestion, ramming the enemy's Void Shield. At the normal speed of their planes, triggering the Void Shield seemed unlikely, but his air combat fighter had an acceleration skill that could drastically increase the plane's speed in an instant. He didn't know if he would be intercepted by the Void Shield after crashing into it. If not, he would at least take down an enemy medium airship with less firepower, which wouldn't be a loss. If it really triggered the Void Shield, then they could see what it was like to be intercepted by the Void Shield. Come on, brothers, the bets are open. Place your bets, no takebacks. What do you think we'll see when we hit the Void Shield? In the chat area, some players even set up a betting pool for this maneuver. Most players chose instant death and respawning on the spot as the outcome of crashing into it. Because, in their opinion, creating an additional subspace was too much effort and unnecessary at this time. If they were the game developers, they could totally let players create new subspace maps while playing, and when the time was right, create an event like a subspace portal to give players a chance to enter the subspace. However, some players, simply out of curiosity, voted for being transported into subspace. Why worry so much? It's just for fun. What if there really was a subspace? Wouldn't that be awesome? Under the terrified gaze of the Black Eagle Empire's medium airship, this plane, despite taking several hits and having its tail shattered, still charged towards them. And in an instant, the plane suddenly burst into an incredibly absurd acceleration. This extremely exaggerated speed difference immediately made the anti-aircraft guns on their airship struggle to aim. Because the medium airship's position was relatively remote, there were no other airships nearby to provide artillery cover. So, under the terrified gaze of the Black Hawk soldiers, the fighter jet crashed into the Void Shield, then suddenly flashed and disappeared. That's great. I never imagined such an aircraft could fly so fast. Haha, what's the use of flying fast? Wasn't it still stopped by our deflection shield? If it weren't for its speed, our shield wouldn't have been able to stop it. The Black Hawk soldiers on the airship, having survived the ordeal, felt nothing but immense relief. As for where the plane was deflected, they didn't give it much thought, as they didn't understand the principle behind the deflection shield. They only knew that this thing was a black technology developed by the Imperial mages, capable of diverting attacks that reached a certain speed. As for where it was specifically diverted? Who knows, maybe to the bottom of the sea. Compared to these Black Hawk Air Force personnel who were busy celebrating their survival, the entire player chat area had already exploded. Changfen Cat, holy cow. No way, this world really has a subspace. I apologize, I underestimated the game development. Brother Hunan, good heavens, it's confirmed, we're definitely in the warmer world. So where are we now, and when will the Emperor arrive? Golden Constipation Toilet Guy, grumble. I'll never mock the Emperor again, Emperor, please come save me. Under the shared astonished gazes of a group of players and Andre, the plane, at some point, arrived in an extremely bizarre world. This world before them appeared to be filled with a vast expanse of grey mist, and they could vaguely sense that some colossal creatures seemed to be floating within the mist. Although the image was static, they felt as if there were eerie and malevolent gazes everywhere in the mist, watching them. Hee, folks, I'm going to explore subspace for you all. But speaking of which, I never expected subspace to be like this, it seems a bit different from what I imagined. The player, who was inexplicably teleported to an unknown space while flying his plane, kept taking screenshots of the surrounding scenery while commenting in the chat area. He didn't know where he had ended up, even losing his sense of space, completely unable to distinguish up, down, left, or right. However, since the surrounding mist seemed vast enough, he might as well just slowly drive through it. If he didn't die, he would keep flying the plane, if he died, he would just restart. However, the player's plane hadn't flown for long before he encountered a mysterious attack. A group of strange-looking, cyst-like planktonic creatures, at some point, flew next to his plane and extended tentacles towards it. When these tentacles touched the plane, an electric current instantly appeared, paralyzing the pilot's body on the spot. Fortunately, players had turned off pain and other uncomfortable physical sensations when entering the game, so he didn't really feel the electrocution, only a slight itch. Without time to think, the player quickly maneuvered the fighter jet into a loop, trying to shake off these strange creatures. At the same time, he fired a volley of incendiary bullets into the mist ahead, not knowing if they would hit any enemies. After all, the mist was too thick, he couldn't see anything and could only make a blind guess. A volley of incendiary bullets struck ahead, suddenly erupting in a faint flash of light. Although the light was fleeting, it appeared very dazzling in the very dark environment of the grey mist. Seeing this, the player immediately knew he had hit something. But before he could continue firing, a long, slender, greyish-black giant claw, somewhat resembling a bird's talons, suddenly emerged from the grey mist. He only had time to curse before the giant claw directly grabbed his plane and crushed him like a tiny insect. Although the attack was extremely swift, the player's screenshot speed was equally fast. Before dying, he successfully took a screenshot of the giant claw and sent it to the chat area. Seeing the giant claw before them and feeling the terrifying visual impact, a group of players couldn't help but let out a string of exclamations and praises. However, the players didn't find anything strange about this giant claw, they simply regarded it as some kind of punishment for leaving the battle zone. Although it was a bit odd, after entering subspace, the players surprisingly didn't get a notification about leaving the battle zone. However, being taken out by this thing seemed more creative. Many players were already discussing getting an air combat fighter and then aggressively ramming the enemy's void shield to enter the subspace environment and experience it firsthand. While the downside of doing this was that it consumed planes and could waste merits, for players who love to have fun, these minor issues were nothing. Merits, after all, should be diligently saved when you are broke and then lavishly spent when you are rich. However, compared to the players, Andrei's mood was extremely heavy. Suddenly learning that the world he lived in had such a monstrous thing, Andrei felt his scalp tingle. So, where exactly did that space connected by the void shield lead? Could it really be to subspace? But for some reason, Andrei also felt that the place didn't quite resemble subspace, at least it was a bit different from the subspace in his mind. He wasn't quite sure what subspace looked like, as, theoretically, the perception of subspace varied completely among different people. In some people's eyes, subspace was an ocean, while others thought it was a forest or a desert, and some even perceived it as an endless starry sky. None of these perceptions could be called wrong, because in their minds, the image of subspace was indeed like that. Therefore, Andrei couldn't be certain whether the grey mist before him was subspace, he merely harbored a hint of doubt in his heart. When this battle is over, I need to specifically find someone knowledgeable in technology and ask about that void shield. This space seems really strange. On the player's side, other pilots were flying towards the previously discovered battlefield. Andrei didn't know if this wave of air support could change the siege on that side, but he believed that this air support would at least have some effect on the friendly forces on the ground, right? As for leading his troops to break through the enemy's encirclement and rescue the friendly forces, such a idiotic idea flashed through Andrei's mind and was immediately dismissed. With the few troops he had, what else could he do besides getting slaughtered if he charged in? Besides, his mission was to intercept the enemy, allowing the successful breakthrough units to cross the bridge. Once those people broke through, he could blow up the bridge. So he had no time to let his mission get sidetracked, it was already good enough to let the players bring the air force over for a bit of support. Meanwhile, the reconnaissance cavalry at the forefront of the cavalry unit led by Major General Mikhailov had already discovered traces of an enemy unit and engaged them. To be precise, they found this enemy unit was pursuing friendly forces. The reconnaissance cavalry fired a few shots from a distance on the periphery, eliminating the enemies who spotted them, and then immediately retreated. General, we have found the breakthrough infantry corps, but their situation is very bad. They have almost abandoned all their heavy weapons, the entire unit is in complete disarray, and an enemy mechanized infantry unit is pursuing them, they are on the verge of collapsing. The returning reconnaissance cavalry reported the situation they had witnessed in detail to the general. After hearing his report, Mikhailov immediately realized that the situation was not good. Under prepared circumstances, intercepting an enemy mechanized infantry unit was not a big deal, because the Black Eagle Empire's mechanized infantry actually had significant weaknesses. Due to a shortage of self-propelled artillery, the Black Eagle Empire's mechanized infantry often experienced problems with their artillery units becoming separated from the front during an assault. So, during an assault, these not-so-mature mechanized units often suffered from insufficient firepower, making it difficult to crack the enemy's tough nuts. But clearly, this infantry corps, which had already collapsed, was no tough nut, they were on the verge of annihilation, at best merely clinging to life. Without hesitation, Mikhailov immediately formulated a surprise attack plan. According to his estimation, such mechanized infantry units would undoubtedly advance along the road when pursuing, so he led the armored units directly to cut across the middle section of the road. With the firepower of this armored unit, he was fully confident he could cut off the enemy on the road. Then, he would have the cavalry charge the enemy's vanguard, which would be caught in a pincer attack from both sides, ensuring they would be caught off guard. Although the plan was simple and crude, it was absolutely effective at a time like this. Mikhailov handed all the cavalry units he had to his adjutant, instructing him to lead the cavalry to charge from another direction. He himself boarded a reindeer mech. Compared to other reindeer mechs, the one he was on was a command-type mech, or perhaps it should be called a parade type. The reason for this name is simple, this mech had an excellent observation deck, where officers could sit and enjoy a superb view, and even place 2 bottles of wine next to it. There was no way around it, mechs might look glamorous on the outside, but the internal environment was simply indescribable. The foul air, immense noise, and the stench from excrement made the inside of the mech unbearable. There was no way around it, if a soldier needed to use the restroom while driving a mech and was in combat, they couldn't just stop the mech and run outside, could they? So, there were special waste buckets under the soldiers' seats. After using them, someone could carry them out and dispose of them outside. Not to mention the scorching heat generated when the walking mech was activated, a huge heat source combined with the surrounding metal plating was enough to turn the interior into a giant steamer. It could be said that armored soldiers only looked glamorous from the outside. After truly becoming armored soldiers, most of them didn't particularly enjoy staying in armored vehicles. Because of this, Cambrian specifically produced this special model of reindeer mech for armored soldiers from noble families to sit in during parades. At that time, they wouldn't have to endure the heat inside the armor, and they could stand proudly on the observation deck, waving to the people outside, looking quite impressive. After the war broke out, this model of mech was classified as a command type, meaning the commander could sit on the rear observation deck and enjoy a more excellent command perspective. Especially the place originally used for wine could now be used to place a radio, perfectly suited for a commander to issue orders. Compared to the Black Eagle Empire, the Cambrian Empire's armored units always had a persistent problem. Besides being few in number, the most significant issue for Cambrian armored units was their lack of emphasis on communication. Every armored vehicle in the Black Eagle Empire was equipped with a radio device at the very top, but in the Cambrian Empire, only a very few armored vehicles had radios, usually only these command-type vehicles. This led to coordination problems for the Cambrian Empire's armored units during combat. Unlike other nations where a small team would fight cooperatively, Cambrian armored soldiers always fought independently. From this perspective, even disregarding other factors, and setting aside all skill and physical attribute bonuses and datafication, just having a chat area made players essentially cheating. The communication problem that plagued the Cambrian Empire could be solved by players simply shouting in the chat area to notify other players. What does this equate to? It's like every player is equipped with a walkie-talkie, and one that ignores distance at that. It could be said that players had, in fact, unknowingly entered a state of informationized warfare. Although Mikhailov urged his armored vehicle drivers as much as possible, his reindeer mech's speed was still insufficient compared to the players in front. However, fortunately, Andrei had considered Mikhailov's heart's endurance, so before transferring these player armored units to him, he had specifically adjusted these players to a marching state. In this state, players who were idling were still obedient, at least they wouldn't perform extreme driving stunts. Otherwise, if Mikhailov saw how these players really drove when they sped up, he would surely doubt his life on the spot. Although the players were in a marching state, when Mikhailov issued the order to attack, they instantly returned to their normal state. Good heavens, are we there? That was fast. After checking their current location, the players, who had quickly entered combat mode, didn't wait for Mikhailov to detail how to fight but drove directly down the hillside. A mere gentle slope had no effect on their tanks, and the enemy on the road was still in a dazed state. Not launching a surprise attack would be a waste of this opportunity. Warriors of the Empire, we. Mikhailov stood on his mech, drawing his gleaming saber. He had intended to give a speech to the soldiers, to inspire them. But when he looked back, the armored vehicles that had driven over with his unit were already charging down. Charge immediately. Wipe out all the Black Hawk Devils below. So he quickly changed his tone and also issued a charge order to the other soldiers, complaining inwardly. What's wrong with these guys under Andrei's command? He had thought Andrei's unit was so effective because they were disciplined. The sudden appearance of dozens of armored vehicles instantly startled the Black Hawk Devils, especially the strange appearance of these armored vehicles. It was their first time seeing armored vehicles with turrets on their rear ends. There was no way around it. The chrysanthemum car was originally converted from a truck, and there was no place to install the main gun, so the turret could only be placed on the rear, which indeed looked a bit strange. But no matter what, the firepower of the chrysanthemum car was real. A series of 76mm high explosive shells were fired, instantly exploding among the enemy convoy. Black Hawk soldiers still moving in their trucks didn't even have time to jump out before being subjected to intense shelling. Trucks hit in their fuel tanks instantly exploded into a fireball, then erupted in raging flames. Against 76mm artillery, these trucks with no armor protection were meaningless. One hit meant one kill. Anti-armor. Quick, where are the anti-armor infantry? Soldiers who had fortunately jumped out watched the approaching enemy armored vehicles and frantically shouted at the others, desperately hoping for anti-armor infantry support. Their weapons, besides grenades, had nothing that could damage these armored vehicles. Even if they quickly made bundled grenades, they couldn't guarantee much effect. If there was only one enemy armored vehicle, they would have full confidence in blowing it up with bundled grenades. But the problem was, the enemy armored vehicles now charging were practically everywhere, dozens of them pushing forward together, with other armored vehicles following behind. When these firing points converged, any infantry charging out would only meet death. They wouldn't even have time to stuff grenades under the enemy vehicles. Compared to these light infantry, the anti-armor infantry suffered heavy losses in previous battles. The vast majority of anti-armor infantry almost didn't survive the first round of shelling. There was no way around it. The enemy was coming on strong, and the anti-armor infantry's equipment was too heavy. The anti-armor rifles and ammunition they carried were heavy and difficult to transport, and jumping out of vehicles was also troublesome. If they didn't jump out of the vehicles immediately, the subsequent shelling would most likely kill them. So, except for a few anti-armor infantry who luckily jumped out with their equipment, the remaining anti-armor infantry, even if they survived, were empty-handed. Looking at their empty hands, and then at the enemy armored vehicles continuously firing artillery and machine guns while advancing, they felt like crying but had no tears. Among this team, a pacifier mech responsible for escort immediately used its machine guns to fiercely fire at the approaching armored vehicles in the distance. 4 machine guns combined with armor-piercing rounds seemed to pose a certain threat to the armor of these armored vehicles. However, the pacifier mech's small frame was too fragile. Hardly needing to aim, just firing 2 shells in the direction of the Peacemaker, the explosive shrapnel was enough to penetrate this armored vehicle. If hit directly by artillery, the pacifier mech would undoubtedly be destroyed on the spot. As the armored vehicles approached, some Black Hawk soldiers playing dead on the ground suddenly jumped up, shouting and charging with bundled grenades, intending to blow up the armored vehicle in front of them. But before he could charge up, the player at the side machine gun position had already fiercely shot bullets into him, instantly mowing down several assault team members. Little trick, that old trick is worn out. While shooting, the player at the side machine gun position also activated a grenade skill. It was unclear where it came from, but a long-handled grenade suddenly flew out of the narrow machine gun port, landing perfectly between two soldiers in the distance. With a bang, these two soldiers were instantly killed by the grenade. Before dying, their hearts were full of confusion. The firing port was clearly already filled by the enemy's machine gun, so how did they throw a grenade out of such a small gap? Almost without needing the subsequent armored vehicles to follow up and assist, with just the chrysanthemum cars, the players launched a surprise attack that wiped out all the enemies in front of them. They then continued to attack along the road towards the rear, driving towards other Black Hawk soldiers who were still rushing over. Mikhailov, running closely behind the vehicles, looked at the chaotic scene and these agile, powerfully armed tanks, momentarily stunned. Good heavens, these soldiers under Andrei's command really don't spare shells and bullets when fighting. The continuous machine gun fire almost never stopped. Aren't they afraid of running out of ammunition? Chapter 193, Mikhailov, Andrei's soldiers are a bit fierce. Players naturally weren't afraid of running out of ammunition, as in the game, the machine gun bullets for these armored combat vehicles were inherently infinite. From Andrei's perspective, because the armored combat vehicles he recruited were those with game effects, all in-game skills and characteristics were retained. When using skills, armored combat vehicles did require extra influence points, but if it was just normal machine gun sweeping, this effect, judged as a normal attack, had absolutely no additional cost. Of course, even when using skills, the consumption of influence points was very low. At least compared to the combat gains generally brought by using skills, this consumption was already very low. Relying on dense machine gun fire and dozens of cannons firing simultaneously, the players were like completely untrained fighters defeating a master. There was no skill involved, purely suppression by firepower. A continuous wave of firepower completely overwhelmed the entire Black Hawk soldiers unit. Without heavy armored units or enough anti-tank personnel, the anti-armor capability of this Black Eagle Empire mechanized infantry was actually very ordinary. Therefore, in most cases, mechanized infantry generally needed to operate with armored units, or at least have assault guns or similar things. In this world, that would be infantry support mechs, precisely because they lacked independent assault capabilities. Cease fire, cease fire. That's enough. Watching the players' endless hail of bullets, Mikhailov felt a slight pang of regret. He wondered how much ammunition the logistics department had allocated to Andrei's unit, how could their firepower be so abundant? The thought of his cavalry unit having only a few machine guns, each with limited ammunition, made him feel sour. Even though he led a cavalry division, in terms of the number of machine guns, he actually had fewer than Andrei's unit, let alone cannons. Then, when he saw the military vehicles destroyed by the players' artillery, he felt even more distressed. If these military vehicles were captured, they could all be put to use. In this world, the fuel used by Black Eagle Empire and Cambrian Empire vehicles was similar, and they were basically interchangeable. This further highlighted the advantage of Black Eagle Empire vehicles. Because the Cambrian Empire's trucks were so terrible, soldiers, whenever conditions allowed, wanted to capture a few Black Eagle Empire trucks to use. At least these things had a low failure rate and strong horsepower. After hearing Mikhailov's words, the players stopped their actions one after another, then watched his armored soldiers pick out the usable trucks and tow them away. Although Mikhailov's words didn't have much effect on the players, after all, he couldn't issue quests to them. However, to prevent players from disobeying orders during combat, Andrei had specifically issued a quest before the players arrived here: obey General Mikhailov's commands. This quest was vaguely worded, and the players weren't sure what aspect of command obeying commands referred to. But to avoid a quest failure penalty, they could only temporarily obey Mikhailov's orders. While having people temporarily tow the usable combat vehicles aside, Mikhailov, on the other hand, issued orders to the players to encircle and annihilate the surrounded enemy. They had now cut off the enemy's highway supply line, and the enemy's mechanized infantry vanguard unit was essentially trapped in an encirclement. However, the Cambrian Infantry Corps, which was bearing the brunt of the frontal assault within the encirclement, couldn't guarantee how much longer it could hold out. So their current mission was to annihilate this vanguard unit as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Mikhailov arranged his armored vehicles, instructing them to conceal themselves in the surrounding environment and prepare to intercept the enemy's follow-up forces. If he were to lead these armored vehicles to directly confront the enemy's armored units, he truly had no confidence, because he knew how problematic the Cambrian Empire's armored units were. But if it was just to use these units to fight this mechanized infantry, which didn't have very strong anti-armor capabilities, then he had full confidence. Without any hesitation, the players drove at top speed along the highway, already faintly hearing gunshots in the distance. It was certain that the vanguard of this mechanized infantry was not far from here, and this also meant that this Black Hawk unit must have discovered the attack on their rear. Hearing the cannon fire from the rear, and the unusually dense gunfire, the Black Hawk soldiers, originally in a dispersed formation at the very front and attempting to break through the enemy's blocking line, quickly gathered and, relying on their military vehicles, set up a defensive line in reverse. Something's wrong, our rear units might be under attack. Quick, I need you to scout the rear as fast as possible and report what you see. An officer, hearing the gunfire and artillery from the rear, immediately realized there was definitely a problem behind them. Judging by the density of the firepower, their units were not only under attack but were also being heavily shelled by enemy artillery. He didn't know where this enemy artillery unit came from, but based on his guess, either an armored unit had arrived, or the enemy had ambushed artillery by the road in advance. Regardless of the possibility, their rear units were probably doomed. The subsequent offensive operation could only be slowed down. They first needed to restore the cut-off rear. A group of reconnaissance soldiers quickly rode out on sidecar motorcycles. On the battlefield, these motorcycles were very popular among Black Hawk soldiers. They were highly maneuverable and also carried a machine gun, giving them decent firepower. As a weapon for frontal assault, this thing was not very useful, because such motorcycles had poor adaptability to terrain and lacked protection. But if it was only used for reconnaissance, this thing was much better than the enemy's reconnaissance cavalry. Against ordinary reconnaissance infantry and cavalry, they could have a sufficient firepower advantage. And if they encountered the enemy's main forces, they had the advantage of flexibility, allowing them to quickly evade, making it difficult for the enemy to catch their tail. However, this time, the enemies they encountered were clearly very different from before. Hearing the roar of the motorcycles, the players in the front row immediately realized that enemy vehicles were rapidly approaching. Almost without hesitation, this player chose a small wooden house nearby as a target and drove the vehicle there at top speed. As long as they reversed a little, the chrysanthemum car's turret could immediately turn around and fire at the enemy outside. Under normal circumstances, the enemy would definitely not be able to react. However, to his slight disappointment, he found that there were indeed vehicles among the enemies coming here, but they were not the armored vehicles he had imagined. What drove along the road were just a few motorcycles. After confirming that it wasn't a more threatening dreadnought mech, the player quickly reversed the vehicle, and before the foremost Black Hawk soldiers could react, he fired a cannon shot directly at him. With a loud bang, the sudden shell instantly blew the frontmost motorcycle into the air. They never expected that they would encounter an enemy attack so soon after setting off. The Black Hawk reconnaissance soldier who had just arrived was also a bit stunned for a moment. "Quick, set up the anti-armor rifle," a Black Hawk soldier said urgently to his companion in the sidecar. Sidecar motorcycles like this could not only carry machine guns but also some anti-armor weapons. However, the long anti-armor rifle was ultimately inconvenient to mount on a motorcycle sidecar because the center of gravity was not quite right. This gun was too long. If they didn't want the gun to accidentally fall off, the Black Hawk soldiers could only hold it in a very awkward position when using it, having to lean back and rest the buttstock on their shoulder. Bang! An armor-piercing round shot from the muzzle, and the chrysanthemum car, which had just driven out from behind the house, was immediately hit, losing a wheel on one side. But at the same time, the cannon of another chrysanthemum car also aimed at this motorcycle, taking it out with a single shot. A soldier suddenly jumped out of the disabled chrysanthemum car. As soon as he landed, he pulled out a wrench and started tightening it vigorously. In a flash, he successfully repaired the damaged combat vehicle, and the wheel that had fallen to the ground was restored to its original state as if time had flowed backward. Phew, done. The player wiped away non-existent sweat from his forehead, then complained to his teammate with some dissatisfaction. "Speaking of which, I feel like I've barely experienced the convenience of the machine gun position while sitting in this combat vehicle. Most enemies are taken out by the main turret the moment they appear. In contrast, I feel like I'm either repairing the car or on my way to repair the car, as if I'm about to become a full-time repairman." Hearing this, his teammate said nonchalantly, "It's fine, if you get tired of repairing, we can switch positions. I also want to try out your wrench." None of the motorcycle soldiers who had driven over managed to get back. Even if they had tried to retreat immediately after realizing something was wrong, they still couldn't escape the chrysanthemum car. Although historically, the chrysanthemum car's mobility was actually quite ordinary, in the battlefield, the chrysanthemum car's speed was still very good. At least capable of achieving the speed of a true armored car. And with the reticle, the player's cannon fire was incredibly precise. Even though these motorcycles tried their best to retreat in an arc, attempting to dodge the artillery fire from behind, it was still useless. Riding a command-type reindeer mech, Mikhailov, who was closely following the team, watched these armored combat vehicles effortlessly take out the enemy reconnaissance soldiers, and couldn't help but feel his eyebrows twitch. Alright, now he truly felt that Andrei's army was elite. Although the fighting was a bit chaotic and seemed rather undisciplined in all aspects, their artillery skills were truly superb. And it had to be said, these guys' reaction speed was too fast, not at all like newly enlisted recruits. Anyone who didn't know would think they were at least veterans who had been fighting on the battlefield for several years. Mikhailov didn't know the true origins of these players, which is why he thought this way. He would surely understand how skilled these people's combat techniques were if he knew exactly what the players were made of and how many hours they had fought bloody battles on the various battlefields. Many players had already reached the maximum level of 150 stars in the battlefield, with over 800 hours of game time, and countless kills and deaths. Judging by these statistics, the players under Andrei could no longer be described as merely elite veterans. Even the most unskilled noobs, after such a long period of bloody battles, have surpassed most normal soldiers in terms of combat experience alone. After dealing with these motorcycles, the players' convoy did not stop, but continued to advance along the road. General Mikhailov had already said that the enemies they needed to conquer were ahead. Since the game NPC had spoken, could this information be false? The Black Hawk soldiers, who were in front, both contracting their defense line and continuing to exchange fire with the Cambrian soldiers remaining there, suddenly felt a surge of tension when they heard the sound of artillery fire from behind. They strongly suspected that the reconnaissance soldier in the back had definitely encountered enemy armored forces. Experienced veterans judged from the sound of the artillery that the enemy was rapidly approaching them. The first round of artillery fire before was not as close to their position as this current round. Get ready. Anti-armor infantry, take cover early. When the enemy's armored vehicles show their heads, take them out as quickly as possible. A Black Hawk officer ordered his anti-armor company, his eyes flashing with persistent tension. He didn't know how many armored forces the enemy would send, but he didn't think his unit's anti-armor capabilities were very strong. The only thing he could rely on now was his anti-armor company, and the anti-armor rifles they carried had very limited power. Now he could only pray that they wouldn't encounter the enemy's heavy armored vehicles. Attention, they're coming. Just then, a reconnaissance soldier who had climbed to a treetop on the side shouted, looking through binoculars at the distant intersection. And in the next moment, a shell shot from a distance, hitting the large tree he was in. This accurate long-range artillery strike immediately sent a chill down the Black Hawk soldiers' spines. This wave of enemies seemed to have something special. But then they discovered that what arrived was not the Cambrian mech they had imagined, but a batch of strange-looking armored vehicles they had never seen before. Great, it's not heavy mechs. It looks like our anti-armor soldiers can take them on. Seeing this, the officer, who was lying in a patch of grass, breathed a sigh of relief. What he feared most was the enemy bringing a bunch of heavy mechs that his anti-armor infantry couldn't even scratch. Don't be careless. The metal on these vehicles looks very thick. If they're too far away, we might not even be able to penetrate them. But another officer looked at the design of these armored vehicles and couldn't help but frown. Although he always felt that the design of these armored vehicles was a bit strange, in his opinion, the armored vehicles in front of him seemed to be much stronger in both protection and firepower than the Empire's armored vehicles he remembered. At least the Empire's armored vehicles were just machine guns and sheet metal. Generally speaking, in terms of battlefield effectiveness, aside from their troop transport capabilities, they were often not as good as their peacemaker mechs. However, judging from the armored vehicles that appeared before them, the enemy even had turrets installed on them. Just looking at that one turret, he felt that this thing would be difficult to deal with. Players with better eyesight had already spotted the enemy vehicles parked in the distance. Considering Mikhailov's previous order to capture these vehicles if possible, he hesitated for a moment and did not directly fire at the military vehicles parked by the roadside. Then, he squinted slightly and suddenly noticed a few dark figures lying in the grass. Careful, there's an ambush in the grass. Tat tat tat. While speaking, the player operated the machine gun, sweeping back and forth at the grass, and at the same time aimed the cannon at the grass. Although they weren't sure if there were enemies lying in the grass, at a time like this, it was best to just fire a shot first. As long as what the NPC said was correct, if they kept driving straight down the middle, they would inevitably encounter the enemy's mechanized infantry first. Boom. The shell that suddenly exploded in the grass instantly blew away several soldiers, and at the same time made the other Black Hawk soldiers' faces change dramatically. They knew that their camouflage in the grass wasn't very good, and their uniforms weren't really suitable for hiding in the grass, but the enemy artillery's reaction speed was still somewhat beyond their expectations. They never thought the enemy's artillery would act so fast. Don't act rashly. It's very difficult to penetrate at this range. Seeing an anti-armor infantryman pull back the bolt and prepare to fire, the officer, who was also lying in the grass, quickly stopped him. These anti-armor rifles have limited penetration, and they generally don't choose to fire from too far away, fearing that they won't penetrate. If this shot could penetrate, it would be fine, but if they didn't penetrate and instead alerted the enemy, it would be difficult to fight later. They had already noticed that these enemy armored vehicles seemed to be equipped with howitzers. Firing at this time, if they alerted the enemy, and the enemy all stopped their vehicles at a distance and bombarded them with cannons, that would not be good. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the previous shot had already exposed them. Looking at the kill record that displayed Black Eagle Empire anti-armor infantry, the player's eyes immediately narrowed. Good heavens, there really is an ambush. Don't get too close, keep your distance and bombard them with cannons. The message was sent to the chat area, and immediately some players stopped their vehicles, then set up their cannons and began to aim. But there were also some who ignored the advice, stubbornly continuing to drive forward. There was nothing they could do, all kinds of players existed, and with them having more than one life, it was difficult to make them make sufficiently rational choices on the battlefield. They naturally knew that keeping their distance and bombarding the enemy would be safer. But they were already in a battle vehicle, how could they not charge? Seeing a reckless player charge forward, the player who had sent the warning couldn't help but sigh. Sigh. He strongly suspected that the guy who charged up was probably going to get wiped out. Sure enough, after that battle vehicle drove forward a certain distance, armor-piercing shells shot out simultaneously from several different patches of grass, penetrating the battle vehicle's armor from different directions. Although it was an armored vehicle, its armor was not too thick and could not withstand the armor-piercing shells coming from several different directions, and it was instantly destroyed. Pft, pft, pft. Isn't this just asking to be killed? Another ridiculous teammate. After two exclamations, the players who remained in place continued to set up their cannons and bombard, while constantly sweeping the grass with their machine guns. Anyway, they weren't short on machine gun ammunition, and after sweeping a few more times, maybe they could even hit some undetected stragglers? Well done, soldier, that was an excellent shot. The officer, lying on the ground, watched as the armored vehicle in front was destroyed and immediately shouted excitedly, but his body remained still. Just by looking at the machine gun bullets that occasionally swept nearby, he knew that if he moved now, he would instantly become a target for the enemy. The anti-armor soldier who had just fired a shot did not fire a second shot, but instead rolled to the side with his gun as quickly as possible. These large guns were fine if they weren't fired, but the muzzle flash they produced when fired would instantly expose their position. Unfortunately, his roll was still a step too late. Almost as soon as he had just rolled to the side, a large spray of machine gun bullets swept towards his direction. Despite trying his best to dodge, machine gun bullets still grazed him, causing him to cry out in pain, and his rolling motion involuntarily stopped. In the next instant, he, having just stopped, was covered by machine gun bullets. Not only here, but the situation for other anti-armor infantry was also not much better. In many cases, they often only had a chance to fire one shot, and sometimes didn't even have time to fire a second. Of course, considering the recoil of these large guns, the designers, when designing them, didn't actually intend for them to fire many shots. Even a strong soldier would find such a recoil quite uncomfortable. Bombarding from a distance with cannons was indeed a safe way to fight, but when the chrysanthemum car charged forward, facing the enemy's anti-armor fire, the firepower it unleashed was a one-sided slaughter. Multiple machine guns at different positions on the entire vehicle fired simultaneously, and from time to time, players would activate skills to throw grenades, making it a moving fortress of firepower. Initially, when the enemy's anti-armor fire was particularly strong, the chrysanthemum car was indeed difficult to charge with, because its armor was still a bit weak after all. But as the enemy's anti-armor soldiers were constantly killed by friendly forces from behind, and the anti-armor fire became weaker and weaker, it became much easier for the chrysanthemum car to charge forward. Several chrysanthemum cars advanced abreast, and after reaching a certain distance, they all released smoke grenades, instantly creating a large smoke screen. Then these battle vehicles moved within the smoke screen, constantly sweeping the distant grass with their machine guns. Looking at the continuous stream of kill data flashing before their eyes, the players in the battle vehicles knew that they had gambled correctly this time. When the smoke was released, the Black Hawk soldiers couldn't aim at them at all. Even if they tried to shoot into the smoke, they rarely hit them, let alone the vital parts of the chrysanthemum car. At the same time, the Cambrian soldiers, who had previously been pursued by this Black Eagle Empire mechanized infantry, also gradually reacted. "Old buddy, our friendly forces should have arrived. Someone is attacking this enemy force from behind." In a patch of grass, a Cambrian soldier holding a rifle said to his companion beside him, his dark face flashing with excitement. It hadn't been easy. From the start of their retreat to being surrounded by the enemy, they had only experienced a few hours, followed by endless firepower from all directions. The enemy's firepower was so strong that they had almost no room to fight back, apart from passively taking hits. Even after launching several fierce charges against the enemy's positions, they were quickly beaten back by the terrifying firepower and couldn't break through at all. Until later, they suddenly noticed. One unit of the enemy surrounding them had been withdrawn, and another enemy unit had not yet moved up. Taking advantage of this gap, their infantry unit barely managed to break through. But even so, they suffered heavy losses during the breakthrough, not only losing almost half of their men, but also losing all of their heavy equipment along the way. "You're right, damn it, kill these beasts." Listening to the continuous artillery fire and intense gunshots from a distance, another soldier's eyes were bloodshot, and he said excitedly. He would never forget the scenes he saw during their retreat. As they retreated, they had tried to persuade many civilians to follow them, but many civilians were unwilling to leave. It wasn't until they retreated to the rear that they learned that the Black Hawk army had been on a path of slaughter almost the entire way, and countless people had already fallen victim to their cruel hands. Thinking of the smiling faces of the villagers along the way, and then of the Black Hawk soldiers' cruel blades, he was filled with rage. If he were only fighting for the Tsar, he was certain that he would not have the morale he had now. By now, he was no longer fighting for any Tsar, he was fighting only for that spirit in his heart, fighting for revenge. Just then, the two soldiers suddenly heard the officer behind them blow a whistle. Whoosh! Attack, Cambrian Empire warriors! Follow me and charge! The enemy's attention is completely drawn to the front. Charge with us and kick them hard in the ass from behind. Eula! An officer, holding a pistol, fired a shot diagonally into the sky with a crisp sound, then shouted and charged out first. Behind him, more Cambrian soldiers, filled with a surge of energy, rushed forward, eager for revenge. Seeing this, the two soldiers, who had been lying in the grass taking pot shots, exchanged glances and followed the officer into the charge. At this moment, they thought of nothing else but to charge forward and take revenge, washing away all the humiliation they had endured along the way. The Black Hawk soldiers, who were originally trapped here, still wanted to send out an infantry squad to launch a flanking surprise attack, bypass the enemy's armored unit, and then attack them from the side with anti-tank rifles. They had noticed that this enemy force seemed to consist only of armored units, with no accompanying infantry. This meant that this armored unit would inevitably be inflexible in combat. As long as their surprise attack was well executed, these people would find it very difficult to deal with infantry attacking from different directions. Unfortunately, their flanking surprise attack had just begun when they heard a chorus of Eula from behind them. Before they could react, a hail of bullets struck down several Black Hawk infantrymen who were crawling forward, trying to flank them. Damn it, the Cambrians are charging now. Don't they value their lives? Seeing the grey infantry, holding bayonets and carrying long and short firearms, charging from behind, a Black Hawk soldier cursed and turned to retaliate. But the shells falling from the sky made him involuntarily hug his head, lying motionless on the ground. My goodness, are those our friendly NPC troops? Why are these guys coming up? Be careful, when we fire, don't hit our friendly troops. We don't want to be judged for malicious friendly fire. Some players looked at the charging friendly soldiers and immediately felt overwhelmed. Although they were fighting at the front and these people knew to attack from behind, it did move them. But these guys suddenly charged with bayonets. How were they supposed to leverage their firepower advantage? If both sides got mixed up in a melee, wouldn't their machine guns mow down everyone? Without time to think, facing this situation, players could only choose to charge quickly. Players who remained in the armored vehicles simply jumped out. At this time, compared to operating a machine gun position with a poor side view, fighting outside was more comfortable. Eula. When these Cambrian soldiers charged, facing the gleaming bayonets, many Black Hawk soldiers were pierced through before they could even get up. Damn it, these guys' charge was absolutely suicidal. They hadn't expected that while they were busy taking machine gun and artillery fire, the enemy, who they had previously suppressed from behind, would seize this opportunity to charge. Weren't they afraid of being blown up along with everyone else? Clearly, these Cambrian soldiers were not afraid of death. These soldiers, left to cover the retreat, had long been prepared to sacrifice themselves. If they were truly afraid of death, they wouldn't have stayed to cover the retreat. At this moment, their minds were solely focused on tying down the enemy and preventing them from counterattacking. They knew, in particular, that the Cambrian Empire's armored units were not numerous, and the value of their infantry was far lower than that of armored units. If they could use their ragtag infantry to ensure the safety of the armored units, this sacrifice would definitely be worthwhile. Although initially caught off guard by the bayonet charge, the Black Hawk soldiers quickly counterattacked the charging enemy. In the close quarters combat, the Black Hawk soldiers quickly gained the upper hand, suppressing the Cambrian soldiers' initial brave rush with little effort. On one hand, this was because these Cambrian soldiers had just broken through and were already physically and mentally exhausted from previous battles. Moreover, their rations were not as good as the enemy's, so their physical fitness was generally inferior to that of the Black Hawk soldiers. On the other hand, it was also because the Black Hawk soldiers had a higher rate of automatic weapon deployment. This batch of mechanized infantry was not strong against armored units, mainly because their artillery hadn't caught up, but this didn't mean their own armament was poor. On the contrary, their proportion of submachine guns was relatively high within the entire Black Eagle Empire army. In close quarters combat, using bayonets to compete in personal bravery is one thing, but using submachine guns to indiscriminately spray bullets without regard for martial ethics is another. During World War II, the Japanese had always championed their bayonet skills and focused on training in this area. On the East Asian battlefield, they did gain many advantages with their bayonet skills, until they encountered the American forces in the Pacific. They then experienced the terror of the Thompson submachine gun and American pistols. Facing American soldiers, each armed with a pistol, their bayonet skills were truly insignificant. American GIs might not be able to win a bayonet fight, but they knew how to shoot wildly with their pistols. Just as the two sides soldiers were locked in a melee, suddenly, a thunderous sound of hooves approached. Hearing this sound, the Black Hawk soldiers standing still froze, then a look of terror appeared on their faces. They knew that the Empire had long since phased out traditional cavalry units, and it was impossible for cavalry to appear except for some very special units. And at this time, the only army that still possessed large-scale cavalry units and frequently deployed them on the battlefield was the Cambrian Empire. They looked to the side and indeed spotted the familiar red and gold eagle flag of the Cambrian Empire, and saw a group of cavalry, brandishing sabers, charging menacingly towards them. Among these cavalrymen, a group of them stood out particularly. Not only because these cavalrymen's charge clearly wasn't with the main force, but had completely broken formation, but also because their horses looked extremely abnormal. Among the charging Cambrian cavalry unit, many cavalrymen looked at the group leading the charge and couldn't help but wonder if they were dreaming. Earlier in the ranks, they hadn't thought much of these cavalrymen, only assuming they were probably less professional than their own group. But now, seeing the terrifying speed at which these people galloped, and how they constantly weaved in an S-shape while running, these experienced Cambrian cavalrymen were instantly awestruck. It was precisely because of their rich experience that they knew how absurdly skilled these riders in front of them were. They had never seen anyone ride a horse so fast, while also making the horse run so flexibly on rugged terrain. How were these horses trained? Don't they sprain their ankles? Among the players charging at the very front, some held spears and sabers, while others pulled out their carbines and shot while riding. The sight of them galloping, casually leaning sideways on horseback to draw and fire with extreme accuracy, made a group of Cambrian cavalrymen's blood boil. They desperately wanted to know where these cavalrymen were trained. "Coach, we want to learn your skills." Despite the considerable distance, with the carbine's accuracy, the players still took down Black Hawk soldiers one by one, continuously killing several who were engaged in bayonet combat with other infantry. The remaining Black Hawk soldiers, facing the large wave of cavalry charging towards them, almost instantly panicked and tried desperately to escape. They couldn't possibly not know that their escape speed would never match the enemy's cavalry, but at this moment, their minds were blank, and they could think of nothing else but to flee. The sight of a large mass of cavalry forming a torrent and charging towards them was extremely shocking, a scene that could awaken the fear in everyone's heart. Even if they were well-trained elites, they dared not stand their ground and continue firing in the face of such a stampede. A wave of cavalry swept over, and the Black Hawk soldiers who had been desperately resisting were almost instantly cut down like melons and vegetables. Although cavalry's ability to assault fortified positions is not strong, in a flanking surprise attack, their lethality is still astonishing, especially suitable for slaughtering light infantry without heavy firepower. These anti-armor infantry couldn't be said to have no heavy firepower, but their heavy firepower was either destroyed in the previous artillery bombardment, or they simply had no time to aim and fire now. They were busy engaging in bayonet combat with the enemy, who could spare a thought for the machine gun positions on the other side at such a moment. Good, very good, excellent. Looking at the scene of corpses strewn across the field, Mikhailov repeatedly said good 3 times, still unable to express the excitement in his heart. Compared to the ordinary players, Mikhailov felt he had made a huge profit this time. In this round, although they couldn't claim to have annihilated an entire mechanized infantry unit, they still cut down at least 2,000 or more mechanized infantry like slicing melons and vegetables. On the current battlefield, this was an unparalleled achievement, enough to make their cavalry division an heroic unit overnight. Looking at the scene before him, he had only one thought. Borrowing troops from Andrei this time was absolutely the right decision. If it weren't for the support of Andrei's armored unit, their cavalry would never have been able to charge into the enemy's convoy. It would have been good enough not to get themselves trapped. Captain, good news, you are safe now. Next, follow us across the bridge, and you will continue to withdraw to the rear. The command will then reorganize you and form new units. Jumping down from a reindeer mech, Mikhailov looked at these disheveled but still bright-eyed soldiers, and gave a fierce hug to a captain in front of him. These people, who managed to break through the enemy's heavy blockade, were all heroes. However, this captain clearly wasn't only concerned about himself. After glancing at the general in front of him and instinctively saluting, he quickly asked, "General, what about the rest of our army group? We still have 2 corps that haven't withdrawn." Chapter 194, Crow Flying. Tank Flying. What about your group army? Hearing this, Mikhailov was silent for a moment, as he didn't know how to answer. In his opinion, the group army of these people was undoubtedly finished. In this situation, being heavily surrounded by the enemy, it didn't look like they could break through no matter how he looked at it. Unless there was external rescue, for example, if the Empire mobilized several additional group armies to exert pressure from this direction, and together with the besieged army, opened a passage from the outside, only then might the people inside be rescued. But the problem was, where would the Empire get so many troops to deploy to such a place now? Currently, almost all the troops on the northern front were retreating towards Petrograd. They had no room to send troops to launch a counterattack. The enemy's advance was too fast. Sending troops to launch a counterattack at this time might not only fail to clarify the counterattack but also lead to the newly dispatched troops being encircled along with the others by the enemy. Facing this situation, abandoning this group army was almost the only option. Although Mikhailov did not answer, the captain who asked the question, just by looking at the general's expression, had already guessed the fate of the group army. "General, I understand. We will retreat as quickly as possible and then use the Luga River to block the enemy. Thank you for your rescue, General, please take care of yourself." After saying this, the captain returned to his unit and continued to organize the other soldiers to run north. However, a hint of confusion was still revealed in his eyes, as he also didn't know what the war would become next. Since the beginning of the war, apart from seemingly gaining some advantage at the very start, they had been continuously retreating for the rest of the time. And that so-called advantage at the beginning, when viewed now, only made people feel ridiculous, because it was clearly a pocket formation deliberately set up by the enemy. At that time, when encountering the invader, the border troops tried to push back against the enemy, but then they were heavily surrounded and annihilated without even making a ripple. Since then, their experience along the way had basically been retreat, check, and then retreat again, constantly retreating. The Cambrian Empire was vast, a fact recognized by everyone, but they didn't know how much land would be left for them to continue retreating in the vast empire. If Luga also fell, their only retreat route would be Petrograd. If Petrograd also fell, then the entire empire in the northwest direction would completely collapse. Watching this retreating unit, General Mikhailov felt a pang of sadness. Once upon a time, these soldiers were the best young men of the Cambrian Empire, full of spirit and radiance. But now, all of them seemed to have aged, and although they still maintained their morale, their current appearance was no different from beggars dug out of a garbage dump. Watching the empire's territory fall, Mikhailov naturally felt distressed, and like the soldiers in front of him, he was full of confusion about the future. Damn it, I'll kill the whole family of those beasts one day. Recalling the various miseries he had seen along the way, the confusion in Mikhailov's eyes once again firmed up. Regardless of whether he could win or not, so many people had died at the hands of these guys, this blood debt could never be written off. Even if he died, he would take more Black Hawk Devils to their deaths. Just then, Mikhailov suddenly heard a burst of gunfire. He realized that this must be the armored unit he had previously arranged to cover the rear, encountering the enemy's follow-up troops. "Quick, return the way we came, block the enemy behind us." Mikhailov quickly shouted to the other soldiers there, but before he could give the order, he discovered that the armored vehicles from Andrei and his unit had already moved first. Shit, are these guys usually so self-aware when fighting? Looking at the actions of these armored vehicles, Mikhailov was momentarily dumbfounded, completely unable to understand what kind of soldiers Andrei's subordinates were. If someone said these soldiers were not elites, he would be the first to object. Having just led people through a round of fighting, he had a full appreciation for these soldiers. If purely judged by the individual quality and combat skills of the soldiers, each of these soldiers' skills could be considered excellent. Although the machine gunners and artillerymen in the armored vehicles wasted some firepower, their attacks were very precise, at least the most precise artillerymen and machine gunners he had ever seen. At the same time, he also learned some news about Andrei's cavalry from his own cavalry. Although he couldn't understand how Andrei's cavalry could make their war horses gallop at such speeds, but to be able to successfully control these war horses at such speeds, to be agile in combat, and to shoot with perfect accuracy from horseback. Such cavalry had almost reached the theoretical limit level, at least, he couldn't imagine what else his cavalry could improve once they reached this level. But overall, Mikhailov always felt that Andrei's soldiers' military discipline was really not up to par. These guys were sometimes too self-aware. After discovering the enemy, they would charge forward without waiting for their officer's command. Such unauthorized action is absolutely a major taboo that should be written into textbooks on the battlefield, but what was surprising was that Andrei's soldiers could win battles. Running alongside the armored vehicles, Mikhailov also constantly observed the various performances of these soldiers in combat. He also noticed that these soldiers sometimes fought very scattered, almost like a chaotic mess. But many times, these soldiers showed astonishing tacit cooperation with each other. Without any communication, they each assigned their enemies and even their tactics. Watching the performance of these soldiers in front of him, he couldn't help but ponder in his heart. Could it be that the future direction of warfare is to transform the original large formations into such scattered yet tacitly cooperative tactical squads? He felt that this fighting style seemed to really have potential, but the biggest problem was how to ensure that these squads could be sufficiently coordinated. Surely, he couldn't really expect these people to all have a telepathic connection, could he? Regarding this aspect, Mikhailov had always been puzzled, unable to understand where Andrei's soldiers' tacit understanding came from. But he didn't know that the players under Andrei had something called a chat area. And he knew even less that besides public chats in large channels, the chat area could even allow players to add each other as friends for private chats. With the chat area, players had unknowingly achieved a personalized, information-based combat mode, which could truly be called far ahead of its time. Leaving aside the issue of the chat area, Mikhailov suddenly noticed several airships approaching from overhead in the distance. Not good, quickly take cover. Seeing his armored unit remaining in place, still trying to exchange fire with the distant enemy using some surrounding obstacles, Mikhailov was anxious. Although the several airships flying towards them were all small airships, these things were enough to inflict a fatal blow on his armored unit. Compared to large airships, armored units often feared attacks from small airships more, because these small airships' attacks were very precise. With obstacles for concealment, the attack capability of these small airships was still somewhat lacking. But if they were just driving on a road, operated by a skilled pilot, the opponent would only need one round of bombs and autocannon fire to wipe out an entire convoy on a whole road. Damn it, it's time for the Empire to develop anti-air mechs. Seeing that his armored unit seemed to have no anti-air capability, and with no place to dodge in such an open wilderness, Mikhailov was burning with anxiety. Because the Empire did not value Air Force units, it also did not pay much attention to anti-air firepower. Perhaps on battleships and fortresses, the Empire would not hesitate to equip some anti-air guns, but in the vast majority of armored units, there truly were no anti-air guns that could accompany armored soldiers in combat. As for those few towed anti-air cannons pulled by trucks, according to Mikhailov's research, these things were not practical at all in actual combat. Although this thing had a large caliber and strong power, it had a strong killing power against enemy airships. However, the biggest disadvantage of this weapon was that it was too slow to deploy. After an attack, such a towed cannon would take at least 10 minutes to deploy and use. By that time, they would have long been dead. The enemy's airships would fly over, bomb, and leave, all within a few minutes. Before the anti-air cannon could even deploy, it would be destroyed first. As for the anti-air machine guns mounted on trucks, these things had some anti-air effect, but the effect was also not very good. Insufficient firepower made it difficult to hit airships with this thing, and coupled with the Empire's trucks constantly breaking down, these anti-air trucks often couldn't keep up. Therefore, Mikhailov felt that the Empire really needed to research an anti-air mech. The enemy's airships were getting closer and closer, and the first bomb had already been dropped, hitting a burner mech that had previously been hit in the mechanical leg on the road and was immobilized. With just a loud bang, this mech, carrying a large shield and a huge mechanical claw, was blown to pieces by the enemy's precise bombing. In addition, a set of autocannons at the front of the airship was continuously firing at the ground, setting fire to a reindeer mech that was fleeing nearby. Watching the destroyed mechs in front of him and the enemies gradually approaching airships, Mikhailov was anxious. At this rate, would all the armored units in his cavalry unit ultimately fail to survive? Just then, Mikhailov suddenly heard a crisp cannon shot from behind him. This cannon shot was completely different from all the artillery sounds he had heard before. No cannon could produce such a crisp sound. And the airship, which had been gradually approaching, suddenly seemed to suffer a heavy blow. A large hole was instantly blown in the cabin below, and thick black smoke billowed out from inside. Where did that cannon come from? Mikhailov quickly turned around and was pleasantly surprised to find a soldier lying on an armored vehicle, holding a strange cannon he had never seen before, propped on the armored vehicle and firing at the sky. He couldn't identify what kind of cannon it was, only feeling that it was short, compact, and looked really suitable for individual soldiers to carry. Just as he was thinking this, the second shot was fired. With the same crisp cannon sound, this shell seemed to directly hit the airship's airbag. With a loud bang, the airship's airbag instantly exploded into a fireball. Watching their companion, engulfed in flames, slowly descend towards the ground, the other airships immediately turned and fled. Damn it, this place actually has enemy anti-aircraft weapons. Nobody told them. Seeing the enemy airships flee like that, the surrounding cavalry cheered. Following this, Mikhailov gave an order, and these cavalry charged towards the recently arrived mechanized infantry squad, advancing alongside the armored units, looking formidable. However, after giving the order, Mikhailov did not charge with the others. Instead, he quickly ran towards the player, and with a look of surprise in the player's bewildered eyes, he looked at the cannon in the player's hand and exclaimed, "Soldier, quick! Let me see this weapon of yours." The player, targeted by this general, couldn't understand what this NPC was going crazy about. Could he have triggered some hidden quest? Considering this, he unhesitatingly handed over the launcher he was carrying, placing it into Mikhailov's hands. "Let me see." Ouch! Mikhailov had barely taken the launcher when he let out a cry of pain. Before this, he had seen the strong soldier carrying the launcher and running alongside the armored vehicle, thinking that this small cannon wasn't very heavy. But when he actually got his hands on it, the 40-kilogram weight immediately strained Mikhailov's back. Listening to the crisp sound of the cannon hitting the ground, Mikhailov felt a slight pang of regret, and at the same time, gave the player in front of him a somewhat reproachful look. "You rascal, this thing is so heavy, why didn't you tell me sooner?" The player blinked, at a loss by the NPC's subtle gaze. "What's going on? Why is this NPC's physique so weak?" With some effort, Mikhailov picked up the cannon from the ground, turned it over and over, and after a careful inspection, gradually lost interest in it. He had previously thought he had discovered an excellent individual anti-armor and anti-aircraft weapon that most soldiers could use. Because he saw the soldier carrying a small cannon with great agility, he subconsciously assumed the item's weight would be very light. But when he got his hands on it, he found that its weight was not light at all, it was even heavier than a heavy machine gun. In comparison, the bulky, clumsy, and very inflexible anti-armor rifle even seemed to have an advantage. Realizing that this item was effective not because the weapon itself was good, but because the strong man in front of him had an exceptionally absurd amount of strength, Mikhailov's interest in this artillery piece immediately waned. He figured he might as well research how to make soldiers as strong as the strong man in front of him, rather than how ordinary soldiers could use such a cumbersome weapon. Thinking this, he immediately decided to ask the player what he ate to grow so strong. Seeing Mikhailov approaching him with a mischievous smile and greeting him warmly, the player felt his scalp tingle and instinctively wanted to retreat. Good heavens! He couldn't have encountered an old pervert in the game, could he? Does this game really need to make its elements so comprehensive and diverse? While the player over here was busy fending off Mikhailov's inquiries, on the other side, a new round of aerial combat had already erupted. A bunch of eager players flew their planes into the previous encirclement battlefield, starting to encircle and eliminate the Black Hawk Air Force that hadn't managed to evacuate from above the encirclement. One player, piloting the fastest air combat fighter, used an acceleration skill to rush in and experience a minute-long tour of the other world. There was no other way, the subspace that had suddenly appeared in the player's line of sight earlier was simply too eye-catching, and he also wanted to tour the subspace. Of course, players who sacrificed their fighters to directly tour the subspace were ultimately a tiny minority. The vast majority of players were still diligently attacking the enemy's airships. After some research, these players devised a tactic for dealing with large airships: boarding. To take down such a large airship, simply relying on indiscriminate firepower was not enough, unless they could carry 2 more people on the plane's wings, such as 2 invaders, to use subspace bombardment. Otherwise, trying to destroy this thing with pure firepower was simply too difficult. In contrast, boarding such an airship seemed much simpler. The only real difficulty was that their bombers couldn't get too close to the airship. If they got too close, their bombers would be immediately destroyed by anti-aircraft fire, so they could only drop people from high altitude for boarding. But then again, if they could truly fly at such a low altitude, making the airship's area in their field of vision large enough, why would they drop players for boarding? Wouldn't it be better to just have the bombers drop bombs directly on top of the airship, launching a round of bombardment? Especially since bombs, after a brief free fall, wouldn't have gained much speed and thus couldn't be stopped by a void shield. It was just a shame that the anti-aircraft fire of this thing was as fiendish as a hedgehog, forcing them to rely on players to solve the battle through airdropped boarding. Theoretically, player boarding might not necessarily have an advantage. After all, if bombs couldn't be thrown accurately, would players jumping down necessarily land accurately? But no matter what, after opening the parachute, players could still somewhat control the direction of the parachute's movement. Although this change in movement direction was very slight, in this context, it was already equivalent to the level of a guided bomb. Using this method, as long as the timing of opening the parachute was appropriate enough, and not opened too early, otherwise they would be shot down as targets by enemy anti-aircraft fire. Then player boarding was quite feasible. What the hell? To achieve such a skill, ordinary paratroopers would absolutely not be able to do it. Only extremely experienced or specialized airdrop veterans would have a chance to successfully airdrop onto the enemy's head. So after some research, players quickly found a new approach. Find the few most skilled airdrop veterans in the entire game, ask them to specialize in airdropping, and give them a military flag. As long as one person successfully landed, other players would immediately revive from the military flag and then jointly launch a fierce attack on the airship. Especially since the Black Eagle Empire's airships generally lacked defensive capabilities, they seem to have never considered the issue of internal boarding. So, facing the player's surprise attack, these Black Hawk soldiers had almost no room to resist. On the battlefield, after successfully taking down an airship using boarding tactics, the boarding veteran, while piloting the airship, asked the others somewhat puzzledly. "By the way, I'm wondering if our boarding tactic might be exploiting a bug? I always feel a bit strange, isn't our boarding a bit too easy?" Hearing this, the other players, Busy operating anti-aircraft fire and fiercely shooting at other surrounding airships, said nonchalantly while firing. Why worry so much? You're definitely overthinking it. Since the game has created the internal space of the airship, and done it so meticulously, it must be encouraging us to use this boarding tactic to attack. Another player echoed. That's right, I think the reason we're so lucky right now might be because we're picking up scraps, and all we've encountered are bombing type or other kinds of airships. Don't forget, we've encountered enemy paratroopers before, those things not only wore power armor, but even had drop pods. Think about it, what kind of scene would it be if you finally managed to board with a few people, and as soon as you entered, you saw an airship full of Astartes. Hearing this, the boarding veteran who had previously had some doubts immediately had no more questions. Alright, he had indeed overthought it. It wasn't that the game balance was broken, it was just that he happened to be lucky, boarding undefended airships twice in a row. If he were to actually encounter an enemy airship specifically designed to transport paratroopers, the thought of seeing an entire squad of heavily armored fear knights, armed with great swords and great guns, aiming at him as soon as he entered, made him shiver involuntarily. Damn it, the Black Eagle Empire of this world is still too advanced, they even created pseudo-Astartes. It's just that these airships aren't big enough, if they really created warships like those in Warhammer, he felt that a single boarding operation could be equivalent to an entire battle. Meanwhile, the Black Hawk army on the ground, looking at the enemy-occupied airship in the sky, was furious. In the command post, a corps commander dialed the Air Force and started ranting. Scum. Useless. You've shamed the Empire. You bastards, who can tell me, how many times has this happened now? I remember yesterday, you guaranteed that the captured airship was just an accident, and that such a thing would never happen a second time. So who can tell me, what's going on with that thing shitting on my head right now? Have the soldiers up there mutinied? At the Air Force base, the Air Force officer, being heavily scolded by the army, had a very distressed expression on his face. He was also dumbfounded. When they were researching various airship tactics before, why had they never considered such a tactic? Relying on paratroopers to board their airships directly and capture them was simply a fantasy. Apologies, General, I feel it necessary to reiterate that the Air Force truly could not have foreseen this situation. Under normal circumstances, not to mention how low the probability of parachuting onto an airship from such a height is, even if the enemy was confident enough to open their parachutes successfully, our anti-aircraft fire would be sufficient to shoot them down. Even if anti-aircraft fire didn't shoot them down, if only 1 or 2 people stormed in, our soldiers inside wouldn't be unable to resist, so this situation truly wasn't within our scope of consideration. But before he could finish his defense, the general on the other end of the line roared. Enough. The Empire has given the Air Force so many resources, is this how you make excuses when you encounter trouble? Because of this situation, we have already lost 2 large airships, and my troops are being bombed by our own airships. I'm not interested in hearing your explanations. This has already happened, I just want to know what to do. Hello. Hello. If you're going to be useless, don't hang up. Looking at the disconnected call, the Black Hawk Corps commander was furious and couldn't help but smash the phone in his hand to the ground. Damn it, he shouldn't have had any expectations for those Air Force people. Quick, aim all our anti-aircraft artillery at that enemy captured airship up there and shoot that thing down for me. That's right, we are going to shoot down our own airship. I will take responsibility for any problems afterwards, you don't need to worry. Immediately after, having made another call to the rear air defense position, he couldn't help but sit down, panting. Seeing this, a staff officer beside him quickly and thoughtfully handed him a handkerchief. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the army commander said with an annoyed expression. Order our army to cease attack and continue to besiege them. Also, inform the logistics department to send us more anti-air firepower on the next military train. We need to deal with the Cambrian Empire's Air Force. What the hell, when did the Cambrian Empire's Air Force start to rise? Having successfully captured an airship, the player drove it, wantonly bombing the surroundings, and also cooperated with fighter jets to deal with other enemy airships. It was just a bit of a shame that after they used this round of airborne tactics, before they could replicate it again, the remaining 2 large enemy airships already had other airships stationed on them. It seemed the enemy had realized the rogue nature of this tactic, so they simply used other airships as a shield. Small airships were a bit lacking, as they only had a cockpit and nothing else, making boarding impossible. But medium airships could actually be captured in this way, though it seemed rather pointless to have players with sufficient skill waste their energy on such low-value escort airships. Their success rate with this approach was not high, and it often resulted in damage to many aircraft. If it was just to capture a not very useful enemy escort airship, doing so seemed a bit like a loss. Just then, a player suddenly thought of something and quickly sent his idea to the players at the airport in the rear. Gigi King, I say, why don't we try driving a tank onto the wing, and then have our plane carry it over? I wonder if this game can replicate the operations in Battlefield. If so, we can directly drive tanks to shoot down planes. He hadn't thought much about it before, but just then, he suddenly realized. Because of the physics engine, the carrying capacity of planes in Battlefield was monstrous. Even if a tank was driven onto the wing, as long as balance was maintained, the tank could stay on it steadily and fly with the plane. A plane carrying a tank could fly, and its speed wouldn't even decrease, it was practically magic. To be honest, if such a tank could be brought up, it should be quite effective against airships, right? He wasn't quite sure what physics engine the airships here used, but in his impression, it seemed some players had used kamikaze attacks to crash enemy airships, and there were even instances of airships colliding with each other. So in his opinion, flying such a large object to an enemy airship, even if the plane was destroyed, was not to be feared. As long as it could be ensured to hit, dropping such a tank from the sky would at least cripple the enemy's airship. Even if it didn't cripple the airship, there was no such thing as dying from a fall for tanks in battlefield, so they could completely try to use this opportunity to create an armored airborne tactic. Players playing games always enjoy the fun and never shy away from trouble. Suddenly realizing that this operation might be fun, a player immediately volunteered to carry it out. A player who was originally waiting for a plane at the airport mounted a warhorse and galloped towards the factory like lightning, then quickly spent merit points to recruit a Saint Jamin tank. The waiting time was long, making him a bit impatient. After finally waiting for the tank to be recruited, he quickly drove it back to the airport at top speed. Fortunately, the battlefield version of the Saint Jamin tank was extremely mobile, many times faster than the original Saint Jamin. So he didn't spend much time driving to the airport, and as soon as he arrived, a player was already ready with a bomber. Hurry, hurry, get in. The old driver is about to drive. Hearing the bomber pilot say that, the player couldn't help but laugh. Shouldn't you be the old captain? How did driving become flying? While speaking, he carefully drove the Saint Jamin tank onto the wing using a gentle slope that an engineer player had just built. Under normal circumstances, the fragile wing would have been crushed into fragments by the weight of the tank. But because of the special physics engine, when applied to reality, the bomber's wing appeared quite miraculous. It withstood the crushing weight of a Saint Jamin tank without any deformation. If Black Eagle Empire material scientists were to see the scene, they would surely exclaim that it was impossible. To produce qualified airships, they had tested countless materials before finally choosing the current combinations. If the Black Eagle Empire could truly invent such a miraculous material, then their future air force and tanks wouldn't need other metals, they would all be made from this stuff. Whether in terms of strength or weight, this thing was so terrifyingly miraculous that one might think it was Marvel's vibranium. Hey! Be careful when you drive, don't throw me off. Seeing himself flying like this, the player, while excited in the tank, couldn't help but remind his companion. At this moment, if the plane tilted even slightly, he would be thrown off. God knows which gully his tank would land in after hitting the ground. Don't worry, trust my skill. I never failed when carrying tanks in Battlefield 1. Under his excited manipulation, the bomber took off smoothly and flew straight towards the distant battlefield. Because that battlefield was relatively far from here, their flight process was quite monotonous. However, they occasionally spotted some enemy reconnaissance teams or other scattered troops on the ground. Immediately after, the bomber would approach and drop bombs on the ground. Although such straight bombing could easily be targeted by enemy anti-aircraft guns, most reconnaissance teams and scattered enemy vanguard troops did not carry much anti-air firepower. As long as the altitude was slightly higher and they weren't accidentally headshot by a sharpshooter on the ground, their bombing run could be described as having been thrilling but safe. The continuous bombing left many Black Hawk soldiers a bit stunned at this moment. They originally thought that a few bombs would be enough, but they didn't expect that after this strange aircraft dropped a round of bombs, it circled back to continue dropping bombs. Emperor above, how much carrying capacity did their aircraft have, and how many bombs were packed inside? One might think this thing was an airship. After casually bombing some wild monsters, treating it as a fun way to alleviate boredom during the journey, the two continued flying in the same direction. But just then, they suddenly saw a large green magic circle appear in the sky ahead. It was unknown where these large green magic circles appeared from, countless of them unfolded in the sky in an instant, and a barrage of fire rain fell from the sky, covering the ground. Below these magic circles, an entire lush forest instantly perished in the fire rain, with eerie green flames burning everywhere, a terrifying smell pervading the air, and thick black smoke rolling in the distance. Wait a minute, what's going on over there? Why is there such a huge commotion? Could it be an enemy mage corps in action? The player piloting the bomber looked at the magic circles that suddenly appeared in the distance, a slightly surprised expression on his face. Seeing it from the ground was one feeling, but piloting a plane in the sky to see it, these magic circles gave him an even greater sense of oppression. Although in terms of actual attack effectiveness, a round of attacks from these large magic circles might not even be as strong as a few rocket launchers. But it must be said, this kind of attack, purely from individual power, was very capable of touching the heartstrings. Let's go take a look, join the fun over there first. The player in the tank suggested, and the bomber immediately turned sideways, flying straight towards the magic battle. Airships could be bombed anytime, and there would always be opportunities to drop tanks on them. Compared to the airships they had grown somewhat tired of playing with, these spells in front of them looked much more interesting. It was unknown when the player would open up the magic system. Until now, they mostly watched their side in counterattacks from enemy battle mages, and hadn't really seen their own mages counterattack the enemy. Just as the bomber was approaching, a sudden cold current appeared instantly, extinguishing the raging forest in an instant, and turning a large surrounding area into a world of ice and snow. My goodness, is this a mage fighting a living saint? The two players, hiding in their vehicle, also felt a chilling cold coming over them. Fortunately, the weakened perception in the game made them only feel a slight coolness, but not to the point of their scalps tingling from the cold. It was only because of the players' special physiques that they didn't feel anything. If it were normal soldiers, dressed in thin clothes facing such temperatures, they would have almost instantly frozen stiff and suffered hypothermia. While they wouldn't necessarily freeze to death on the spot, they would clearly shiver from the cold and lose their ability to move. In the jungle on the ground, the living Saint Sophia looked at the surrounding enemies, a hint of surprise on her aged face. Do you have prophecy-type mages who altered the oracle? I clearly received instructions from the cold-blooded lady that the commander of your synthetic army was here. Looking at the mages surrounding her, one after another, how could she not know that she had fallen into an enemy trap? However, she did not feel fear at the trap before her. Compared to this question, what she was most concerned about was how the enemy managed to tamper with the oracle. He, esteemed saint, you jest. We do not have the ability to influence the gods. Among the mage ranks, a mage with the rank of lieutenant general on his shoulder stepped forward, looking at the living saint with hawk-like eyes. He removed the mask from his face, then pointed to the rank on his shoulder and said, I am indeed the army commander of the Rhine synthetic army, but the Empire never stipulated that high-ranking officers could not be mages. Chapter 195, in this era, a tank falling can even kill a lieutenant general. Sophia, the living saint, narrowed her eyes, and an astonishing sense of oppression erupted from her aging body. Without a doubt, this was a trap. But she had never expected the method used to trap her would be so simple, completely different from the complex operations she had imagined. So that's it, I overlooked this possibility. Sophia, the living saint, silently repented in her heart, feeling she had been too arrogant. That's right, who said a mage couldn't serve as a high-ranking officer? There was never such a saying. Although in the Black Eagle Empire, most mages held no military rank, that was because these academy-trained mages from magic academies were not part of the army. They did not accept unified military dispatch but were led by their respective magical guilds, which in turn accepted central assignments to perform tasks in different fields, even on battlefields. In a sense, these mages did not need to pledge allegiance to any general, they only needed to pledge allegiance to one person, the emperor of the empire. That was enough. However, besides these ubiquitous academy mages, the Black Eagle Empire naturally also had traditional mages, such as the lieutenant general before her, who came from a traditional mage training system and emerged as a traditional mage. As a traditional mage, his magic learning never came from an academy, and naturally, he did not need to obey the academy's arrangements after graduation to forcibly perform certain jobs. However, he himself was extremely enthusiastic about joining the army, and coupled with the significant contributions his lineage of mages made to the empire during the unification wars, he was also an old military aristocratic power of the empire. Under these circumstances, while studying magic, he also graduated from a military academy, officially joined the army, and achieved a series of military merits. After withdrawing from the Western Front, he was awarded the rank of lieutenant general for his military achievements and promoted to army group commander, arriving at his current unit. I knew it, indeed. You used some means similar to oracles, so you knew some of our military actions in advance. In the past week of war, we noticed something was amiss. In many surprise attacks, you seemed to be clairvoyant, knowing our actions in advance and taking countermeasures. At that time, the secret police and the Imperial Guard unanimously believed there was a traitor in the High Command, just like 2 years ago, but His Great Majesty the Emperor instructed that it was more likely some kind of supernatural power. So I thought of my identity and used it to set a trap, hoping you would fall for it. I never thought you would actually walk right into the trap like this. At this point, the Lieutenant General looked at Sophia, the living saint's increasingly grim face, and showed a victorious smile. I don't understand, you are already so old, why do you still come to the front lines to fight after all these years? Can't you just stay honestly in the cathedral, enjoy your offerings, and be revered by thousands as a living saint? Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Sophia's eyes. Humph. If your Black Eagle Empire ever acted like decent people, I wouldn't have to come to the front lines at such an old age. I've experienced too many wars in my life, I'm already tired of war, but your brutality forces me to return to the battlefield. As Sophia, the living saint's words fell, the surrounding air grew colder and colder, but the general before her merely waved his staff, and the surrounding air instantly warmed considerably. Brutality? Ha ha ha, these are just necessary means. We kill in war and are called brutal, but your Tsar's exorbitant taxes caused millions to die in famine, is that not brutality? The Black Hawk general laughed madly while accusing. Ultimately, we are all the same kind of people. The gates to hell have long been opened, and no one can stop predetermined fate. The Empire's actions now are merely the necessary evil to end all wars. When peace descends forever, history will surely prove who was right. As soon as his voice fell, the general suddenly slammed his staff heavily on the ground, and 2 giant mud hands, like swatting flies, went straight for Sophia, the living saint, who stood in the middle. It wasn't just this patch of mud, the surrounding earth seemed to come alive. Vast amounts of magic power radiated from under each mage's feet, permeating the surrounding soil, and then, guided by the general, all of it was mobilized. The originally solid ground, at this moment, seemed to have completely turned into mud, and Sophia's tiny body was nothing more than an insignificant fly in a muddy field. Seeing this, how could Sophia, the living saint, not know that the Black Hawk officer before her had actually been stalling for time through their conversation? But it didn't matter, had she not been stalling for time herself? Before the mud hands could close heavily, ice from an unknown source froze them, turning them into a large sculpture of mud mixed with ice crystals. Not only these mud hands, but many mages standing opposite suddenly clutched their chests, their faces showing expressions of pain. Immediately after, ice spikes suddenly protruded from their chests, and the ice, which had somehow extended into their chests, thus pierced through their torsos. Watching this brutal scene, only the mage general, who still stood in place as if nothing had happened, remained. and a cautious look couldn't help but appear on his face. Damn it, a living saint is truly abnormal. Purely relying on divine blessings and holy relics, she can achieve this level. Thinking about how many years it took him, a mage hailed as a genius, to learn magic to his current level, the general suddenly felt his magic was no longer appealing. Even if he spent so many years raising his magic to one of the Empire's top levels, in the end, he still couldn't catch up to the living saint's abnormality. Surrender, you have nowhere to run. Do you really think you still have a chance to escape from my hands now? Casually freezing the blood and moisture inside these mages into ice crystals, thereby killing them instantly, Sophia, the living saint, still appeared calm and unperturbed, despite her age, without any sign of wavering. However, she knew very well that unleashing such an attack also took all her strength. To infiltrate magic into a living being's body to kill it is far more difficult than having magic appear outside the body. Even the divine arts used by a living saint are like this. No one has clearly researched why this is so. Some speculate that the electromagnetic field within living organisms might disrupt the effects of these magical powers, while others speculate it might be a suppressive effect from some self-protection of the soul. Neither of these two conjectures can be proven at present. Research into biological electromagnetic fields can only be described as being at a standstill. No country has achieved significant research results in this area. As for the soul, this thing indeed has many explanations in occultism, but if explained scientifically, people still cannot prove the existence of the soul. Sophia, the living saint, was able to perform such incredible operations because her power was strong enough to simply overpower, coupled with the time she had stalled earlier. But for someone like the mage general before her, whose strength was greater than the surrounding mages, she had no way to deal with him. It was completely impossible to kill him in the same way she killed the other mages. But it didn't matter, this guy no longer had any helpers around him. Without any helpers, Sophia, the living saint, absolutely did not believe this person could defeat her, a living saint, in a one-on-one fight. All along, living saints have been known as invincible in one-on-one combat. Looking at the formidable living saint, a bitter smile appeared on the Black Hawk general's face. Ha, ha ha, it seems a bit awkward now. Although he was smiling bitterly, a sinister glint flickered in his eyes. A stone spike, appearing from nowhere, silently extended behind Sophia, the living saint, about to pierce her. Unfortunately, his little trick had already been seen by Sophia. The living saint didn't even make any movement, and the stone spike was deflected by an ice shield. Lieutenant General Ficklin, my patience has its limits. If you surrender now, you can still retain a basic level of dignity. If I have to beat you to a pulp and drag you back, you will lose all face. Saint, do you really think you have me cornered? You might as well look around. Lieutenant General Ficklin looked at the living saint before him with cold eyes, a hint of madness flickering within them. Hearing his words, Sophia glanced to the side with her peripheral vision, then suddenly noticed. At some point, the bodies of the fallen battle mages around them had entered a state of severe decay, looking like corpses that had rotted for several years, almost unrecognizable. She had only simply frozen their blood and then pierced them, which should never have caused such destructive effects. Wait, you are not the earth mage mentioned in the intelligence, but a deep abyss mage. At this moment, Sophia, the living saint, suddenly realized something. The guy before her had definitely just launched a wave of sacrifice. He, no one ever stipulated that one could only learn one type of magic. This is why I look down on those academy mages. Just now, I sacrificed the souls of 28 mages to the deep abyss. At this moment, this place has been completely transformed by the laws of the chaotic abyss. Neither your divine arts nor my magic can be used from now on. So, you wouldn't think you could beat me in hand-to-hand combat, would you? Even if you are a living saint, at this moment, you are nothing more than an ordinary old woman. When Sophia, the living saint, saw the guy before her draw out a military saber and point it at her, she was completely stunned. She tried to mobilize her abilities, but she suddenly found that at this moment, she couldn't resonate with the surrounding temperature. The holy relics implanted in her body seemed to have completely died, with no connection whatsoever. Usually, this only happened when all the surrounding churches were destroyed. Realizing this, her face instantly turned incredibly grim. She regretted being too overconfident. If she had known something like this could happen, she would have carried a gun with her at all times. Who would have thought that one day, she, a living saint, would need to win against an officer in hand-to-hand combat? She gripped the scepter in her hand, trying to use it as a weapon, but the already heavy scepter was only suitable as a ceremonial magical artifact and could not be used as a weapon at all. Let alone her, even a strong young man couldn't wield this thing with fierce prowess. Just as living Saint Sophia thought she was going to fall here today, she suddenly noticed a strange movement above her head. Immediately after, a massive iron lump, appearing from nowhere, descended from the sky like a falling meteor, crashing heavily in front of her. With a thunderous explosion, it was unclear where this iron lump had fallen from. After such an impact, it bounced several times on the ground before finally stabilizing. Yet, despite this, the war vehicle showed no signs of exploding, nor was it flattened into an iron pancake. It was incredibly resilient. Ow, what the heck? How do you fly that bomber? You almost shook me off. Inside the tank, after a rapid descent, the player felt as if he had been shaken senseless. Although this descent did not harm him or the tank, the magical physics modeling meant they wouldn't suffer any fall damage. The realistic physical sensation made him feel like vomiting. The experience of rapid descent was too uncomfortable, like just getting off a drop tower ride. What do you mean my bombing is problematic? You were the one moving around in the tank up there. Theoretically, as long as you stay still in the tank, even if I perform a sidewinder maneuver in the sky, I wouldn't shake you off. The bomber pilot stated, I'm not taking the blame for this mess. Everything was blamed on him, but it was clearly his incompetent teammate who, after taking the tank into the sky, kept moving around. As a result, just as he was about to drop the bombs, the tank above them was accidentally shaken off first. Wait a minute, how did I just get an extra kill record? Holy cow! The player in the tank on the ground was still busy arguing with the bomber in the sky when he was suddenly stunned by his latest kill record. It was utterly inexplicable, he couldn't understand what had happened. His tank falling down had not only crushed a person but also a lieutenant general of the Black Eagle Empire. This whole situation was utterly insane. Since when were lieutenant generals of the Black Eagle Empire so worthless? He was momentarily unable to react, unsure what incredible luck he had stumbled upon, that simply dropping a tank could crush a lieutenant general. Even the bomber player was bewildered, he didn't know how the system judged it, but he seemed to have gotten an assist and also received a large wave of merit. Quick, move the tank and see if you crushed something underneath. I strongly suspect your tank landing just now was directly on top of their lieutenant general's head. That lieutenant general died quite unfairly. At this point, the bomber player couldn't help but laugh. There was no way around it, he really couldn't imagine a general dying in such an absurd way in this day and age. Good heavens, a general was actually crushed to death by a tank in the end. This was just ridiculous. Being blasted by a tank was possible, being run over by a tank was also possible, but being crushed to death by a tank falling from the sky, flattened into a meat patty, that was truly bizarre. Because the impact of the tank hitting the ground was too great, living Saint Sophia, who had lost all her extraordinary powers and was no different from a little old lady, almost fainted on the spot. Only then did this living saint of the empire react. Looking at the tank in front of her, even she, a well-traveled living saint, couldn't help but show a look of shock. The sudden appearance of a strange war vehicle was not unusual, any weapon or equipment appearing on the battlefield was not surprising, as battlefields constantly give birth to new armaments. But this war vehicle fell from the sky, which was very peculiar, especially since this thing that fell actually crushed a lieutenant general who was about to kill her. Thinking of this, Sophia couldn't help but pray to the cold-blooded lady. She strongly suspected this was not the will of a deity, but the cold-blooded lady not wanting her to die, thus saving her life. Oh, wait, look at this person in front of me. Isn't this the living saint? Why does this living saint look so disheveled and covered in mud now? Just then, the player in the tank suddenly noticed living Saint Sophia in front of him, took a surprised screenshot, and then asked others in the chat. There was no way around it, the old lady in front of him looked vastly different from before. Previously, the old lady, though indeed old, was spotless and wore a splendid blue and white cotton padded jacket adorned with various gem decorations. But now, the old lady looked as if she had just crawled out of a mud pit, covered head to toe in grime. If it weren't for her large sled looking too conspicuous, the player might not have recognized this living saint for a moment. Hey! Hello, are you living Saint Sophia? Do you need any help? Thinking of this, the player climbed out of the tank and shouted at the NPC in front of him. Surely a unit like a living saint would offer some special quests, right? What if he discovered some hidden side quest in the game? Wouldn't he have struck gold? Hearing the player's shout, Sophia, gradually recovering, glanced at the tank, then at the military uniform the player was wearing, and a smile instantly appeared on her face. It didn't matter how this person appeared here, or how he made an armored war vehicle fall from the sky. She only knew that his appearance before her at this moment was nothing short of a godsend. Thank you, brave soldier, I do indeed need your help. I just fell into an enemy trap and have lost my divine power. Please take me out of here. Afterwards, I will explain this mission to your commander. As she spoke, Sophia tossed her sled aside and then, trembling, walked towards the tank in front of her. If her power were still intact, driving the sled away would definitely be the fastest method, but now she couldn't conjure ice or snow. Nor could she control storms. How could she escape with this thing? It was better to leave by car, even though the iron coffin in front of her didn't look like it could go fast, it was still faster than her old arms and legs. Reaching the tank, living Saint Sophia had a difficult expression. She couldn't seem to climb onto the steel behemoth in front of her. Seeing this, the player was quick-witted and immediately reached out a hand to pull the old lady up. Then, he heard a crisp snap. The old lady's wrist had dislocated. Sorry, I'll find a medic to fix it for you later. Watching the old lady's twisted expression, constantly gasping in pain, the player felt a bit awkward. He hadn't expected the NPCs in this game to be so realistic. She really was an old lady, a simple pull could dislocate her wrist. Although Sophia felt a lot of pain, she wouldn't think of extorting the player in front of her at such a time. Firstly, the Cambrian Empire had no tradition of faking injuries for compensation, and secondly, the perilous situation on the battlefield at present left her no time to consider such things. Quickly, leave here. I have a bad feeling. As long as we can get out of here, once I regain my divine power, we will be safe. Living Saint Sophia spoke, her eyes curiously examining the steel creation in front of her, while also finding the pungent smell inside unpleasant. But before she could finish her sentence, a huge whistling sound suddenly erupted. Hearing such a whistle, both the player and the living saint's expressions changed simultaneously. They both recognized it as an incoming enemy shell. Without time to think, the player quickly drove the tank away at top speed, preparing to charge towards the distance, but just then, a barrage of shells descending from the sky already landed there. At least 100 cannons were firing with all their might at this location, their expressions serious, and the artillery officer watched the scene in the distance through binoculars without blinking. He didn't know what the battle situation was like there, but before this, Lieutenant General Fickley had instructed them. If he and his men hadn't returned within an hour, they were to ignore everything else and fire with all their might at this coordinate, the more shells the better. Lieutenant General Fickley had not been confident in hunting a living saint during his previous operation, so he had prepared for sacrifice. If things went south, he would desperately try to contain the living saint, and then have the artillery blast them both to death. Before heavy artillery, all beings were equal, even a living saint would find it difficult to withstand continuous cannon fire. The several living saints they had hunted before were all killed by concentrated heavy artillery fire. Under such artillery fire, even the player's tank had no chance of survival. After being hit by multiple shells, the tank also met its end. With a huge explosion, the Saint Jamin tank instantly detonated, incinerating the player inside and the living saint, who had lost all her powers, into ashes. As he selected a resurrection point to respawn, the player still had an incredulous look on his face. Holy cow! Are you kidding me? This living saint ended so quickly. I thought there might be some side quest. At the same time, when the living saint fell, a peculiar large bell in the Cathedral of Confucian City suddenly rang out on its own. Hearing this sound, all the monks in the cathedral showed expressions of sorrow, for they knew that another living saint had fallen. This was the battlefield, anyone could die suddenly at the next moment, whether a common soldier, an officer, or even a seemingly invincible living saint. If it were a typical game, then perhaps a significant side quest might indeed have branched out from this living saint, leading to a series of events or something, as this particular one looked like a boss. Unfortunately, on a real battlefield, even bosses can fall suddenly. Andre didn't know the living saint had died, he only knew that his players were becoming increasingly dispersed. Some players were controlling the air force, still engaged in boarding actions with the enemy, while others had run off to Mikhailov's cavalry unit, driving war vehicles and blending in with them. But at this moment, he himself and the position the independent regiment was responsible for defending were under enemy attack. Shell after shell continuously landed on Andrei's position, with huge explosions echoing one after another. Occasionally, an unlucky soldier would be blown into the sky by a shell, meeting a gruesome end. Although Andrei's unit dug defensive fortifications at an incredibly fast pace, given the players' completely unscientific digging abilities. Without sufficient conditions to build semi-permanent and permanent defensive works, these ordinary trenches were very vulnerable to shells. Even reinforced shell-proof dugouts were useless. If not directly hit, a shell-proof dugout would naturally be safe, but if directly struck by a heavy artillery shell, such a simple dugout would instantly collapse. Soldiers hiding in the position trembled, praying that the shells wouldn't land on them. At such times, there was nothing else they could do but pray. However, Andre did not sit idly by. While hiding in a sturdy bridgehead used as a command post, he quickly wrote new missions for the players, asking the Air Force to scout the enemy's artillery positions. Behind them, an artillery division was already prepared. Although this artillery division had suffered significant losses in previous battles, the remaining number of cannons was still astonishing. As soon as the exact target coordinates of the enemy's artillery positions were obtained, this artillery division could instantly launch a counterattack, thoroughly eliminating the opposing artillery. Theoretically, if two armies engaged in an artillery duel, and one army's artillery positions were accurately exposed, then that artillery unit would have little chance of survival. Some small artillery pieces might be fine, but large caliber howitzers used for fire support could not be withdrawn from their positions in a short time, not to mention the mountains of shells. At such times, besides trying their best to do some negligible evacuation work, all they could do was pray. Upon receiving Andrei's order, players flying fighter jets immediately patrolled in the direction of the incoming artillery fire, diligently searching for the enemy. Not long after, he discovered an artillery position set up behind a reverse slope and then took a photo of its location and posted it in the chat area. By referencing some surrounding buildings, Andre quickly pinpointed the location of this artillery position on the map. He immediately confirmed the player's mission completion, allowing the player to claim rewards in the system, while simultaneously instructing Boris, the veteran standing beside him, to quickly deliver these coordinates to the rear artillery positions. Quick! Boris, I know where the enemy's artillery positions are. They are right here, in this circle on the map. After receiving the map, Boris glanced at the circle drawn on it, staring at Andre with a hint of confusion. He wondered when Andre had acquired such an ability, to be able to deduce the enemy's artillery deployment just by looking at the direction of incoming shells. However, the experienced Boris had one major advantage, he knew that a soldier's duty was to obey orders. On the battlefield, who has so much time to argue with an officer? Even if the order given by the officer seemed absurd, that was the officer's own business. If problems arose later, the responsibility would still fall on the officer's head. He was just a messenger, he just had to do what the officer said. So, despite his confusion, he ran out at top speed, braving heavy artillery fire in the trenches and desperately running towards the rear. Boris knew that once he reached the bridge behind, he would be safe. The enemy army had never given up on the idea of forcing a crossing of the bridge to launch an attack, so their artillery, no matter what, would not shell this bridge. As he ran, he suddenly noticed a soldier who had brought a horse from somewhere and hadn't yet managed to mount it. He quickly rushed over, pushed the soldier aside, snatched the horse, and shouted unceremoniously. "Thanks, brother. This horse of yours is really good." The player, who had just emerged from the rear warehouse used as an exchange point, stared blankly as his newly exchanged horse was stolen by an NPC, his head full of question marks. What the heck, is there any justice left? NPCs in this game can rob now. Damn it. Give me back my horse. Can the regiment commander's personal guards be this arrogant? Just then, this player suddenly received another inexplicable notification. Thank you for assisting the soldier in delivering the enemy artillery position coordinates to our artillery positions. You are hereby awarded a 3-hour free warhorse usage voucher. Seeing this reward, the player's expression immediately improved significantly, but he still couldn't help but curse at the guy who had run off. Meanwhile, Andrei silently wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, secretly feeling a pang of anxiety for Boris's actions. Good heavens, you old rascal are truly bold, daring to steal from a player. Andrei usually didn't dare to completely offend these players, fearing that they might suddenly go crazy and cause some major incident. Even with a series of restrictions, Andrei still wasn't entirely at ease with the players, because he knew that if players truly wanted to try killing teammates or performing other strange actions, they would always find a way. If he really got targeted by a player, what if some guy, for the sake of pride, decided to shoot and kill someone, even at the cost of being banned? Honestly, Andrei wasn't at all surprised that Boris would be shot in the back on the battlefield in the future. So he quickly issued a reward to appease the player whose horse was stolen, and also secretly decided to make Boris stay a bit further away from that player for a while. If you really offend players, beware of their vindictiveness. After all, it's one thing in reality, but to have to constantly tolerate things even in the cyber world, isn't that frustrating? Receiving the map marked with the enemy artillery positions, the artillery division commander in the rear also had a look of surprise on his face. He had never expected that the frontline troops would be so effective, finding the enemy's artillery positions so soon after their shelling began. As for how the people in front found them, he didn't think much about it. The coordinates were here anyway, just shell according to the coordinates. At the commander's order, one 152mm howitzer after another began to fiercely bombard the distant enemy artillery. Shells arced through the sky in a parabola, like a meteor shower, falling onto the enemy's artillery positions. The sudden barrage of shells instantly threw the Black Hawk soldiers into a panic. No matter how well trained they were, their artillerymen couldn't maintain an incredible composure even after enemy 152mm howitzer shells were exploding overhead. What's going on? How are their artillery firing so fast? An artillery officer shouted at the soldier beside him while retreating. Sir, it might be that strange aircraft that came over just now. It probably has radio communication. Hearing the soldier's words, the artillery officer couldn't help but exclaim. Are you kidding me? Is the Cambrian Empire's military industry armed by the day? They didn't even have radios in their armored vehicles before, and only large airships in the Air Force had radios. We could fight an entire World War I and not even capture a few radios. How does any random thing have a radio now? But no matter how illogical he felt, it was useless, because the shells were already raining down on their heads. This round of shelling caused heavy casualties at their artillery positions, especially the loss of heavy artillery, which was truly heartbreaking. Of course, the Black Eagle Empire's artillery regulations always required them to evacuate personnel first when under attack, and then consider the cannons. With the Black Eagle Empire's production capacity, cannons could be replenished, but experienced artillerymen were extremely valuable and could not be replaced in a short time. And what is our Air Force doing? Why aren't they taking out the enemy artillery? Finally reaching a relatively safe place, the officer looked at the artillery positions being bombarded by chaotic shelling, his face showing an expression of almost crying from heartache. He now even resented the largely inactive Air Force, feeling that the Air Force was severely derelict in its duties. After fighting for so long, their Air Force had not only failed to pinpoint the enemy's artillery positions but had also failed to provide adequate air defense for their own side. He wondered what the Air Force had been bombing all this time. The enemy artillery, which should have been destroyed, remained untouched, resulting in heavy casualties for his own artillery. He was not the only one. Many artillerymen at this moment were filled with resentment towards the Air Force, feeling that these Air Force guys were truly ineffective. But they didn't know that the Black Hawk Air Force, targeted by the player Air Force, was also in a very difficult phase. In a series of chaotic bombardments, the large airship occupied by players finally met its end, falling like a giant fireball onto the Black Hawk positions, creating a huge explosion. But at the same time, to destroy the airship occupied by the players, they had additionally lost one large airship and multiple medium airships. After this round of chaotic fighting, their Air Force no longer had much capability to continue fighting, and even had to guard against enemy pursuit. If it weren't for their ground-based anti-aircraft artillery positions providing significant cover in the sky, they would have been hit even harder by the players' continuous raids. Some players, seeing the enemy Air Force retreat, instinctively wanted to pursue, but just then, they suddenly received a new mission. Oh no, our home base is under attack. Ah, our young, rookie regiment commander is getting beaten up again. Hurry up, let's go back and deal with the forces attacking our home first. Seeing this mission, some players couldn't help but complain. They wondered what was going on with their independent regiment, it seemed to always be under enemy attack. If it weren't for them, this group of players, coming to the rescue, they strongly suspected this independent regiment would have been finished long ago. Meanwhile, following the previous round of shelling, Andrei's position was once again under a new enemy attack. Watching large numbers of skeleton soldiers continuously charging towards his position, Andrei felt completely numb, not expecting the enemy to use an undead offensive again this time. Damn it, they're addicted to using the undead, aren't they? Looking at these skeletons before him, Andrei was in a very bad mood because he knew how they were created. If it were in a game, these skeleton soldiers would not cause him the slightest psychological fluctuation, because they were, at most, low-level cannon fodder monsters. In various games, skeleton soldiers are the most common small monsters. But when he personally witnessed an entire village being massacred by the enemy, saw the villagers' bodies piled up like mountains, and blood flowing everywhere. Immediately after, he also saw the enemy use necromancer guns to shine on the villagers' corpses, turning these bodies into the walking dead before him. Just thinking about that scene made him feel nauseous. Damn it, don't ever let a necromancer fall into my hands, or I'll make him taste what it's like to want to die but not be able to. Chapter 196, The Unexpectedly Acquired Holy Relic and the Unlocked Divine Selection. Andrei cursed under his breath, then gave the order to his soldiers to open fire. He knew that the enemy sending out undead troops to attack right away was most likely an attempt to deplete their ammunition. But it didn't matter, with players around, he had never encountered a shortage of ammunition. Soldiers, don't conserve your bullets. Send these people to their final rest, and then we will avenge our fallen comrades. Hearing Andrei's words, the soldiers, already filled with anger, unhesitatingly began firing at the skeletons in the distance. While they were reluctant to destroy the bones of their comrades in this manner, they were even more unwilling to let their comrades' bones become tools of slaughter for the enemy. Only by eliminating all these skeletons could they allow their comrades to rest in peace and then avenge them. All the soldiers held their breath, their eyes gleaming with hatred, eager to plunge their bayonets into the chests of the Black Hawk soldiers. However, these skeletons were extremely difficult to take down when being shot at. Even now, Andrei couldn't understand the driving principle of necromancy. Although these bone frames swayed, ordinary bullets found it hard to break them apart. If rifle bullets were aimed at their heads, successfully shattering their skulls, these skeleton soldiers could be brought down, but this required a rather high level of marksmanship from the soldiers. Bang! One Cambrian soldier had good aim, taking down a skeleton's head with a single shot, but before he could duck back, a bullet suddenly came from nowhere, piercing directly through his neck. The soldier clutched his bleeding throat, slowly kneeling to the ground, the surprise in his eyes not yet faded. He had thought that besides the necromancer soldiers in the far distance controlling these skeletons, there were no other enemy soldiers nearby. Other soldiers took over this soldier's position and continued firing, but in a flash, he too was robbed of his life by a bullet. A soldier, hiding in the trench and clutching his head, was afraid of being targeted by a sniper, but he was puzzled. He neither saw where the enemy sniper was hiding, nor did he feel that those necromancer soldiers standing in the distance seemed a bit off. The Saint Shaman tanks on their position had already fired several rounds, knocking down many of those standing necromancer soldiers, but why did the soldiers in front of him show no signs of falling? What the heck is this black technology? Some kind of chameleon cloak. Through his minimap, Andrei suddenly noticed that a Black Hawk soldier was actually lying prone not far from the front line, sniping at the soldiers on the position. But when he observed with his naked eye, he couldn't see where this enemy soldier was hiding at all. It wasn't until the sniper took down a soldier with a shot and began to change positions that Andrei barely caught sight of a shadow, or rather, something like a chameleon. Seeing that shadow rapidly changing its color, completely blending in with the surrounding environment in no time, he was astonished. He didn't know if such effective camouflage technology existed in modern special operations, but he had no recollection of such black technology existing during World War I or World War II. But it didn't matter, once the enemy's position was discovered, it was easy to deal with. Taking advantage of his current player body attributes, Andrei also got himself a mortar, then aimed at the distant enemy. Regimental commander, you can use a mortar? Where did you get this? When Andrei took out the mortar and set it up in a hidden position, Boris, who had been following Andrei and watching his smooth operation, asked cautiously with his head lowered. He had no memory of Andrei ever learning how to operate a mortar, so he was a little worried now. Would Andrei accidentally mess up and blow up the mortar later? Andrei replied without looking up. When I was free before, I took some time to ask other soldiers and learned how to use a mortar. No matter what, I'm an officer of a unit now. I should at least understand how these weapons work, so I don't even know if there's a problem with my soldiers' weapons. As for where the mortar came from, Andrei didn't explain. Let Boris guess, he couldn't possibly say that he conjured it out of thin air, could he? Boris glanced at Andrei's series of operations and breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Andrei knew nothing and would operate a mortar blindly, accidentally blowing up his own people or even himself. Since Andrei knew how to operate it, he wasn't worried, at least not as worried. Comparing it with the minimap, Andrei roughly aimed at the sniper's position and fired a shot. The sudden mortar shell, after arcing through the air, landed precisely at the feet of the Black Hawk sniper, blowing off one of his legs on the spot. After dealing with this guy, Andrei didn't get greedy with more shots. Instead, he quickly took the mortar and ran to the side, crouching low the whole way, afraid of accidentally exposing his head. Although the trench was quite deep, he was still worried about accidentally popping his head up. On such a battlefield, exposing one's head might not guarantee 100% death, but the risk was considerable. Even if he was taken down by a sniper's shot, he could still get back up with a medic's little needle, but who knew if the medic nearby was a normal medic or a grenade quack. Several consecutive mortar rounds hit the hidden snipers, making the other snipers' scalps tingle. Damn it, how did they find our positions? Do they have some special reconnaissance methods? One sniper, lying prone and further away, watched as his comrades in front were sent flying by one enemy shell after another, and he too began to feel a little scared deep down. He didn't know how the phantom cloaks on them were discovered, These things were special equipment produced by those mages and had only just been delivered to the front line. Could it be that these cloaks had some strange flaws? Thinking of this, he quickly tried to shrink his body as much as possible, not daring to move. What if he moved slightly and then was hit by a shell? Wouldn't that be terrible luck? Fortunately, he hid for a long time without being hit by a shell, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't know that Andrei's minimap coverage was limited, and he hadn't yet entered the minimap's coverage area. The snipers who were taken down earlier were because they were too overconfident, actively running to such a close distance. If they had sniped from a normal distance, they would never have been discovered by Andrei's minimap. Andrei glanced at his minimap and frowned slightly. The 300-meter range of the minimap was already a bit outdated. He checked and found that the next minimap upgrade required 50,000 influence points. Calculating the influence points he had on hand, Andrei decided to upgrade the minimap. The minimap was indeed useful, and the larger the area, the more useful it was. Unfortunately, he hadn't found anything that could add a minimap to players, so only he could see the minimap. After pouring in a large sum of influence points, Andrei's minimap range instantly expanded to 1,000 meters, which startled him. He had thought his minimap could at most be expanded to 500 meters. Besides expanding to 1,000 meters, the minimap also had a feature that instantly delighted Andrei. The minimap actually had a marking function. As long as he selected an enemy unit on the minimap, an exclamation mark would suddenly appear above that enemy unit's head in the player's vision, and he could select up to 5 enemy units within 1 minute. This also meant that by doing this, he could essentially ping targets for players and have them help him fight monsters, couldn't he? Without any hesitation, Andrei immediately marked the positions of 5 enemy snipers who were relatively far from him. Along with that, in the newly opened area of the map, he selected another sniper in a more hidden position and fired a shot in that direction. In an instant, those 5 snipers were in deep trouble. Being focused fired by players was not pleasant at all. The reason was simple: players wouldn't play fair with snipers, they would only try every means to torment these snipers. The first to act were the Saint Shaman tanks that Andrei had deployed in fixed positions to be used as tank destroyers. Before this, the Saint Shaman tanks had been busy continuously clearing the skeleton soldiers in front with their tank cannons and machine guns. Suddenly seeing an exclamation mark appear in a patch of grass ahead, the driver inside fired a shot without even thinking. Immediately after, he saw the unlucky sniper blown into the air. I say, where did this exclamation mark come from? It seems to be reminding us to hit the sniper. In the chat area, he asked while slightly adjusting the tank's direction, aiming at the second exclamation mark not far away. I don't know, look, this exclamation mark seems to have a label. Commander's guidance. Upon seeing this, a player suddenly realized. So this thing was a reminder from their team's important NPC? Speaking of which, how did their regimental commander even see these snipers? How could his eyesight be so good? However, most players were too lazy to think too much when playing games, they just treated these exclamation marks as a game mechanic. Soon, this group of snipers, who thought they were sufficiently concealed, couldn't hold on any longer. They suddenly found that no matter where they hid, even though their cloaks had blended into the surrounding environment, the opposing side always found a way to locate their comrades. Whether it was a sudden sniper bullet, artillery, or mortar fire, every shot was incredibly precise. At this rate, what were they even fighting for? They needed to run. But not running was fine. When a sniper stood up to flee, his cloak didn't have time to change color, making him stand out extremely. Then the fleeing sniper experienced the taste of execution by cannon fire. A full 2 tank cannons and 3 mortars all simultaneously aimed their firepower at his position. After a barrage of indiscriminate firing, almost all the enemy soldiers marked by Andrei were dead. Those not yet marked could only hide in place, trembling. Unfortunately, this function could only send 5 marks per minute, resulting in very low kill efficiency. If this thing could mark infinitely, he could have players clear out all these hidden rats within a minute. Well, I was wondering why those necromancer soldiers had no effect after fighting for so long. It turns out these guys were fakes. When Andrei saw a marked unit get executed by cannon fire, and a large number of skeleton soldiers on the battlefield instantly fell, he immediately understood. Those guys in the special uniforms of necromancer soldiers who had been in the distance earlier were all fakes. They might have just been ordinary soldiers disguised. While the players were focused on the enemies, the real undead soldiers had already donned cloaks and blended in with the snipers. So even after fighting for a long time, seemingly eliminating many undead soldiers, they hadn't actually killed any skeleton soldiers, and there was no scene of skeleton soldiers losing control and falling. Unfortunately, after pushing through a hail of bullets to this point, the frontline skeleton soldiers had already charged onto the position. These skeleton soldiers held 2 extremely crude pistols and fired wildly, almost randomly, at anything that moved around them. However, because there were still quite a few bullets in these 2 pistols, this random firing was enough to cause significant casualties among the soldiers in the trenches. A few soldiers who had seen this thing before and had experience dealing with it immediately found cover. The soldier quickly fired all their bullets into the corner of the trench, with not a single bullet hitting its mark. But the unfortunate souls who foolishly charged forward, wanting to bayonet the skeleton soldiers, they suffered terribly. It proved that unless they had the physical constitution of players, in close quarters combat, guns were truly accurate and fast. Before they could charge with their bayonets, several bullets had already successively pierced their bodies. The intense pain and twitching muscles instantly caused these soldiers to lose control of their bodies. When they fell, the soldiers' continuous firing became further finishing blows. Aside from players, no one could jump up and move swiftly after being hit by 20 consecutive bullets, their bodies riddled like a beehive. However, these skeleton soldiers only seemed decent when they first started shooting, but after they finished firing, they became ineffective. Soldiers rushing over from other trenches, armed with bayonets or engineer shovels, engaged in combat with these skeleton soldiers. Some soldiers even charged up with homemade spiked clubs. It must be said that spiked clubs are truly easy to make and very effective. Just find a piece of wood, nail some nails into it, and swinging it to hit people can cause a lot of pain. When striking these skeleton soldier skulls, the effect is also very good. However, the most powerful force against skeleton soldiers had to be the trench raiders, played by the players. Hearing a roar, the Cambrian soldiers, still busy blocking the skeleton soldiers' attacks with their rifle butts, instinctively dodged to the side. In this period of fighting, he had already witnessed the role of a certain special unit in the team. These fierce soldiers, clad in plate armor, wearing full-face steel helmets, and wielding spiked clubs, were practically terrifying gods of slaughter on the battlefield. A trench raider, like a gust of wind, rushed past the Cambrian soldier. Before the skeleton soldier could even turn around, the raider's club had already smashed down heavily. With a crisp bang, the skeleton soldier's entire head was smashed off, and its body clattered into a pile of bones. The trench raider did not stop because he had smashed an enemy to death. For trench raiders, what they needed most was to keep moving, keep attacking, and keep smashing their way through. So, in the blink of an eye, the figures of trench raiders appeared in various trenches. They were like special scavengers, clearing out the skeletons that had rushed into the trenches at the fastest speed, smashing down one enemy after another. Many soldiers didn't understand what was happening, they just felt as if a gust of wind had rushed past, and the soldier's head was smashed. When he looked to the side, he found that the soldier who had run past had already gone to who knows where, and only his roar continued on the battlefield. What a true warrior, I wonder when I'll be able to be so fierce. Recalling the powerful man who moved like the wind earlier, this soldier's blood boiled. He was also a soldier of the commander, but his combat power was so weak. How could he be proud? At this moment, Andrei glanced at the players on the position, counted their numbers, and then made a decision. In the current position, a small number of elite players and armored players were enough to hold the line, the remaining players could go to other places. He gestured on the map, observed a village not far away, and then issued an order to 50 players. Side mission, defend the windmill village on the left flank of the position and use mortars to bombard the enemy from the side. Total mission reward, 5,000 contribution points. Number of participants, 0/50. Heh, if it's just maintaining flat firepower on one position, how can that be enough? Currently, not many elite enemy units are charging this way, but that doesn't mean there won't be enemies coming next. According to what Air Force players said in the chat area, enemy armored units should be advancing towards this direction from the road on the left side of the position, and mechanized infantry are also approaching. So, letting the players occupy that village can form a crossfire, and then they can use mortars to bombard these bastards. As for the enemy first dispersing their forces to attack that village, no problem. With the players' abilities, they are guaranteed to torment the enemy in the village, making them wish they were dead, while he can command armored units to attack the enemy, allowing the enemy to be caught in a pincer attack from both flanks. Upon receiving the mission, a group of soldiers immediately ran to the side. A military officer, seeing this scene, subconsciously frowned, but when he saw that these people were Andrei's Royal Assault Team, his frown relaxed again. If they were other soldiers, he would certainly think these guys were trying to desert. Otherwise, why would they suddenly flee the position? However, the strength of Andrei's Royal Assault Team had already been proven by the blood of countless enemies in previous wars, so he had great confidence in them. He even had a slight suspicion that this group of Royal Assault Team might be some kind of special chosen ones, right? This officer had no idea that he was close to discovering the truth. A group of players wound their way around the side of the position, throwing many ammunition boxes to the friendly forces on the flank. At first, these friendly forces didn't understand what the approaching players were doing. Some officers even mistook them for deserters, shouting at them to leave. But when the ammunition boxes were thrown to the ground, all unfriendly voices disappeared, and everyone's face was filled with enthusiastic smiles. They were not like Andrei, who had support soldier players constantly throwing ammunition boxes for resupply, so much so that throughout the entire war, they never worried about ammunition supply issues. These units, fighting battle after battle, consumed a considerable amount of bullets. Coupled with the severely lacking supplies from the rear, many units could only count their bullets as they fired. According to standard regulations, every Cambrian infantryman should carry 60 rounds of ammunition during combat, but most soldiers before them had less than 20 rounds of ammunition allocated. At this time, the players who brought them bullets were truly a godsend, not to mention that in addition to bullets, players also threw over several medical kits, which were even more valuable than bullets. So Andrei didn't know that, without realizing it, he had accumulated an excellent reputation among several friendly units. Although the reputation of a wealth-distributing child might sound a bit foolish, at critical moments, everyone would truly remember such a wealth-distributing child. When the players arrived at the village on the side, they found that it had been almost completely destroyed by bombs. Only remnants of walls remained of the houses, and many houses didn't even have broken walls left, just piles of shattered bricks. It was evident that this place had likely been used as a position in previous wars and then subjected to intense shelling or air raids. However, even so, when the players ran to this village, they still saw soldiers holding out here. No, to be precise, It wasn't soldiers defending here, but a group of militiamen. These people were a mixed group, mostly elderly and middle-aged, and some women also held weapons and hid here. They didn't open fire at this time because they knew that the only things they could hit by firing now were the skeletons advancing in the distance. Using their limited bullets to shoot at a pile of meaningless skeletons was not only a waste but also exposed their position. When they heard someone approaching, these militiamen cautiously raised their guns, but when they saw the military uniforms on the players, the expressions on their faces softened. Although from Andrei's perspective, the military uniforms on these players were strange, with Soviet, German, Spring, and Winter uniforms all mixed together, from the perspective of ordinary people, they were just a group of Cambrian soldiers in grey military uniforms. Soldiers, what are you doing here? A militiaman looked at the soldiers before him with curiosity, not understanding why they had suddenly retreated from the front position and run into their area of broken bricks and tiles. Old man, we're here to set up artillery. The player holding the mortar raised the mortar in his hand, then casually threw an ammunition box to them. Seeing this person suddenly take a box from behind and throw it at their feet, several militiamen who had stepped forward to ask questions were puzzled and tried to ask something, but found that the player had already run off. When they opened the box and saw the ammunition and gunpowder inside, their faces immediately showed expressions of surprise. They weren't surprised that this group would deliver ammunition to militiamen, but rather they were surprised, where did these people get the matching ammunition? One must know that they had no channels to obtain military rifles. Most of the guns in their hands were just black powder hunting rifles, as the Cambrian Empire did not prohibit the use of such items among the populace. But they never expected that even for these old antiques in their hands, which would be at least 100 years behind in a war, someone would actually specially prepare ammunition supplies for them. Looking at the neatly arranged lead bullets and gunpowder in the box, this must have been specially prepared for them. Thinking of this, many militiamen suddenly felt a warmth in their hearts, never expecting that the military bigwigs still thought of them. They didn't know that this was an effect of the player's ammunition box. When an NPC opens an ammunition box, the ammunition inside will automatically generate according to their needs. Whatever gun they hold, they will receive that type of ammunition. It is believed that if someone were to come out to fight with medieval bows and arrows at this time, they would still find neatly arranged arrowheads and arrow shafts. Just as Andrei had settled a group of players in the village on the side, he suddenly received a telegram from the rear. This telegram was to remind Andrei that more enemy armored units were gathering towards the bridge where he was, and the situation was becoming increasingly precarious. If Andrei could hold out until the retreating friendly forces arrived, then he should cover their retreat as much as possible. If he couldn't hold out, the command ordered him to immediately lead his troops to leave the area, and to blow up the bridge as well. In this command from headquarters, Andrei's two most important tasks were to blow up the bridge and to ensure his safe departure from the area. This wasn't just because Andrei had a general as a father, it was also because his continuous victories had made him an effective propaganda tool. As long as Andrei was alive, his heroic deeds could continue to inspire others, letting them know that the Cambrians would not fall so easily under the iron hooves of the Black Eagle Empire. Therefore, the content of this telegram was somewhat unbelievable. With this telegram, even if Andrei abandoned his troops and fled alone, headquarters would not hold him accountable. Upon seeing this, Andrei's expression tightened slightly. He hadn't expected such treatment. However, he wasn't planning to run immediately, because what headquarters described as precarious was, in his opinion, only relatively so. It seems headquarters hasn't realized the importance of our air force yet. Now my air force has achieved air superiority. And this means that when the air force returns, the Black Hawk army on the ground is going to suffer greatly. What armored units? I'd like to see how they withstand my firepower. After a couple of laughs, Andrei suddenly looked back, wondering where the artillery positions had been moved to. In the previous battle, due to the Black Hawk army's carelessness, they completely failed to realize they had lost air superiority and were also scouted by the enemy's air force. As a result, their artillery suffered heavy casualties. After bombing the enemy, this artillery division located behind the bridge also relocated. Having suffered such intense bombing, the enemy would certainly not let it go and would definitely try to retaliate. If they didn't move quickly, their artillery might be completely wiped out. Unfortunately, during the relocation, the rear artillery couldn't provide fire support. Otherwise, the skeleton soldiers currently assaulting the position would be nothing in front of an artillery division's support. Just as Andrei received the telegram from headquarters, his air force began returning. The operational range of these air force units seemed to be much larger than the ground armies, at least within 100 kilometers, there were no restrictions whatsoever, leading many players to fly off to who knows where. If Andrei hadn't issued a recall order, these guys might have continued flying further, only to crash in some unknown corner. And as these air force units returned in Andrei's direction, they suddenly noticed large enemy forces moving on the road below. The planes made a lot of noise, and with so many aircraft moving together, when the players discovered the large enemy forces on the road, the enemy units moving towards Andrei's position also spotted the enemy in the sky. Damn it, the enemy's air force. Take cover. Von Bachmann, who commanded this armored unit, looked at the aircraft formation in the sky and instantly felt a headache. He was truly exasperated, he didn't know what was going on with the Empire's air force. Air superiority had always been firmly in the hands of the Black Hawk army before, so how had the tables mysteriously turned now? When he received the news of the air force's defeat and the high probability of enemy air force lurking nearby, he was completely stunned. My troops have already advanced this far, and now you are telling me there's a problem with the air force? What am I supposed to do? Go back the way I came? Unfortunately, before he could figure out what to do with his troops, and before he could issue the latest orders, the enemy's air force had already caught up. Without time to think, he quickly ordered his troops to take cover in the nearby jungle, attempting to use the trees to block the enemy's bombing. At the same time, within the army, soldier after soldier set up machine guns and desperately fired into the sky, while armored personnel driving dreadnought mechs aimed their cannons skyward, attempting to use them to shoot down enemy aircraft. Before the war began, they had already studied the anti-air capabilities of the dreadnought mech and found that its anti-air capability was actually quite good. The large caliber 75mm cannon made it excellent in terms of penetration, muzzle velocity, and accuracy, making it very suitable for use as an anti-air cannon. If not for the complex manufacturing process of this cannon, they might have truly replaced the mainstream large caliber anti-air firepower with it, instead of the 88mm anti-aircraft gun. Of course, precisely because the manufacturing process was very complex, the Empire's armored units had already issued new directives, requiring the main gun to be replaced with the 88mm anti-aircraft gun, and to produce a batch of new armored vehicles based on this. Boom boom boom. Continuous shelling and machine gun bullets fired into the sky quickly brought down some incautious player aircraft. But at the same time, more players in the sky were raining down fire on the ground. Both fighter jets and bombers were unleashing their firepower on the ground. Bombers in the battlefield game have an advantage. In addition to the main pilot, the front machine gun and rear machine gun can also be operated by others. This not only gives bombers considerable firepower output, but at the same time, these weapons can also unleash fierce attacks on the ground. With players' aiming accuracy and the significantly reduced weapon fire error in the game, players shooting from the sky was extremely precise. Especially with bombers occasionally taking a snapshot of the ground, marking a large red area, it further improved the visibility of enemy forces on the ground. For example, under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult for bombers to identify where enemy forces hiding in the forest were located. Large dense forests would be sufficient to obscure the movements of these enemy forces. But at this moment, looking at the dense red marks in the dense forest, the bomber players grinned excitedly. One bomber, risking a hail of bullets, was the first to dive, almost recklessly dropping bombs on the ground. Many times, anti-air fire actually cannot cause effective damage to aircraft in the sky, the saying, 10 shots, 9 misses. For anti-aircraft guns is not just a joke. But with this anti-air fire, enemy aircraft would naturally be cautious when bombing, for example, having to pull up to a higher altitude, or dropping bombs in a hurry, thereby leading to a further decrease in hit rate. However, this aspect of the problem had almost no impact on players. Players' personalities have always been to treat life and death lightly, and to fight if they don't like it. Anyway, after dying, they'll revive as a good fellow again. Even if their merits are gone, they can just go out naked and slowly work to pay off their debts. Therefore, even though both wings of this bomber were shattered by anti-aircraft guns, it still plunged towards the ground, trailing black smoke. Then, in the shocked and pained eyes of several officers, it scattered a shower of bombs into the forest. A series of explosions rang out. Looking at the dense kill records in his vision, the bomber player felt that his life was worth it. Immediately after, he tried his best to slightly adjust the bomber's direction and directly crashed into a group of officers in the forest. This player's bombing was just the beginning, or rather, this player used his life to provide cover for other bombers. When this bomber became the target of concentrated enemy fire, the remaining bombers followed suit and launched a fierce bombardment, and the bombers that followed were much more brutal than the initial barrage bomber. The next few players all chose the Firestorm bomber type. This type of bomber was not as strong in anti-armor and anti-bunker capabilities, but its effectiveness in killing infantry was much stronger. Even the skill changed from artillery spotting to repair wings. When a series of incendiary bombs were thrown into the dense forest, a large chorus of wails from below echoed through the sky. Who knows how many soldiers hiding in the forest were set on fire by the incendiary bombs, letting out horrific screams, while other soldiers who were not set on fire looked at the fiercely burning dense forest around them and couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. Damn it! They hid in the dense forest, originally intending to use the trees for cover. But who would have thought that the enemy could detect their positions from high altitude and would throw incendiary bombs into the forest? André was waiting for the enemy's armored units to attack. Then, he saw a series of combat records and screenshots from the Air Force units returning. André? What happened? The armored units that were heading towards me are just gone? Well, it's not that they're completely gone. The players' planes wouldn't be enough to bomb all the enemies, and the enemy's anti-air fire was not to be underestimated. But after this wave of bombing, their armored units suffered extremely heavy losses, and the remaining personnel couldn't advance for a while. Not every unit can be so desperate, willing to lose thousands of men to charge forward under the enemy's relentless bombardment. They did want to intercept the enemy and capture the bridge, but they hadn't reached the point of madness for a bridge. And at this moment, more Air Force comrades brought good news. Some Air Force units discovered Mikhailov's troops on their way back, and at the same time, saw friendly units evacuating under his troops' cover. Seeing this, André breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his mission was almost complete, and he wouldn't have to be stuck here anymore. However, just then, he suddenly saw a player in the chat asking, "Wait a minute, can someone tell me what this thing on my chest is? Is this some kind of buff? I'm a bit confused right now, I have no idea what happened." André looked at the screenshot and suddenly realized it was the unlucky guy whose tank crushed an enemy general, and then was covered by enemy artillery fire and coincidentally killed by stray shells. He hadn't expected the living saint to fall so carelessly. But he also hadn't expected that this player seemed to have gained something from the living saint, and even after reviving, the influence on this player remained. At the same time, Andre noticed a system prompt that suddenly appeared. A player has been detected to be bound to the rare item. Holy Relic. They. Chosen. Interface has been unlocked. Chapter 197, Yelena, I'll go with you. Meow meow meow. The divine selection system is unlocked? Andre was a little surprised. He had always wanted to see what this divine selection was, but he hadn't been able to unlock it, which made him feel an unbearable itch in his heart. He didn't have time to think about what a sacred relic was now. He quickly clicked into the divine selection in the system interface, and then a huge spinning wheel appeared before his eyes. What in the world? What era is this? Why is there still a gacha wheel? Andre was about to complain about his system's outdated configuration, even featuring a gacha wheel, but when he saw the shape of the gacha wheel, his complaint instantly froze halfway. Because the spinning wheel in front of him looked strangely familiar? If he wasn't mistaken, this black spinning wheel looked exactly like the Chaos 8-pointed star from the Warmer world. Damn it, don't scare me. Andre widened his eyes, carefully examining the options on the spinning wheel. Oh no, there were indeed 8 options on the spinning wheel, and the labels on each option were very ominous. Starting from the top of the spinning wheel and rotating clockwise, the options were erosion and destruction, hellstorm, malicious artistry, ecstatic perception, greedy dissolution, rotten corruption, formless distortion, heartless slaughter. The more Andre looked at these options, the more despairing his expression became, because each option corresponded to a domain represented by the Warmer Chaos 8-pointed star. So, this really was a divine selection. Couldn't he get a more normal divine selection? Unfortunately, Andre studied it for a long time but couldn't find any other operational options. He couldn't even exit this interface without initiating the draw. Feeling speechless for a moment, he couldn't help but comfort himself in his heart, thinking that becoming a divine selection of the Chaos Gods might not be so bad. What if he got lucky and drew an Emperor's divine selection, instantly transforming into a formidable man like Titus or a living saint? That didn't seem so bad, did it? Thinking of this, Andre first paid respects in his heart to all the gods he could think of, especially bowing to the Emperor several times. Immediately after, he activated the spinning wheel and began the draw with an uneasy heart. What the F? As Andre watched his pointer slow down, slowly gliding past the Emperor's erosion and destruction domain in his surprised gaze, and finally stopping on the Hellstorm domain, he could no longer suppress his urge to curse. Good heavens, he originally wanted to be a glorious Emperor's divine selection, but why did he inexplicably become a Tsianch's divine selection? Among the chaos gods of the Warmer world, Tsianch was the trickiest. After a thorough vent of expletives that would definitely be censored, Andre gasped for breath and checked what changes he had undergone. After looking around, he generally felt that the changes weren't particularly numerous, it was more like he had gained a few extra skills. First, the first skill was Arcane Conductor. With this skill, his body seemed to automatically acquire magic power, giving him the conditions for spell casting. Andre didn't know if he originally had a mage's talent, but he had certainly never encountered anything related to mages. At least in the impression of those around him, he was completely a muggle, never heard of him learning any spells. But now, Andre suddenly felt a mysterious, profound something appear in his body. He couldn't quite explain what this power was, only that there was indeed a strange energy in his body that could change according to his will. Arcane Conductor gave him magic power. The next 3 skills he acquired were Danger Sense, Tsianch's Treacherous Tongue, and Spell Steal. Danger Sense allowed him to have a premonition when he was about to encounter a fatal crisis, much like the danger warning above Sekiro's head. Tsianch's Treacherous Tongue made him more persuasive when deceiving others, meaning his lies would be more believable. As for Spell Steal, he studied it and felt that this spell could actually be called a mage killer. Because the effect of this spell was to remotely drain other mages' magic power, preventing other mages from using magic at critical moments. Besides these contents, he also unlocked a bunch of miscellaneous things, seemingly special templates for players. As long as he spent influence points to unlock them, he could allow players to exchange for these templates, just like exchanging for elite soldiers, thereby transforming into different troop types. These templates, without a doubt, were various strange troop types from the Tsianch faction. From blue horrors to illegal psychers, from Tsianch sorcerers to Tsianch chaos champions, and even Thousand Suns sorcerers and rubric marines, he could even exchange for things like Lords of Change. However, the unlock price for each unit among these units was extremely outrageous, and there were a lot of prerequisite contents that needed to be unlocked. It could be said that in a short period, unless he wasn't planning to continue, he simply wouldn't be able to unlock any units. Forget it, let's put these things aside for now. At least with these skills, I can strengthen my own abilities. I wonder if I have a chance to learn some spells now. If I could learn some spells, perhaps I could increase my self-defense capabilities. Andre sighed to himself, temporarily pushing aside the idea of opening this project to players. No choice, he didn't have enough influence points, and the players didn't have enough merits to exchange. Opening this project now was still too ahead of its time. Andre refocused his attention on the battlefield in front of him, observing the chaotic scene on the battlefield. Overall, this undead force, which was supposed to be used as a vanguard, had been largely annihilated. Although these enemies did cause them some casualties, overall, the impact of these undead on the entire position could only be described as harmless. If there were no surprises, these undead were paving the way for the armored forces that would soon arrive. It was expected that after the undead had consumed a wave of Cambrian soldiers' ammunition and stamina, the armored forces would then take advantage of the breakthrough opened by the undead to swiftly tear through Andrei's defense line at the fastest speed. Unfortunately, the Black Hawk Army armored forces approaching here never expected to be inexplicably attacked by the Cambrian Air Force. As a result, they completely disconnected from the frontal attack and were unable to launch another attack. Due to the dying counterattack of this Black Hawk Army, many player planes were also shot down. Many players, after RESP-owning, did not rush to the airport immediately, but instead RESP-oned directly on Andrei's position. He was initially a bit puzzled, wondering why the players suddenly stopped flying planes. Once he checked the merits of these flying players through the backend, he understood it turned out that these guys had been relentlessly flying planes and attacking, and many of them had almost exhausted their merits. Although players who were good at flying planes actually gained more income by eliminating many enemies and enemy aerial units during bombing, it was not the case for most players. But there was no way, most players' flying skills hadn't reached that level, so many people actually operated planes at a loss. The same was true when driving armored vehicles and using elite soldiers, most players found it difficult to break even by killing enemies with these things. But it didn't matter, Andrei thought this ratio was actually quite good. While he did want players to deploy more armored vehicles and fly more planes to help him eliminate more enemies, he also pursued the efficiency of player kills. After all, these things all needed him to spend influence points to exchange for, and then let players exchange them from him. If players couldn't create enough profit with these advanced weapons, then Andrei would be making a losing deal. Therefore, taking this opportunity, he could also gradually filter out some highly skilled players among the players, and at the same time, find the different focuses of different players' abilities. For example, he was now gradually paying attention to a player he had brought in at the beginning. Brother Hunan. This player's usual performance was decent. Although he played very actively, his performance on most battlefields was not particularly outstanding, only average. But in previous battles, he suddenly noticed that this player's parachuting skills were absolutely first-rate. With this method, this player was a blimp killer in a certain sense. If he was utilized well, allowing him to be a standard bearer or an invader for boarding, he would simply be the nightmare of large enemy blimps. Besides blimps, this kind of boarding tactic could actually be used to infiltrate enemy fortresses. Unfortunately, because Andrei and his forces had always been in a defensive state, constantly facing fierce enemy attacks, they simply had no opportunity to attack enemy fortresses, they were always on the receiving end of enemy attacks. But Andrei believed that they would have a chance to counterattack sooner or later. Not long after, the skeleton soldiers on the position were completely cleared out by Andrei's soldiers. Many players also ran to the adjacent position to assist other units in clearing out the undead, which further raised the evaluation of Andrei's team among friendly forces. If Andrei's unit simply stole the spotlight in various wars, overshadowing the participation of other friendly units, it would naturally incur the resentment of those friendly units. But if this unit fought battles and also knew how to help friendly forces, then they would simply be model friendly forces. Roughly at the same time the skeleton soldiers were cleared out, Mikhailov, with his cavalry division and the Cambrian army they had rescued, arrived near the bridge. Seeing the scene in front of Andrei's unit, Mikhailov saluted him, and without much unnecessary talk, quickly escorted these infantry across the bridge. Andrei also saw that the condition of most of these infantry was very poor. Continuous fighting and long marches had almost exhausted their physical strength, and there were also many seriously wounded. Compared to the initial scene of the cavalry division's thundering charge, the unit Mikhailov was now leading had completely transformed into infantry. Because almost all the military horses in their team had been given to the wounded, and there were also some flat carts, obtained from who knows where, carrying some seriously wounded who looked like they were on their last breath. This unit crossed the bridge amidst wails and laughter, which sounded a bit twisted, but was actually very unified. The wails were due to the extreme pain caused by the wounds on these injured soldiers. The widespread, unrestrained laughter, however, was because they had finally fought their way out of the enemy's heavy encirclement and retreated to a safe place. Many soldiers, after surviving the ordeal, couldn't help but be moved to tears, cheering for the friendly soldiers around them and loudly thanking them for their assistance. Andrei's soldiers were also infected by this atmosphere. Many stood up and greeted the wounded passing through the position, with bursts of laughter echoing from time to time. However, compared to these laughs, Andrei's attention was still focused on the wounded soldiers, many of whom had terrifying injuries. It seemed the Black Eagle Empire had used incendiary bombs in previous wars, as many soldiers had severe burn marks, some of them beyond recognition. Seeing these soldiers, Andrei couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. Under normal circumstances, these soldiers would surely be beyond saving, even in modern hospitals, such large area burns are extremely difficult to heal, with a very high risk of infection. And in this battlefield medical environment, such injuries would be even less likely to heal. But thinking of medical sisters like Yelena, Andrei regained some confidence in the soldiers' injuries. As long as they could hold on until they reached the rear field hospital, with the help of the medical sisters, they should still be saved, right? Teacher, how was the battle on your side? Was it smooth? Although Andrei had already learned about the battle from the players' chat area, he still took advantage of a free moment to ask Mikhailov, who had walked up beside him. Smooth. Of course, it was smooth. I have to say, the soldiers under your command are truly excellent. Mikhailov laughed heartily, patting Andrei heavily on the shoulder, recalling the performance of those armored vehicles in the previous battle. He couldn't help but give Andrei a thumbs up. Honestly, in my opinion, besides fighting on the front lines, you could also help train soldiers in the rear. If you're willing, I can completely write you a letter and tell the higher UPS. I don't think your talent for training soldiers should be buried like this. Facing Mikhailov's praise, a faint cold sweat beaded on Andrei's forehead. Training soldiers? What the hell did he know about training soldiers? He knew his own capabilities, he wasn't getting carried away by this praise. He was well aware that the reason he had such a formidable group of soldiers was because these guys were all players, not because he possessed some strange talent for training soldiers. If he were sent to a recruit training camp and told to give new recruits a good lesson or two, he guaranteed he'd be completely bewildered, not knowing how to proceed. Moreover, if he were really sent to the rear to be responsible for training soldiers, he himself might be safe, but these players, with no battles to fight, would surely rebel. Honestly, Andrei was actually a little tempted when Mikhailov made the suggestion. He calculated that if he applied to go to the rear to train soldiers at this time, it might actually be approved, because he was currently an excellent propaganda target. As a middle-ranking officer who had achieved continuous victories in adversity, he had shown astonishing results in many battles. A person of his status would neither be too far removed from the common soldiers to seem unreal, nor would his noble status fail to win considerable favor among the high-ranking officials. If he were brought to a recruit training camp to speak to soldiers and boost morale all day, it should be very effective for at least a year. He believed that if he asked Mikhailov to help write a letter, and also wrote to his general father, there was a high possibility he would be transferred to the rear. But immediately after, Andrei dismissed such thoughts. Retreating to the rear seemed safe in the short term, but what about later? The more he witnessed on the battlefields of this world, the less Andrei believed that the Cambrian Empire of this world could defeat the Black Eagle Empire under normal circumstances. Comparatively, the Cambrian Empire was only at the level of an enhanced World War I era Tsarist Russia, with nothing much apart from the living saint, falling far short of the Soviet Union at the start of World War II. At the same time, the Black Eagle Empire of this world could no longer be described as merely extraordinary, with various unscientific black technologies. Andrei completely suspected they could go head-to-head with German forces around 44 without falling behind. Under such circumstances, especially with the enemy also possessing strategic bombing capabilities, would he truly be safe if he retreated to the rear? He pondered over it and felt that to truly be safe, he had to continuously accumulate more influence points on the battlefield, develop players, and let his team snowball in size. Players were his foundation. As long as he was among the players, even if the enemy had a massive army, he wouldn't be afraid. So Andrei quickly rejected Mikhailov's words. Sorry, teacher, compared to training a group of new recruits in a training camp in the rear, I would rather lead my soldiers to fight to the death against the enemy on the battlefield. These beasts, I will kill them all one day. Seeing Andrei's resentful expression, Mikhailov fell silent. He said nothing, only patted Andrei heavily on the shoulder, and then led his troops to escort the wounded soldiers away. Not long after, Andrei also received orders from the rear, instructing him and several other units to immediately lead their troops across the Luga Bridge and then destroy the Luga Bridge. Upon receiving this order, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Before this, Andrei had genuinely been worried that the rear command would make him hold out here to the death, for example, requiring him to cover the entire army's breakout. Based on the situation from the players, he knew that a large number of soldiers were still trapped in the enemy's encirclement and had not managed to break through, but he also knew that these soldiers truly could not break out. With large areas surrounded by enemy elites, these soldiers were almost out of ammunition and food, and both artillery and air force were at an absolute disadvantage. How could they break through? Andrei's air force might gain an advantage for a short time, but he didn't think his air force could engage in a protracted battle with the enemy. After learning that the enemy had a very miraculous anti-air domain ability, Andrei no longer trusted his air force as much. Before this, he had ordered the air force to operate in dispersed units, precisely because he was worried that his air force would be wiped out in one go by that move. It seemed the rear command had also automatically given up on the friendly forces within the encirclement and decided to destroy the bridge and hold the Luga River to the death. Having just retreated into Luga city, Andrei's troops, guided by a quartermaster, arrived at their new station and once again received the same warm welcome as before in Pskov city. However, this time no one from the special forces came to trouble him. This time, everything seemed so peaceful. After a good rest at the station, Andrei immediately rushed to the city hospital. Because a contingent of enemy forces had already crossed the bridge, and the city had also suffered severe bombing, Andrei's field hospital from his unit quickly relocated to the city, working with the city's medical facilities to treat the wounded. Yelena, the medical sister in his unit, had been fighting here continuously. While he was fighting on the front lines, Yelena was also fighting hard on her own battlefield. Stopping a nurse and asking, Andrei quickly learned Yelena's location. Although the number of medical sisters fighting here had increased, medical sisters were still a very precious resource, and there weren't many in the entire hospital. So Andrei quickly found Yelena in a huge basement. This basement was located behind the hospital, actually the underground catacombs of the church behind it, but it had temporarily been converted into a unique medical facility. The reason it became a medical facility was for no other reason than that its space was wide enough to accommodate a sufficient number of wounded soldiers at once. For other medical methods, this mode was obviously not very suitable, but for medical sisters, they didn't need complex surgical environments, they just needed to extend a hand and perform a divine spell to heal a soldier in an instant. At this moment, Yelena was meticulously treating a severely burned casualty in front of her. Andrei did not disturb her, as he also saw the critical condition of the wounded soldier. Under the continuous flickering of green light from Yelena's hands, the charred body of the wounded soldier rapidly shed layers of black skin, and then, new skin grew back over the exposed muscles. No matter how one looked at it, this medical method was indistinguishable from a miracle, even though he had seen it countless times. Andrei was still amazed by such a medical technique. Phew, done. Don't let your skin touch water for the next few days, and don't scratch if it feels itchy or painful. Remember this. Everyone who didn't remember these words has already been buried. Yelena wiped sweat from her forehead, speaking quickly to the wounded soldier in front of her. Before the soldier could even thank her, she called 2 burly nurses nearby to carry him away. Medical sisters were busy as dogs right now, who had time to listen to words of thanks. Even a slight delay could mean someone dying while waiting. Andrei stood there quietly for 2 hours, also helping other nurses move the wounded, until the last severely wounded soldier was healed by Yelena. Only then did he speak up. Andriusha, you're here? That's wonderful. Overly exhausted and somewhat disoriented, Yelena heard the voice, turned around, and saw Andrei standing not far behind her. Almost instinctively, Yelena leaped and hugged Andrei. That's great, you came back alive from the battlefield again. I was so worried back here. Tell me, what exactly happened? The news on the radio sounds scarier and scarier, saying the enemy's armored units have been attacking one after another, and that Vorontsov's heroic troops have gone up to buy us time. I was almost scared to death. As she spoke, tears welled up in Yelena's eyes. While treating the wounded in the hospital, she truly believed Andrei's unit was doomed. There was no other way. In the previous battles, Andrei's unit had been continuously subjected to the main attacks of the enemy's armored forces, and the entire front line between the factory and the village had been turned into a meat grinder. Then, under the coercion of the living saint, the enemy had just retreated, and Andrei continued to lead his troops in pursuit, only to receive a blocking mission to cover the retreat of friendly forces. Listening to the news on the radio, Yelena felt as if armies from all over the world were attacking Andrei. The thought of the enemy's overwhelming steel torrent made her tremble. No army could survive such an attack, not even Andrei's unit, which was called heroic. While treating the wounded here, every time Yelena found a soldier from the independent regiment who had retreated from the battlefield, she would quickly grab him and ask about the situation on the front. She was terrified that at some point, Andrei's young face would appear among the wounded and dead brought back from the battlefield. Don't worry, I have a strong life force, and I still survived. And the enemy's armored units weren't as exaggerated as imagined. Hehehe, this time we really have to thank that batch of aircraft sent over from the rear. A group of people in my unit temporarily acted as pilots. Unexpectedly, they performed surprisingly well, heavily damaging the enemy's armored units with a round of bombing before they even arrived. If it weren't for that, this battle might really have been a grim one. Following this, Andrei recounted some minor incidents from the previous war, but as he spoke, he constantly reminded himself not to exaggerate. Mainly, there were some things he really shouldn't know, such as the death of the living saint. After returning to the rear, Andrei had not heard any news of living Saint Sophia's death, so he knew that the higher UPS probably wanted to suppress this news. Otherwise, such a significant piece of news would theoretically have spread like wildfire throughout the city by now. Before this, his soldiers and the living saint had died together in the shelling, yet he inexplicably merged with some sacred relic. Such matters were clearly not something he should know. With so many soldiers missing on the battlefield, how could he possibly know how a soldier who disappeared met his end? Therefore, Andrei did not mention a single word about such things, as he did not want to inexplicably gain a reputation for prescience. Prophets are the most hated kind of people, taking on such an identity is completely thankless. Although Andrei had tried to make his tone as light as possible while narrating, Yelena still felt her heart clench repeatedly as she listened to the battle descriptions. She didn't know the player's combat capabilities, so in her eyes, Andrei was practically using a ragtag collection of weapons and a group of miscellaneous soldiers from unknown origins to fight against the enemy's most elite main forces. Such a battle was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. If not for the capable fighters, Andrei's unit would have been wiped out in an instant. Andriusha, when will our unit withdraw to the rear? By rights, our unit has fought so many battles on the front lines, it should be time to receive orders to withdraw to the rear for rest, shouldn't it? After a long sigh, Yelena suddenly thought of a question and asked Andrei. To be honest, after experiencing so many wars consecutively, she didn't know if Andrei's nerves could still hold up, but she felt that she herself was already physically and mentally exhausted. Every day was accompanied by blood and wails, watching various disabled soldiers being dragged away, and helplessly seeing soldiers die before they could be saved. This was truly not a pleasant experience. Yelena was still young, and it was her first time experiencing such a scene. She had never imagined that a medical sister would one day need to treat so many casualties at once. In contrast, another older medical sister working with Yelena seemed much more experienced. Ah, you'll get used to it, this is war. That medical sister comforted Yelena in this way when she saw her secretly shedding tears. War is just like this. Emperors draw a line on paper, and hundreds of thousands of someone's husbands and sons must spill their blood on the earth forever. After experiencing it enough, you will gradually find that all of this before your eyes is nothing significant, everyone will die one day. Yelena couldn't say if she was comforted by these words, but she truly felt a bit numb. Upon hearing this, Andrei gently patted Yelena's back while frowning and saying, I'm not sure, but I estimate the order should be issued very soon. The command center isn't foolish, they wouldn't keep people pinned to the front line indefinitely. These veterans who have retreated from the front lines are valuable assets, and they understand this. Then, seeing that there were no casualties needing treatment at the moment, Andrei directly took Yelena's hand and said, Come with me for a walk, let's see some other scenery outside. Staying in this basement all the time, anyone would go crazy. After saying this, Andrei directly took Yelena's hand and walked out. On the way, someone wanted to remind Yelena that it wasn't time to leave her post yet, there was still some time before their shift ended. However, the person who came over saw Andrei's lieutenant colonel rank on his shoulder and his young face, hesitated for a moment, and still said nothing. Anyway, there were no casualties now, so Yelena going out with the young officer for a short break didn't seem like a big deal. Especially since many of them recognized Andrei as the combat hero who had achieved numerous military merits recently. Especially the feat of resisting the enemy's armored corps with the strength of a mixed regiment. Such a heroic act was almost becoming a mythical epic. Andrei didn't know that he had acquired several new nicknames in these past few days. Compared to his original nicknames, he was now most praised for the nicknames Iron Wall of Luga River and Black Hawk Elite Killer. Because he fought two brilliant defensive battles near the Luga River, accomplishing tasks that seemed almost impossible to others, Andrei inexplicably became a legendary master of defense. At the same time, because many elite units of the Black Eagle Empire were defeated and even completely annihilated by Andrei, he also earned the title of Black Hawk Elite Killer, and some even joked. Vorontsov once said that he claimed to only fight the elite units of the Black Eagle Empire, he was too lazy to fight non-elite units. When Andrei heard this from Yelena's mouth, he couldn't help but laugh. Where did all this talk come from? I'd also like to bully the irregulars of the Black Eagle Empire, who doesn't like to dominate weaker opponents. It's just a pity that all those who charged at my unit were tough characters. Andrei couldn't help but exclaim, which made Yelena chuckle. But then, thinking of the dangers Andrei had faced in previous wars, she couldn't smile anymore. Coming out of the basement, Yelena enthusiastically led Andrei, introducing the church before them. Looking at the church, Andrei felt dizzy, as he knew nothing about religious matters. After listening for a long time, he didn't understand anything about the various artistic decorations and symbolic elements, he only understood what kind of gods the Cambrian Empire believed in. The Cambrian Empire believed in a total of 4 gods, the 4 goddesses of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The goddess of spring was known as the goddess of life, symbolizing life, health, and healing, and the deity Yelena believed in was the goddess of spring. The goddess of summer was known as the goddess of magic, representing magic and opportunity, and also associated with fate. The goddess of autumn was known as the goddess of harvest, symbolizing fertility and reproduction, and also representing art and entertainment. The goddess of winter, on the other hand, was known as the cold-blooded lady, symbolizing war and the slaughter of enemies. After hearing this introduction, Andrei, for some reason, couldn't help but feel that these 4 gods sounded like the 4 chaos gods, especially since he had inexplicably become a chosen of the Hellstorm, Tsianch, before. Thinking of this, Andrei couldn't help but get goosebumps, feeling that many of the similar but not quite things in this world made his heart pound. Standing beside Yelena, Andrei cautiously sniffed and breathed a sigh of relief, he didn't smell anything strange. What's wrong, Andrei? Do I have body odor? Yelena noticed Andrei's small action, blushed slightly, and couldn't help but worry if she had any smell. She had been busy since morning, if not drenched in sweat, then close to it. Perhaps there really was a smell that bothered Andrei? Nothing, I just think you truly live up to being a follower of the goddess of spring, your body exudes a spring-like aura. Seeing Andrei's smile, Yelena inexplicably blushed, but felt very happy inside. Andrei was relieved because he hadn't smelled any strange odors. Mainly, he had never quite understood what the gods of this world truly were. What if this goddess of spring was really an entity like Nurgle? And Yelena was a chosen of Nurgle? That would be a bit terrifying. What he wanted was a fragrant, soft medical sister, a cute, blonde, gentle girl, not a stinky can full of maggots like typhus. After leaving the church, Andrei and Yelena went to the back of the church and immediately saw a huge cemetery. This is... Looking at the vast cemetery with tombstones covering the hills, Andrei couldn't help but want to tease, asking if the church's cemetery business was particularly good. But Yelena explained to Andrei first. This is the Luga Heroes Cemetery, where a total of 23,000 soldiers who died many years ago in the Great Northern War are interred. We were still young then, and many things are blurry, but I remember the war was extremely brutal. The most frequent question you and I asked was whether the old Earl would return from the battlefield. Following this, a smile appeared on Yelena's face. But thankfully, we still won, we successfully defeated Otrania. Andrei nodded, took off his hat, and saluted the fallen soldiers before him. Then, he suddenly thought of something and asked Yelena. By the way, where were the bodies of our soldiers who died on the battlefield sent? After retreating from the battlefield, I was so busy that I didn't have time to see them. Yelena raised her hand and pointed to a large textile factory in the distance, saying. The bodies of all the fallen soldiers have been temporarily placed in that factory building. The machinery there has already been transported to the rear. And now only an empty factory area remains. I went there to take a look earlier, and my heart felt heavy. I've never seen such an exaggerated morgue in my life. Andrei was silent for a moment, then suddenly looked up and said. I want to go there and see. These soldiers came under my command, and I haven't even had a chance to remember their names. Although they are just passers-by in my life, as their commanding officer, I want to see them off. After saying this, he nodded apologetically. After all, he and Yelena were halfway through their walk here, and suddenly leaving seemed a bit impolite. But taking a girl to a morgue that seemed even worse, didn't it? Thinking this, a self-deprecating bitter smile appeared on his face. He felt that others took girls on dates to parks, but he, while strolling with a girl, inexplicably ended up at a cemetery, and then was about to abandon the girl to go to a morgue. It was truly absurd. But just as Andrei was about to leave, Yelena grabbed his sleeve. I'll go with you. I am also a medical sister of the independent regiment, and I should also go to see them off one last time. Looking into Andrei's eyes, Yelena said with a determined gaze.